Chapter 1. Rebirth of the Golden Horned Beast, beginning in Douluo Continent. What's happening? Wang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, akin to a room with the lights turned off. His head was spinning. However, as his consciousness gradually cleared, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Golden Horned Beast, Starry Sky Beast Clan, devouring the starry sky. That detestable Luo Feng. What is this? A transmigration? But why do I find memories of an ultimate antagonist from an anime flooding my thoughts? Have I transformed into the fabled Golden Horned Beast? And where exactly is this place? Is it the world of devouring the starry sky? According to my prior recollections of the original work, the Golden Horned Beast seems to have been killed by Luo Feng and subsequently possessed. If Wang Xuan has truly transmigrated, then he is about to face a significant crisis, unless he can turn the tables. For instance, by eliminating Luo Feng or devouring this planet. The first step now is to escape this darkness swiftly, ascertain the situation outside, and then level up quickly. With that thought, Wang Xuan exerted himself to stretch out his limbs, attempting to break free from the encroaching darkness. However, as he stirred his body, a sharp crack echoed in his ears, a sound reminiscent of cracking an eggshell while boiling tea eggs. Before he could process this, a glimmer of light appeared before him, seemingly blue. In the dimness, he could faintly feel the flow of seawater entering. What is this? The Golden Horned Beast hatching? Hi, just like in the anime. This Golden Horned Beast was born in the ocean, rapidly growing into a stellar-level superplanetary beast by continuously devouring oceanic monsters. If it weren't for Luo Feng, it might have vanquished all the experts on this planet and turned this place into the starting point of its conquest of the universe. Well, regardless of whether this is a transmigration or a dream, at least I know the upcoming plot. Discovering that he could breathe effortlessly in the water, Wang Xuan's spirits lifted. He forcefully crawled out of the eggshell, reveling in the buoyancy of the sea. This newly born Golden Horned Beast emerged, with a body length of approximately 5 meters and a height of around 3 meters. Its entire form was covered in black scales, resembling a human-like qilin. Each of its 4 limbs boasted sharp claws, capable of slicing through the nearby rocks as easily as cutting tofu. Yet, it was somewhat unsightly, adorned with a golden horn on its forehead. It felt as though its entire being was brimming with power. Gurgle, gurgle. So hungry. Driven by instinct, Wang Xuan turned around and promptly swallowed a piece of eggshell. He paid no mind to the taste, hastily swallowing it whole. Wait, as a transmigrator, it seems I'm missing something the system should activate. As a former otaku from Blue Star, Wang Xuan recalled that every transmigrator should have a golden finger, followed by receiving a newbie gift package. Yet, no matter how he struggled, the mechanical voice remained absent from his mind. It seemed quite different from the descriptions in anime and novels. Golden finger, activate. Dog system, come out. Despite his fervent calls, there was no response. Could it be that I was born strong, standing atop the pinnacle of beasts? This was the only explanation Wang Xuan could conjure. However, during this process, he failed to notice how grotesque his eating habits appeared. Unlike those beasts that chewed and swallowed, the mouth of the Golden Horned Beast resembled a miniature black hole. With a mere inhale, it could swallow its prey directly into its mouth. There was hardly any need for chewing. Once consumed, it transformed directly into energy. No wonder the Golden Horned Beast is regarded as the most terrifying starry sky beast in legend. With this method of devouring, by adulthood, consuming a small asteroid akin to the moon would be as easy as munching on a jelly bean. However, this disturbance quickly attracted the attention of other predators lurking in the ocean. Swish, swish, sizzle, sizzle. Soon, a series of bubbles emerged from the distant waters, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Interesting. Has it been discovered by other monsters so quickly? Is this the territory of king-level monsters? Though a tinge of anxiety crept into his heart, Wang Xuan quickly regained his composure. Even without a golden finger, he was still the Golden Horned Beast. As long as he didn't encounter Luo Feng, he was the apex of combat power in this world. However, When the opponent came into view, the golden horned beast was taken aback. It appeared to be several sharks, roughly his size, but they were not the mutated sharks from the Devouring the Starry Sky world. Instead, they were creatures shimmering with peculiar light. Moreover, he recognized these sharks from a certain anime, the soul-eating great white shark. This name instantly resonated in Wang Xuan's mind. No way. Could he be mistaken? The soul-eating great white shark is a soul beast guarding Sea God Island in Douluo Continent. How could it appear before him? He must be misinterpreting. But the sharks would not grant the golden-horned beast any time for hesitation. Seeing an unidentified black creature before them, the two leading soul-eating great white sharks charge forward. What do they want? Looking for a fight? Am I, the golden-horned beast, afraid of you? Regardless of what they are, it's better to strike first. Seeing them launch an attack without hesitation, Wang Xuan responded in kind. With a powerful push of his hind legs against the seabed, his entire body shot forth like a black torpedo. Roar. Perhaps it was a means of communication among sharks, akin to sonar. As the golden-horned beast charged towards them, the two large sharks opened their massive jaws, ready to counterattack in the most primal manner. Thud! However, victory was swiftly determined. One soul-eating great white shark had its belly slashed open by the horn of the golden-horned beast. Without any suspense, it was eviscerated. It felt as though he had struck a piece of tofu, effortlessly dealt with. Yet for that large shark, it was a different story. Intense pain caused it to thrash about wildly, writhing like an eel in the water. But it could not avert the approach of death. Having just consumed an eggshell, the golden-horned beast was far from satiated. The food chain in the ocean is inherently one of the strong, devouring the weak. So there was no need for courtesy. Thus, the golden-horned beast lunged forward and clamped down on the shark's midsection. So delectable. The shark's flesh melted in his mouth, vanishing in an instant into his black, hole-like body. Simultaneously, a warm energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Wang Xuan felt so comfortable he could almost cry out. Meanwhile, the other shark, witnessing this scene, was utterly petrified. Without a second thought, it bolted towards the surface. With a whoosh, it burst out of the water. A sight truly spectacular. Where do you think you're going? You are my lunch. Heaven is unkind, so I shall teach it kindness, whether by coincidence or fate. Just as these two oceanic behemoths leaped from the water, a large ship appeared before them, flying a pirate flag. Then a woman's voice rang out from the deck, shouting, "Everyone be cautious. It's a soul-eating great white shark. Activate your martial souls and be on guard at all times." Then, a riot of colors illuminated the pirate ship, especially the leading woman. Beneath her feet appeared circles of swirling energy, somewhat resembling hula hoops, but more akin to the soul rings of Douluo Continent. Wait a moment. Soul-eating great white shark. Soul rings Douluo Continent. Have I stumbled into the wrong set? I am the golden-horned beast from Devouring the Starry Sky. Chapter 2. Encounter with the Purple Pearl. Soul rings are delicious. Be careful. Everyone unleash your soul power to the maximum. This is a soul beast we have never encountered before. At this moment, the core captain on the pirate ship appeared to be a woman, with fair skin, a curvaceous figure, and those long, powerful legs. She looked remarkably fit. If only she were adorned with black stocking somai. Wang Xuan was now utterly convinced. He had indeed arrived in Douluo Continent, and the woman on the pirate ship was named Purple Pearl. Once a saint of the Spirit Hall, she had fallen to this place after the Spirit Hall's failed assault on Sea God Island. According to the original work, this woman has a rather bold personality, even causing the likes of Tang San to exclaim he couldn't handle her. Unfortunately, the golden-horned beast could not transform into a human, so he could only gawk. From the perspective of modern human aesthetics, Purple Pearl was undoubtedly the type to become a social media sensation, with beauty and a striking figure. And in this world where martial power could attain anything, the golden-horned beast watching from the water's surface appeared quite intimidating to the human soul masters. Thus, under Purple Pearl's lead, the individuals aboard the ship dared not even exhale, their breath stifled by an overwhelming sense of dread. They exchanged fearful glances, their eyes fixated on the monstrous creature not far away. It was worth noting that even the formidable magic soul great white sharks had been relentlessly pursued and terrified by this beast, fleeing in all directions in a panic. This clearly illustrated the creature's extraordinary combat prowess. However, it was not long before a crew member discerned something amiss. "Captain, that soul beast is staring intently at you." Indeed, I've heard that higher-ranked soul beasts possess intellect comparable to that of humans. Could it be that our captain's beauty has captivated it? It was not only the pirates under his command who noticed the anomaly, even the enchanting Zizenzu sensed something unusual. The gaze of the golden-horned giant beast bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the unsavory men in the tavern. Under ordinary circumstances, Zizenzu would have kicked it away without a second thought. Yet, confronted by this unknown soul beast, she felt compelled to exercise caution. "Captain, allow me to handle it." At that moment, a soul king leaped forth, brandishing a harpoon. He was a weapon spirit master and a persistent suitor of Zizenzu. Today was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. He stood at the ship's railing, raising his harpoon high, and charged towards the golden-horned giant beast with fervor. Yet, the creature did not even cast a glance in his direction. Instead, Zizenzu shouted a warning. "No, you fool." Alas, it was too late. The golden-horned giant beast moved with lightning speed, delivering a thunderous slap that struck the Soul King with devastating force. Not only did the frail harpoon shatter, but the Soul King's body exploded instantaneously, his soul rings bursting forth and dispersing into the air. How delightful! This was the golden-horned giant beast's first encounter with a human soul master, and these individuals proved to be even weaker than anticipated, their abilities akin to those of novice warriors in the vast cosmos. However, the explosion of the soul rings released an astonishing fragrance, enticing the golden-horned giant beast to open its mouth and inhale the essence suspended in the air. Slurp! With effortless ease, the residual soul power was entirely absorbed by the beast. After savoring the taste, it licked its lips with its fearsome tongue, seemingly craving more. Not bad, reminiscent of strawberry pudding. The so-called soul rings are, in essence, energy manifestations harvested from various soul beasts by human hunters. From this perspective, the golden-horned giant beast had just engaged in a hunt, feasting on the most exquisite parts of those soul beasts. Naturally, what Wang Xuan uttered at that moment sounded like horrifying roars to the ears of the humans present. The terrifying scene before them left the pirates trembling with fear. What kind of soul beast was this? Why had they never heard of it before? It was utterly terrifying. Having successfully attacked, the golden-horned giant beast now regarded the other pirates as a delectable feast, aside from the striking woman. The diverse types of soul rings promised a unique gustatory experience, each with its own distinct flavor profile. Curiosity about the flavors of the soul rings worn by the next few individuals stirred within the golden-horned giant beast, prompting it to instinctively draw closer to the pirate ship. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the vessel was on the verge of panic. "Captain, what do we do? We cannot contend with this creature. Set sail, we must flee. That won't do. We just run aground." These individuals, already a disorganized band of pirates, became even more frantic in this dire situation. The more they panicked, the more mistakes they made. Gazing into the fearsome eyes of the beast, Zizenzu suddenly steeled her resolve. In a remarkable display of courage, she stepped forward, facing the monstrous creature. "You desire me, do you not? If so, you must release my companions." What? Has this woman lost her senses? Is she truly willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of others? Is she certain that the gaze of the golden-horned giant beast holds any semblance of affection? Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Wang Xuan was taken aback, instinctively halting his advance. The beast's fearsome head emerged above the water, and as a recluse on Blue Star, Wang Xuan had never encountered a woman as beautiful as Zizenzu. The women of his world, brainwashed by materialism, fancied themselves queens, demanding cars, houses, and money, expecting red envelopes during both Eastern and Western festivities. Only the wealthy and the foolish pursued romance, and he had only encountered those who were unattractive yet harbored grand aspirations. Women of Zizinzu's caliber were a rare sight, only ever glimpsed in videos. Yet now, this stunning beauty was approaching him, arms open wide, as if inviting him to partake in her allure. Why couldn't he shape-shift? Were not the Tenthasandi ear-level soul beasts of Douluo Continent capable of transforming into human forms? As the golden horn giant beast grappled with its conflicting emotions, it remained oblivious to the powerful presences racing toward it from the direction of Sea God Island. It was, in fact, the magic soul great white shark, which had fled to summon aid. As the guardian of these waters, the supreme being of Sea God Island, the 99th level Tidal Dopasun, swiftly gathered a cadre of Tidal Daw allies, racing to confront the unprecedented emergence of such a beast. This balance of power in the sea must not be disrupted. What a fortunate coincidence that they arrived just in time. Beast of Sin, cease your actions. A thunderous roar echoed from the sky. A colossal azure dragon ascended, exuding a formidable aura as it swooped down. It struck between the violet pearl and the golden horn behemoth, creating waves soaring to several meters high. Crash. Boom. Then, a radiant barrier materialized before the pirate ship, preventing it from being capsized by the monstrous waves and allowing it to escape the shallows. Such exquisite maneuvering. This must be the Sea Dragon Douluo, right? Chapter 3. Fierce battle with the Sea Dragon Douluo, akin to a planetary-level powerhouse. Oh, it bears a resemblance to a planetary-level strongman. This information originates from the internal legacy of the golden horned beast. It possesses an innate ability to discern the strengths and weaknesses of adversaries, utilizing the standards of the devouring starry sky. The individual before us is the foremost warrior of Sea God Island, known as the Sea Dragon Douluo. As per the criteria of the Douluo Continent, this should be a tidal Douluo of level 95. In the context of the Swallowing Star universe, this rank is approximately equivalent to a 5th-tier planetary powerhouse. However, there appears to be a disparity in strength between the two parties. Planetary-level experts possess a punch force of around 2 million kilograms, while the 9th soul skill of this Sea Dragon Douluo barely reaches such a level. It is rather mediocre, but it will suffice. This is the first formidable opponent the Golden Horn Behemoth has encountered since its birth. However, not far away in the sky, there appears to be a woman hovering in midair, exuding an even greater prowess. Dressed in a flowing gown, she wields a scepter, and her gaze is imbued with an air of authority. Upon her arrival, even the tumultuous sea fell into a serene stillness. This is Poseidon, the sea god, a demigod of the 99th level. This expansive sea is invincible. The prowess of this woman has reached an almost stellar level, rendering her a formidable adversary. At this moment, the Golden Horn Behemoth has only just emerged, possessing strength comparable to that of a planet at the 2nd to 3rd tier. However, coupled with its immense offensive capabilities and unparalleled defensive strength, it stands a chance against Poseidon without suffering losses. As a planetary behemoth, this creature is virtually capable of devouring any material found on a planet, particularly metals, which significantly enhance its combat capabilities. Nevertheless, in its current state, it seems to have limited opportunities for growth. Due to the unique nature of this maritime region, Poseidon will not permit any unforeseen events to transpire. The reasoning is quite simple. This maritime expanse is destined to be the crucible for the future sea god. The 7 monsters of Shrek have already undergone the trials set forth by the sea god, with the most formidable among them, Tang San, beginning to reveal his brilliance. Within this vast ocean lies the greatest gift for Tang San, as well as the sovereign of this deep-sea realm, the deep-sea demon whale king. Thus, when Poseidon became aware of the emergence of an unknown and fearsome soul beast, he hastened to the scene, determined to prevent any disruption to the divine plans. It was imperative to eliminate all unstable factors. However, who was Poseidon? It is inconceivable that he would be the first to arrive. To ensure preparedness, he summoned the mightiest warrior of Sea God Island, Sea Dragon Douluo, to confront the threat. Surely, this would suffice. You must depart swiftly. This battle is beyond your capabilities. As Sea Dragon Douluo engaged the golden horned giant beast, another seahorse Douluo approached the purple pearl, urging the pirate ship to make haste in its departure. It seems that a cleansing is imminent. Thank you, esteemed one. We shall surely reform our ways from this moment forward, having narrowly escaped with our lives. I am eternally grateful to the purple pearl. Yet, the other party merely waved their hand in a gesture of indifference, redirecting their gaze back to the battlefield. The situation remains unclear. A wave of unease washed over Seahorse Douluo, as he sensed that the creature before him was far from ordinary. Particularly, the golden horns atop its head evoked an unsettling feeling. There was no time for further contemplation. The grand collision had commenced. 7th soul skill. True body of the Sea Dragon martial spirit. The Sea Dragon Douluo appeared to regard the golden horned beast with utter disdain. Initially, he did not exert his full strength. Instead, he transformed into a colossal dragon, spiraling gracefully above his adversary. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Xuan felt compelled to pay heed, his attention riveted on the soaring dragon above. At that moment, every cell in his body seemed to pulsate with explosive energy, poised to launch him upward and seize the massive creature from the sky. One must concede that the sea dragon Douluo is no mere brute. His aerial maneuvering is a calculated endeavor, aimed at identifying an opportune moment to strike. However, what he remains oblivious to is that Wang Xuan is simultaneously seeking offensive strategies from the legacy of the golden horn beast. As a celestial behemoth, this creature does not require any formal training. It inherently possesses the legacy of over 3,000 esoteric techniques. With such profound heritage, does the presence of a golden finger truly matter? Among his innate abilities lies the power of devouring. Yet, when confronting a foe of superior strength, this tactic proves somewhat ineffectual. Thus, he resorts to more conventional strategies. In no time, he discovers a particularly suitable esoteric technique, the essence of heaven and earth. This technique primarily enables the golden horn behemoth to fluctuate in size. When diminished, its combat prowess is significantly enhanced. When enlarged, its mobility and flight speed are markedly increased. Surely, the adversary remains oblivious to the behemoth's ability to soar through the skies. In order to mislead the sea dragon, Wang Xuan concealed his wings beneath the scales, which were entirely black, rendering them virtually indistinguishable upon close inspection. Furthermore, with half of his body submerged in the ocean, he possessed an even greater advantage in terms of camouflage and deception. While the sea dragon Douluo searched for an opportunity, Wang Xuan was equally vigilant. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming surge of confidence, or perhaps a desire to impress Poseidon. After completing 5 loops in the air, the colossal dragon suddenly swooped down. Goodness, aiming for a one-hit kill? What a delusion. In an instant, the magnificent beast with golden horns spread its wings and unleashed its profound secret technique. Its original 5-meter-long body rapidly expanded several-fold, transforming in the blink of an eye to match the size of the dragon. Coupled with its incredible momentum, it completely caught the dragon off guard. What? That was the startled exclamation of the sea dragon Douluo. Yet it was already too late. The massive golden horn beast's singular horn pierced directly into the dragon's abdomen. Boom. Splatter. The form of the martial soul was instantly shattered, and the immensely powerful sea dragon Douluo was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. What was even more terrifying was that, at this moment, 2 black soul ring energies seemed to swirl within the beast's jaws. If one were to slow down the scene, the entire sequence of the attack would be revealed. The golden horn shattered the opponent's martial soul manifestation, akin to a dispelling effect in a game. Simultaneously, this creature clamped down on several of the opponent's soul rings. It had directly fractured those tangible energy rings, consuming several thousand-year and hundred-year soul rings whole. Only 2 10,000-year soul rings remained, yet to be digested. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. To witness it clearly was already remarkable, let alone to defend against it. The flavor was exquisite. A title Douluo at level 95, yet alas, your soul rings have not reached the 10,000-year level. In the ears of the sea dragon Douluo, this was undoubtedly a terrifying roar. With a single strike, this level 95 title Douluo was rendered utterly incapacitated. Had it not been for his robust physique, that blow could have easily shattered every rib in his body. No, sea dragon Douluo. Witnessing this scene, Poseidon, who had remained relatively calm in midair, suddenly let out a wail of despair. The distance was too great, and he was completely unprepared, leaving even this sea god Douluo unable to provide aid. By the time his companions managed to retrieve the sea dragon Douluo from the ocean, the man has succumbed to unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. Though he still breathes, his soul power has diminished to a mere whisper, rendered utterly ineffective. Chapter 4. The Golden Horn Behemoth versus Poseidon. Take the sea dragon Douluo and depart. I will handle this fellow, Poseidon declared, her gaze fixed upon her gravely injured subordinate. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her. She had never witnessed such a soul beast in her lifetime. It possessed the uncanny ability to alter its size at will, treating the soul rings of spirit masters as mere trifles. As the soul power of the sea dragon Douluo was siphoned away, the golden horn behemoth swelled significantly, its length reaching 9 meters and its height surpassing 5. Its rank had ascended to the 5th tier of planetary classification. The dark, glossy scales of its body refracted a chilling light under the sun, and its grotesque visage instilled a primal fear, causing all who beheld it to tremble uncontrollably. Lady Poseidon, we should retreat to Sea God Island, urged the sea maiden Douluo, a native of these waters, who had never encountered such a monstrosity. Even the daunting tales of the deep-sea demon whale king paled in comparison to the terror inspired by the golden-horned behemoth. Her instincts warned her that even the formidable Poseidon would find herself in dire straits against this creature. Yet, as the guardian of Sea God Island, Poseidon resolutely refused to allow any unforeseen complications to arise at this critical juncture. Tang San's accomplishments were renowned across the globe. The young man is soon to return for the 8th trial of the sea god. It is imperative that the individual before me does not exert any influence. I believe you ought to heed the words of this mermaid. I shall not show any mercy simply because you are a woman. Gazing at the woman suspended in midair, the golden horned behemoth revealed a hint of disdain in its eyes. As his power grew, The more than 3,000 legacies within his mind became increasingly vivid. What sort of extraordinary advantage does such a colossal celestial beast require? If it were to be granted a system, would it not render others incapable of survival? Across the vast expanse of Douluo Continent, one might surmise that no entity has yet emerged capable of breaching the formidable defenses of this golden-horned giant beast. And as for the so-called protagonist Tang San, armed with his meager hammer, encountering the golden-horned beast would merely serve as a trivial appetizer. Metals, particularly precious ones, have the potential to exponentially enhance the might of the golden-horned beast. Thus, even more terrifying prospects lie ahead, ones that Poseidon could never fathom in this moment. You must depart at once. This is an order. Poseidon's tone was resolute, imbued with an unassailable authority as he shielded his subordinates while facilitating their escape. The woman's soul rings illuminated one after another. As the guardian of Sea God Island, Poseidon possessed flawless soul rings of 100,000 years. When that vibrant red ring of energy manifested before her, the golden-horned beast instinctively licked its lips. Such a delicacy. One could only wonder what the essence of a 100,000-year soul ring might taste like. The energy must be exceedingly pure, undoubtedly exquisite in flavor. Noticing the gluttonous gaze of her opponent, Poseidon let out a cold snort. In that moment, the woman's power surged into her scepter. Suddenly, the once tranquil sea beneath Poseidon transformed dramatically. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, while the surface of the ocean erupted with towering waves, some exceeding 100 meters in height. They surged toward the golden-horned beast like an unstoppable wall of water. The domain of the sea god, an endless expanse of azure. My goodness, she is unleashing her ultimate move. The domain has been activated. It seems Poseidon has been fully committed from the very beginning, unleashing her finishing technique right away. But did the golden-horned beast show any fear? A glimmer of disdain flickered in its eyes as it opened its cavernous maw and let out a thunderous roar directed at the oncoming tidal wave. Roar. This is no ordinary beastly roar, but a mystical incantation imbued with formidable sonic waves. The potent vibrations distort the very air surrounding the colossal creature. A stream of white vapor erupts from its maw, surging forth like a fierce torrent. With a thunderous crash, it collides with the relentless waves, unleashing a deafening impact that echoes through the realm. This truly resembles a celestial clash, where the weak suffer the consequences. In the collision of these two formidable forces, the small fish and ordinary low-level soul beasts in a certain expansive sea are doomed. Every second, countless unknown bait fish flip onto their backs, surfacing from the depths. Some resemble the ribbon fish of Blue Star, while others bear a likeness to octopuses. An abundance of shellfish and starfish also find themselves caught in this turmoil. Under the relentless assault of the waves, these crustaceans are utterly shattered. The tumultuous tides carry a foul stench that evokes a sense of nausea. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The real point is that the domain of Poseidon seems to have faltered. The sonic waves emitted by the colossal creature instantly shattered the towering waves before it. Conversely, the collision of these two formidable forces generated a tumultuous convection phenomenon, culminating in the formation of a massive water vortex beneath Poseidon's feet, spiraling towards the level 99 tidal Douluo. However, for Poseidon, this was a trivial matter. One could see a golden radiance emanating from this woman, the divine light of the sea god, a protective aura bestowed upon his faithful followers. Neither party holds sway over the other, their initial clash resulting in a stalemate. It is surprising to discover that this individual possesses some skill. But what of this maneuver? Poseidon initially believed himself to be the sovereign of these waters, only to find that the newly arrived golden-horned beast could also wield the power of the ocean. The ninth soul technique, the sea god's confinement. What a decisive woman. Witnessing her domain of the sea failing to subdue the golden-horned beast, she compelled Poseidon to unleash his ninth soul technique. Before the golden-horned beast could react, the seawater crystallized into shimmering silver chains, binding its limbs, wings, and that singular horn with unyielding restraint. How intriguing. This technique can effectively restrain all actions of the enemy and suppress their soul power. However, the issue lies in the fact that the golden-horned giant beast is not a mere soul beast. It is a colossal creature that hails from the cosmos. Consequently, the soul skills employed on the Douluo Continent exhibit diminished efficacy in restraining it. Furthermore, the golden-horned giant beast possesses the ability to devour all forms of energy, including all substances found on this planet, which can be regarded as a certain manifestation of energy. Thus, upon realizing the futility of escape, the colossal golden-horned beast unleashed its primal power. Capable of devouring not just energy but even an entire planet, it showed no fear of the chains that bound it. As the beast activated its innate abilities, a tremendous force emanated from its maw, instantly drawing the chain that encircled its neck into its gullet. This was swiftly transformed into usable energy. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, taking less than 0.01 seconds, a speed beyond imagination. Even Poseidon, standing nearby, was left utterly astonished. This terrifying monstrous creature is capable of devouring the chains produced by Poseidon's ninth soul skill, as if they were mere strands of ramen, consuming them one by one without a trace of energy escaping. What precisely are you? In the face of this scene, Poseidon could not help but feel a profound sense of fear welling up within him. This is not a being that ordinary humans can conquer. Could it be a divine beast slumbering in some hidden realm? Chapter 5, The Pursuit of Poseidon, the Slaughter of the Demonic Soul Great White Shark. This entity possesses a delightful essence, reminiscent of ice cream. The taste buds of the golden horned beast are a mystery, shaped by an unknown process. Each type of energy entity fed to it offers a distinct flavor, sometimes reminiscent of the exquisite delicacies it savored in its homeland, Blue Star. Nevertheless, the golden horned beast indulges with great relish, while Poseidon, seated opposite, is already engulfed in a tempest of emotions. This is indeed Poseidon's ninth soul skill. To think it has been consumed by this monstrous creature. What manner of creator could possibly cultivate such a beast? The woman's understanding of the cosmos is evidently lacking. Everything about the golden-horned giant before her surpasses Poseidon's wildest imagination. It is utterly terrifying. There is no hope of victory. This is a rather timid thought that inexplicably emerged in Poseidon's mind. At that moment, a great splash erupted from the distant sea, as if something was approaching, and in considerable numbers. The golden-horned behemoth squinted its eyes and, to its astonishment, recognized the familiar sight. Isn't this the soul-eater great white shark that he previously devoured like a spicy strip? Last time, there was only one that escaped. Yet this time, a whole swarm has arrived. Particularly, the one at the forefront emanates an astonishing radiance, reminiscent of the divine luminance of Poseidon. This is the king of the soul-devouring great white shark, known as Little White. Those familiar with the anime and the original work are well aware. In addition to Poseidon, the guardian of Sea God Island, the soul-devouring great white shark clan also plays a pivotal role. Their leader, Little White, is a soul beast of an extraordinary 10,000-year caliber. Once, she served as the steed of the esteemed sea god. Perhaps unwilling to witness Poseidon fighting alone, Little White has come, accompanied by her clan, to offer support. Little White, do not approach. This adversary is beyond your capacity to confront. Poseidon feels a profound sense of relief at the arrival of the soul-devouring great white shark clan. However, this woman is reluctant to involve her companions in the fray. Through their brief encounter, Poseidon has already grasped the formidable strength of the golden-horned behemoth. She wishes to shield the soul-devouring great white shark clan from harm. Yet, Little White is a headstrong woman. Disregarding advice and resolutely encircling this expanse of ocean with her subordinates, perhaps aware of the formidable prowess of the golden-horned behemoth. The 100 or so magical soul great white sharks did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, they encircled Poseidon and the golden-horned giant beast, forming a protective perimeter. The over 100 soul-devouring great white sharks began to circle around the perimeter, seemingly in search of an optimal point for attack. How intriguing. They even employ tactics. Lord Poseidon, we shall hold him here. Please return to Sea God Island to oversee the situation. Xiao Bai's words resonated with Poseidon. Engaging the golden-horned behemoth at sea offered little local advantage. However, if they returned to Sea God Island, they would benefit from the terrain and the protection of the sea god's light, even having the potential to summon the power of the sea god. Victory over the colossal beast was certainly not out of reach. All right, Xiao Bai, you mustn't linger in battle. It's time to withdraw. Fear not. For we are servants of the sea god and shall not allow this intruder to defile these waters. One could perceive the overwhelming confidence of the soul-devouring great white shark leader. As he spoke, he transformed from the form of a great white shark into that of a striking human beauty. Indeed, the soul beasts of the 100,000-year rank in the world of Douluo can indeed transform their forms. At this moment, the golden-horned behemoth witnessed the scene with its own eyes. However, this creature's cultivation system differs from that of this continent. To transform into a human form, it would likely need to seize a body. Much like the character Luo Feng from Swallowing the Stars. By selecting one body as its primary vessel, it could then possess 3 avatars. Yet, such a transformation requires the creature to reach a certain level of growth, such as evolving into a stellar-grade behemoth or even attaining cosmic status. Prior to achieving this, there exists but one method of advancement: continuous consumption. Whether it be devouring soul rings composed of pure energy, consuming the living beings of this world, or even locating mineral deposits to ravenously ingest vast amounts of precious metals, the paramount concern for the golden-horned behemoth is to discover abundant and suitable resources. This would enable it to attain the pinnacle of power within the Douluo Continent in the shortest possible time. Its ultimate objective, however, does not lie within Douluo Continent itself, but rather in the realm of Swallowing the Stars, where it aims to conclude the unfinished task from years past. Additionally, it intends to extinguish the individual known as Luo Feng at the earliest opportunity. The golden-horned behemoth's previous defeat stemmed from a lack of preparation, having just reached stellar-level cultivation. It sought to provoke humans, only to have its soul obliterated by Luo Feng's secret techniques, ultimately resulting in its successful body snatching. This is truly a profound disgrace for the family of the golden horned beasts. Observing the departure of Poseidon, along with the furtive movements of the spectral great white sharks nearby, the golden horned beast emitted a series of low growls from its throat. Its once inflated form gradually diminished, shrinking even smaller than its most typical state. What is the purpose of this, you ask? Naturally, it is to transform this group of monstrous soul white sharks before me into delectable morsels for the feast. Roar. Howl. Before the adversary has even had a chance to prepare, the colossal golden-horned beast surged through the ocean like a runaway locomotive, wreaking havoc in its path. The formation of the great white sharks immediately dissolved into chaos before its overwhelming presence. In its shadow, they were but powerless nuisances. With a single swipe of its massive paw, it could effortlessly send a dozen spectral great white sharks flying. Its gaping jaws could simultaneously sever 3 sharks in half. The creature's ebony scales were razor-sharp. Not only were they impervious to piercing, but even a mere scratch could rend the entrails of those spectral predators. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 of these spectral great white sharks had been flipped onto their backs, perishing miserably on the spot. Witnessing the brutal massacre of its comrades, Xiaobai had long cast aside Poseidon's warnings. With a piercing scream, it reverted to its great white shark form. Compared to the ordinary spectral great white sharks, this one was monstrously large, measuring over 20 meters from snout to tail, surpassing even 2 golden horned beasts combined. Upon transformation, Xiaobai unleashed its most formidable innate ability, the shark teeth of the demon shark. This skill manifested as a barrage of spectral shark teeth, blanketing the space around the golden horned beast like a hailstorm of bullets. Though intangible, these teeth were conjured from the soul energy of the spectral great white sharks. The ferocity of this attack rivaled that of a level 97 sword Douluo unleashing their ultimate move. In an instant, the entire expanse of the sea was engulfed by a formidable wave of energy. The golden horned behemoth was caught completely off guard, utterly unprepared for such an onslaught. It could only raise its claws to shield its eyes, resorting to passive defense. Clang, clang. Before long, the myriad of shark teeth collided against the scales of the golden horned behemoth, accompanied by a cascade of splashes. The tremendous impact and friction generated a thick mist of water, enveloping the behemoth in a veil of bubbles, obscuring its form completely. Had it been vanquished? Huh, what a jest. Is that even conceivable? Chapter 6. Little White leads me to the Abyssal Whale King. This is my most powerful attack. Gazing at the expanse of white before her, the leader of the Soul Shark clan, Little White, finally allowed a hint of a relieved smile to grace her face. Yet, upon seeing the severed limbs and remnants of her comrades floating on the surface, that smile quickly solidified into a grimace. The monstrous creature, cloaked in darkness, was utterly terrifying. Its origin remained a mystery, and no tales of such a soul beast had ever reached the lands of Douluo. Fortunately, Little White had succeeded. However, this success comes with an asterisk, for soon the white mist dissipated, revealing the golden horned behemoth once more. Not only was it unscathed, but the cleansing effect of the water had rendered its scales even more pristine, enhancing its imposing presence. What kind of monstrous defense is this? It is worth noting that just moments ago, it was a full-force assault from Xiaobai. The patriarch of the soul of the great white shark possesses combat prowess comparable to that of a level 97 sword Douluo, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, in the presence of this colossal beast, Xiaobai feels utterly powerless. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Suddenly, the golden horned giant spoke, astonishingly articulating the language of humans. In truth, when enveloped by steam moments ago, he had not been devoid of opportunity to retaliate. Rather, he had taken that fleeting moment to assimilate the power he had previously absorbed, particularly from the soul ring of the sea dragon Douluo, which bore many memories of that formidable title Douluo. Consequently, the golden horned giant naturally acquired the human tongue. However, it seemed there remained a considerable distance before achieving full transformation. The key question is, what is the principle behind this transformation? You have actually learned the language of our world? Upon witnessing the ebony beast articulate human speech, Xiaobai's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Previously, after extensive calculations from various perspectives, this golden horned behemoth appears to have just hatched, far from reaching the age of 100,000 years, according to the lore of Douluo Continent. These high-ranking soul beasts can only possess the ability to communicate with humans after surpassing the age of 100,000 years. Where do you hail from? The moment communication was established, Xiaobai felt a surge of curiosity. However, while inquiring, the great white shark still maintained a respectful distance from the golden horned giant beast, its gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. Me? I undoubtedly originate from the vast cosmos. From above, the golden horned giant beast, fearing that the shark might not comprehend, raised its head, indicating its celestial origins. Nevertheless, for the beings of the Douluo Continent, the concept of the universe remained elusive. According to ancient legends, there exists another world above Douluo Continent, known as the Divine Realm. Xiaobai's former master, the sea god, ascended to the Divine Realm after breaking through level 100. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiaobai suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder we are unable to defeat you. It turns out you hail from the Divine Realm. Very well. This is a beautiful misunderstanding. The great beast with golden horns is too indolent to clarify, if it were not for the presence of a human soul within its being. This fellow had already charged forward and torn apart the formidable elder of the Maoan great white shark. There was no time for idle chatter. How infuriating. Everyone scatter and retreat quickly after having misunderstood the identity of the opponent. The little white creature, accompanied by the remaining magical soul of the great white shark, turned and fled. Yet, as it ran, it incessantly glanced back, seemingly teasing the colossal beast with golden horns, inviting it to pursue. What is the situation? Has this little white creature's mind rusted? Where is it running off to? Thus, the golden horned behemoth surged forward in hot pursuit. Logically, its current speed was astonishing, and it possessed the ability to employ secret techniques. However, the manner in which the leader of the Great White Shark clan glanced back repeatedly was clearly an attempt to divert its opponent. Having previously watched the anime and read the original work, Wang Xuan did not believe that the woman named Sibai was a fool. Her actions were undoubtedly driven by a purpose. What could it be? Wouldn't it be revealed by catching up? Contrary to expectations, their trajectory seemed to lead them away from Sea God Island. In the distance, faintly visible from the earlier battleground, was a small blacked Sea God Island. Yet, at this moment, the great white shark was steering its adversary towards an entirely different expanse of ocean. What could this mean? Is there an ambush ahead? Surely not. Are the guardians of this island of the sea gods experiencing a lapse in judgment? At such a moment, one still wishes to contend with the golden horned behemoth? Yet, the strategy devised by Xiaobai may indeed bewilder the golden horned behemoth. However, it cannot conceal the truth from Poseidon. When this guardian of the island of the sea gods received the report from the surviving soul of the great white shark, this has caused such frustration that one can hardly contain their anger. By Xiao, your mother has been exceedingly reckless. You all must remain here and go nowhere. After uttering these words, Poseidon, fully aware of his inability to defeat the golden horned giant beast, once again soared into the air, charging toward the direction in which those two had vanished. For it is in that direction that the most terrifying entity of the entire sea realm resides. Even the sea god of Yer would have been wary in the presence of such a being. Indeed, the true sovereign of this maritime domain is none other than the deep-sea demon whale king. This individual proudly claims to be a soul beast of a million-year caliber, having already undergone the transformation into a dragon. Were it not for the unspoken rule on the Douluo Continent that prohibits soul beasts from attaining divinity, his potential would be boundless. This individual has long been capable of surpassing level 100. Perhaps the novice perceives that none among the denizens of the Sea God Island stand a chance against the golden horned behemoth. Thus, he chooses to serve as bait, luring that formidable creature to seek out the deep-sea demon whale king. Unlike Poseidon, this being, despite being on the cusp of reaching level 100, possesses no semblance of mercy. Consequently, that region of the ocean is notorious as the Sea of Death, unless one dares to traverse while the deep-sea demon whale king slumbers. Any approach to that perilous expanse guarantees a path to demise. This account also encompasses Xiaobai. Despite her formidable strength, which rivals that of a level 97 conferred Douluo warrior, she remains insufficient in the presence of the deep-sea demon whale king. It appears that Xiaobai has prepared herself for a certain death, aiming to serve as a cushion for the golden horn behemoth. As a traverser, Wang Xuan, after following her for some time, finally discerned Xiaobai's true intentions. Upon hearing the name, the leader of the demonic soul great white shark clan was taken aback and turned around in astonishment. Then with a graceful leap she transformed once more into the stunning visage of the beautiful woman. It was truly unexpected that you also know of the deep-sea demon whale king. Unfortunately, you arrived too late. At the moment of transformation, Xiaobai simultaneously unleashed her soul power in all directions and desperately pounded the water surface with various methods, causing a tremendous commotion. This unmistakably signifies the summoning of the most terrifying abyssal leviathan, the king of the deep. My goodness, are you not afraid of death? Who? Splash, splash, splash. Soon, a colossal shadow emerged beneath the water, ascending with remarkable speed, radiating a haunting crimson glow. Chapter 7. The Golden Horn Behemoth versus the Abyssal Leviathan. Legend has it that in the past, due to its rivalry with the sea god, the Abyssal Leviathan had one of its eyes pierced. Although this creature possesses numerous compound eyes, only a single principal eye remains. The resplendent red luminescence accompanying the immense shadow surfacing from the depths is none other than the radiance emitted by the Leviathan's solitary eye. Is it about to emerge? Strangely, the golden horn behemoth displayed no fear towards the looming shadow. Rather, there was an unmistakable excitement in its tone. How can one describe that feeling? It resembles the anticipation one feels for a celebrity set to grace a stage, the kind reserved for the grand finale, the most popular figure that would elicit cheers from all, regardless of gender. In this vast expanse of ocean, the Abyssal Leviathan embodies such allure. However, this sovereign is not easily encountered. It is said that apart from Tang San, very few have managed to evade the relentless pursuit of the Leviathan in years past. You terrifying demon have finally awakened. Today, I, your humble guest, have brought company. Observing the massive shadow on the verge of emerging, a faint smile of resignation crossed the face of the pale figure. Ever since entering this domain, the leader of the soul-eater great white shark had sensed that he had been marked for death. It would be exceedingly difficult to escape these waters alive today. Roar. Perhaps it was due to the sight of the pale figure. It is possible that they sensed the formidable bloodline power of the golden horn behemoth. After the deep-sea demon whale king surfaced, it did not immediately launch an assault on the two of them. Instead, it fixed its enormous, malevolent single eye upon these two prey before it. Leader of the soul-eating great white shark, have you grown weary of life? as a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. The deep-sea demon whale king was certainly capable of communicating with them in the language of humans. This fellow possesses the ability to shift forms at will. Hiki. Did I not mention it just now? Today, my esteemed aunt brings you delectable delights. The transformed figure of the little white creature pointed towards the golden-horned behemoth still submerged in the water. Although it had previously absorbed the formidable powers of the magic soul great white shark, the golden-horned beast had only grown to approximately 20 meters in length. In contrast, the deep-sea magic whale king measured at least 150 to 200 meters. Coupled with its expansive physique, the golden-horned beast appeared utterly insignificant before it. Much like a tiny tadpole in the presence of a grand sea turtle, entirely dismissed. Hiki, who is this young lad? To provoke such cunning strategies of utilizing others as pawns? The deep-sea magic whale king is not a fool. Despite the seemingly modest size of the golden-horned behemoth, it emanated an aura that instilled profound trepidation within the whale king. Moreover, as this creature raised its head, it sensed a familiar power approaching from afar. It was Poseidon. Why has this woman rushed over? Is it for this little black creature as well? Humph. So the deep-sea demon whale king is, in fact, a coward. Are you frightened of this divine beast? Observing the deep-sea demon whale king's indifference, Xiaobai grew anxious and resorted to provocation. Initially, the deep-sea demon whale king was not easily deceived. However, upon hearing the term divine beast, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Are you claiming that this creature hails from the divine realm? Otherwise, do you believe it to be a worthless being like you, who cannot even reach level 100? Silence. The beings of the divine realm deserve death, and the demon soul great white shark shall not escape this place alive. It seemed that Xiaobai's words had struck a nerve within the deep-sea demon whale king, inciting a frenzy within him. Suddenly, he charged forth like a colossal luxury cruise ship, full steam ahead, directly towards Xiaobai and the golden-horned giant beast. The former, being agile, leaped into the air. Thus, only the deep-sea demon whale king and the golden-horned behemoth remained. Regardless of whether it is a case of using a knife to kill someone or not, and irrespective of the ultimate fate of the little white creature, witnessing the clash between the deep-sea demon whale king and this unwelcome guest is a means of avenging the fallen comrades of the great white shark. Humph. Seeing your earnest efforts, I shall make a lackadaisical attempt to be serious this once. With the utterance of this phrase, the golden-horned behemoth once again rapidly expanded. From 20 meters to 80 meters, then to 150 meters, and finally reaching 200 meters. By the time the deep-sea demon whale king charged towards him, the behemoth's size was nearly comparable to that of the colossal fish. A roar erupted, accompanied by a crimson beam of light, formed entirely of pure soul power, surging forth with boundless murderous intent towards the golden-horned behemoth. Bang! The formidable energy impact, accompanied by tumultuous waves, arrived in an instant. Although somewhat astonished by the opponent's ability to change size, the deep-sea demon whale king, having faced countless battles, was certainly adept at handling a variety of scenarios. Humph. Mere parlor tricks. Witness my lion's roar. Since comprehending the technique of generating sound waves through a roar, the golden-horned behemoth had aptly named this secret art lion's roar. Exuding an air reminiscent of a martial arts master, distinctly different from the red radiance emitted by the opponent. The lion's roar emitted waves of pure white light. In a flash, the two forces collided. Boom. Astonishingly, it resulted in a draw. Even though the golden-horned giant beast had surpassed the power of a 97th level title Douluo, the deep-sea demon whale king possessed even greater soul power, having ascended to the semi-divine stage. Moreover, not long ago, this creature had completed its transformation into a dragon, endowing it with formidable divine strength. To everyone's surprise, the full-force strike of the deep-sea demon whale king was countered by a nearly identical technique. How could this be? Although filled with astonishment, the deep-sea demon whale king was seasoned and wise. Failing on the first strike, it immediately launched a second attack. This time, it is not a magical assault, but a genuine physical attack. This maneuver could be aptly termed the dragon's tail flick. Suddenly, the colossal body of the abyssal whale king appeared, horizontally spanning the water's surface. With an immense turn, this creature executed the dragon's tail flick. Its gigantic tail, akin to a towering pillar, struck towards the formidable golden-horned beast before me. The force behind it was such that even a level 99 Poseidon might struggle to withstand it. It was truly a cataclysmic display of power. Huh, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I too have a new technique that I wish to experiment with upon you. The sky-rending claw. This is the most formidable move from the secret techniques of the golden-horned behemoth's legacy, known as the tear the heavens and split the earth. Suddenly, a pungent scent of blood envelopes the air. Gradually, this sanguine essence coalesces into a colossal energy claw, unmistakably resembling an enlarged version of the golden-horned behemoth's right foreclaw. The claw extends beyond 100 meters, radiating an unimaginable aura of terror as it surges forward, mimicking the powerful sweep of a divine dragon's tail. Crack, splatter, sizzle. What is happening? This encounter was not at all akin to previous ones, where both sides were evenly matched. Rather, it yielded a most conspicuous outcome. The tail of the deep-sea demon whale king was contorted as if it had suffered a fracture, bending into an astonishing arc. Chapter 8. Shredding the deep-sea demon whale king. the sea goddess' brutal interference. A thunderous roar erupted from the deep-sea demon whale king. Ah, my tail. Following this, the creature began to shriek as if it were a slaughtered pig. Its massive form thrashed upon the ocean's surface, staining the waters of vivid crimson. Clearly, the legacy's secret technique of the golden-horned beast, the heaven-shattering claw, had produced a remarkable effect. With just a single execution of this technique, it delivered a staggering surprise to the deep-sea demon whale king. At the sidelines, the observer, Xiaobai, found herself struggling to believe her own eyes. How could this be? This was the legendary sovereign of these waters, the deep-sea demon whale king. How could it be sent flying with a mere slap? As a bystander, Xiaobai failed to grasp the true potency of the golden horned beast's earlier strike. She had initially assumed that the golden horned beast would be defeated. But the outcome was entirely the opposite. Was it an illusion? Or perhaps the deep-sea demon whale king had been holding back? No, that was simply impossible. Even if the deep-sea demon whale king wished to temper its strength, it would not allow itself to be so grievously wounded. Though a severed tail was not fatal, it would severely hinder the deep-sea demon whale king's mobility. Witnessing the anguished writhing of such a colossal fish on the surface of the ocean should make one realize just how fierce that blow truly was. Is this what a Tier 9 planetary powerhouse looks like? Pathetic. The golden horned beast scoffed at the performance of the deep-sea demon whale king. Had it not been for an early hatching, its nascent strength could have reached stellar level, comparable to a level above 100 in this Douluo Continent. If the golden horned beast were to enter the Douluo Continent in such a state, it would be utterly invincible. Regardless of whether it faced Poseidon or the deep-sea demon whale king, a single slap would suffice to vanquish them all. However, such excessive domination seemed rather uninteresting. It might be more prudent to gradually level up and explore this new world. According to the timeline, it would be quite some time before the likes of Luo Feng from the devouring starry sky would break through to stellar level. As long as the golden horned beast diligently cultivates within this Douluo Continent and subsequently ventures to Blue Star, who could prevail in that confrontation? After thrashing about on the ocean's surface for a while, the deep-sea demon whale king finally regained its composure. It submerged its injured tail beneath the waves, revealing its menacing visage, glaring with its lone remaining eye at its adversary. However, in truth, it had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. The golden horned beast was far too formidable. The deep-sea demon whale king suspected that its opponent had yet to unleash its full strength. A vast chasm of power lay between them, a gulf not to be underestimated. What is this? I hear you are the sovereign of these waters. Are you prepared to be vanquished? As it spoke, the golden horned beast inched closer to its prey, its gaze and movements reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. The kitten does not immediately dispatch the mouse, but instead catches and releases it repeatedly until it grows bored and finally delivers the fatal blow. At this moment, the dynamic between these two oceanic titans mirrored that playful predator-prey relationship. Suddenly, without any warning, the deep-sea demon whale king, which had been glaring defiantly just moments before, chose to plunge into the depths of the ocean, fleeing toward the abyss. This individual is utterly paralyzed by fear, lacking the courage to confront the golden horned beast, desperately seeking a refuge to survive. However, the golden horned beast has already anticipated the other's intentions and swiftly descends accordingly, embodying the essence of a cosmic behemoth. This creature can even glide through the void of space, let alone navigate through water. Although its body is not streamlined, it possesses astonishing power, catching up to its prey in less than 2 seconds. Where do you wish to go? Ascend with me. It clutches the spine of the deep-sea demon whale king with its forepaws, disregarding the frantic thrashing of the massive fish. The golden-horned behemoth swiftly ascends, using its powerful claws to seize the colossal body of the deep-sea demon whale king and forcefully hurl it above the surface of the ocean, reaching a height exceeding 500 meters. Boom. The deep-sea demon whale king never anticipated being toyed with in such a manner. A profound sense of fear, coupled with helplessness, surged within. No, do not kill me. I can reveal the secrets of the divine realm. As it gazed at the golden-horned behemoth sharpening its claws on the ground, the deep-sea demon whale king emitted a heart-wrenching roar. However, what awaited it was the terrifying claws of the golden-horned beast. What a spectacle it was! A terrifying giant that had dominantly ruled the ocean for countless years, now shattering midair, releasing powerful soul energy in waves from its body. This energy coalesced into a million-year soul ring, resplendent in golden hues, shining like the rising sun against the gloomy sky. Also separated was a massive soul bone from the deep-sea demon whale king, approximately the size of a robust young man's overcoat. Incredible! The deep-sea demon whale king has fallen just like that? It is worth noting that this creature was an essential component of Tang San's upcoming 8th trial for the sea god, the million-year soul ring. Along with that formidable soul bone, were bequeathed by the sea god to his chosen successor. The very existence of Poseidon and the island of the sea god serves the purpose of safeguarding everything. Yet, what has transpired now? The tardy arrival of Poseidon bore witness to the catastrophic dismemberment of the deep-sea demon whale king. Simultaneously, she observed the earlier manifestation of the soul ring and soul bone. This is dire. The inheritance plan of the sea god has suffered grave disruption. At this moment, Poseidon was on the brink of madness. Thus, this woman unleashed her 9th soul skill once more. Given that Poseidon's ninth soul ring is red, exceeding 100,000 years, it bestows the host with two soul skills. The ninth soul skill, the summoning of the sea god. This is undoubtedly a forbidden technique of the utmost taboo. Were it not for dire necessity, Poseidon would never resort to such a measure. On one hand, invoking the sea god threatens to deplete nearly all of her soul power. On the other hand, the summoned deity can only wield a fraction of his true strength. However, at this juncture, Poseidon cannot afford to dwell on such concerns. If the sea god does not intervene now, what rightfully belongs to Tang San will be lost forever. This would irrevocably alter the fate of the sea god. Such an eventuality must be averted at all costs. My lord sea god, this is the utmost I can accomplish. Gazing at the golden apparition suspended in the air, Poseidon gestured toward the front. At that moment, the golden horned behemoth was poised to claim its spoils, the crimson gold soul ring and the enormous soul bone. Young one, you possess what is not rightfully yours. Return it at once. Although the sea god had never encountered the golden horned beast, he was acutely aware of the situation. With a mere wave of his hand, the crimson gold soul ring and colossal soul bone vanished before the beast's eyes, whisked away by the divine arcane powers. Chapter 9. Devouring the avatar of the sea god, unrivaled in might. Poseidon, my servant. Quickly, take them away from here. Shall I? You accompany her. The sea god displayed a remarkable lack of integrity. After handing over the recently acquired soul ring and soul bone to Poseidon, he swiftly commanded the abyssal great white shark to carry this woman away at the utmost speed. Meanwhile, the ethereal visage of the sea god stood majestically before the golden horned beast, seemingly striving to buy time for his followers to escape. However, such actions incited great displeasure within the golden horned beast. How dare they seize what rightfully belonged to him without prior consultation? Witnessing the sea god claim his spoils ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Yet, at that moment, he refrained from rash actions. For the sea god before him was no ordinary figure. Although merely a projection, it emanated an astonishing wave of energy. A stellar-level powerhouse, yet did he truly merit such a title? According to planetary energy analysis, the title Douluo of the Douluo Continent, ranked between levels 91 and 99, corresponded to the planetary powerhouses within the devouring starry sky. However, in light of the current circumstances, this comparison seems to warrant a question mark. For many title Douluo possess rather superficial strength. The deities in the Douluo Continent correspond to the stellar-level powerhouses in the swallowing starry sky. However, there is a distinction to be made. Each rank of title Douluo equates to a minor tier among the planetary-level powerhouses in the swallowing starry sky. Conversely, the entities in the divine realm only reach the stellar-level tier after every 10 ranks. The sea god before us belongs to the first rank of deities, corresponding to a third-tier stellar-level powerhouse in the swallowing starry sky. This has become an exceedingly terrifying situation. However, the opponent can muster no more than 20 units of energy at most, which is insufficient to breach the defenses of the golden horned behemoth. Nevertheless, shattering the projection of this sea goddess avatar is no trivial task. You are not a member of our divine realm. I have never laid eyes upon you. Nor do you hail from this continent. Who then are you? The sea god paid no heed to the roar of the golden horned behemoth. This individual, after all, is a deity. How could he possibly respond to your inquiries with ease? Arrogance and prejudice are the common afflictions of those who dwell upon lofty pedestals. Must I elucidate my origins to you? You are merely a few years my senior. Were the sea god himself standing before us, the golden horned beast might indeed hesitate in fear. The most prudent course of action would be to retreat from the limelight. However, this entity before us is not corporeal, but rather an ethereal energy form, possessing merely around 20 units of core energy. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the golden horned beast not only felt no inclination to flee, but was instead eager to consume this being's energy. In this manner, it is highly likely that the level of the golden horned behemoth will be significantly elevated. After all, such a stellar entity is not something one encounters every day. I advise you to return whence you came. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The sensation is quite akin to that evoked by the golden horned behemoth. The formidable figure before me, the sea god, is equally cautious and refrains from making hasty movements. For this terrifying creature instills within him a palpable sense of trepidation. A single misstep could lead to a calamitous fall from grace. Indeed, the sea god has observed the situation with utmost clarity from the sidelines. The monstrous creature tore apart the deep sea titan whale with its own hands. At this level, the current phantom of the sea god is incapable of achieving such a feat. Thus, the scene seemed to enter a state of stalemate. However, this equilibrium was swiftly disrupted. The avatar of the sea god before us is, in fact, still a fragment of Poseidon's ninth soul skill, representing a wondrous connection between heaven and earth. Yet, as Poseidon recedes, this avatar's phantom suddenly becomes somewhat unstable. The golden horned behemoth is an extraordinarily sensitive creature. A mere glance reveals the opponent's lack of confidence. There is no need for further words. Let the battle commence. When matters can be resolved through warfare, there is no room for hesitation. With a low roar that resonated through the cosmos, the body of the golden horned monster shrank dramatically, diminishing from over 20 meters to less than 5. This is another distinctive feature of the entity. Once the body diminishes in size, its combat prowess can increase exponentially, as if all its essence has been distilled into a concentrated form. What? By the time the sea god perceives the surge in his opponent's aura, it is already too late. Before him looms the golden-horned behemoth, hurtling towards the sea god like a dark cannonball, its golden horns glinting fiercely. In a moment of urgency, the sea god can only raise his golden trident to defend himself. However, the trident is not a solid object. It is also a construct formed from energy. After a brief moment of resistance, the formidable golden horned beast suddenly raises its head, opening its fearsome maw. Its sharp fangs, reflecting the light, emit a terrifying radiance, ready to devour with its potent innate secret technique. This time, the sea god was utterly unprepared. The trident, composed of energy, was fiercely seized by the colossal beast. With a swift motion, it unleashed an astonishing devouring force. The trident, forged from mental energy, was instantaneously severed into two segments. A substantial portion of the energy entity was consumed in a single gulp by the golden-horned giant. What a spectacle! This is the energy of the sea god, fundamentally distinct from the primal energy of your celestial behemoths. However, the golden-horned behemoth possesses an exceptional capacity for digestion, especially after employing its devouring skill. It instantaneously transforms that golden energy into a source of power it can harness. This is not all, simultaneously devouring the opponent's weapon, the golden-horned colossal beast. Emulating the deep-sea demon whale king from moments ago, swiftly lashed its tail. Its immense tail, bristling with terrifying bone spikes, whipped through the air like a steel whip, striking towards its adversary. Boom. This formidable force was utterly insurmountable for the sea god. He could only awkwardly shield his chest with the broken remnants of his trident, now severed into two pieces. Little did he realize, this played directly into the hands of the golden-horned behemoth. Bring it forth. In the blink of an eye, the sea god was stripped of all defensive and offensive capabilities. The trident, forged from pure energy, was reduced to mere morsels for the golden-horned creature. You mustn't be so excessive. Do you comprehend the consequences of opposing our divine lineage? Even so, the sea god maintained an air of superiority. This fellow actually believes he can compel the golden-horned beast to submit through his background. How ludicrous. Background? I could devour your entire planet. And you dare to speak to me of background? It sounds as if I have heard an utterly ridiculous joke. The body of the golden-horned beast swelled once more, as a substantial portion of the energy coalesced upon the trident of the sea god, gathering from the spectral figure before it. These energies have propelled the golden-horned behemoth's power to unprecedented heights. It has rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th tier of planetary prowess. Its form now expanded to a staggering height exceeding 500 meters. It is even twice the size of the immense apparition of the sea god before it. What shall come next? Naturally, it is to consume the remaining energies in their entirety. These are indeed the generous gifts from the Lord of the Sea. Once digested, the golden-horned beast is bound to ascend to a stellar level. Chapter 10. Promotion to stellar rank. Rampaging through Sea God Island. Isn't it merely a piece of cake? Why the fuss? Despite the sea god's avatar putting up a fierce resistance, this entity is, at best, merely an energy form. After successfully devouring, every pore of the golden-horned beast seems to emanate an astonishing spectrum of colors. The vibrant hues of light were swiftly absorbed once more by the golden-horned beast, only to be reborn in a luminous display of golden radiance once again. This process is repeated incessantly, yet the aura of this individual grows increasingly formidable. This is the process through which a planet transforms into a stellar entity. This process can be elucidated through the celestial body most familiar to us, the sun. At this moment, the golden-horned behemoth resembles the sun at its most vigorous phase, its surface perpetually emanating solar storms and flares that seem on the verge of explosion. Yet, in truth, it is merely a fusion of internal and external energies. While it ascends in power, it continuously purifies the inner workings of the golden-horned behemoth. It is well known that upon attaining planetary-level strength, one develops spherical energy clusters akin to celestial bodies within. The golden-horned behemoth possesses an exquisite mastery over this energy, far surpassing that of humanity. Upon breaking through to stellar-level prowess, it is capable of forming a miniature galaxy within itself, reminiscent of a solar system. Within this galaxy resides a blazing star, illuminating the surrounding planets, and the rotation and revolution of these celestial entities provide inexhaustible energy to the core. Should it ever reach the divine level of existence, the potential is boundless. The golden-horned behemoth not only has the ability to create a miniature world within itself, but can also devour all the celestial realms outside, assimilating them into its own cosmic universe. It is at that moment that true terror emerges. This is indeed the ultimate objective of every golden-horned behemoth. Undoubtedly, the golden-horned behemoth from the original Devouring the Starry Sky was rather unfortunate, as it was usurped by Luo Feng before even leaving the novice village. Ultimately, this led to the rise of the formidable Lord Luo. Therefore, Wang Xuan's current endeavor is to cultivate his strength within the realms, ensuring that Luo Feng does not gain the upper hand. By the time they finally meet, he aspires to shatter the future Lord Luo with a single blow. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, he must address the immediate challenges at hand. After vanquishing the sea god, the focus will shift to Sea God Island. The previous prey of the golden horned behemoth, which consists of the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, still lies there. It is imperative to reclaim them. Furthermore, a profound lesson must be imparted to the inhabitants of Sea God Island. Meanwhile, as the illusion of the sea god was dispelled, Poseidon became aware of it. This was summoned using her ninth soul skill and is intrinsically linked to her true form. At this moment, Poseidon's complexion turned pale. And had it not been for the support of the sea maiden Douluo beside her, she might have faltered. The woman nearly collapsed to the ground. Lord Poseidon, what is the matter? Do not concern yourself with me. I am fine. Quickly, contact Tang San and urge him to come to Sea God Island at once. At that moment, an ominous premonition crept into Poseidon's mind. She had not anticipated the formidable strength of that golden-horned behemoth. Even the projection of the sea god could not deter it. But, my lord, it is not yet time for Tang San's 8th trial. There is no time to lose. Go now, and since he spirit Douluo to assist. Was Poseidon truly mad? Dispatching both of her powerful titled Douluo subordinates merely to ensure Tang San reach Sea God Island promptly. The reasons behind this must remain concealed from the public, for revealing them would undoubtedly incite tremendous panic. Should the populace learn that the abyssal leviathan has been vanquished, and that even their revered sea god cannot safeguard the sacred island, their faith would surely crumble. Such a calamity must be averted at all costs. It is imperative that the soul ring and soul bone of the abyssal leviathan be entrusted to him before the arrival of the golden horned behemoth. As for the so-called trials and tribulations, they are but mere formalities, utterly inconsequential. If the abyssal leviathan were to seize all the treasures, the legacy of the sea god would be irrevocably lost. At this moment, the monstrous creature seems to still be in the midst of its evolution. This represents the final opportunity for the two titled Douluos to depart from the sacred island. However, the sea maiden Douluo distinctly senses an anomaly. Just as this indecisive woman contemplates uttering further words, she is abruptly grasped by the arm by the sea mirage Douluo. We must leave swiftly, our time is limited. At this juncture, Tang San, with the aid of his father Tang Hao, has successfully concluded the Battle of Jialing Pass. Although the exertion has been immense, the rewards are equally significant. The Spirit Empire now stands defenseless against the united forces of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Save for the yet-to-appear Angel Princess, who is the sole remaining obstacle. This period represents a splendid vacuum for Tang San. However, the young man could never have anticipated that just as he intended to pause and relish a rare moment of tranquility with Xiaowu, two formidable titled Douluo from Sea God Island would pay an unexpected visit. Without so much as a preamble, they demanded to escort the entire Shrek 7 monsters away. What is happening? What unforeseen circumstances have arisen? Tang San felt a sense of bewilderment, sensing that Sea God Island seemed to be entangled in trouble this time. Tang San, do not ponder too much. If you wish to inherit the power of the sea god, come with me at once. The sea maiden Douluo exhibited an unprecedented urgency and seriousness in her expression. This is no jest. Among all the sea Douluo, the bond shared with this sister is the strongest. Consequently, the gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone swiftly. I can only inform you that the Sea God Island has been besieged, and Tang San's legacy hangs by a thread. Hurry. In truth, regardless of how rapidly this group returns to Sea God Island, the tide of defeat cannot be reversed. Within less than half a day following the departure of these two titled Douluo, the golden horned beast swiftly completed its ascension. Now, even without transforming, its length exceeds 500 meters. And both its flying and swimming speeds have reached multiples of the speed of sound. The energy barriers surrounding Sea God Island appear utterly inadequate in its eyes, a mere trifle. Of course, there are still those undeterred by the prospect of death who attempt to intervene, such as the leader of the soul-hunting great white shark, Little White. You monstrous being, retreat. Facing this colossal creature, which was once comparable in size to herself, Little White's heart swelled with dread. In the realm of soul beasts, size signifies strength. Yet, as the guardian of Sea God Island, she cannot withdraw. Get out of the way. The golden-horned beast disregarded her, merely unleashing a thunderous roar towards the remaining sharks. The formidable sound wave manifested as a white shockwave, instantly generating dozens of colossal tornadoes upon the shallow waters. Although Little White is a soul beast of 100,000 years of age, she proves utterly defenseless in this moment. Swiftly tossed into the air alongside the remaining great white sharks before crashing down violently in all directions. When the dizziness subsides and Little White regains consciousness, she beholds the entire Sea God Island engulfed in chaos as the gigantic beast rampages uncontested as if in an uninhabited realm. Chapter 11. Most titled Douluo do not merit the title of planetary level. Come forth, little biscuit. This is undoubtedly a scene that evokes profound despair. There were originally tens of thousands of soul masters on the Sea God Island, united in their determination to coexist with the island. However, as they grasped their weapons and donned their most formidable armor, they beheld the astonishing spectacle of the golden-horned giant beast standing by the shore, suddenly executing an unfathomable maneuver. The colossal beast of the starry sky opened its gaping maw and unleashed its primordial secret technique, consuming everything in its path. Astonishingly, all the weapons and armor held by the onlookers began to levitate into the air. In an unbelievable display of speed, they surged toward the gaping mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. What is the matter? Can this creature truly devour metal? What extraordinary ability does it possess? The gaping maw of the golden-horned behemoth resembles an endless abyss. It first consumed all the weapons and equipment of those present, followed by the metallic elements embedded within the buildings of the square. Ultimately, even the pots and pans from the homes of ordinary residents were not spared. Anything remotely related to metal was entirely engulfed by this terrifying behemoth. The most lamentable victim was Poseidon. Even the staff she had wielded for decades could not be preserved. The scene before us is undeniably devastating. The golden-horned behemoth is not only immensely powerful, but also possesses an astonishing capacity for devouring. Confronted with such a terrifying adversary, one could easily lose all confidence. How can one possibly resist? Weapons and armor have been consumed, and even pots and pans have been devoured. Are you suggesting that these unarmed individuals confront this monster with their bare hands? Furthermore, even the sea dragon Douluo was effortlessly sent flying with a mere slap. Who else could withstand this fearsome creature? Is today truly the day of the demise of Sea God Island? If one were to encapsulate Poseidon's current emotions in a song, it would undoubtedly be conquered by Sister Na. Thus, I am conquered by you, drinking down the poison you have hidden away. My heart is. This adversary is truly insurmountable for humanity. Unless the sea god himself descends in corporeal form, who could possibly contend with it? The despair evident in the eyes of those on Sea God Island is utterly disregarded by the golden-horned beast. After absorbing such a considerable amount of metal, it felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Its scales became more refined, and the gaps between them glimmered with a metallic sheen. One could assert that these once vulnerable areas have now become remarkably fortified, in comparison to the previously devoured soul rings. The golden-horned beast has a predilection for metals of higher purity. Moreover, the current era of Douluo Continent is one dominated by cold weaponry. The metal reserves on Sea God Island are insufficient to satisfy its appetite. Hence, it is imperative to obliterate this place swiftly and plunder Douluo Continent for greater riches. After all, the three great empires are engulfed in the flames of war, where an abundance of metallic artifacts awaits. Such a bounty would be a veritable feast for the golden-horned beast. However, matters are not so straightforward, as this creature wreaks havoc. The remaining titled Douluos of Sea God Island could no longer contain themselves. The Seahorse Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, and Sea Ghost Douluo stepped forward, each accompanied by their kin, prepared to defend the dignity of Sea God Island with their flesh and blood. Wait, do not throw your lives away in vain. The sea dragon Douluo, now a mere shadow of his former self, desperately tried to intervene, having been drained of all his soul power, with his soul rings consumed as mere snacks. Thus, the once greatest warrior of Sea God Island met his end. Brother Sea Dragon, do not impede us. We are prepared to share the fate of Sea God Island. The Seahorse Douluo pushed aside his elder brother and charged forward first. At that moment, the golden-horned beast, wandering about, sensed these four fearless individuals. Yet, it merely shook its head in a mocking manner. Perhaps I was mistaken. These titled Douluos on your planet are hardly worthy of being called planetary-level powerhouses. According to the legacy of the golden-horned beast, every planet endowed with extreme civilization inevitably gives rise to a select few exceptional figures, much like the emergence of Hong and Thunder God in the world of devouring stars. Members of the HR Alliance. These individuals represent the pinnacle of their respective planets, having ascended to planetary status. Logically, the most formidable figures in the realm of Douluo Continent are these titled Douluo powerhouses. However, apart from the recently mentioned 95th level Sea Dragon Douluo, who barely qualifies as a pseudo-planetary level, the rest are truly lacking, particularly the Seahorse Douluo, who is notably weak. Previously, the golden-horned giant beast misjudged the situation upon encountering these titled Douluo, as its own level was not particularly high. Yet, it now appears that, aside from a select few elites such as Tang San, Qianren Xue, and Golden Crocodile Douluo, the vast majority of titled Douluo are rather mediocre, equating to merely the initial stages of a human battle deity. It seems that the golden-horned giant beast had overestimated them. Thus, it paid no heed to the few individuals who rushed in, fervent and indignant. Even when it was merely a planetary-level monster, it could effortlessly eliminate the sea dragon Douluo. Now that it has reached stellar level, a mere roar suffices. This is but a simple sound wave. However, the effects of sound emitted by stellar-level monsters differ greatly from those of planetary-level ones. The violent sound wave formed a distinct rotational shockwave in the air, and combined with the imposing stature of the golden-horned giant beast, it instantly enveloped the four individuals. Ah, why can't I move my body? Me too, how infuriating. We are far too outmatched. It was only at this moment that these four sea Douluo, clad in thin coats, realized the vast chasm between themselves and their opponent. Initially, they had metallic armor that could provide some defense, but following the golden-horned giant beast's recent plundering, there was nothing left on Sea God Island, not even a single screw. They had been completely devoured. Are you lot offering me a snack? Your soul rings have a modicum of flavor. Observing the four sprawled on the ground, the golden-horned giant beast had lost all interest in exterminating them. It was not out of a sense of mercy, but rather a complete lack of interest. Would a lion take the trouble to crush a few ants? Nonetheless, these individuals boasted soul rings of 50,000 years in age. This flavor, to the golden horn behemoth, resembled that of dark chocolate, undeniably superior to the tastelessness of mere metal. This may very well be the soul matter that piques the interest of the golden horned beast in the Douluo Continent. Devouring. Oh no, how could the soul power flow out? My heavens, this creature is consuming our spirit rings. We must flee. How infuriating. The soul power was instantly drained, leaving no opportunity for self-detonation. Perhaps only half a minute had passed. Beside the claws of the golden horned beast, for defenseless mortals now stood. As for their subordinates, they had long since vanished from sight. The remaining ones were kneeling on the ground, incessantly bowing and pleading for mercy. Is this truly the might of Sea God Island? Utterly speechless. Chapter 12. The Shrek 7 monsters come to the rescue. Encountering by Xiao just as the golden horned beast was feeling utterly bored. Contemplating a nap atop Sea God Island, it failed to perceive that, at this very moment, a small boat was hastening towards it from the opposite side of the sea. Aboard this vessel stood a select group of the finest young individuals on the Douluo Continent. The legendary Shrek 7 monsters had arrived. Guided by the sea spirit Douluo and the sea maiden Douluo, these two individuals were fortunate. Had they remained, they would have undoubtedly become mere mortals by now. Esteemed sirs, what calamity has befallen Sea God Island? Surely, it is time to unveil the truth. As the captain of Shrek Academy, Daimubai has long harbored this question. When the two Sea Douluo previously visited, they refrained from divulging the particulars, merely hinting that Sea God Island now faces a monumental challenge. This predicament directly impacts the assessments of their successors, particularly Tang San and Xiao Wu. It is conceivable that they may struggle to complete even the 8th test. Thus, despite the prevailing tension with the Spirit Empire, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters convened and hastened their journey to Sea God Island with utmost urgency. Once aboard the vessel, the Sea Illusion Douluo let out a deep sigh, while the Sea Maiden Douluo burst into tears beside him. This has left Tang San and his companions utterly bewildered. Do not weep. Please tell me what has transpired. As a member of the Spirit Beast clan, Xiao possesses a more acute sense of perception. She approached the Sea Spirit Douluo, grasping her hands with delicate tenderness, soothing her with the most gentle of voices. It was only at this moment that the Sea Spirit Douluo leaned against Xiao Wu, her face a portrait of distress. When we departed, the Sea God Island had already been attacked, and we remain oblivious to the current situation. It appears that these two individuals managed to escape during the previous upgrade of the Golden Horned Giant Beast. Now, 1 or 2 days have passed, and it is quite possible that the Sea God Island has already suffered grave consequences. When they left, the expression on Poseidon's face was exceedingly grim. Surely, these two must have inferred the outcome. Some matters are truly beyond the realm of human intervention. The notion that man can triumph over heaven is but a fallacy. This is a calamity, an unforeseen disaster. The creature with a golden horn atop its head is undoubtedly not native to their Douluo continent. For these ordinary individuals, it is akin to a dimensional assault. After sporadically recounting what they knew, the small vessel was enveloped in an eerie silence. It was utterly terrifying. Even the formidable deep-sea demon whale king was effortlessly crushed by that being, and even the invincible Poseidon found himself at a loss. Such an occurrence is utterly unprecedented. Even Tang San involuntarily summoned the trident of the sea god, his gaze fixed warily upon the surface of the sea, fearful that a terrifying monster might suddenly emerge from the waters before him. How could this be? Should we not return? I'm frightened. Ning Rongrong completely lost the courage she had possessed during the confrontation with the Spirit Empire. This pampered young princess articulated the genuine sentiments that resided deep within everyone's hearts at this moment. Rongrong, do not fear, for I am here. Oscar, at this juncture, has the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his masculine valor. However, Ning Rongrong could distinctly perceive her fiancé's hand trembling with nervousness. Such a shocking event evokes concern in the hearts of all. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu clings tightly to Zhu Zhuqing, offering each other solace and encouragement. It is said that the monstrous creature possesses no semblance of human emotion. In its eyes, there exists only the desire for slaughter, rendering any notion of compassion utterly impossible. This is truly terrifying. Xiao Ao is right. We are the last hope of Sea God Island, and we must not falter at this critical moment. As he spoke, a wave of golden radiance emanated from Tang San's body. This is the light of the sea god, which serves to calm the hearts of men. However, soon a ripple appeared to the due north of the small vessel, revealing a white dorsal fin breaking the surface of the water. It approached swiftly, writhing with a motion reminiscent of a shark. It was the soul of the great white shark. Yet, it was not the familiar Xiao Bai, but rather a remarkably beautiful soul of the great white shark. That was Xiao Bai's daughter, Bai Xiao. The sea maiden Douluo immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. She then conjured a bubble of water, which enveloped the magnificent soul of the great white shark. This represents a form of communication possessed by the sea maiden Douluo, enabling seamless interaction between humans and sea spirit beasts. Bai Xiao, what brings you here? How fares the Sea God Island? It is truly surprising that the formidable soul demon great white shark bears such a melodious name, as introduced by the nearby sea mirage Douluo. It is astonishing to learn that the enchanting beauty, Xiao Bai, has already become a mother. Esteemed adults, please hasten to rescue the sea god island. The voice of a delightful young girl contrasts starkly with the fierce appearance of the soul demon great white shark. The young girl has yet to acquire sufficient strength to transform. However, once she reaches the level of 100,000 years, she is likely to evolve into a charming little girl akin to Xiaowu. What has transpired? Where is your mother, little white? Alas, my mother is missing. And the uncles of the magic soul great white shark appear deeply saddened by Xiaoxiu's tears. Moreover, they swim about, desperately thrashing their tails. This is indeed a manifestation of the emotional turmoil experienced by the great white shark. How terrifying. Has the sea god island transformed into a battlefield of slaughter? Fortunately, Xiaoxiu was well concealed under the protection of her kin. Otherwise, witnessing the scene of her mother, Xiaobai, being hurled away by the golden horn beast might have left her with lasting psychological scars. How could that creature show no compassion whatsoever? Such brutality. My friends, we must brace ourselves. A fierce battle lies ahead. Upon hearing Xiaoxiu's testimony, a flicker of gravity appeared in Tang San's eyes. His previously resolute heart began to waver. The distant silhouette of a black island loomed ominously, resembling a colossal ocean beast, opening its gaping maw toward them. The monsters on that island are likely far more terrifying than the golden crocodile Douluo and the offerings of the Spirit Empire combined. Realizing this, Tang San tightened his grip on the sea god trident. Third brother, Xiaowu will be by your side. Sensing her beloved's tension, Xiaowu gently entwined her arm with his, resting her head against his chest. Such tenderness is truly heartwarming. Yet, is it not a bit excessive to flaunt such affection in public? Even the distant golden horn beast might be tempted to intervene. Indeed, Tang San and his companions could only discern a vague outline of the island. However, the golden horn beast had already spotted their small boat and scrutinized each of their expressions. Ah, the chosen ones of Douluo Continent have arrived. Let us hope you are not as weak as you appear. The golden horned beast stretched lazily, rising slowly. While kneeling before it were Poseidon and the countless citizens of Sea God Island. Poseidon did not betray the sea god, rather. This woman sought to exchange her life for the safety of others. Great golden horn beast, please spare these children. I am willing to. Chapter 13. Tension emerges. The brave warrior charging for love. Poseidon, I have no interest in you, old woman. Surrender the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. The only thing capable of piquing the golden horned beast's interest now is the treasure of the million-year soul beast. Yet Poseidon, employing some secret technique, had concealed all traces, leaving the golden horn beast in a furious state, almost ready to strike her down. However, reason prevailed. If he did so, he might never find the treasure. Thus, the citizens of Sea God Island could continue to linger on. Yet, with the approach of the Shrek 7 monsters, a new battle seems inevitable. Esteemed lord, if you are willing to let them go, I can offer the deep-sea demon whale kings. Poseidon continued to stall for time. The woman's duty is to safeguard all that pertains to the sea god. The soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king represent the most pivotal aspect of the sea god's ninth trial, serving as the crux of Tang San's potential ascendance to godhood. However, Poseidon cannot simply disregard the lives of the hundreds of thousands of inhabitants on the island. Thus, this cunning woman seeks to employ such tactics to buy time. Yet, does Poseidon truly believe that the golden horned giant beast is oblivious to all that transpires? One must not underestimate the intellect of a time traveler. Dear children, are you prepared? This concludes the dialogue with Poseidon. What follows is the segment that will pique the interest of the golden horned giant beast. After all, the Shrek 7 monsters are the soul of the entire Douluo Continent, with Tang San being the central figure throughout the Douluo 5 series. Please do not let me down. At present, Tang San may not yet perceive the distant golden horned giant beast, but the beast has already commenced a meticulous analysis of Tang San's power. In comparison to the previous insignificant foes, Tang San truly qualifies as a planetary-level being. It is noteworthy that even the 95th level sea dragon Douluo could not contend with Tang San at the soul Douluo level. Soul power alone does not genuinely define whether one is a formidable being. It is the comprehensive strength that determines if one has ascended to the planetary tier. Clearly, among all aboard the vessel, only Tang San can rightfully claim the title of an authentic planetary entity. Moreover, when paired with Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, his combat prowess could witness a substantial enhancement. How intriguing! Just as the golden horned giant beast approaches the shore to engage in battle, a colossal beam of light suddenly erupts from behind him. Is it Poseidon? Is this woman about to stir up trouble again? Is she intending to warn Tang San? No. The aura emanating is blood red, and there lurks an ominous intent for slaughter. In stark contrast, Poseidon's soul power radiates a deep oceanic blue, suggesting an even mightier presence. Tang Chen, what brings you here? This exclamation from Poseidon directly alerted the golden horned giant beast. Tang Chen, the king of slaughter? The failed candidate of the Azure Goddess trial? Goodness. Although this elder appears infrequently in the anime as a devoted Douluo fan, Wang Xuan instantly recognized this legendary first-generation Haoyan Douluo. It is said that Tang Chen harbored secret affections for Poseidon for a long time. And in the final moments of his life, this man appeared, arriving even before Tang San. Poseidon, I have come to fulfill the promise I made all those years ago. Splendid. What a profoundly emotional dialogue. Are these valiant warriors charging forth for love? Yet, have these two chosen an inappropriate moment to reminisce? Tangshan, the venerable ancestor of the Haotian sect? How fortuitous, your great-grandson is on his way. Upon hearing this overly sentimental exchange behind him, the golden horned beast turned its head, attempting to muster a semblance of a smile with what it deemed a reasonably pleasant expression. However, to the observer, it appeared as a grotesque grimace. What spirit beast are you? I, Tang Xuan, have traversed every corner of the Douluo Continent and have never encountered such a creature. Noticing the ill intentions emanating from the other, he also beheld Poseidon, clad in but scant garments. Instantly, Tang Chen's face was awash with vigilance as he witnessed the old man unleash his most formidable domain of slaughter, brandishing an immense Haotian hammer in his grasp. This is clearly a call for a hero to rescue the damsel in distress. However, upon witnessing this scene, Poseidon was taken aback, swiftly embracing the waist of his beloved. Chun, do not act rashly. This creature can devour all metals. Previously, Poseidon's scepter and the jewelry adorning him had been consumed by this terrifying beast. The entire domain of the sea god was devoid of any metallic artifacts. Thus, upon seeing this, Poseidon hastily warned his beloved. Although the power of the Haotian hammer is unparalleled, in the presence of the golden horned beast, it would likely be no more formidable than a mere sugarcane. What? This creature? Upon hearing Poseidon's counsel, Tangshan was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he found it peculiar upon arriving at Sea God Island. Why were the weapons in the hands of these individuals all crafted from wood? It turned out that all the metal had been devoured by this colossal monster. What kind of species could it be? Could it truly not be a creature native to the Douluo Continent? I just consumed numerous weapon spirits, all of which were worthless. I wonder how your Haotian hammer tastes? The golden horned beast did not disguise its avarice in the slightest. Gazing at the Haotian hammer in Tang Chen's grasp, it could not help but extend its tongue and lick its lips. Must it be so direct? Such behavior could frighten someone. Poseidon, I have already missed the beautiful moments spent with you. Today, I shall protect you at all costs. As he spoke, the 9 soul rings upon Tang Chen illuminated one by one, with the outermost ring astonishingly being a 100,000-year soul ring. This fellow is undeniably obstinate. Knowing that danger lurks ahead, he still chooses to venture forth. How audacious. I shall grant you an opportunity to strike at me. Let us see what makes your Haotian hammer so exceptional. Despite the terrifying visage of the golden horned giant beast, it still possesses a human soul. Moreover, it has just indulged in a hearty meal. It is indeed a rare encounter with the most iconic Haotian hammer in the Douluo Continent. This time, one must not hastily consume the content without a thorough examination, for that would be a disservice to the audience. Furthermore, Tang Xuan and Poseidon are also portrayed as tragic figures in the original work. This old man, in truth, has only a few days left to live. At this moment, it seems rather inappropriate to interfere with the lovebirds. Haha, you shall come to regret this. Yet, in acknowledgement of your respect, I shall employ the mightiest soul skill of the Haotian. As he spoke, the outermost red soul ring of the old man began to tremble violently. Witnessing this scene, the golden horned giant beast suddenly recalled the explosive ring technique he had seen in an anime during his younger days. Are you intending to use the great samurai hammer? Do take care not to damage that 100,000-year soul ring. I still wish to partake in it. You. How do you possess knowledge of the profound secrets of our Haotian sect? Who exactly are you? Although taken aback by the golden horned giant beast's words, Tangshan knew there was no turning back now. The super soul skill had already commenced its activation. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no retrieving it. Chapter 14. The flavor of the Haotian hammer. Truly delightful. Aha, come forth. Let me witness your prowess. Gazing at the exploded 100,000-year soul ring before him, the golden horned giant beast felt a pang of regret. Luckily, the so-called explosive ring does not render the soul ring entirely void. It can be restored after a while. However, he would have the opportunity to personally experience the legendary Great Samurai Hammer. It is indeed a remarkable honor. In comparison to the animated version of Tang San's hammer, what lies before us is the most authentic representation. With a resounding crackle, at the very moment the spirit ring bursts forth, Tang Chen's soul power experiences a tremendous amplification. Behind his form, a colossal red giant seemingly materializes, constructed entirely of soul power. The giant raises a massive hammer high above its head, wielding the force of thunderous might, and brings it down upon the imposing golden horned beast before him. In terms of stature, the giant reaches an impressive height of nearly 500 meters, and the length of the Haotian hammer surpasses even that of the giant. Together, they approach a staggering combined length of nearly 1 kilometer. As the hammer ascends above his head, an overwhelming and tempestuous aura envelopes the entire arena. This combat prowess is impressive. This truly exemplifies planetary-level combat prowess. Those previous individuals were utterly lacking. It seems that the ancestor of the Haotian sect could single-handedly contend against the entire Sea God Island. As the golden horn beast continues to grow, its perspective is ever-evolving. Gradually, it realizes that its prior assessments may have been misguided. Although they are all titled Douluo powerhouses, their strengths are markedly inconsistent. For instance, when Tang San was merely a soul Douluo, he was able to engage in combat with a level 95 sea dragon. Despite the opponent showing restraint, The disparity in their capabilities was unmistakable. Furthermore, that young Wudi, who was merely a sole Douluo, managed to inflict severe injuries upon the titled Douluo Serpent Spear of the Spirit Empire. There exists considerable uncertainty in this matter. Thus, it cannot be simply assessed through a mere hierarchy to determine whether these individuals are comparable to those from the devouring cosmos. Overall, the so-called strong figures in the Douluo continent are rather mediocre. However, among them, there are indeed exceptional individuals. Take, for instance, Tang Xuan, who is currently wielding the Great Samurai Hammer. Can one assert that his power does not reach the planetary level? Nevertheless, in the face of such an adversary, the golden horned beast does not regard him with much seriousness. As the colossal hammer descends, the creature merely lifts its left paw in a symbolic gesture. Clang. That sound seems to be produced only when two metals collide. Faintly, sparks of electricity flicker at the point of contact. How formidable! This was Tang Xuan's initial thought. And it was quite intuitive. Originally, even a divine strike might have struggled to withstand the force of his blow. It could be deemed a remarkable feat of skill. However, when confronted by the golden horned behemoth, not a single scale was compromised. It effortlessly absorbed the impact. Moreover, the behemoth, with its claws raised, cheerfully remarked, "Well done. Your recent strike nearly rivaled the full might of a sixth-tier planetary powerhouse." What did you say? What is a planet? For Tang Xuan, a native of the Douluo Continent, the concept of devouring the starry sky was utterly foreign. This individual has never ventured beyond the confines of his own planet. Without comparison, there is no sense of loss. Had he faced such an opponent at the moment of his birth, it might have posed a challenge. It certainly would not be as effortless as it is now. Nevertheless, this creature has previously consumed the primordial power from the sea god, propelling himself directly to the stellar level. This does not imply that the sea god has ascended to the ranks of supreme celestial beings. It merely suggests that the energy within him corresponds to that caliber. Upon closer examination, it appears that the divine realm of Douluo Continent is rife with exaggeration. Even with such formidable energy, many of the so-called deities remain oblivious to how to wield it effectively. Take the sea god, for example. This individual possesses the ability to harness the vast forces of the ocean. When combined with atmospheric pressure, this power could potentially obliterate the entirety of the Douluo Continent in an instant. However, the sea god does not command such capabilities, which is indeed a lamentable waste of his formidable foundation. From the perspective of the golden horned giant beast, even the current Tang Xuan has room for growth in his strength. Yet, this old man has run out of opportunities. On one hand, his trials of the Azura god have already failed, and he is nearing his limits. On the other hand, fate has conspired against him, for he has encountered the golden horned giant beast, which has set its sights on his Haotian hammer. The flavor of mackerel is something both cats and you wish to comprehend. While the golden horned giant beast is resolute in its intention to savor the essence of the Haotian hammer, as the formidable power of the great samurai hammer dissipates completely, Tang Xuan's once piercing gaze begins to wane. Yet, even more terrifying developments loom ahead. The old man was astonished to discover that his Haotian hammer could not be retrieved. Before him, the golden horned behemoth extended its claws and firmly grasped the handle of the Haotian hammer. Even more astonishing was the fact that Tang Xuan, the wielder of the Haotian hammer's martial soul, found himself utterly unable to sense his own martial soul. The claws of this colossal beast resembled energy insulators, severing the connection between the Haotian hammer and its master effortlessly. With remarkable ease, it lifted the hammer before itself. What do you intend to do? Sensing the impending peril, Tang Xuan rushed forward, rolling and scrambling, and without a second thought, clung to the giant's thigh. He was acutely aware of what was about to unfold, yet felt powerless to intervene. How could this be? However, the golden horned giant remained utterly indifferent to his plight. The individual did not simply kick the unfortunate old man aside. Instead, in front of him, he delicately brought the Haotian hammer, in its energy form, to his lips. Gradually, he opened his mouth, which was lined with steel teeth. With a crunch, it was utterly terrifying. That seemingly indestructible Haotian hammer appeared as fragile as a biscuit before the golden horned behemoth. Soft and crisp, in an instant, it was devoured by this colossal creature. Even more astonishingly, the golden horned behemoth closed its eyes before the aghast Lao Tang, emitting sounds as if it were chewing metal. How delectable! Could it truly be so delicious? Such indulgence. One might implore you to consider the feelings of the Haotian Douluo. To consume one's martial soul before the first generation of Haotian Douluo is beyond cruel. Lao Tang felt as if the world was collapsing around him. A mouthful of old blood spewed forth as he staggered backward, crashing to the ground. No. Witnessing his beloved suffer such a devastating blow, Poseidon was taken aback. Seeing this woman crawl over with all her might, her hair in disarray, her once beautiful visage had aged considerably in an instant. At that moment, Poseidon disregarded everything and rushed to snatch Tang Xuan from beneath the golden horned behemoth's feet. She propped his head on her knees, desperately channeling her soul power into him, hoping to sustain his life. The Haotian hammer was his life's martial soul. If it were to be swallowed by the golden horned behemoth, then Tang Xuan, how about we strike a bargain? Return half of the Haotian hammer to you, and in exchange, you shall relinquish the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Observing Poseidon's anguish, The golden horn behemoth slowly extended the remaining handle of the Haotian hammer towards her. Chapter 15. The stormy pear blossom needle strikes. Tang San emerges. Seeing the grotesque visage of the golden horn behemoth, Poseidon was rendered speechless with rage. On one side lay the life of her beloved, and on the other, the mission of the sea god. How should this woman choose? It is truly a heart-wrenching dilemma. Mr. Golden Horn Beast, please do not be so unreasonable. I have already stated my conditions. At this moment, Posey's eyes were brimming with tears. It was unexpected that a woman of her age could weep with such delicate, pear blossom-like sorrow. If there were no human soul within this golden horn beast's body, he might have slapped her immediately. Yet, witnessing this pair of star-crossed lovers in such distress, his heart unexpectedly softened. Clang. Whether it was a slip of the hand or some other cause, the last fragment of the Haotian hammer had fell once more beside Tang Chen. In an instant, the hammer forged from pure energy gradually dissolved into ethereal soul force, penetrating its owner's body. At the very next moment, old Tang slowly opened his eyes, though he appeared to have aged decades in an instant. Originally, as a level 99 titled Douluo, he maintained the vigor of middle age. But now Tang Chen resembled a deflated balloon, utterly drained of strength. The old man weakly extended a hand, seemingly to wipe away Posey's tears, yet it drooped halfway. Powerless. Having suffered such a grievous blow, it seemed old Tang's days were numbered. This once formidable hero of Douluo Continent had met a tragically pitiful fate. Posey. I love you. Don't speak. I know it all. You fool, why didn't you come sooner? This should be a love story between a straight man and a straight woman. Both individuals harbor deep affections for one another. Yet, they stubbornly refrain from expressing their feelings openly. It is only after decades, amidst the sorrows of separation, that they finally reveal their hearts. Truly foolish. Observing these two unfortunate souls, even the golden horn beast feels a profound sense of exasperation. How tedious. With a sister available, it is no wonder you remain single. Just as this golden horn beast intends to offer some guidance to the pair, a sudden sound of slicing air emerges from behind. Release my great-grandfather, you despicable monster. Witness my stormy pear blossom needle. Good heavens, how could I have forgotten about Tang San? This young man is truly formidable. Unleashing a powerful move at the very outset, the violent rain pear blossom needles. The golden horn behemoth slightly turned its head and beheld a vast multitude of shimmering points of light emerging behind it. More than half of these were hurtling straight toward its eyes. Tang San is indeed a master of hidden weapons from the Tang sect. First, he captured the beast's attention with sound, perhaps realizing he could not penetrate the creature's defenses through brute force. Then, he ingeniously targeted its vulnerabilities, the eyes, the nose. What a clever little strategist. Yet, could such an assault truly harm the golden horn behemoth? Surely, that underestimates him. The devouring force, a tremendously potent suction, emanated from the beast's maw. Instantly, the air within a radius of 2,000 square meters solidified. The hidden weapons, flying in all directions, seemed drawn by an inexplicable gravitational pull, aligning in a long procession and consecutively entering the creature's mouth. They were swiftly consumed by its formidable palate. What a jest. As long as it is metal, the golden horn behemoth can devour it with eyes closed. Naturally, the same caution was advised to Tang San, who lurked in the shadows. The blue-haired young man immediately attempted to shift his position, yet he could not evade the encirclement of the golden horn beast. His body, suspended midair, instantly betrayed his location. However, just as the golden horn beast prepared to launch an assault on Tang San, a nimble figure flashed past. In the blink of an eye, this figure whisked Tang San away, vanishing before the beast's eyes. Third brother, be cautious. The third soul technique of the soft-boned rabbit, instantaneous displacement. Shawu. Unexpectedly, the little rabbit displayed remarkable agility. The golden horn beast only glimpsed a wholly pink silhouette exuding a fresh scent of grass, flickering before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, both of them managed to escape simultaneously. Impressive. Before the golden horn beast could even react, a humorous voice echoed from above. Phoenix laughs at the frog. What? Boom, boom, boom. To his astonishment, it was Oscar and Ma Hongjun. The two individuals employed reflections to conjure two immense phoenixes, obscuring the sight of the golden horn behemoth with a blaze of flames that filled the sky. This is not an attempt to vanquish the golden horn beast, rather, it is merely a ruse. While the golden horn beast shielded itself from the flames with its claws, it remained oblivious to the swift figure that had appeared beside it. That figure was Zhu Zhiqing. The young girl swiftly approached Poseidon and Tang Chen. Esteemed elders, this is not a place for conversation. Please follow me. Such a clever coordination. Truly, they are the illustrious Shrek 7 devils. Yet, if it were not for the golden horn beast's lack of substantial interest in this elderly couple, could one truly believe they could escape? The appearance of you Shrek 7 devils is quite impressive. As a traveler from another realm, one must certainly exhibit qualities befitting such an identity. Although these youngsters may have gained the upper hand, the subsequent words of the golden horned beast left them utterly astonished. Might I inquire, who exactly are you? How is it that you are so well informed about our situation? Daimo Bai stepped forward, maintaining his composure as the captain of Shrek. In response, all members of the Shrek 7 devils swiftly gathered behind him, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 kilometer from the imposing golden horn beast. However, it seemed that this colossal creature had no intention of launching an attack. What is the meaning of this? My purpose? Naturally, it is to consume your planet. You shall serve as my minions. Upon hearing such a foolish question, the golden horn behemoth paused momentarily. Indeed, in the brief span of mere days since its birth, it had not pondered this query. It had merely followed its instincts in battle. However, for the golden horn behemoth, it could not linger long in the Douluo Continent. The ultimate goal remained the vast cosmos, along with that lord of Luo Feng on Blue Star. He was its destined adversary, one not to be taken lightly. The current efforts and cultivation were aimed at gaining the upper hand when confronting Luo Feng. I regret to inform you that we shall not become your servants. You have ravaged Sea God Island to such an extent that I, Tang San, will be the first to seek retribution. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, it was finally Tang San's turn. This fellow is indeed the protagonist of the Douluo Continent, as the one destined to inherit the Sea God's legacy. Witnessing his future sanctuary being destroyed by this monstrous being before him filled Tang San's eyes with fury. Furthermore, the sight of his ancestors' despair intensified his thirst for vengeance. Chapter 16. Xiao Wu. Do you wish to become a spicy rabbit head? Tang San, you are rather arrogant. Observing Tang San stepping forward to confront him, the golden horn behemoth slowly turned, seemingly clumsy in demeanor. Yet, this aligned with the common perception of colossal creatures in the Douluo Continent. A massive vessel is difficult to maneuver. The golden horn behemoth aimed to create a visual illusion for its opponent. For once it set in motion, it would be supersonic. It was not out of fear of these small beings, but rather a concern regarding the sea god trident in Tang San's grasp. Before his arrival, Wang Xuan had been dedicated to watching the Douluo Continent anime every Saturday for 5 consecutive years, and the sea god trident had left a profound impression on him. This contraption is truly invincible, if it were to unleash its astonishing power in the hands of Tang San. Even the colossal beast of the cosmos might be compelled to shy away from its brilliance. Tang San, come here. I have something to share with you. Just as Tang San was eager to demonstrate his prowess, Poseidon suddenly conveyed a message to him. However, it was overheard by the golden horned giant beast. In the presence of stellar-level powers, it would be wise to refrain from such trivial antics. Alas, how could I have overlooked this detail? The old woman must be intent on conveying information regarding the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea magic whale king. Indeed, it was not long before the elderly and the young exchanged furtive glances. However, this was merely superficial. In reality, they were communicating through a unique frequency characteristic of the sea god. The golden horn beast could decipher some of it, yet it was more inclined to simply swat Poseidon away. Do not be misled into thinking that its earlier restraint from killing the woman stemmed from benevolence. Rather, it was primarily concerned that she might destroy the 2 treasured items of the deep-sea magic whale king. Upon hearing Poseidon's whispered words, Tang San gradually retreated. Was he planning to follow them to retrieve the treasures? Originally, during the 8th trial of the sea god, Tang San was required to personally eliminate the deep-sea magic whale king and absorb the soul ring and soul bone within the designated time. However, that was clearly no longer feasible. Hence, the sea god intended to orchestrate a mere formality, bestowing the acquired soul ring and soul bone upon this young man, facilitating his early inheritance of divine power. This is undoubtedly a blatant act of favoritism. How can we allow you to succeed in this endeavor? Where do you intend to go? It is imperative to understand the motivations of the other party first. The golden-horned beast no longer concealed its formidable strength. It swiftly obstructed Poseidon and Tang San's path like a whirlwind. The sight of this colossal creature moving with such velocity left the Shrek 7 utterly astounded. Even Poseidon had not anticipated it. It became evident that the monstrous being had not exerted its true power while confronting them at Sea God Island. How terrifying. Third brother. We will cover you. You and Senior Poseidon must leave at once. At this critical moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward, though the reason for her actions remained a mystery. The persona of this little rabbit is rather peculiar. Why does she always place herself in front of Tang San? Witnessing this scene, the golden-horned beast felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. Even while watching the anime, it was evident that this woman had a rather thick skin. What is so remarkable about Tang San? Is this truly love? To my surprise, upon encountering her in real life, this little rabbit is even more captivating than I had imagined. Little rabbit, have you ever heard of spicy rabbit heads? If you do not step aside, I shall make you experience it firsthand. At this moment, the golden horned beast was becoming increasingly irate. Tang San is truly not a man. Upon seeing Xiao Wu step forward, he merely uttered a cautionary "be careful," then fled without a backward glance. Surely this fellow cannot genuinely believe that one could absorb the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king right under the watchful eyes of the golden horned beast. Such naivety. Do they truly think this handful of individuals can withstand my might? With the 4th soul skill of the soft-boned rabbit, I shall unleash the invincible golden body. Behold, as I witness the golden horned beast prepare to charge forward, this little rabbit exhibits a remarkable fearlessness, boldly obstructing my path with its invincible golden body. What is this called? The fearless audacity of a newborn calf. The so-called invincible golden body is merely formidable within a certain level range. Do you truly believe it is invincible? The golden horn beast will not indulge you. I merely witnessed this colossal creature lift its head slightly. Its golden horn collided directly with the golden body of Xiao Wu. Bang! In an instant, Xiao Wu's golden state was utterly shattered. The so-called invincible golden body is but a mere fade, merely a layer of gilding rather than a true transformation into solid gold. Moreover, even if it were gold, the golden horn behemoth could easily devour it in a single bite. Perhaps the little rabbit herself never anticipated that her ultimate move would prove to be so feeble. She could only emit a sharp cry before her body was involuntarily hurled into the air. The intense pain felt as though it had shattered the limbs of the petite girl, rendering her utterly incapable of movement. After tracing a graceful parabola in midair, she began to plummet towards the ground, where an enormous, gaping maw awaited her, resembling an abyss without end, as the golden horn behemoth stood ready. Third brother. It seems we must bid farewell once more. Gazing into the dark, bottomless pit, Xiao Wu painfully closed her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, attempted to intervene, only to be swatted aside by the behemoth's tail. Bang! The white tiger's seventh spirit technique, the true body of martial soul. Dai Mubai exerted all his strength to shield her, yet he could not protect his beloved. The two were entwined, tumbling amidst the ruins, bouncing, then rolling again. As for Ma Hongjun and the others, they were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Ning Rongrong could not even unlock the 9 treasure glazed tower. It is impossible to win. We cannot defeat such a monster. Ning Rongrong trembled, terror enveloping her entire being. Oscar was equally immobilized, standing before the colossal creature, feeling a tremor resonate in his very soul. Just as Xiao Wu was on the verge of becoming the golden-horned behemoth's snack, a radiant golden light suddenly flashed. It was the sea god's trident, slicing through the air approximately 50 centimeters above the behemoth's maw. Swish! Miraculously, it caught Xiao Wu midfall, and with the momentum of its flight, whisked her several hundred meters away. What remarkable control! How extraordinarily powerful! Truly worthy of Tang San. The angle and force of his control were simply flawless. Upon witnessing this, the golden horn behemoth ceased its pursuit, turning its gaze towards the direction from which the weapon had flown. Unable to contain itself, it stood upright and began to clap its front paws. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous roars echoed forth. The 2 claws of the colossal golden horn beast appeared to clap, yet they resonated with a thunderous roar. It seemed as though the entire sea god island trembled in response. How terrifying! It was as if the apocalypse had descended. Tang San, splendidly done. Yet you have also stirred my wrath. Chapter 17. Farewell, Poseidon. Sinking the sea god island. Xiao Wu, are you unhurt? In the face of the beast's applauding, Tang San showed no reaction. Instead, he rose on his toes with determination, seeking to ascertain whether his beloved in the distance was in peril. It appears this lad still possesses a semblance of conscience. Between the power he had gained and Xiao Wu's safety, he chose the latter. This is indeed a most sagacious choice. Otherwise, this fellow would have no option but to venture into the belly of the golden horn beast in search of that little rabbit. Third brother. I am fine. You must exercise caution. With the support of Poseidon's trident, Xiao Wu managed to struggle to her feet from the beach. One of her arms appeared to be completely fractured, rendering it immobile, while her left foot seemed to bear the weight with a noticeable limp. It seems her injuries are quite severe. Her body was smeared with black mud, yet it accentuated her curves alluringly. Even Wang Xuan, in the form of the golden horn beast, could not help but be momentarily stunned. Remarkable! I did not anticipate this little rabbit to possess such allure. However, it appears that this is not the opportune moment to dwell on such thoughts. With the arrival of Tang San, Poseidon hastened over as well. Yet, the gaze of this woman was filled with a palpable disappointment. It seems Tang San has relinquished the opportunity for advancement. Poseidon. I suggest you hand over the item to me. After all, they cannot make use of it, so do not test my patience. That is impossible. I cannot possibly entrust the legacy of Lord Poseidon to you. At last, the guardian of Poseidon Island spoke the truth. The reason this woman previously refused to yield to death was to ensure that Tang San would inherit everything. In the current situation, Tang San is unwilling to witness the demise of his beloved wife once more. Thus, he has chosen to surrender. This undoubtedly far exceeded Poseidon's expectations, rendering all of the sea god's efforts futile. Has the esteemed Lord of the Sea's meticulously crafted plans ultimately culminated in failure? How infuriating. All blame lies with this unexpected emergence of the golden-horned behemoth. Enough is enough. I shall relinquish my claims to the treasures, but mark my words. You shall all perish today, and the sea god island will accompany you to the grave. At this moment, the last vestige of patience within the golden-horned behemoth was utterly extinguished. If I cannot possess it, then let the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king be eternally buried here. Furthermore, the golden-horned behemoth has ascended to a stellar level, requiring no enhancement from the energies of 100,000-year-old soul beasts. It merely detests the sensation of defeat. After uttering these words, the colossal creature suddenly leaped from the ground, its pair of black wings unfurling like a tempest, rushing towards Poseidon in the distance. Even though this woman was a 99th level demigod Douluo, she could scarcely discern the movements of her opponent, managing only to release her soul power to form a meager defense before her. Poseidon has already experienced the combat style of this golden horn behemoth. This individual relishes the notion of confronting you head-on. He would never resort to insidious tactics or engage in covert ambushes from behind. Therefore, at this juncture, adopting a defensive stance is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, there is one aspect that Posey may not fully comprehend. Can she withstand it? With a resounding crack, it is truly an astonishing scene. All 9 of Posey's soul rings disintegrated in an instant. This is not a sign of old Tang employing his explosive ring technique. Rather, it is the sensation of being severed entirely by a formidable external force. Indistinctly, one might perceive the silhouette of a claw. The signature move of the golden horn behemoth, tear the heavens with a claw. When it was still at the planetary level, this move could only serve as a close-range physical assault. However, upon ascending to the stellar level, the circumstances have transformed drastically. The speed and power of this claw are astonishingly swift, capable of distorting the surrounding air and generating an attack reminiscent of a vacuum wave. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary soul techniques. Even the sea god can merely manage to execute similar maneuvers with great difficulty. It is utterly terrifying, overwhelmingly ferocious. Poseidon felt as though her nervous system was suddenly disrupted by an unseen force, with her heart convulsing in agonizing pain akin to a knife's piercing. Then, she beheld the head of the golden horn behemoth emerging from the whirlwind, ravenously absorbing the energy released from the explosion of the red and black soul rings. How could this be? Tang San, standing nearby, found himself unable to react in time, let alone offer any aid. Everything transpired within the blink of an eye, even swifter than the reflexes of an ordinary human's nerve endings. The legendary strongest tidal Douluo of the ocean was thus forcibly rendered powerless. Farewell, Poseidon. Just moments ago, everyone had believed that this golden horned beast would exhibit mercy towards women, yet in an instant, it unleashed its lethal intent. While Poseidon's body was still suspended in midair, the creature struck with a formidable claw. If this shot were to land, would not this magnificent beauty of the ocean shatter instantaneously? No, perhaps. Witnessing the imminent demise of the beloved woman, Tang Xuan, gasping his final breath, suddenly lunged forward. In midair, he embraced Posey, the woman he had secretly adored for half his life. In that fleeting moment, the pair of star-crossed lovers before me appeared to swiftly reflect upon their lives. It was a moment from decades past, when the youthful Tang Xuan and Qian Daluo the Spirit Hall first set foot upon the Sea God Island. These 2 young tidal Douluo powerhouses both fell deeply in love with a beautiful maiden. She possessed flowing locks reminiscent of the ocean's waves. Every smile and glance she offered tugged incessantly at the hearts of both men. Poseidon, if I, Tang Xuan, do not ascend to divinity and return, I shall undoubtedly become the man worthy of you. This was the promise that Tang Xuan made to Poseidon upon their parting. Subsequently, this elder was consumed by darkness, transforming into the king of slaughter. Yet, this oblivious man failed to perceive the pain in Poseidon's heart as she gazed at his departing silhouette. Fool! Who asked you to become the strongest in the world? All I desire is for you to stay and accompany me. It is often said that in the final moments before death, one can swiftly reflect upon their entire life. Although fate had destined these 2 to fall together today, there were no regrets. In the last fleeting moment before the claws of the golden-horned giant beast descended, the ill-fated couple finally embraced tightly, the bitter stubble brushing against the fiery red lips. Humph, have you resigned yourselves to fate? Then allow me to grant your wish. Let the Sea God Island be your final resting place. Do you think the claw of the golden horn beast is merely to fulfill the aspirations of these 2 tidal Douluos? No, it aims to obliterate the entire Sea God Island. Boom. The shockwave, tearing through the fabric of space, struck the heart of the island after the powerful tidal Douluos were reduced to ashes. Then, one beheld the entire form of the golden-horned beast submerging. In less than 10 seconds, the island began to tremble violently. Splash, gurgle. Like a fountain or a leaking bucket, the island suddenly began to plunge. At least a dozen enormous fissures erupted, spewing forth salty seawater. This is bad. The Sea God Island is sinking. Everyone flee. The Sea Maiden Douluo was the first to react. This woman possesses the enchanting appearance of a mermaid, acutely sensitive to the shifting geological aura around her. What is happening? Is this truly the end? Is our Sea God Island, along with Tang San's Sea God 9 trials, destined for destruction? Chapter 18. The Sea God's Trident? It crunches delightfully. Xiao Wu, are you alright? The silence enveloping Sea God Island has become utterly inescapable. Tang San could no longer attend to anything else and hastened towards the beach where Xiao Wu was. That colossal golden horn beast may have plunged to the depths of Sea God Island. This is the foundation destined to destroy the entire island. It is utterly terrifying and ruthlessly brutal. Where on earth did this fellow emerge from? He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. If things do not go his way, he is ruthlessly decisive. He is truly formidable. Third brother, I am fine. I merely need a brief respite, despite the pain coursing through him. This little rabbit collapsed once more into Tang San's embrace. This time, it is truly not a display of affection, but rather a state of utter exhaustion. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters also struggled to rise. Fortunately, Oscar had prepared several recovery sausages, which proved invaluable at this critical moment. Let us not stray apart. do our utmost to rescue others. Tang San's compassionate heart is indeed remarkable. As the sea god island began to gradually tilt downward, the urgency of the situation became increasingly apparent. Does this fellow still aspire to save others? Are you not already in a predicament yourselves? Little White, awaken. Perhaps it is due to the relentless waves. The once mighty leader of the great white shark clan, Little White, who was sent flying by the golden-horned beast, was discovered by Ning Rongrong. Despite her own overwhelming fear, this kind-hearted girl dragged Little White to Oscar's side. A restorative sausage was consumed. The woman slowly awakened. But upon seeing the sea god island slanted at a 45-degree angle, she couldn't help but burst into tears. What has happened? Why is our sea god island in such a state? Oh, my lord of the sea. This is undoubtedly a collapse of faith. The innocent girl has guarded this island for an indeterminate duration, perhaps even longer than Poseidon himself. Yet, witnessing the demise of Sea God Island, her heart is truly wrenched with anguish. But what can be done? After all, it was Poseidon, in his final moments, who provoked the golden-horned giant beast. Was it not merely the soul ring and bone of the deep-sea demon whale king? Tang San has already relinquished hope. Why not entrust it to others? Moreover, the deep-sea demon whale king was originally vanquished by the golden-horned beast. They simply returned to reclaim their rightful prey. This demand is quite reasonable. Arrogance and prejudice. No one is innocent. Boom. Just as panic engulfed the entire island, the silhouette of the colossal beast re-emerged on the opposite side of the isle. At that moment, a torrent of seawater surged forth from the gaping hole it had created. This has also accelerated the silence enveloping the entire island. I will fight you with all my might. As the saying goes, enemies become particularly fierce upon meeting. At this moment, Xiao Bai's eyes were already filled with rage as he charged directly towards his adversary before him. This woman is utterly courting death. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San hesitated for a moment before entrusting Xiao Wu to the side of Zhu Qing, and then he too followed suit. After all, this individual could be considered half the master of Sea God Island. As the heir of the sea god, Tang San was indeed aware of the location of the deep-sea demon whale king's treasure. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, he felt compelled to take action. However, what he did not realize was that the golden-horned giant beast had resurfaced from the depths of the ocean solely for the sea god trident in Tang San's possession. This artifact, after all, is a divine object, embodying the essence of the sea god's lifelong power. If one could consume the trident of the sea god, it would undoubtedly provide a tremendous enhancement to the energy of the golden-horned behemoth. The function of this extraordinary artifact surpasses that of the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king by a considerable margin. After much contemplation, the golden-horned giant beast, submerged at the ocean's depths, found itself unable to resist the allure. Thus, it daringly resurfaced. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even though this weapon poses certain dangers, the prospect of high rewards accompanies such risks. From prior observations, it became evident that as long as one avoids its sharp edge and approaches from the opposite end of the sea god trident, the threat may not be as grave as anticipated. Consequently, the golden-horned giant beast paid no heed to the charging figure of the little white creature, even as this woman, in a fit of frenzy, transformed into the formidable soul demon great white shark and clamped her jaws onto its outermost scales. This could not deter the colossal creature from hurtling towards Tang Shan. This is easy. The scales of this colossal beast were utterly impervious to bites. Yet, Little Bai resolutely refused to let go. Consequently, it was dragged along the beach by the monstrous creature. Soon, a faint crimson trail appeared upon the water's surface. Release Little Bai, you wretched fiend. I shall confront you with all my might. In this moment, Tang San was consumed by a fierce rage. He unleashed the formidable skill imparted to him by the sea god. One of my sea god's 13 tridents, the unreturning. As he uttered these words, Tang San summoned all the soul power within him, augmented by the mental strength he had cultivated over many years. Even the two outermost red soul rings upon his body began to tremble. Previously, even when the elder Tang utilized the explosion of the soul rings, the emanated mental energy had never been this potent. Buzzing resonated through the air, perhaps sensing its master's fury and drawn by the celestial energy of the sea god. Behind the trident of the sea god, a colossal golden energy entity suddenly manifested. It was once again the ethereal image of the sea god. Yet it radiated differently from the divine light that illuminated Tang San. This technique bears a resemblance to the lower-tier version of the transformation of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens from the perfect world. Regardless, this strike is undoubtedly awe-inspiring, capable of moving the heavens and alarming the spirits. Even the current golden-horned beast would find it somewhat perilous if confronted head-on. Boom. Whoosh. This is the moment of speed competition. Upon witnessing the golden light hurtling towards him from the opposite side, the golden-horned behemoth employed secret techniques to attain remarkable swiftness. However, in order to gain such velocity, his form had to enlarge, which proved somewhat untimely. As his body expanded, so too did the target he presented, making evasion considerably more challenging. This can be regarded as a lapse due to inexperience. In any case, this time Tang San's attack was not without merit. Rather, it narrowly grazed the left shoulder of the golden-horned behemoth and soared away. With a crash, a series of black scales, accompanied by a viscous, dark green corrosive blood, swiftly scattered upon the ground. Was the golden horn behemoth injured? This marked the first time since his debut that he had sustained an injury. However, it did not take long for the opposing party's joy to dissipate, for the wounds of this golden horn behemoth appeared to be healing at an astonishingly visible rate. This is the essence of the starry sky behemoth. Its defenses are formidable, and its regenerative abilities are exceptionally potent. Most importantly, as long as it consumes sustenance, its wounds can heal rapidly. Although Tang San's technique of the one-way trip is undeniably powerful, it has an evident flaw. The sea god's trident must be personally retrieved to return. However, at this moment, the golden horn beast has taken the initiative. It has bitten down on the handle of the weapon that glimmers with golden light. The crunching sound resembles that of consuming a nut akin to an almond. To Tang San's astonishment, the seemingly indestructible sea god's trident was effortlessly bitten into by this terrifying creature. This. Chapter 19. The Shrek 7 disperses, seizing Oscar. The flavor is delightful. Who would have thought this would melt in the mouth? It is undoubtedly a scene that Tang San would regret profoundly. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had cast aside the sea god's trident. Knowing full well that once thrown, it might never be reclaimed, he succumbed to his folly. Thus, impulsiveness is indeed a devil. If Tang San were granted a chance to redo that moment, he would wish he could hold on to it until the very last second. Yet, in this world, there are no remedies for regret. Observing the golden horn beast devouring with great relish, Tang San lacked the courage to rush forward and reclaim his weapon. He could only witness the great beast consume it bite by bite. Indeed, it was merely 5 bites. The unfortunate sea god's trident had become a part of the golden horn beast. Little did he realize that his earlier maneuver had only unleashed less than 10% of this divine artifact's power. This entity harbors an abundance of divine essence. Perhaps even the sea god himself would find it challenging to contain. Should its power be fully unleashed, it could potentially obliterate the entire sea god island in an instant. Magnificent. The sensation is truly exquisite. Upon absorbing the trident of the sea god, the colossal creature with golden horns began to experience a passive flow of divine light within its being. It was an indescribable feeling, as if for the first time, the golden horn beast sensed a connection to the island itself. In truth, the celestial beast was linked to the very locations through which the divine light of the sea god coursed. After a moment of heightened awareness, it even discovered a fixed and powerful source of soul energy, a soul ring and soul bone belonging to the deep-sea demon whale king. Astonishingly, they had been enveloped by that woman, Poseidon, and hidden in a small chamber at the lowest depths of Sea God Island. Only by mastering the power of the sea god could one discern the true location of this secret chamber. No wonder the golden horn beast had traversed both the upper and lower realms of Sea God Island, yet failed to uncover this place. Moreover, this chamber appeared to serve a crucial purpose. It gathered all the divine light of the sea god above it. It felt akin to a treasure trove. Should it be breached, all the divine light would dissipate. As the entire Sea God Island began to crumble, the position of this chamber gradually became revealed. So this is where you reside. Upon sensing this pure essence of soul power, the golden horn behemoth did not waste words with them. It merely cast a sidelong glare at the Shrek 7 monsters in the distance. With a powerful strike of its tail, a tremendous wave surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of seawater that arose from below, forming terrifying whirlpools that rushed towards the group with great ferocity. Seizing the moment of chaos, the golden horn behemoth swiftly descended, propelling itself towards its target while simultaneously opening its massive jaws. The hidden chamber was evidently constructed of some unknown metal, akin to mithril, and was surprisingly impervious to the previous attempts of the golden horn behemoth to devour it, likely due to the divine light of the sea god that enveloped it. However, it was clear that this sanctuary could not withstand the impending doom. It would soon be consumed by the golden horn behemoth. As for the Shrek 7 monsters outside, their fate now rested upon the resilience of their spirits. Quickly, everyone, take cover and regroup outside, Daimubai commanded decisively upon recognizing their inevitable defeat. Despite Tang San's reluctance to accept this grim reality, he had no choice but to resign himself to fate. When faced with such a formidable adversary, merely surviving was a significant achievement. Xiaoyao, save me. Despite their collective efforts, an unfortunate incident occurred upon their dispersion, involving none other than the weakest among the Shrek 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong. The auxiliary soul master, due to a lack of regular training, found himself utterly ill-prepared for such an environment. Soon, he was engulfed by a colossal water vortex. Beneath this vortex lay a tremendous whirlpool. And should anyone be drawn into it, Ning Rongrong, do not fear, grasp my hand. Oscar was determined to prevent such a fate from befalling them. Relying on his ability to temporarily wield the Phoenix Mirage, he endeavored to seize his beloved's hand midair. Though he succeeded, Oscar failed to notice that his phoenix wings had become thoroughly soaked. Despite possessing the flying mushroom sausage, the urgency of the moment hindered any swift transition. Humanity, in the face of nature, is truly fragile. Yet, Oscar proved himself to be a valiant man, aware that he was likely to be pulled in as well. He summoned all his strength to lift Ning Rongrong above the water, then strived to push her onto a nearby rock. Gurgle, gurgle. But at that moment, Oscar found himself ensnared by the formidable whirlpool, swallowing mouthfuls of water without managing to surface. He could only watch helplessly as he and Ning Rongrong drifted further apart. Ah. No, Xiaoyao. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong let out a heart-wrenching scream, her voice nearly hoarse. Yet Oscar, with a pale countenance, responded, Rongrong, wait for me. I will return. At this moment, Oscar longed to extend his hand and grasp his beloved's arm. However, for reasons unknown, an immense force beneath the water seemed to be pulling him down, an irresistible power that left him utterly defenseless. As his entire body submerged, he caught sight of a massive shadow lurking below, a submerged golden horn behemoth. The man's enormous eyes were fixated on Oscar with malicious intent. Your status is quite commendable. And I just happen to require a human avatar. You shall suffice. Initially, Oscar might have had a genuine chance of escape. After all, this fellow had already attained a level akin to that of a formidable warrior, nearly impervious to death. However, from the very beginning, he had been targeted by the golden horn behemoth. Within the arcane arts of the celestial beast, he possessed the ability to infuse his soul into the body of an avatar. Thus, one can continue to live by assuming another's identity. In the realm of swallowing the starry sky, Luo Feng employed such a method to seize control of the golden horned giant beast. This same technique of possession is also found within the legacy of the golden horned giant beast. Having secured the Sea God Island, the next moment has arrived for the conquest of the Douluo Continent. If memory serves me correctly, the allied forces of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire have just concluded a fierce battle with the Spirit Empire. The battleground was none other than the Jialing Pass, a site now strewn with an abundance of cold weapons and armor, alongside a variety of siege and defensive weaponry. These are all rare metal artifacts, among which are not lacking the masterpieces of renowned artisans. To the ordinary observer, these items may appear as mere scraps of metal. However, in the eyes of the colossal beast, they represent a delectable source of energy. Yet, the continued presence of this magnificent creature in the realm of humanity seems perpetually out of place. At last, Mr. Oscar has presented himself. Chapter 20, Advancing towards Jialing Pass on White Xiuxiu. What? How can there be such a blatant man in the Douluo Continent? He hasn't even managed to win over Ning Rongrong. After successfully seizing control, the golden horn beast naturally glimpsed Oscar's past life. Initially, it thought this lad was incredibly fortunate to have garnered such a stunning beauty as Ning Rongrong. However, upon delving into his memories, it was appalled to discover that he had yet to make any significant progress. Other than holding her hand and sharing a hug, nothing more intimate had transpired. Goodness gracious. How could you possibly endure such restraint? Do not assume that the golden horn beast is truly devoid of emotion. Within its being resides the soul of a traveler from another realm. While perusing Oscar's memories, it had already greeted this lad's family countless times. How pathetic. If it were in my place, children would already be in the picture. Ning Rongrong possesses both a stunning figure and beauty, coupled with a gentle disposition and an excellent family background. After spending so much time with her, not even a single intimate moment has occurred. It's no wonder you are destined to be overtaken by me. Of course, the golden horn beast remains acutely aware of its circumstances. It does not intend to long inhabit Oscar's identity. Its primary objective is to cultivate its true form, strengthening the golden horn beast itself, based on previous information. Even if it were to conquer the entirety of the Douluo Continent and the divine realm, it could only aspire to reach the third tier of stellar rank. With such a level, it might still struggle against the likes of Luo Feng when attempting to devour the worlds of the cosmos. After all, that lad has Babada's assistance. And while I am growing in the Douluo Continent, Luo Feng is unlikely to remain stagnant. By the time I arrive, he may have naturally ascended to stellar or even cosmic levels. This cannot stand. I must grow rapidly. Metal. I require the consumption of vast quantities of metal. Moreover, I must devise a means to integrate this Douluo star into my microcosm. Only with sufficient strength can I face my nemesis with confidence. The golden horned beast from years past, who ventured to Blue Star, was foolish and utterly unaware of Luo Feng's might. He had the backing of the Meteorite clan. Furthermore, later on, he would receive the support of the mountain guest. In contrast, the golden horned beast found itself utterly alone, without a single ally. Unless one attains a certain level of cultivation and earns recognition from the powerful beings of the golden horned beast world, one has no support. To recklessly journey to Blue Star could very well result in being overtaken. Such an occurrence must be avoided at all costs. Even if I can navigate Douluo Continent with ease, I must find ways to accelerate my cultivation speed. However, it is not without its advantages. The ongoing tumult of war across the Douluo Continent has led to a flourishing of metal smelting. Take, for instance, the recently concluded battle at Jialing Pass, where the three empires deployed approximately 2 million troops. It is said that the landscape is littered with broken weapons and shattered armor, alongside countless siege engines and various metal products. The total tonnage is incalculable. Oscar, that fellow, was not even at the forefront. It is rumored that even more weapons remain within that pass. A splendid opportunity indeed. If all these entities could be consumed by the golden horn behemoth, it might directly elevate him to the second tier of stellar prowess. Furthermore, engaging in endless skirmishes seems rather futile if we were to disarm our weapons. Wouldn't the world attain peace? Hence, from this perspective, perhaps the entire Douluo Continent ought to express gratitude to the golden horned behemoth. As for Ning Rongrong, Let us postpone our rendezvous until we have savored our delightful feast. Moreover, should the situation be managed adeptly, we might leverage Oscar's identity to procure Xiaowu. Though Zhu Zhuqing also possesses her own merits. And let us not forget the voluptuous sister Lu Erlong. Ha ha ha. It is undeniable that the golden horned behemoth feels somewhat elated at this moment. However, soon, a disturbance upon the ocean surface seized his attention. It appeared to be a white shadow rising and falling, seemingly not of human origin, but rather a soul-devouring great white shark. Yet, this particular shark bore an aura of nobility that set it apart from its kin, while it could not yet take on a human form. It exuded an exceedingly amiable presence. What is this? Bai Xiuxiu? Perhaps there was a fleeting encounter before. This Bai Xiuxiu has arrived alongside Tang San and his companions. Furthermore, if the golden horned beast recalls correctly, Bai Xiuxiu should be one of the female leads in the subsequent installments of Douluo. She is the princess of the Great White Shark clan. When she transforms into a beautiful maiden, even the protagonists of the time were utterly captivated by her beauty. Bai Xiuxiu, come here. Upon recognizing her, the golden horned beast issued a command. It was a form of bloodline suppression and summoning, emanating from the soul rings and soul bones of the deep-sea demon king. Although the golden horned beast is an alien species, it has consumed the legacy of the deep-sea demon whale king, combined with a modicum of sea god power, rendering it the closest entity to the sea god in this maritime domain. The Great White Shark clan has always been the servants of the sea god. Thus, despite the overwhelming fear in her eyes and her body's instinctive resistance, Bai Xiuxiu found herself irresistibly drawn to swim over. However, this little princess is quite obstinate. Reluctantly swimming closer, she still muttered under her breath, "You wicked person, you have taken my mother and our family's uncles and elders." This young lass seems to regard the golden horned beast as her adversary. However, the golden horned beast is utterly indifferent to the threat posed by this little fish. Stop dawdling. Come here swiftly, or I shall send you directly to meet your ancestors. This is a threat of death. A form of intimidation directed at a young girl who has yet to reach her full potential. Bai Xiuxiu was raised under the protection of her family, shielded from such menacing encounters. When has she ever faced such terror? Coupled with the overwhelming aura of dread emanating from the entity before her, there was an undeniable command in its tone. Reluctantly, Bai Xiuxiu drifted slowly to the feet of the golden horned beast, her entire being trembling with fear. From this moment forth, you shall be my servant. Should you perform well, I will reward you and hasten your transformation. After uttering these words, the golden horned beast swiftly diminished in size. A fusion of black and purple energy manifested, concealing its true form as it transformed into an avatar named Oscar, without regard for Bai Xiuxiu's consent. This humanoid giant mounted her. Ha ha ha, your mother once served as the steed of the sea god. Now it is your turn to dutifully serve me. Oscar roared with maniacal laughter, his grotesque visage and distorted features obliterating any resemblance to the jolly figure he once was. Though humiliation coursed through her veins, it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Under the oppressive force of his aura, Bai Xiuxiu could only lower her head and slowly flick her fish fins, making her way toward the port of Douluo Continent. Chapter 21. The Plunder of Jialing Pass Battlefield. Emergence of the Golden Horned Beast. It was a fog-laden morning, shrouded in an eerie silence across the Jialing Pass battlefield. Following the fierce battles, countless souls lingered, their remains unclaimed. The skies were filled with crows and vultures, while the bodies of ordinary soldiers lay untouched as both factions remained on high alert. Only the higher-ranking officers received the honor of burial, perhaps due to an unspoken understanding between the two sides. Specialized teams from both the Heavendoe Empire and the Spirit Hall Empire ventured forth to collect the dead. Even when they crossed paths, they merely retreated a few steps, each continuing on their own path. This so-called conflict was utterly unnecessary. It was merely a manifestation of the animosity between a few prominent figures, such as the private vendetta between the Spirit Hall's Empress Bibi Dong and Tang San. Women are notoriously vengeful creatures, and once their ambitions are stirred, the consequences can be dire. Rumors even swirled that Bibi Dong orchestrated numerous events to win back Yu Xiaojiang's affection. Captain, it seems unusually quiet on the opposing side today. The Shrek Academy members haven't shown their faces for several days. A dozen soul saints, shrouded in mist, were on a mission to retrieve the body of a cavalry captain. However, nearly a week had passed since the battle's conclusion, and under such conditions, the body would likely be in a state of decay, making identification a challenge. After deliberation, the Spirit Hall's team devised a clever scheme. They could fulfill their task and earn a reward by locating a decaying corpse, provided the size was somewhat appropriate. They could piece together the armor, and the father would be none the wiser. Be cautious with those crows. I have no desire to encounter the Shrek Academy members. In the aftermath of the previous battle, the name of Shrek Academy had become synonymous with fear, particularly the name Tang San, who had nearly slain the Empress of the Spirit Hall. Initially, it seemed that was the pinnacle of power, but the subsequent emergence of Tang San's father, Tang Hao, proved to be even more formidable. Defeating the Spirit Hall's second worshipper, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo, with a single blow. Now, the names of the Shrek 7 had transformed into nightmares for the Spirit Hall. I am still missing a belt. Can anyone provide a suggestion? These individuals are indeed feeling quite guilty about their thievery. Fortunately, the scene is rather chaotic, allowing them to conveniently gather a few pieces of equipment. However, just as they are about to make their escape, an astonishing event occurs. Suddenly, the various weapons and gear scattered on the ground begin to levitate. This is not merely one or two pieces of equipment, but rather the entirety of it. Within their line of sight, all weapons and gear, as well as various tools, even shovels, were levitating. Who is it that is unleashing such formidable soul techniques? What astonishes them even further is that the swords in the hands of these guards have inexplicably soared into the air. Captain, what is happening? Have we been attacked? I am uncertain. Quickly, remove your gear and crouch down with your hands on your head, hoping that it is not the Shrek 7 monsters. Recently, the warriors of the Spirit Empire have become quite astute. They understand they are no match for us. Therefore, when encountering conflict in the wilderness, the best method for survival is to surrender and protect one's head. Yes, we shall comply at once. The soldiers of the Spirit Empire displayed a certain level of obedience. In the absence of any visible enemy, they discarded their weapons and equipment without hesitation. Their gaze fixated upon a multitude of metallic objects that soared towards an unseen point in the sky. A resounding boom echoed as a dark purple vortex emerged above the dense mist, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Yet, what formidable soul beast could possibly inhabit the Douluo Continent? The diameter of this ominous aperture surpassed 50 meters, akin to a black hole suspended in the air. Moreover, two piercing crimson lights flanked its edges, reminiscent of a creature's eyes, glowering menacingly. What are you staring at? Seeking death? Do not endanger us. Upon witnessing the foolhardiness of a certain soldier, the captain of the Spirit Empire's search team delivered a swift kick. Yes, I am in the wrong. Please spare me. My lord. The entire process lasted approximately a minute and a half. As the soldiers exhibited obedient behavior, the immediate danger swiftly dissipated. Upon raising their heads once more, they discovered that all metallic items upon their persons had vanished, leaving them seemingly unscathed. However, the surrounding corpses presented a peculiar sight. All armor and various equipment had been stripped away, leaving behind only non-metallic remnants. Had they been consumed by the monstrous entity that lurked within the dense fog? What exactly was that creature? None could discern its true form, nor did anyone dare to gaze upward for a closer inspection. A similar occurrence, with identical eyewitness accounts, had been reported by both the Spirit Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire. This soon captured the attention of high-ranking officers from both factions. It appeared that an incredible and immensely powerful soul beast had descended upon the battlefield, feasting upon the equipment of both sides. What is this phenomenon? It feels rather perplexing. Soon, an even more astonishing event transpired. Around dusk, the outermost wall of Jialing Pass suddenly reverberated with the sounds of drums and gongs. What? Has the Tian-Do Empire launched a second wave of assault? Bang! Prepare the artillery. Aim at the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock positions. Something is about to emerge. It turned out that the guards atop the wall had sensed something amiss. Within the thick fog, something appeared to be soaring. In the dimness, it seemed as though this entity was consuming something. Large siege weapons ascended into the air one after another. Moreover, the monstrous figure drew ever closer, seemingly on the verge of approaching. From a visual perspective, this creature's size exceeded 800 meters, larger than any known soul beast. In such extraordinary circumstances, could the denizens of the Wuhuan Empire remain unperturbed? Quickly, summon Her Majesty Bibi Dong. No, the Empress and the second sacrifice are in confidential discussions. No one may disturb them. It appears we must rely on ourselves, gather the archers and prepare the crossbows. It has emerged, that entity has surfaced. What incites terror within the soldiers of the Wuhuan Empire is none other than the battlefield devouring golden-horned giant beast. When it first arrived on this battlefield, its size was approximately 500 meters. After devouring a substantial amount of metallic artifacts, its length has now reached nearly 900 meters. If secret techniques are employed, it could transform into a colossal creature exceeding 3,000 meters in length. Coupled with the atmospheric fog, the sight of the gliding golden-horned giant beast is truly harrowing. Chapter 22. The ferocity of the golden-horned beast. Bibi Dong's countenance dims. Indeed, it seems that once its length surpasses 1,000 meters, I shall ascend to the second tier of the stellar rank. Ever since the sea god island devoured the sea god Ash Trident, the colossal beast with golden horns traversed effortlessly, devouring vast quantities of metal. First, it consumed the entirety of the treasures from the island of the sea god. Now, it has turned its attention to the entire battlefield of Jialing Pass, the fallen armors and weapons of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, along with a myriad of metal artifacts, have significantly bolstered its strength. Its focus is not specifically on the martial Soul Empire. Rather, it is due to the fact that these individuals are on the defensive, thus possessing a greater abundance of metal resources. Even the walls are sheathed in a metallic iron plating. The frigid metals stirred a ravenous desire within the golden horned beast, especially as the metallic remnants on the battlefield grew increasingly scarce. The avaricious behemoth naturally set its sights upon the walls of Jialing Pass. However, it failed to realize the immense pressure its colossal form exerted upon the opposing side. Initially, the golden horn behemoth remained on the periphery, not intending to engage prematurely with the humans nearby. After all, it was acutely aware of the current situation. Both sides were on the edge of a precipice. With heightened tensions, a mere trivial action could plunge the continent back into the throes of war. It was not that it feared complications, but rather that the ensuing conflict would hinder its quest for sustenance. Who would not prefer to dine in tranquility? Yet, the warriors of the Spirit Empire had long since succumbed to frayed nerves. Upon identifying the creature lurking within the clouds as an adversary, they completely lost their composure. Before Bibi Dong or Hulaina could arrive, the commander atop the city walls took it upon himself to issue the order to fire. Whoosh! Clatter! Countless arrows and bolts sliced through the air, raining down upon the indistinct mass of shadow. Soon, the ominous clouds reverberated with the sound of clanging metal. In truth, these so-called cold weapons posed no threat to the golden horn behemoth. However, they disrupted its meal. Such an affront. Spirit Empire, you court demise. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt from the blue, reaching even the heart of the city where Bibi Dong stood. What was that? It should be noted that merely moments earlier, the second elder of the Spirit Empire, Golden Crocodile Douluo, had brazenly threatened to depose Bibi Dong due to her previous shortcomings, which had left many disillusioned. The Empress of the Spirit Empire? Let us not delude ourselves. The true power within this empire has always rested with the elders, especially that enigmatic angel Douluo hidden in the shadows. It was that very man who had once elevated Bibi Dong to the papal throne. If he could raise you up, he could just as easily cast you down. Moreover, the Spirit Empire had adopted a new direction, to elevate Qianren Shui, allowing this long-hidden princess to reclaim her position at the zenith of the world. Just as the moment for a vote of confidence approached, the sudden emergence of the golden horn behemoth shattered the tranquility. By the time Bibi Dong and her companions arrived, they beheld a monstrous entity perched upon the battlements, clutching several of their elite heavy artillery in its maw. This colossal beast measures a staggering 900 meters in length, effortlessly leaping over city walls with a mere casual bound. However, what astonishes everyone is, the monstrous creature, which appears exceedingly ferocious, seems disinterested in the soldiers around it. It is merely engaged in voraciously devouring an array of metals, even those adorning its victims, with a mere intake of breath. This horned behemoth can even seize your cherished copper mirror. How terrifying. From whence do you hail, this abominable beast? Dare you act defiantly in the presence of my demon-slaying Douluo? Soon, the demon-slaying Douluo and the thousand-gene Douluo arrived. The martial souls of these two brothers are identical, both manifesting as immense dragon staffs stretching several hundred meters in length. When combined, they unleash an astonishing and overwhelming power, leaving desolation in their wake. However, upon the release of their martial souls, the golden horned beast, which had been pursuing the soldiers atop the city walls, suddenly turned its gaze. Its eyes gleamed with an intensity akin to that of a connoisseur encountering a sumptuous feast. Ah, at last, a delectable dish has arrived. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The golden horned behemoth astonishingly uttered human speech, and that too in the presence of a multitude. Yet, the two brothers wielding the dragon staff appeared oblivious to each other's intentions. They mistakenly believed that this colossal creature was challenging their authority. You reckless soul beast. Regardless of your rank, you shall not leave this place alive. With that, the two brothers maximized the power of their dragon staffs. A series of formidable auras emanated from their martial spirits, a presence that perhaps only the most formidable Tang San could contend with at the peak of his powers. Is this not a preparation for employing that brotherly combination technique? However, before these two fellows could complete their preparations, the golden horned beast struck with a mighty slap. No. It was not merely a slap coming their way. The man struck a pose reminiscent of snatching a weapon with bare hands. Before the two brothers could react, it was as if they were akin to ducks caught by the neck, succumbing to instant asphyxiation, their faces contorted in sheer agony. What on earth is happening? Witnessing his two subordinates suffer such a grievous blow left Bibi Dong in utter disarray. He had yet to recover from his injuries sustained during the fierce battle with Tang San. Moreover, the combined might of these two brothers had surpassed his own. If he were to confront them, would he not be merely offering his head on a platter? How infuriating. The arrival of the golden crocodile Douluo and others, though intent on providing assistance, was met with shock. They beheld the two dragon-slaying sticks, uprooted like mere candied hawthorns by the golden-horned giant beast, completely severed from their master's control. The strike seemed to have drained the entirety of strength from these two tidal Douluo powerhouses. The incident that had transpired with Tang Chen once again unfolded before the two esteemed offerings of the Spirit Empire. Meanwhile, the golden-horned behemoth appeared utterly unfazed, seemingly indulging in its own pleasure as it began to gnaw on the two colossal dragon-headed sticks right in front of everyone. Crunch, crunch. As it feasted, it cast a furtive yet malicious glance at Bibi Dong from the corner of its eye. This gaze was more familiar to Bibi Dong than she cared to admit. In her days as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, she had been precisely targeted by her master, Qian Senji, under similar scrutiny. Yet, why did the eyes of the golden horned beast reveal that lecherous expression of a certain odious man? It seemed almost instinctive. Suddenly, Bibi Dong instinctively clasped her hands over her chest, her face paling as she retreated several steps. Her long legs trembled uncontrollably. The next words uttered by the golden horned beast rendered the queen of the spirit empire utterly bewildered. Bibi Dong, dare you lift your little skirt a bit? What does this golden horned beast mean? Is it addressing Bibi Dong? Chapter 23. Is Bibi Dong employing a beauty trap on the golden horned beast? What are you saying? At this unexpected statement from the golden horned beast, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. How could this seemingly fierce monster exhibit such a profound interest in Bibi Dong? Is it possible for a bond to form between humans and beasts? Can aesthetic perceptions truly transcend the boundaries of two disparate species? Under what circumstances might this occur? I must say, your appearance has become less appealing. I still prefer the version of you from the Soul Master Tournament across the continent. Gazing at the enigmatic Bibi Dong before me, it seems the golden horned behemoth is lost in reminiscence. The current appearance of this woman is likely a result of inheriting the powers of the fearsome Rakshasa deity, the one capable of transforming into a grotesque spider. The once exhilaratingly long legs that thrilled countless anime enthusiasts have now morphed into 8 spindly spider limbs. Moreover, the distinctly alluring curves have been obscured by the repulsive contours of a spider's form. Undoubtedly, this transformation has rendered Bibi Dong significantly more formidable than before. Yet, in the realm of male aesthetic preferences, it falls drastically short, lacking appeal. The charming little fox, Hulaina, remains far more delightful to behold. As a time traveler, Wang Xuan merely expressed his personal tastes. However, the words of this terrifying golden horned beast evoked an unusual sensation within Bibi Dong. Has this colossal beast taken a fancy to me? It is all due to this damned allure. My esteemed guest, have we met before? What rank of soul beast do you possess? It seems that the other party is quite familiar with my past. Bibi Dong's tone suddenly softened. The sudden shift in style left Hulaina beside her utterly astonished. She momentarily suspected her teacher might be feverish. Yet, how could this young girl fathom the intentions brewing within Bibi Dong's heart at that moment? In truth, had it not been for the assault of the golden horned beast, Bibi Dong might have already been ousted from her throne. The empire of Wuhuan was poised to fully support Qianren Shui, allowing this defeated empress to step down. Did you think the offerings brought by the golden crocodile Douluo were intended to assist Bibi Dong? Quite the contrary. They were there to pave the way for the angel princess. At that moment, Bibi Dong found herself devoid of the strength to continue the battle, forced to bow her head in resignation. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly invincible behemoth would exhibit a remarkable fondness for Bibi Dong? Regardless of whether its gaze was malevolent or driven by ulterior motives, the golden horned beast evoked in her a sense of hope akin to a lifeline. If she could somehow subdue this colossal creature, Bibi Dong was certain she could retain her throne, perhaps even overshadow that angel Douluo. I suppose we are somewhat acquainted. I have long held you in admiration, yet your current demeanor is most disappointing. After entirely devouring the 2 spiraling dragon staves, the demon subduing Douluo and Qianjun Douluo collapsed, their vision fading to black. The golden crocodile Douluo and his 2 companions hurried to assist them, striving to extricate the pair from the battlefield. However, what these offerings did not anticipate was that this madwoman, Bibi Dong, would daringly approach, even extending her delicate hand to caress the golden horned beast's singular horn, babbling incessantly as if attempting to communicate with the monstrous creature. This woman has lost her senses. She dares to employ the allure of beauty to seduce the mighty golden horned beast. Is she not afraid of being devoured in one gulp? After absorbing the 2 coiled dragon staffs, the creature's body seems to undergo a series of neutralization reactions. Crackling sounds echoed as if beans were being roasted, the bones of this beast resonating with a rhythmic clatter. Under the watchful eyes of many, its form astonishingly swelled to approximately 950 meters. It is but a single step away from breaking through to the 2nd celestial stage. The sudden surge of energy emanating from this colossal beast causes Bibi Dong to tremble even more intensely. Yet, the woman appears entranced, trembling as she advances toward her opponent. Near her, Hulaina contemplated stepping forward to restrain Bibi Dong, but for reasons unknown, whenever the young girl glimpsed the vast, imposing figure of the golden horned beast, she was struck with terror, unable to proceed any further. This is an aura belonging to the celestial behemoth. Bibi Dong, what do you wish to convey? The courageous empress of the Soul Empire draws ever closer to herself, piqued by the interest of the golden horned beast. Quite audacious. How intriguing. The thought of possessing a human avatar stirs the soul residing within the body of a certain monster. I hope, esteemed one, that you can lend me your support, for I can elevate you to the status of the guardian deity of the Soul Empire. Bibi Dong has placed a significant burden upon herself. A guardian deity? But do you truly believe the golden horn beast would be intrigued? If you can procure for me a substantial amount of metal and become my woman, I might consider it. Indeed, this golden horned beast harbors ulterior motives. Does he seek merely a woman? To think so would be utterly naive. What he desires is the entirety of the Soul Empire, and even the whole of the Douluo Continent. What is Bibi Dong's current status? Whether she stands as the true empress or merely a puppet of another, she represents the most formidable empire across the Douluo Continent. Should the golden horned beast align himself with her, the domination of the Soul Empire over the entirety of the Douluo Continent would not be far off. Yet, if this empress were to become the consort of the golden horned beast, who would then be the true sovereign of this land? This is ambition. Only those endowed with absolute power are worthy of such aspirations. My lord, your proposal has indeed captivated me, but may I be granted a moment to contemplate? I must admit, Bibi Dong is quite eager to preserve her position, especially in the current circumstances. However, pursuing this course of action appears akin to making a pact with the devil. One might end up losing both the lady and the troops. Bibi Dong is an astute woman, well-versed in the art of weighing her options. I may consider your offer, but I could equally turn my attention to the cunning little fox on the opposite side, or even the small angel that is swiftly approaching. The golden-horned behemoth fluttered its wings and nodded toward a direction where a golden radiance seemed to be drawing near. What is this? The radiance emitted by the angel soul during flight? Is Qianren Xue about to arrive? In comparison to the current Bibi Dong, who resembles a spider, Qianren Xue possesses a definitive advantage in both age and appearance. Thus, a question arises. Is this golden-horned behemoth truly merely a lecherous figure? If Bibi Dong were to acquiesce to all demands at this moment, could it genuinely secure the entirety of the continent? This appears to be a perilous gamble. However, the subsequent statement from the golden-horned beast ignited an overwhelming impulse within Bibi Dong to nod in agreement. You may have someone verify that Sea God Island has been obliterated. Tangsan Sea God's trident is right here. After uttering these words, the golden-horned beast patted its own belly. Had it consumed the Sea God's trident? Upon receiving this news, Bibi Dong felt as though her head might explode. Is this fellow a divine beast? Is it truly so remarkable? Chapter 24, Princess Angel Qianren Xue versus Golden-Horned Giant Beast. Very well, if what you say is indeed true, I, Bibi Dong, am willing to represent the Spirit Empire and give my consent. The golden-horned behemoth has left Bibi Dong profoundly astonished. Although the future remains uncertain, this empress finds herself increasingly impatient. Opportunities like this are rare and fleeting. Furthermore, should the night pass without resolution, Bibi Dong's position may very well be jeopardized. Given these circumstances, why not take a bold leap? Moreover, Bibi Dong harbors a sense that she can indeed master this golden-horned behemoth. As she converses with it, myriad thoughts swirl through her mind. The woman was incessantly speculating about the true lineage of her counterpart. Observing this form, it bore a resemblance to a subspecies of an ancient dragon clan. Is it not said that the beast god is a colossal dragon that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years? Though few have laid eyes upon that magnificent creature. The archives of the Spirit Master Empire meticulously document the existence of soul beasts that have surpassed 10,000 years in age. The being before her likely possesses power that exceeds even that of the beast god. If an alliance could be forged with such a creature, what would it matter if she became the bride of the Dragon King? Is this not the essence of dragonkind? Dragons are said to have 9 offspring, each distinct in nature. Legends tell that dragons have an affinity for various beauties, particularly those of human descent. In many tales, dragons have even been known to abduct human princesses. Clearly, at this moment, Bibi Dong viewed the golden-horned beast in such a light. Yet, who could have anticipated that the angel princess would make her appearance directly on the battlefield? Based on the timeline, this young lady had likely just completed the 8th trial of the angel god. Was the urgency of the situation the cause? In truth, the golden-horned beast may still be unaware that its sudden emergence has caused a subtle shift in the timeline of the Douluo Continent. Certain events have altered, such as tonight's assault, which has rendered the 2 tidal Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Master Empire incapacitated and paralyzed the outermost 3 lines of defense upon its walls. All the metallic artifacts have been consumed by him. Should the Empire of the Heavenly Doe launch an assault at this juncture, it would be utterly unstoppable. Of course, such a scenario is implausible, for the Shrek 7 monsters have already suffered severe losses. Tangsan has lost the trident of the sea god, and ultimately, only 6 have regrouped, with Oscar remaining unaccounted for. Thus, is it truly so astonishing that this angelic princess has prematurely emerged from seclusion? I dissent. The Spirit Empire cannot be dictated solely by the whims of a single woman. Indeed, Qianren Xue is breathtakingly beautiful, particularly when accentuated by her golden angelic wings. Her snow-white skin, her curvaceous form, and that frosty countenance. My heavens, she is even more exquisite than depicted in the anime. Witnessing this spectacle, the golden-horned beast swiftly diverted its gaze from Bibi Dong. The situation rendered Her Majesty the Empress exceedingly uncomfortable. Qianren Xue, being youthful, was oblivious to the thoughts of these older men. However, Bibi Dong could distinctly sense the uncertainty emanating from the formidable golden-horned beast before her. Without offering this creature some tangible advantage, it would be futile to attempt to bind its loyalty. Xiao Xue, what are you saying? Upon witnessing the descending angelic princess, Bibi Dong seemed intent on thwarting her. Yet, to her astonishment, her daughter showed no regard for her mother's authority. She emitted a radiant golden light that effectively sealed Bibi Dong's every movement. Remarkable indeed. Although this young girl has not yet ascended to divinity, she stands on the precipice of achieving such a status. Qianren Xue now possesses combat prowess that can undoubtedly rival that of the former Tang Chun, barely reaching the 5th tier of planetary strength. However, with one final transformation, her battle capabilities may soar to extraordinary heights. Angelic Princess, you surpass your mother in beauty. Your family's lineage is truly remarkable. As a transmigrator, the Golden Horn Behemoth is well aware of the mother-daughter relationship between these two. Yet, upon hearing this remark, the angelic princess appeared somewhat incensed. I do not care who you are, but please refrain from making such statements. She is merely my sister. What a curious notion this is. However, the sight of these two women standing together indeed suggests they are not mother and daughter, but rather sisters. Yet, to utter such words in the presence of Bibi Dong seems rather hurtful, does it not? Angel Princess, are you here to thwart my endeavors? Naturally, I shall impede any adversary that seeks to harm the Spirit Empire. Haha, I hope your angel sword is more palatable than Tang San's Sea God's Trident. It is worth noting that what truly captivates the Golden Horn Beast about Qian Rinxue is not merely her exquisite visage, but rather her resplendent golden angel armor. Additionally, the angelic holy sword she wields is equally enticing. To the ordinary eye, it may appear as a frigid artifact, yet before the Golden Horned Beast, it resembles a delectable morsel akin to deep-sea abalone, irresistibly drawing him in, inciting a desire to consume and absorb. What did you say? You vanquished Tang San. The news of that old rival momentarily stuns Qian Rinxue. Indeed, Tang San is a lingering specter for this angel princess. She must confront all of this during the 9th trial of the angels. However, a pressing question arises. Does Tang San still possess the right to engage in a duel face-to-face with this angel princess? Hasn't his most formidable Sea God's Trident already been devoured by this Golden Horn Beast? I did not defeat Tang San. I merely rendered him incapacitated. You shall understand this upon your next encounter with him. As the angel princess draws ever closer, the allure of the angel's sword in her grasp intensifies for the Golden Horned Beast. The angelic deity is indeed a first-tier god within the divine realm, and this angel's sword has been passed down through generations. Over time, it has absorbed various essences, rendering it a sumptuous feast for the Golden Horned Beast. Akin to a platter of exquisite seafood, already paired with mustard, awaiting to be delivered directly to one's lips. Such a delightful offering cannot be easily dismissed, can it? You, ghastly beast, make me quite uncomfortable. I shall represent the angels in judging you. Perhaps it is the influence of the darker aspects within my heart that compels me. The angelic princess displayed a sense of impatience. However, it matters not, for the two shall inevitably engage in a battle. The Golden Horn Beast does not presume that its opponent would willingly surrender their weapon. What further words are needed? Come forth. Let me behold your angelic prowess. Upon uttering this declaration, the Golden Horned Beast unfurled its obsidian wings, ascending leisurely into the heavens. In truth, at this moment, the creature felt a twinge of conflict. It yearned to savor the essence of the angels, yet feared harming the delicate beauty before it. Conversely, the angelic princess appeared unburdened by such trepidations. As the saying goes, a young calf knows not the ferocity of a tiger. Behold, radiant soul rings erupted from her being, accompanied by a cascade of golden light descending from above. A golden angelic apparition materialized behind Qian Rinxue. Prepare to be judged, hideous monster. In response, the Golden Horn Beast retorted, I may be ugly, but I possess a gentle heart. Chapter 25. To my astonishment, Qian Rinxue was brought to tears by my words. You. Upon hearing the Golden Horn Beast's impeccable reply, Qian Rinxue's expression became quite peculiar. Indeed, this remark struck a chord with the icy beauty, eliciting a moment of amusement amidst the impending peril. Yet, this angelic princess valiantly restrained her laughter, raising her angelic holy sword high, and, in conjunction with the colossal light behind her, brought it down with great force. 8th soul skill, angelic holy sword. Very well. It seems this beautiful angelic princess has yet to reveal her full potential. Or perhaps this young lady possesses immense confidence in her strength. However, the Golden Horn Beast was more straightforward, confronting the luminous sword descending from the heavens. This creature exhibited no resistance whatsoever, instead performing an utterly unfathomable action. The colossal beast, brimming with delight, gaped its enormous maw wide open, intending to receive the adversary's 8th soul technique with its tooth-laden jaws. The fetid stench emanating from its mouth immediately caused the exalted angelic beauty to furrow her brows. You filthy beast, witness how I shall purify you with the radiance of an angel. Yet, from an alternative perspective, this angelic princess might perceive matters differently. Why not recognize that this golden-horned giant eagerly awaits your offering with joyous anticipation? Snap, sizzle. This is the formidable biting force of a celestial beast of stellar proportions. Let alone the fact that Qian Rinxue has yet to attain divinity. Even if this angelic princess were to truly transcend the 100-level threshold, she would stand no chance against the clinching power of this cosmic creature. What is happening? The horrific scene she had envisioned did not unfold. The beautiful angelic princess suddenly realized the grave misjudgment she had made. She had significantly underestimated the strength of the beast before her, after being ensnared by its jaws. A colossal golden sword, forged from angelic power, remained utterly motionless. Faintly, a disquieting sound reminiscent of teeth grinding could be heard, instilling a sense of unease. Clank, crack. The sound was peculiar yet undeniably tense-inducing. Had there been a blacksmith present, upon hearing this noise? An immediate inference would have been made. It was the resonant crack of metal splitting apart. Thanks to the divine might of the archangel, The Princess of Angels had just wielded a true holy sword through her formidable technique. As for the mighty horn beast, it was most fortunate that this was the outcome. What would follow next was quite straightforward. First, cracks would form at the point of contact, and then, most likely, the object would be shattered entirely. In truth, the horned beast had already shown considerable respect, considering that in past times, it had been a devoted admirer of the angel princess. Yet, the aroma of the sacred blade was too enticing for the beast to resist. If forced to choose between beauty and delicacy, it could only painfully opt for the latter. The sound of the horned beast's teeth grinding was faintly audible, a noise that was not perfectly articulated but conveyed a clear message of gratitude. Perhaps it simply wanted to express its appreciation for the hospitality extended to it. This has been the account so far. This sacred sword is crafted from the most exquisite metal that the golden horned beast has ever savored across the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent. Far surpassing the delectable quality of the previous sea goddess trident, this is akin to becoming accustomed to a diet of coarse grains, only to suddenly find a delectable cheesecake placed before you. Can one truly expect the textures to be alike? Alas, by the time Qian Rengshi realized what had transpired, it was already too late. A conspicuous crack had formed upon the massive angelic sword. Then, the colossal black beast shook its head. Crack! In full view of the assembly. The grand angelic sword wielded by the Princess of Angels was shattered. Approximately one-third of the blade was now ensconced within the maw of this golden horned giant. Before the astonished audience, the creature began to savor its meal with evident delight, showing no regard for its status as an outsider. What? At this moment? The astonishment was not limited to the angelic princess alone. Even the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo beside her found it hard to believe his own eyes. How could this be? This is the legendary angelic holy sword. It is one of the most formidable weapons in the Douluo Continent. How did it end up in the maw of this golden horned behemoth? It resembles a mere sandwich cookie. Moreover, this cookie is clearly insufficient, stretching an impressive length of over 200 meters. Within the jaws of the golden horned beast, it could be devoured in just a few bites. After consuming it, this creature's eyes gleamed with mischief as it fixated on the broken sword in Qian Renshui's grasp, beckoning her with a gesture. I wonder how the taste of your armor is? How about letting me have a small sample? The star-level golden horned beast possessed a formidable psychic power. Its right claw made a slight gesture, eliciting a shrill cry from the angelic princess. Ah, what are you doing? It turned out that the golden armor on Qian Renshui had become dislodged. It was not a sensitive area, merely a shoulder guard on her right shoulder that inexplicably soared into the air. It swayed precariously, seemingly destined to be swallowed by the golden horned beast. Yet, was it not a tad impolite to proceed without prior warning? The angelic princess's snow-white shoulder was fully exposed to the air, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze, a scene of unparalleled allure. However, the princess seemed unaware of which nerve had been stimulated, letting out such a piercing scream. Startled, the golden horned beast promptly halted its actions, using its psychic power to return the piece of armor to her hand. At this moment, Qian Renshui swiftly grasped the armor and donned it once more, turning her beautiful silhouette towards the golden horned beast as she did so. No, that is not right. Why is the little girl's shoulder trembling? Due to the immense size of the golden horned beast, the view is significantly broadened. He distinctly perceives the angelic princess who has turned away, seemingly wiping away tears. Good heavens, what shall we do? You have caused the angelic princess to weep. Oh, the tears of a beauty. How my heart aches at the sight. In an instant, a wave of guilt surged within me, dampening the gluttonous appetite of the voracious golden horned beast to a chilling halt. Who is the illustrious Qian Rengshu? Whether in the original work of Douluo Dalu or in the myriad of time travel dramas and adapted novels, she is undoubtedly the foremost goddess. Her popularity even eclipses that of Bibi Dong. Yet here you are, wretched and grotesque creature, having devoured her angelic sacred sword, and audaciously stripping her of her armor without consent. How could you cause such sorrow to this exquisite princess, bringing her to tears? What punishment do you deserve, golden horned beast? You have committed a grave offense. Well, I did not intend to, but truly, the taste of your angelic sacred sword surpasses that of Tangsan Sea God Trident. Oh my heavens. Originally, the golden horned beast wished to utter words of comfort, yet inadvertently, it blurted out a culinary critique at the most inopportune moment. Do you intend to stir up chaos? Ahem. Chapter 26. Bibi Dong invites me to stay until dawn. Ahem. Mr. Golden Horned Beast, does our prior agreement still hold? This is an awkward moment. Fortunately, Bibi Dong came to the rescue just in time. The angelic princess cast a fierce glance at a certain beast before unfurling her wings and soaring away. Initially, when this angelic princess arrived, she was filled with ambition and melancholy. However, she never anticipated such an embarrassing predicament. Even the angel sword almost fell victim to complete consumption by her adversary. Luckily, this angelic princess had not yet concluded the 9 trials of the angel god. The severed sword still holds the potential for restoration. Yet, the psychological trauma from this recent battle has left an indelible mark on her heart. How formidable! Why must such a monster exist? It seems she should not have emerged today. She ought to have left that woman to her own devices. Bibi Dong could never have imagined that her daughter possesses a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. The reason this angelic princess has appeared here is primarily due to her concern that her mother may not be a match for them, though she is unwilling to admit it. Now, unexpectedly, a golden horn behemoth has emerged. However, it seems that Bibi Dong is still capable of taming it. As for the method of taming, that remains a mystery. Only the woman herself is truly aware of the situation. It has been proven that Bibi Dong's charm is indeed unfathomable. Remarkably, the golden horn beast did not pursue Qian Rinxuan nor disturb anyone else. It simply settled quietly upon the city wall, mere meters away from this woman. This distance ensures that no one can overhear their conversation, as no one dares to approach such proximity. Pray tell, how do you intend to collaborate with me? The crowd is overwhelming here. It would be best if you could come to this place at night and perhaps become a tad smaller. As she uttered these words, the enchanting empress of the Soul Empire deliberately sauntered forth, swaying gracefully towards the colossal beast with golden horns, softly whispering, "We can keep each other company until dawn." Has this individual misunderstood something? However, might it be possible to utilize the newly acquired human avatar this evening? Perhaps it was the words of this enchanting empress that provoked such thoughts? The golden horn behemoth intends to introduce its human avatar ahead of schedule. I wonder what expression will adorn the face of the empress of the martial Soul Empire upon encountering Oscar. Very well, it is settled. Let us meet tonight without fail. But shouldn't you provide me with a token? Of course. Would my earrings suffice? This Bibi Dong truly dares to act. It seems this evening shall be quite intriguing. However, while the scene of beauty and the beast unfolds at Jiaiguan, the camp of the Heavendo Empire has also become quite lively. After much tossing and turning, the members of the Shrek 7 finally returned. To be precise, there were 6 of them. Each bore wounds upon their bodies. What grieved them the most was the fact that Oscar had yet to make any appearance. This is truly terrifying. Since the establishment of the 7 monsters of Shrek, they have endured numerous trials of life and death without ever experiencing a loss among their ranks. Yet now, what has happened to Oscar? Ning Rongrong has been weeping throughout this ordeal, having fainted from crying on several occasions. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu have sustained grievous injuries. Xiao Wu has suffered from multiple fractures and will require an extensive period of rest for recovery. However, the most tragic fate befalls Tang San. The trident of the sea god wielded by this fellow was, to everyone's astonishment, devoured piece by piece by that loathsome behemoth right before their eyes. This individual is truly despicable. How could such a person exist? Has the world of Douluo truly undergone a transformation? Master, there is no need for concern. Our coalition of the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire still holds a significant advantage. Perhaps it is because they have witnessed the Shrek 7 monsters in a state of dejection that the Avalanche Emperor hastens to uplift their spirits. After all, judging by the losses sustained on both sides, the coalition of the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire maintains a considerable upper hand. Within the Spirit Empire, there are virtually no individuals left capable of confronting them directly. However, the fact that Tang San's sea god Trident has been devoured by a monstrous creature is undoubtedly a grievous piece of news. This also implies that Tang San's combat prowess will significantly diminish. Should he continue to confront Bibi Dong head-on, the prospects could be dire. What shall we do? Your Majesty, we require a period of recuperation. Should the enemy invade, the Haotian sect will provide assistance. Fortunately, we have the formidable Haotian sect as our support. For the time being, the adversary is unlikely to trouble us. Thus, even with a multitude of words to express, it would be prudent to wait until these few individuals have fully recovered before proceeding. No problem. I shall arrange accommodations immediately and wish everyone a swift recovery. The young emperor of the Heavendo Empire is likely unaware that the environment of the entire battlefield has undergone a significant transformation. It is only a matter of time before they come to realize that the tides have turned. Tang San and Bibi Dong, who stands opposed to him, can no longer dictate the fate of this continent. This place is destined to transform into a celestial amusement park, a behemoth of the starry skies. Perhaps, in the distant future, this very planet may even become a feast for others. However, that is a tale for another time. No one can foretell the trajectory that the entire continent will take next, at least from the current perspective. The greatest beneficiary of it all appears to be the illustrious golden horn beast. After concluding the agreement with Bibi Dong, this colossal creature once again plunged into the clouds, swiftly vanishing from the sight of all. Although the Spirit Empire is home to numerous aerial spirit masters, none dared to pursue it. The mere sight of the golden horn beast was enough to instill fear and trepidation in their hearts. Meanwhile, the center of the battlefield has now transformed into a temporary lair for the golden horn beast, thanks to its prior absorption of the angelic sacred sword. The creature has reached a remarkable length of 995 meters. It is indeed a pity that if it were to consume the armor of that angelic princess, it could potentially ascend directly to the second tier of stellar power. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, for at this moment, the golden horned giant beast has become the pinnacle of combat prowess across the entire Douluo Continent, whether in terms of defense, offensive capability, or regenerative abilities. It is likely that even the deities descending from the divine realm would find themselves powerless against it. Undoubtedly, this evening marks a sleepless night for many, including those adrift on Sea God Island, the Shrek 7 monsters, and the Empress of the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong. The woman herself is perplexed, as if under some enchantment, to have agreed to the conditions set forth by the golden horn behemoth. Even more astonishing is the fact that, upon her return, Bibi Dong has begun to meticulously adorn herself. She has even enlisted her disciple, Hulaina, into this endeavor. Nana, this evening, we are to meet a distinguished guest. You must present yourself with breathtaking elegance. Does this woman harbor any feelings? If it pertains to the golden horn behemoth, does it evoke any memories for her? Master, I have heard that the second offering intends to dismiss you. Is that true? In contrast to the whimsical Bibi Dong, the little fox appears to be far more concerned about the safety of Her Majesty the Empress. After all, the formidable strength of those titled Douluo is evident. Moreover, Bibi Dong has not yet recovered from her severe injuries. If they were to forcibly oust her from power, it could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 27. I, Oscar. The first avatar of the golden horn behemoth. Who dares to trespass upon Jialing Pass? Do you wish to court death? It was a night so dark that one could not see a hand in front of one's face. As midnight approached, the guards outside the east gate suddenly spotted a figure clad in black advancing towards them, seemingly hailing from the direction of the Heavenly Empire. What could this mean? Was it a reconnaissance mission from the enemy? No, the individual was approaching with an air of confidence. Yet, he bore no insignia of the warriors from the martial Soul Empire. To err on the side of caution, at least 100 archers atop the city wall had their sights trained on him. I am a guest of your martial Soul Empire as Empress. I strongly advise you to open the gates and allow me entry. Upon uttering these words, the man revealed an object in his hand that shimmered brightly, momentarily flashing before the guards. The ordinary archers, of course, were oblivious to its significance. However, the leaders among them cast a glance at it and were immediately struck with terror, falling to their knees. We have encountered a messenger. Please forgive our ignorance. Open the gates, quickly. Find someone clever and notify Her Majesty the Empress at once. Though they were unaware of the connection between this individual and Bibi Dong, the fact that the Empress would entrust her personal belongings to him was indeed alarming. What does this imply? The identity of the individual before them is certainly beyond the comprehension of these mere soldiers. In fact, the ordinary soldiers of the Spirit Hall Empire are presently filled with trepidation. Should the influential figures of the Spirit Hall Empire change personnel, they too would inevitably face replacement. There exists even the possibility that, for the sake of confidentiality, they might be silenced. Thus, everyone is united in purpose at this moment. Previously, the Holy Maiden Hulaina of the Spirit Hall Empire had already communicated with the captains at various entrances. This evening, guests invited by His Majesty Bibi Dong will be arriving, and they must remain vigilant. Sure enough, he has arrived. Upon entering, he was swiftly guided onto the proper path. Subsequently, all the guards discreetly vanished. It was well understood that this individual was of noble stature, someone beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Furthermore, the encounter this evening was to be rendered non-existent, publicly declared as though no one had entered at all. This is also to keep the esteemed individuals who have hurried from the heart of the Spirit Empire in the dark. At present, all the inhabitants of this city form a community of shared interests. Each person need only fulfill their own responsibilities. Observing the deserted surroundings, with only the flickering lanterns illuminating the path ahead, Oscar leisurely removed his cloak and strolled along this route. Indeed, this is the scheme of the golden horn behemoth. Manifesting in the mortal realm through his primary clone, Oscar. Ahead lies the cabin where he once made an oath with Bibi Dong. Standing at the entrance is a petite beauty, her lips ablaze with fiery crimson, her figure accentuated with alluring curves. She is clad in a minuscule skirt, her twin alabaster legs shimmering under the reflection of starlight, radiating mesmerizing brilliance. This is Hulaina, a figure employed by Bibi Dong to welcome guests. Before the little fox opposite could fully comprehend the situation, Oscar approached with a beaming smile. Then, amidst the astonished gaze of the other, he raised his right hand, revealing Bibi Dong's earring. You are not from Shrek Academy, are you? At this moment, the little fox's mouth was agape, wide enough to accommodate a fist. I am Oscar, and I am also a golden horned giant beast. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, wouldn't you say? At this juncture, Hulaina found herself at a loss for words. No wonder the previous golden horned beast seemed so familiar with their every move. Upon returning, Bibi Dong analyzed that behind the gigantic creature, there must be someone who was very well acquainted with them. Yet, she never anticipated that it would be a member of the Shrek 7. This is utterly astonishing. In the realm of Toronto, the concept of possession may be entirely foreign, and the idea of doppelgangers is non-existent. Consequently, the current scenario is utterly incomprehensible to them. However, Bibi Dong appears to maintain a semblance of composure. Though separated by a grand door, she is acutely aware of the events unfolding outside. Nana, swiftly prepare the refreshments and invite our esteemed guest in. Yet, even Bibi Dong's voice trembles with unease. The true visage of the golden-horned giant before her increasingly unsettles her. Haha, I shall not hold back. Although he presents himself as Oscar, his essence remains that of the golden-horned beast, and thus, his boisterous personality remains unchanged. Observing him casually push the door open, he strides in with an air of arrogance, displaying a complete lack of courtesy, and approaches Bibi Dong directly. scrutinizing her from all angles. The perspective of the golden horned beast starkly contrasts with that of a human. Moreover, it is evident that Bibi Dong has meticulously adorned herself for the evening, deliberately accentuating her long legs. However, since inheriting the power of the Rakshasa deity, her physique is no longer as alluring as before. TSK, TSK, TSK. I truly detest the aura of the Rakshasa goddess. What is so appealing about this spider? This is indeed not just Wang Xuan's pretentiousness. After Bibi Dong inherited the power of the Rakshasa god, her beauty and physique significantly diminished. Even the animated version, despite its enhancements, faced considerable criticism from numerous netizens, with Wang Xuan among them. Today, witnessing the diminished beauty of Bibi Dong, Oscar's eyes brimmed with disappointment. However, Bibi Dong responded with a faint smile. I never expected that the one conversing with me today would be you, little rascal. Confess, when did you begin to spy on me? One cannot deny that Bibi Dong is an extraordinarily captivating woman. Moreover, this evening, the Empress of the Wuhuan Empire was all in, fully prepared psychologically to sacrifice everything to forge a partnership with the terrifying golden horned beast. To Bibi Dong, this creature represented her talisman. With the golden horned beast by her side, no one, not even Qian Daolu, could hope to dislodge her from her position. Even the prospect of victory against the Tiando Empire ultimately hinged upon this creature. I see you and your daughter are quite the pitiable duo. I wonder if you both require a shoulder to lean on? When did Oscar become so glib? If Ning Rongrong were present, she would undoubtedly faint from fury. Bibi Dong seemed slightly overwhelmed by the directness of this little man, her expression enigmatic. How can I trust you are truly him? When it comes to playing the game of Tai Chi, Bibi Dong's skills were no less formidable than Oscar's. Do you wish to see me transform right here? If you can abandon the Rakshasa god and revert to the form I once adored, I shall agree. As she spoke, a surge of soul power, entirely foreign to Oscar, suddenly enveloped him. It was an energy of profound darkness, nearly engulfing the entire room. Even Bibi Dong found herself immobilized, as though a top-tier beast had fixed its gaze upon her. It felt reminiscent of the intimidating presence of the golden horned beast she encountered earlier that evening. Could it be that this lad named Oscar is truly? Chapter 28. I advise Bibi Dong to reform, angering the Rakshasa god. You truly are him. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill with the first move. How could such a powerful and astute woman as Bibi Dong fail to sense this force? Yet, she could never have anticipated the depths of concealment possessed by the Shrek Academy youth. Why had Bibi Dong never noticed this young man before? It was terrifying. Everything Oscar had previously displayed surpassed this woman's imagination. Even the Rakshasa goddess she had encountered before would likely not stand a chance against this beast. So, are you willing to accept my proposal? To return to your former beautiful self? To be honest, at this moment, Oscar found it quite challenging to act against Bibi Dong. He was not the type to be rendered immobile in the presence of a woman. Moreover, for the golden horned beast, the allure of the metals on this planet was far greater. If there were any woman who matched Oscar's current aesthetic inclinations, it would be the previous angelic princess. And perhaps the little fox outside could pass muster. However, compared to Ning Rongrong, it seemed. In any case, the Bibi Dong who had accepted the Rakshasa goddess inheritance was certainly not Oscar's type. The original, unadulterated version had its appeal. I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request, as I have already accepted the Rakshasa goddess inheritance. Despite a strong intuition urging Bibi Dong to accept the golden horned beast's proposition, she dared not do so. The Rakshasa god was no benevolent deity. One could even say it was a profoundly fearsome divinity. This point is evident from the earlier dark transformation of Tangchen. When that fellow ventured into the city of slaughter, he originally sought to inherit the legacy of the Azura god, even managing to acquire the Azura sword. However, he was cunningly invaded by the Rakshasa god, becoming the king of slaughter. Had it not been for Tang San's intervention, Tangchen might have remained oblivious to his monstrous transformation until his dying breath. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong has now attained the 9 trials of the Rakshasa god. The more grotesque her appearance becomes, the stronger the dark powers she acquires. Moreover, for the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong is the most satisfactory successor found in recent years. If she were to be swayed by the words of the golden horned beast, do you think this divine being would acquiesce? In truth, while Bibi Dong harbors such thoughts, the exalted Rakshasa goddess has already sensed it. How amusing is someone attempting to usurp my follower. Despite being far removed in the divine realm, the Rakshasa goddess is not to be trifled with. This woman pays no heed to the myriad rules of the divine realm. The goddess had descended to the mortal realm on more than one occasion, indulging in wanton destruction. The previous exhortations from Oscar to Bibi Dong had already incensed her. Without any forewarning, not even Bibi Dong received any indication. A wave of dark energy slowly enveloped the skies above Jialing Pass. This sudden surge of darkness was sensed not only by the two present, but also detected by the golden crocodile Douluo and his companions. However, as these individuals prepared to investigate the situation, a stern warning echoed in their minds. Those who are not of the divine lineage, step aside. It was a voice that sounded somewhat enchanting, yet bore an unmistakably frigid tone. Even the esteemed golden crocodile Douluo from the 98th rank trembled at the utterance of those words, as if his very soul was on the verge of disintegration. It was a warning emanating from a power that far exceeded their own. Moreover, the seasoned old crocodile, with his vast experience, immediately discerned that this force did not originate from the Douluo Continent. It came from above. Casting a glance skyward, he gestured towards his companions nearby. The ancient crocodile felt compelled to remind them that a divine presence was highly likely to descend upon them this evening. Those wishing to avoid peril should refrain from disturbing her. Oh, a dimensional strike? Has a planetary-level goddess arrived? Although that Rakshasa goddess is indeed a being of considerable rank among the divine, she appears somewhat lacking in stature in the eyes of the golden horned behemoth. While some may classify this Rakshasa goddess as a first-tier deity, her power evidently falls short of such standards. Moreover, she lacks even a temple on the Douluo Continent, which clearly signifies her unworthiness. She is approximately equivalent to a planetary-level 7th tier, perhaps even slightly less. This is Oscar's evaluation of the goddess. Little one. It seems we are all in trouble. Our recent conversation may have provoked the arrival of this formidable force. Bibi Dong was also rendered speechless. Previously, this empress had not given any warning. The opponent did not even extend a greeting before making a sudden entrance. Clearly, the Rakshasa goddess does not place much trust in Bibi Dong either. However, to stealthily descend from the divine realm, this individual possesses an audacious spirit. Does she not fear being discovered by the enforcers of the divine realm, the Azure god? It appears some individuals harbor significant objections to my counsel. Let me engage in a face-to-face discussion. It is evident that today's incident cannot be resolved lightly. With a smile, Oscar stepped outside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he transformed once more between human form and that of the golden-horned beast. Roar. Soon, a colossal creature, nearly a kilometer in length, materialized in the heart of the city. Yet, before the onlookers could comprehend what they were witnessing, the gigantic monster spread its wings and soared swiftly into the sky. There, a pale green cloud hovered, the area imbued with the most potent essence of the Rakshasa goddess. There was no need to await her descent. Let the battle commence in the air. The golden horned beast is anything but hesitant in combat. So, it is you, this little creature. Are you the one incessantly inciting my followers? Previously, the Rakshasa goddess had already sensed the power of the golden horned beast. Through Bibi Dong's energy transmission, this goddess, far removed yet attuned, was able to obtain preliminary data on the golden horned beast instantly. So what if it is me? Is this not a case of asking a question with an obvious answer? And your appearance, how grotesque. The Rakshasa deity before me resembles, to put it bluntly, an oversized spider. She wields a grim reaper's scythe and is clad in verdant armor. Any ordinary person who gazes upon her would be struck by terror, their legs trembling, rendered immobile. This is purely terrifying. Yet, in the eyes of the golden-horned behemoth, there sparkled a glimmer of indifference, as if it beheld something exceedingly mundane and trivial. Young one, regardless of whether you are a spirit beast or a human, today shall be your demise. As a lofty first-tier deity, being derided for one's appearance by a creature never before encountered is utterly insufferable. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Upon hearing these words, the Rakshasi goddess could scarcely restrain herself from wielding her demonic scythe, yearning to cleave the grotesque, dark-hued monstrosity before her into countless fragments. Yet why was this so? The golden-horned behemoth gazes upon the lofty embodiment of the first god, seemingly unfazed. A spark of exhilaration ignites in its eyes, as if a lavish feast of rare delicacies lies before it, beckoning to be savored. Chapter 29. Golden-horned behemoth versus the Rakshasa goddess of Douluo Continent with such feeble prowess. Do you presume to vanquish me? The behemoth sneers at the roaring Rakshasa goddess before it, a sinister smile curling upon its lips, as if it has just encountered the most ludicrous jest in existence. What transpires here? Is it possible that this creature holds the Rakshasa goddess in such low regard? Indeed, it appears to be so. The golden-horned behemoth, hailing from the cosmic void, dismisses the very laws of the Douluo Continent with disdain. The rule that one cannot attain divinity at level 100 holds no sway over him. Before him, the so-called goddess possesses only two attributes that pique the interest of the golden-horned behemoth: a razor-sharp magical scythe and her complete set of dark green armor. Although the prowess of this Rakshasa goddess is rather lackluster, her equipment is undeniably impressive, consisting entirely of divine-grade artifacts. Even a mere taste of such gear could undoubtedly elevate the strength of the golden-horned behemoth to the second stellar tribulation. Thus, regardless of the indignation she may express, in the eyes of the golden-horned behemoth, she is merely sustenance. Moreover, this so-called Rakshasa goddess is truly hideous, far surpassing even the most unattractive form of the transformed Bibi Dong. Arrogant fool, you shall pay the price for your audacious words. Although the true nature of this dark creature remains elusive, a sense of dignity befitting the divine race compels action. The Rakshasi goddess harnessed an astonishing power, a manifestation of the cosmic realm. This ability allowed her to rapidly expand her corporeal form to an infinite scale. It bore resemblance to the immense angelic apparition that emerged behind Qianrenxue during her celestial assault. However, what descended this time was the goddess's true form, displaying tangible energy. In an instant, the dense fog enveloping the entire battlefield of Jialing Pass was completely dispersed. These dense mists were dispelled by the wrathful aura of the fearsome goddess. Moreover, due to the immense size of these two beings, even from the distant camp of the heavenly empire, one could discern a vague image through specialized telescopes. Third brother, come quickly and observe. What is that? Perhaps it was due to her recent recovery, but Xiao was seen particularly enthusiastic about such matters. However, the distance was indeed too great, and even someone as formidable as Tang San, a titled Douluo, could only perceive a hazy outline with his spiritual sense. It's that fellow. How did he arrive as well? It was no concern to avoid looking, but upon seeing, one could be taken aback. Tang San recoiled as if confronted with the most terrifying sight of his life, stumbling backward and nearly colliding with an observation post. The nearby members of Shrek, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly gathered around. Third brother, what exactly is it? The vision of these individuals is undeniably limited. They can barely discern two distant dark figures, bouncing about. Indeed, it is the terrifying creature we encountered on Sea God Island, and it has pursued us here. Is it the Golden Horn Beast? Yet, what brings it to the Spirit Empire? In contrast, Dai Mubai remains relatively composed, for based on the information previously gathered. In recent days, the situation at Jialing Pass has not improved significantly. Particularly from this evening onward, it appears to be perpetually illuminated, accompanied by considerable commotion. Could it be that the Golden Horn Behemoth has ventured there in search of sustenance? This represents the initial thought of all the 7 heroes of Shrek, and it is grounded in reality. But what about the other? It seems I have never encountered it before. Since Tang San is capable of tracking the movements of the Golden Horn giant beast, the Rakshasa goddess certainly cannot elude his keen perception. At this moment, with the aid of the celestial realm, the Rakshasa goddess towers to several hundred meters, boldly confronting the Golden Horned giant beast head-on. Although the scene appears somewhat daunting and even induces a sense of panic, the battle seems to unfold on the side of the martial Soul Empire, instantly igniting Tang San's curiosity. What kind of power could possibly rival that colossal black monstrosity? Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the goddess who is currently engaged in combat with the Golden Horned giant beast. She quickly realizes she is in trouble. It turns out that there exists a regulation on the Douluo Continent. Any member who conforms to their power system, whether a titled Douluo powerhouse or a divine envoy descending from the heavens, is subjected to a level suppression of 100. This implies that they can only exert their strength up to this limit, with a maximum equivalence to the 100th level. Consequently, the formidable prowess of the Rakshasa goddess remains utterly constrained, as if shackled by invisible bonds. In stark contrast, the Golden Horn Behemoth faces no such impediments. Both his lineage and essence transcend the very laws that govern this realm. Within the world of Douluo Continent, power is boundless, provided that resources and energy are abundant. The terrifying celestial behemoth is, in principle, destined to grow continuously. O fierce goddess, I present you with 2 choices. Either obediently dissolve the trials of the Rakshasa or refrain from returning. Such audacity, for the first time on the Douluo Continent. A formidable being dares to threaten a deity, and not just any deity, but a legendary first-level god. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong stands utterly petrified, her countenance drained of color, completely at a loss for words. The confrontation before her transcends the realm in which Bibi Dong exists, rendering her participation impossible. The sheer speed of the combatants eludes comprehension. The sparks generated by their clashes, along with the intertwining silhouettes, evoke a spectacle more wondrous than the special effects in a grand cinematic production of Ultraman. To an ordinary observer, the Golden Horn giant might appear to merely swat with a paw. Yet, in reality, the two may have exchanged blows numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Weak, exceedingly weak. You are, without a doubt, the most mediocre first-level deity I have encountered thus far. This is in accordance with the original expectations of the Golden Horn Behemoth. These so-called first-tier deities are most likely comparable to the third-tier stellar masters within the realm of devouring the starry sky. However, through continuous encounters, this formidable beast suddenly realized that it had perhaps overestimated the gods of the Douluo world. It is akin to the current scenario with this Rakshasa goddess. Even if she unleashed her full power, her attacks would merely tickle the Golden Horn giant beast, akin to a futile endeavor. Far inferior to Tang San's earlier move that was irreversible. It feels as though it has not eaten in days. Initially, I thought that sea god was weak, but I had not anticipated that this Rakshasa goddess would be even weaker. It seems I was truly blind before, believing I could encounter genuine stellar-level masters here. How dare you underestimate me? Behold my death scythe. Observing the Golden Horn giant beast standing motionless, inviting her assault, impatience flickered across her visage. The Rakshasa goddess was suddenly overwhelmed with a profound sense of humiliation. Waves of green and purple energy surged forth, rendering the colossal spider's expression particularly menacing. Was this an escalation of power? In Chapter 30, the first god slaying by the Golden Horn beast, one might wonder if a bit more strength could be summoned. Initially, it was anticipated that this Rakshasa goddess would unleash a formidable technique, yet unexpectedly, her scythe was simply seized in the jaws of the Golden Horned beast. Thereafter, this behemoth gently twisted its neck. The blade of the scythe had already found its way into his mouth. The chaotic consumption felt akin to savoring a mouthful of knife-cut noodles. Yet, upon finishing, this diner remained unsatisfied, incessantly mocking the proprietor before him. You. Gazing at the half-blade in her grasp, the Rakshasa goddess fell into a state of disbelief. It was utterly astonishing. This very scythe of hers had, to a certain extent, been dubbed the scythe of death, specifically designed for reaping lives. Once, a contest had taken place between this goddess and the sea god, which attested that her scythe's prowess was not inferior to the sea god's trident. However, why did it seem so feeble in the jaws of the golden-horned behemoth? The entire ordeal felt reminiscent of mere feeding. This goddess is utterly dumbfounded. Bibidong, do you see? The deity you have aligned yourself with is utterly inept. You would be better off joining me. This truly is a heart-wrenching betrayal. After rendering the weapon of the goddess before me utterly useless, the golden-horned behemoth audaciously undermined its adversary, leaving the formidable Bibidong in an awkward predicament. Yet, it seems this golden-horned behemoth possesses overwhelming strength, rendering the Rakshasa goddess before it akin to a mere plaything. I shall fight you. Any woman ignited by fury is a sight to behold, and the Rakshasa goddess is no exception. Had she successfully vanquished the golden-horned behemoth earlier, she might have retained her lofty status, elegantly guiding the masses. However, the disgrace she suffered before her followers, coupled with the relentless taunting from the behemoth, drove her to madness. Before her stood a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body resembling a spider, exuding an aura of darkness. Its hair seemed to defy gravity, reminiscent of an explosive hairstyle, evoking an air of sheer arrogance. In the annals of cinematic portrayals, perhaps only Mei Chaofeng from the Legend of the Condor Heroes could rival such a spectacle. Yet, do you believe that merely altering one's form would suffice to conquer this behemoth? The prudent course of action would be to flee. After the recent confrontation, could the goddess truly remain oblivious to the vast chasm between their powers? Thus, it is said that women are creatures of impulse. Just as the goddess gritted her teeth and charged at the golden-horned behemoth, the latter silently intoned, "I am the embodiment of heaven and earth." In an instant, the behemoth, originally nearing 1,000 meters in height, multiplied in size, transforming into a colossal entity measuring over 10,000 meters. Even the vast expanse of Jialing City could scarcely accommodate the enormity of this beast. Boom. What? Certainly. The demon goddess was entirely unaware of her opponent's most formidable stratagem. As the creature charged forward, her attempt to break was rendered futile by the swift momentum. Before her loomed a colossal beast, nearly 18,000 meters in length, with gleaming golden horns. With a seemingly effortless motion, it lifted its massive claw, effortlessly crushing the great arachnid beneath its weight. Without sparing her any regard, the beast then opened its cavernous maw, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Instantly, a formidable suction force emanated forth, drawing away all metallic objects clinging to the demon goddess's form. Her remaining sickle, armor, earrings, jewelry, and even hairpins vanished in an instant. No, this is truly magnificent. Upon consuming these items, the visage of the Rakshasi goddess became even more disheveled. Meanwhile, the golden-horned beast continued to savor the taste with relish, as if lingering on a unique flavor. It seemed to possess an added essence. Could it be your distinctive toxin? Very well. The Rakshasi goddess is adept at wielding dark energies and toxins. However, such elements hold no sway over the golden-horned behemoth. It is akin to adding a mere sprinkle of pepper or a dash of spicy soup to seafood, at most serving as a mere seasoning, merely altering the flavor. Furthermore, upon absorbing this fragment of power, the golden-horned behemoth's form began to radiate an astonishing energy. This energy resembled a golden liquid, reminiscent of the solar flares on the sun's surface. It erupted continuously within its being, coursing back through its limbs, enveloping its entire body in a sensation of exquisite comfort. This marks a significant advancement. At this moment, the colossal beast of the golden horn has ascended to the rank of a stellar entity of the second order. However, the Rakshasi goddess, trapped beneath its formidable foot, finds herself in dire straits. Despite being a divine body, her capabilities are severely diminished, constrained within the limits of level 100, leading to a substantial reduction in her resistances. Thus, this extraordinary flame energy poses a genuine threat to her. After enduring several assaults, it could potentially obliterate her entirely. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. No, save me, Bibidong, in the final moments before death. This Rakshasa goddess even shamelessly sought help from Bibidong beside her. Is this too humiliating? Just as the Rakshasa goddess's body was reduced to a scattering of ash, Bibidong suddenly sensed that a certain binding within her had been severed. Consequently, the grotesque, greenish-black exteriors, repulsive in their ugliness, began to gradually dissolve from the woman's form, revealing her original, delicate, and porcelain-like skin beneath. This is quite understandable, as the Rakshasa goddess has been vanquished. Consequently, Bibidong's prior participation in the Rakshasa Divine Nine trials has been entirely severed. Accompanying this development is the dissipating aura of the Rakshasa deity in various aspects. This includes the eradication of the mark that posed a threat to the safety of this woman's life. This appears to be a familiar scheme. Much like Tang San's participation in the Sea God 9 trials, failure in the assessment would lead to utter annihilation. In truth, this predicament stems from the fact that Tang San bears the mark of the Sea God within him. Similarly, Tang Chen finds himself in a comparable situation. At that time, he exceeded the time constraints of the Shura God 9 trials. Even if the ancient ancestor of the Haotian sect had not been vanquished by the Golden Horn Beast, his time would still be limited. For when the moment arrives, the mark of the Rakshasa deity shall unhesitatingly detonate within his body. Regardless of one's level of power, none can escape this calamity. Previously, when the Golden Horn Beast facilitated Bibi Dong's separation from the Rakshasa goddess, the Empress of the Spirit Empire evidently exhibited a moment of hesitation. This was primarily due to the fact that once one becomes a follower of these celestial beings, the indelible mark within one's body becomes a permanent fixture. The only path available is to transform into a mere puppet, manipulated by another. In a certain sense, at this moment, the Golden Horn Giant Beast has become a savior for Bibi Dong, granting her a form of genuine freedom. Today is destined to be inscribed in the annals of history, marking the first true act of God-laying since the Golden Horn Giant Beast's arrival on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 31. Has Bibi Dong returned to her youth? Upon sensing the transformation within her body, Bibi Dong experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. In truth, the encroachment of the Rakshasa goddess upon this beauty was not a fleeting occurrence. From the moment Bibi Dong resolved to eliminate her husband, Qian Xuanji, the Rakshasa goddess began her subtle yet profound influence over this kind-hearted maiden. Reflecting on the past, Bibi Dong once possessed a period of innocence. She was once the saintess of the Spirit Hall. However, everything changed when the Pope of the Spirit Hall forcibly claimed her as his own. Her once pure heart was corrupted by darkness, and the beautiful woman gradually transformed into a marionette of the shadows. Everything felt like a dream, in the blink of an eye. Nearly 20 years had passed. Initially, Bibi Dong believed that all of this was by her own volition. Yet, at this moment, the Empress of the Spirit Empire realized that her will had been under the control of others all along. Whenever a glimmer of truth, goodness, and beauty emerged in her heart, it was ruthlessly extinguished by the Rakshasa goddess. The once benevolent woman had transformed into a malicious and venomous figure. Even Bibi Dong herself felt as if the past decade and more had been but a fleeting dream. Teacher, you, Hulaina, have always been by Bibi Dong's side, and thus you are acutely aware of the changes in your dear relative. What a remarkable transformation! Who could have anticipated such a change? It is astonishing to witness a woman of her age exuding a youthful charm, as if she has been rejuvenated, reclaiming her vitality. The girl, in her youthful exuberance, is quite mistaken. Even Bibi Dong herself did not foresee this remarkable shift. It appears that the mark of the previous Rakshasa goddess had suppressed her original essence. However, the conversation between these two women is oblivious to the Golden Horned Beast, who is currently enveloped in a profound state of transition. Evolving from the first to the second stage of stellar energy, his entire being seems to be encased in a golden liquid, resembling a colossal statue, firmly stationed within the Jiaguan. Even from a considerable distance, one can sense his formidable presence. Orders are issued for everyone in the vicinity to establish a perimeter, ensuring that the Golden Horn Beast is not disturbed. Observing this ascending force, a glimmer of admiration colored Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, accompanied by a sense of gratitude. At this moment, she feels an overwhelming sense of liberation, as though she has been granted a new lease on life. This sensation is utterly delightful. I never anticipated that this would be the true self that Bibi Dong yearned for. Even though pursuing this path may significantly diminish her own strength, inexplicably, at this moment, Bibi Dong felt an urge to rely on the Golden Horn Beast. Although Oscar appeared to her as merely a young lad, the realization that such a formidable creature stood behind him suddenly bestowed upon Bibi Dong a sense of security. How wonderful! It is indeed fortunate that the mischievous little beast sought out Bibi Dong first, rather than returning to Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would have found herself at a loss on how to confront the situation. Master, what kind of spirit beast is this creature? Hulaina pondered in bewilderment. The myriad abilities exhibited by this colossal beast astounded the little fox. He is neither a spirit beast nor a divine creature. He is an entity capable of appending this continent. Bibi Dong possesses quite an admirable vision. This woman even perceived the ambitions of the Golden Horn Behemoth. Such a fellow is not merely here in Douluo Continent to pursue romantic interests. What he seeks, I fear, is dominion over the entire land. As the saying goes, paper cannot contain fire. The tumult within Jialing Pass is too significant for the opposing Heavenly Do Empire to remain oblivious. Furthermore, Tang San had previously utilized his purple extreme magic eyes to observe this vicinity. Yet, none could have anticipated the outcome of that fierce battle. While Bibi Dong is enveloped in excitement, the spirits of Tang San and his companions have plunged into despair, analyzing the situation based on prior knowledge. It is likely that the entity they just fought was a deity. Tang San is no stranger to the Rakshasa goddess. His great-grandfather, Tang Chun, was a victim of her malevolence. It was under the malign influence of that wicked goddess that the King of Slaughter was transformed. During their brief reunion on Sea God Island, old Tang bequeathed all his knowledge and legacy to his great-grandson before him, including the fabled Shura sword. Brother San, What do you mean? Was that colossal being the Rakshasa god last night? Xiaowu, as a soul beast of 100,000 years, has heard tales of the Rakshasa goddess. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that the Rakshasa goddess has suffered a defeat and at a devastating cost. Previously, Yu Tianheng, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, had acted as an undercover agent in that area, able to relay every development occurring within the opposing faction with remarkable clarity. This includes the news of the defeat of the Rakshasa goddess. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The might of that golden horned behemoth was personally experienced by the Shrek 7 monsters. Yet, they never anticipated that this fearsome creature had ascended to a stage capable of slaying deities. Numerous signs indicate a close connection between this golden horned beast and the Spirit Empire. Should the two unite to assault the Heaven Do Empire, the situation could deteriorate beyond imagination. How could this happen? What shall we do? Since returning from Sea God Island, the golden horned beast has become a nightmare for Tang San and his companions. In the face of this colossal entity, they have learned the true meaning of desperate struggle. They even suffered the loss of a comrade. Now, all our hopes rest upon this Shura sword. I must study it thoroughly. With the destruction of Sea God Island, the Sea God's trident has been consumed by the adversary. The projection of the Sea God was annihilated by the golden horned beast. It can be said that the entire Douluo Continent has completely severed ties with the Sea God. Furthermore, based on the earlier battle between the golden horned beast and the Rakshasa goddess, even if the Sea God were to descend in his true form, he would likely not stand a chance against this behemoth. At this moment, their only reliance is on the Shura god, who is more powerful than the Sea God. The Shura sword inherited from Tangchen is the last hope. However, such a change of allegiance is not something that can be accomplished easily. Moreover, Tang San's current endeavor essentially requires the possession of dual divine positions. This is evidently in stark contradiction to the rules of the divine realm. In the original narrative, it was this very little rabbit that became the sheath of the Shura sword, employing such a compromise to achieve success. However, at present, Tang San finds himself incapable of sensing the power of the Shura god. Naturally, he is oblivious to this method. What to do? Fortunately, it is rumored that the colossal beast seems to have fallen into a state of deep slumber, at least for the time being. It will not pose a threat to them. I believe we should venture to the city of slaughter. I have an inexplicable feeling that answers await us there. This is the contemplation of Dai Mu Bai, which instantly reminded everyone. Chapter 32, Enforcers of the Divine Realm, the Wrath of the Shura God. What do you mean, Boss Dai? At this moment, Tang San was unable to think clearly, oblivious to the intricate connections at play. The reason Tang Xin ventured into the city of slaughter was not for leisure. It was, in fact, the Shura God's earthly sanctuary, akin to the significance of Sea God Island to the Douluo Continent. However, the Rakshasa goddess lacked her own territory, which is why she intruded upon the domain of the Shura God to influence old Tang, ultimately transforming that place into the present city of slaughter. The adage rings true: to untie the bell, one must have tied it. As Tang Chen's successor, to establish a connection with the Shura God, one must likely begin from the city of slaughter. One can only hope that the Shura God can still sense the aura from the Douluo Continent. Brother San, I find this quite reasonable, Xiaowu quickly responded. Furthermore, the city of slaughter was no stranger to Tang San. One might even say it was his domain. Had it not been for Tang San's purification long ago, that place would not have returned to its former state. Therefore, to untie the bell, one must have tied it. Perhaps this return will truly unveil remarkable discoveries. Upon hearing the thoughts of his companions, Tang San's eyes brightened with newfound clarity. The fellow's mind has finally regained clarity. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming pressure he previously endured that led to his current state. In truth, this young man is acutely aware that the power of the Shura God far surpasses that of the Sea God. Otherwise, that individual could not possibly ascend to the role of enforcer in the divine realm. Given that the golden horned beast can vanquish the Rakshasa goddess, one must possess strength exceeding that of a first-level deity to contend with it. Very well, we shall accompany you. Witnessing Tang San's renewed fervor, Zhu Zhuqing and the others were equally exhilarated. She is indeed the soul of the entire team. However, Ning Rongrong appears somewhat unsettled. As she observes everyone raising their hands to vote, this little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School expresses dissent for the first time. I shall not go. I fear that Xiao Ao will lose his way upon his return. This has always been Ning Rongrong's inner turmoil. Although everyone believes there is no hope left, no one is willing to shatter this fragile facade. After all, there are no signs to indicate that Oscar is truly gone. At such a moment, it would be wise to allow Ning Rongrong some solitude. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Very well. You shall rest here for a while. We shall return shortly. Following this declaration, Tang San and the others set forth. The once notorious city of slaughter has now completely shed its eerie atmosphere from years past. It can be said that this place has gradually returned to the semblance of an ordinary city. Furthermore, many of the original inhabitants of the city of slaughter were notorious fugitives from the Douluo Continent. Once devoid of protection, they have long since scattered in all directions. Except for a few who remain, it has essentially transformed into a desolate ghost town. Whether it was sheer luck for Tang San, his Shura sword initially exhibited no response, remaining merely a cold, lifeless blade. an heirloom from his ancestors. However, unexpectedly, just as they approached the outskirts of the city of slaughter, this sword, however, moved of its own accord in the absence of wind, emitting a resonant humming sound. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that this sword has sensed something? Who are you? How is it that you possess my ancestral sword? This was a voice that suddenly emerged in Tang San's mind, unheard by anyone else nearby. The tone of this voice exudes an air of lofty dignity, as if it were reverberating directly from the heavens into his mind. I am Tang San, once the heir of the sea god. This sword is a legacy from my great-grandfather. Since the other party has conveyed their words through mental will, Tang San shall respond in kind with his own spiritual intent. This lad is, after all, a descendant of the sea god. This advanced mode of communication is something he can still grasp to some extent. I am aware that the sea god has suffered a grievous blow in the Douluo Continent. Do you know who is responsible? Clearly, there exists a chasm between the divine realm and the Douluo Continent. Without a special means of communication, those lofty deities would remain oblivious to the happenings on the Douluo Continent. However, it is apparent that the tone of this Lord Shura is one of profound anger. Unlike ordinary first-level gods, the Shura god serves as the enforcer of the divine realm, governing the relationship between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Recently, this Shura god has undoubtedly been beset by troubles, with one piece of bad news after another arriving incessantly. First, the sea god's avatar suffered a devastating blow on the Douluo Continent, with even his sacred grounds obliterated. Encountering such calamities, it is only natural to voice grievances. The sea god directly approached the Shura god to convey his wrath. Yet, before fully comprehending the sea god's predicament, last night, the Shura god received another monumental piece of news. A first-level deity, the Rakshasa goddess, descended to the mortal realm without permission. Such an act would typically incur punishment from the Shura god. To his astonishment, this unauthorized descent led to the Rakshasa goddess being vanquished by a creature from the human realm, annihilated in a manner that obliterated her essence entirely. This means that the Rakshasa goddess has no chance of resurrection. What manner of being could repeatedly challenge the sanctity of the gods? For those of their exalted status, this is utterly inconceivable. The Douluo Continent is regarded as a low-tier realm by the divine realm, with its mightiest beings not exceeding level 100. Yet, within this seemingly innocuous world, reports of high-level deities being assaulted have emerged, culminating in fatalities. As the enforcer of the divine realm, the Shura god appears utterly at a loss regarding this matter. Now, having finally encountered someone in the know, he is determined to inquire thoroughly. Upon hearing the Shura god's questions, Tang San experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that perhaps his chance for vengeance had arrived. Great Shura god, I cannot specify what our adversary is, but we believe it to be an external monster. Thereafter, Tang San recounted all that he had experienced and learned, primarily concerning the golden horn beast. Upon hearing this news, the Shura god fell into profound silence. For the golden horn beast is not only absent from the Douluo Continent, but has also never been mentioned in the divine realm. It is hardly the fault of the gods on the Douluo Continent for their ignorance. After all, the former master of the fallen Mo star, Huyen Bo, traversed the universe for 60 million years and encountered merely a handful of cosmic behemoths. Entities like the golden horn beast are exceedingly rare across the vast cosmos. Thus, who could have imagined that one would appear on the Douluo Continent? Chapter 33. The golden horn beast supports BB Dong. Where is this monster you speak of? I shall dispatch a team to investigate. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented occurrence. In the quest to locate a rare beast on the Douluo Continent, the divine enforcers have been stirred into action. The legendary Shura god has actually decided to dispatch a divine investigation team to descend upon the realm. It remains uncertain whether such an event has transpired before. However, within the annals of known history on the Douluo Continent, there has never been a record of such a phenomenon. Upon hearing this news, Tang San was undoubtedly elated. Thus, he volunteered himself, proclaiming, Great Shura god, I am willing to lead your team in the pursuit of the beast. Excellent, replied the deity, you are indeed a clever human. As a reward, upon the completion of this task, you shall inherit the Shura sword. This appears to diverge from the original text, although it is highly probable that Tang San will ultimately acquire the legacy of the Shura sword. The ensuing narrative and content seem to have already begun to diverge from the original work. The timeline officially fractures from this moment onward. Nevertheless, upon receiving this news, Tang San is exceptionally exhilarated. Soon, he shares this revelation with the other members of the Shrek squad. Such matters need not be concealed, for in the coming days, much will depend on the cooperation of all. According to the agreement between Tang San and the god of Shura, these individuals shall serve as the guides for the deities on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, in order to prevent the tragedy of the Rakshasa god from recurring, the divine beings dispatched this time possess the ability to transcend the limitations imposed upon the Douluo Continent, fully unleashing their inherent powers. Previous analyses indicated that even the Azura god believed that the goddess of the abyss had suffered due to the constraints of the loss. If the goddess could manifest her true strength, befitting a first-tier deity, how could she possibly be vanquished by a mere beast from the lower realms? It was a grave oversight. Unbeknownst to them, the very laws meant to restrain the beings of the Douluo Continent ultimately turned against their own kin. Alas, The formidable strength of the golden horn beast was insurmountable. In truth, at this moment, the Azura god committed a fundamental error. Despite being aware that the beast possessed the capability to challenge a first-tier deity, he still failed to anticipate the necessity of personally descending to confront it. Is this pride and prejudice? Or does he believe the issue is not grave enough? A mere delegation of a few individuals to conduct an inquiry would suffice to ascertain the truth. Alas, these deities have always perceived themselves as exalted beings, utterly disregarding the common populace. From the very beginning, they have misjudged the hierarchy of the Douluo Continent, failing to fathom the terrifying nature of a colossal beast from the cosmos. Perhaps this is merely a form of ignorance. Nonetheless, at this very moment, the mighty golden horn beast is incapable of concerning itself with such matters. He is presently immersed in an exquisitely comforting sensation, experiencing the relentless expansion of energy within his body. Though rendered speechless, he remains acutely aware of his surroundings, perceiving every detail with clarity and precision. This includes the quarrel between Bibi Dong and the several offerings of the Spirit Empire. What on earth are you doing, Bibi Dong? Despite having witnessed the previous scene, those led by the golden crocodile Douluo remained relentless. Everyone was aware of Bibi Dong's prior defeat. Yet, in the presence of this colossal creature, their voices softened significantly, as if they were fearful of something. As of now, it appeared that only this woman could converse with the golden horn beast. Should this behemoth awaken? Even 100 golden crocodile Douluos would stand no chance against it. Second offering, I recognize that my previous blunders have led us here. But do we not now have a formidable backing? As she spoke, Bibi Dong gestured towards the still form of the golden horn beast. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, no one dared to approach this monstrous entity. Any attempt to draw near would result in an unnatural burning sensation coursing through their bodies, even with the use of soul power to resist. Such endurance would not last long. It was terrifying. Yet, the old crocodile before them seemed singularly focused, persistently striving to secure a future for the angel princess. These elders are relics of the past, utterly incapable of discerning the prevailing circumstances, accompanied by a few of their old comrades. They seem intent on forcibly overthrowing Bibi Dong's rule. The atmosphere between the two factions is palpably tense. At this very moment, a low growl resonates in everyone's ears. Who dares to create such a ruckus nearby? Do they seek their own demise? It is the golden horn beast, perhaps concerned for Bibi Dong. A lone figure surrounded by vulnerability, it recognizes that these individuals are not her match. Thus, although immobile, the golden horn beast nonetheless offers its support. While it poses no tangible threat, the mere sound of its growl compels the formidable tidal Douluo to involuntarily retreat several steps, particularly the old crocodile, whose face pales in sheer terror. It is beyond his expectations that Bibi Dong truly possesses a connection with this colossal creature. This woman is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this remark, Bibi Dong, in contrast, appeared quite pleased, unconsciously puffing out her chest before the group of elderly men, exuding an air of confidence. Let us depart. We shall not concern ourselves with matters here. Is the old crocodile retreating with reinforcements? It is not that he intends to abandon the Jialing Pass, but rather that he has been utterly terrified by the low growl of the colossal beast. That monstrous creature could vanquish even legendary deities, let alone these few who have yet to reach the pinnacle level of 99 as tidal Douluos. Should they linger, awaiting its awakening only to be annihilated? It is far wiser to hasten back. Nana, please see off our esteemed guests. With the crisis averted, Bibi Dong slowly turned, donning a self-assured smile that she believed charming, and with a graceful gait, swayed her way towards the monstrous entity, her movements even more alluring than Milady's. What is it about this little one that captures my attention? Do you not mind that I have been married and have borne children? This has been a persistent knot in Bibi Dong's heart. Yet, this woman likely has never read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, nor is she aware of the chancellor named Cao Cao within its pages. As a modern-day traveler, Wang Xuan is not so antiquated in his views. Youth often misjudges the allure of mature women, mistakenly cherishing the youth instead. This is a phrase from a future era, surprisingly articulated by this individual, a woman of exquisite charm like Bibi Dong. If she were to replace the likes of Chancellor Cao from yesteryears, would undoubtedly revel in delight. What merit does a young girl possess? She is often pretentious, temperamental, and requires instruction for every little gesture. In contrast, a mature woman is entirely different. With just a glance or a subtle movement, she comprehends your intentions and responds with enthusiasm. This spares you the time of assuming the role of a teacher. Furthermore, in certain respects, a seasoned woman is certainly less challenging to engage than a young girl. We are all adults here. Some matters need not be elaborated upon. Upon hearing the response from the golden horn beast, Bibi Dong was initially taken aback, but soon found herself unable to suppress a blush, lowering her head. You rascal. How much longer will it take for you to level up? What? Does Her Majesty the Empress wish for me to indulge in the pleasures of the Traitor Cao? What Traitor Cao? Merely a character from my hometown, of no consequence. Chapter 34. Breaking the Heavens. The Divine Realm investigation team descends while the Golden Horn Beast and Bibi Dong were engaged in their philosophical discourse. He remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that awaited him. His prior actions towards the sea god and the Rakshasa goddess had incited considerable ire from the god of Asura. It can be said that this celestial beast, descended upon the Douluo continent, had indeed stirred the heavens. This is not merely a matter of being stung a few times by a wasp. Under the leadership of the god of Shura, the divine realm is in the process of assembling an investigative team. The objective is to ascertain the threat posed by the golden horn behemoth on the Douluo continent. If deemed necessary, it must be exterminated. Furthermore, this investigative team will not be constrained by the levels of the Douluo continent. Whatever their rank in the divine realm, it shall remain the same upon their arrival in the mortal world. This is no longer the novice character reminiscent of the fearsome goddess. Those who have descended are all renowned deities. Leading the charge are the angelic god and the god of fire. These two are both first-tier deities within the celestial realm. Next, we have two second-tier gods, both of whom are renowned figures. One is the Phoenix god, a steadfast companion of the fire god, possessing formidable combat prowess and the remarkable ability of resurrection through flames. The other is the god of war, reputedly a devoted suitor of the angelic god. This time, I have triumphed over my rivals, earning the esteemed qualification to become a guardian of beauty. This is an astonishingly powerful lineup. The divine realm's decision to summon these four individuals simultaneously underscores their significant regard for the golden horn behemoth. Naturally, all of this transpires in secrecy. Aside from Tang San, even the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils remain unaware of the true identities of these four individuals. They are only aware that these formidable beings were recruited from the city of slaughter. This time, the god of Asura has indeed invested significantly, granting these four individuals unlimited power to wield their utmost potential without restriction. Such overall combat prowess could indeed turn the entire Douluo continent upside down, provided they are willing to unite. However, in reality, this Asura god has underestimated the selfishness harbored by these four compatriots. After all, it is a rare occasion for them to descend to the mortal realm. How could these individuals behave like automatons and immediately undertake their tasks? They even exhibit indifference towards all information regarding the golden horned giant beast. I must pay a visit to my disciple on the Douluo continent. That little girl is utterly foolish. This was the first utterance of the angel god upon beholding the assembly. Undoubtedly, the young maiden spoken of by the goddess must be none other than Qian Renxue, who is presently undergoing the angel god's 9 trials. Such matters are inevitable. There always exists a chasm of communication between individuals. In truth, that angelic princess has exerted her utmost efforts. It is merely that she has yet to fulfill the expectations of this goddess. On this occasion, the primary objective of the celestial beings is not to confront the golden horn behemoth, as there exists no direct conflict between them. However, the angelic princess captivates the interest of the angelic goddess immensely. My esteemed lady, as your devoted admirer, I pledge to be your steadfast protector. If even the goddess of my affection turns a blind eye to the golden horn behemoth, how could the god of war concern himself with it? Indeed, wherever this angelic goddess ventures, the god of war shall follow. Coincidentally, our purpose in descending is also to inspect an ancient seal, to ascertain whether it aligns with our expectations. Unexpectedly, the god of fire has his own agenda, stating his intention to journey to the heart of the starry forest, where a troublesome entity vexes the divine realm. These exalted deities, one might justifiably believe, have that fellow slumbering among mortals. Thus, this time, the intent is to resolve matters. Indeed, esteemed Lord of Fire, I too have sensed the presence of that dragon. The enmity between our Phoenix clan and the dragon race ought to reach a conclusion. Excellent. The Phoenix deity is also a being driven by purpose. Ostensibly, these four individuals are tasked by the god of Shura to collaborate on an investigation regarding the golden horn beast on the Douluo continent. However, in reality, each of these four has their own agenda once they descend. The investigation becomes merely a secondary pursuit, serving as a pretext for their arrival on the Douluo continent. Do not be misled into thinking these gods are untouchable. In truth, they are merely elevated humans, living longer and possessing a certain charm and grace. My esteemed companions, do you not wish to uncover the whereabouts of that golden horn beast? At this moment, Tang Sen found himself utterly astonished. He had initially presumed that the arrival of 4 extraordinary masters would effortlessly vanquish the golden horn beast. However, he was taken aback to discover that these 4 individuals were merely bystanders. Their presence was no different from their absence. Of course, should their respective endeavors proceed smoothly, they might occasionally lend a hand, believing that such minimal effort would suffice to subdue the beast. How presumptuous! The 4 deities paid no heed to Tang San's earnest counsel, and soon thereafter, they scattered in different directions. Meanwhile, the golden horn beast's ascension was finally complete, perhaps in response to Bibi Dong's anticipation. The creature once again utilized its doppelganger, Oscar, who appeared before the Empress of the Spirit Empire with a cheerful demeanor. This time, however, Oscar bore a gift, a small cube imbued with mysterious energy, which did not belong to the Douluo continent. Ah, you mischievous rascal, you come bearing gifts as well? Bibi Dong mused, observing the cube pulsating with dark green energy. A sense of déjà vu washed over her, yet she could not discern its nature. This artifact had originally been left behind by the Lady of the Underworld, a woman whose corporeal form had long since perished, yet this singular object remained indelible. How intriguing. It was unexpected that the golden horned beast could obliterate the lady of the underworld spirit and body. Yet it was utterly incapable of destroying this peculiar cube brimming with enigmatic energy. This item has fallen from the hands of the fearsome Rakshasi goddess. It must be an extraordinary treasure. I understand now. This must be the secret to attaining divinity at the 100th level. It is the divine essence of the Rakshasi goddess. After receiving the artifact from Oscar, Bibi Dong toyed with it for a moment before suddenly having a realization. This is also a process of revelation. Why is it that no one on the Douluo Continent, nor even the most powerful spirit beasts, can surpass level 100? Some have questioned the fundamental difference between human spirit masters and the divine beings. The answer is singular. It lies in the concept of divinity. This is an entity brimming with concepts. I never anticipated that Bibi Dong would witness it firsthand today, and even engage with it incessantly. Am I satisfied with this gift? As long as it is from you, I cherish it. Gazing at the diminutive figure before her, Bibi Dong's eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure. What followed was a natural progression, indescribable in its essence. Indeed, Bibi Dong exuded the charm of a mature woman. And the two did not re-emerge hand in hand until noon the following day. The golden horned beast aspired to become the sovereign of the entire continent. And to achieve this, he must first ascend as the emperor of the spirit empire. Bibi Dong, the empress, was undoubtedly the most advantageous stepping stone. Chapter 35, Oscar's Return. Ning Rongrong in tears. Mr. Oscar, does it feel exhilarating to be a man? A certain individual mused while gazing at the reflection in the mirror. I never expected that Bibi Dong could truly manipulate the tides of fate, clinging like an octopus. At this moment, how delightful it would be to indulge in a cigarette. The sensation of exhaling smoke must be truly exquisite. What troubles you? Is there a lingering regret? I see Oscar, who is currently admiring himself in the mirror. A gentle voice, reminiscent of Bibi Dong, wafts in from behind. Who could have anticipated this? The seemingly exalted empress of the spirit empire reveals an unexpected facet of herself within her private sanctuary. It is rather delightful. Why not indulge in a bit more rest? One is curious and wishes to learn about your compatriot, the fate of Chancellor Chao in the end. To one's surprise, Bibi Dong exhibits such an earnest interest in the matters concerning Cao Cao. Indeed, curiosity can be the downfall of a cat. Someone merely expressed a fleeting thought, only to be unexpectedly remembered by that woman. Are you referring to Cao Cao? Take a wild guess. I surmise that Xiao Mingde must have met his demise at the hands of a woman. Ha ha ha, quite the contrary. He lived to a ripe old age. After last night, Oscar found himself seemingly capable of comprehending the infamous Cao Cao of the late Eastern Han dynasty. The essence of this experience can truly only be understood through personal taste. Humph, what a deception. Not a single word from you men can be trusted. After donning her attire, Bibi Dong reverted to her regal persona, cold and noble, with a hint of cunning in her gaze. Now, let us discuss our contract. You desire me to hand over the entire armory of the spirit empire. Perhaps even Bibi Dong could not have anticipated that the embodiment of the golden horned beast would audaciously demand the entirety of their armaments. As soon as the request was made, it encompassed all weapons and equipment of the spirit empire. Indeed, the golden horned beast is unyielding when it comes to metallic creations. However, this raises a significant dilemma. Without weapons and gear, does the spirit empire not become akin to a toothless tiger? It would be implausible to defeat the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, let alone to ensure their own survival. After all, their cadre of advanced spirit masters is rather limited. The majority of soldiers rely heavily on weaponry for their defense. Rest assured, prior to that, I shall assist you in overcoming the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. In truth, the Golden Horn Beast harbors no substantial conflict with these ordinary humans. It merely requires their continuous extraction of metals and the refinement into exquisite metallic products. Yet, to achieve this, collaboration with the Spirit Empire appears to be the only viable option, as the denizens of the other two empires are not easily managed. The Heaven Do Empire speaks for itself. Their emperor is a disciple of Tang San. According to their logic, the Spirit Hall's hunt for spirit beasts is deemed villainous, while the exploits of the Shrek 7 monsters in slaying spirit beasts are justified as righteous. Collaborating with such illogical beings would forever render unity an impossibility. As for the Star Luo Empire, although Dai Mubai has relinquished his claim to the throne, the White Tiger clan will undoubtedly not be easily swayed. Contemplating all options to enhance the efficiency of metal production for the Golden Horned Beast across this continent, the only reliable ally remains the Spirit Empire. The core of the Spirit Empire rests with two formidable women. Bibi Dong has evidently shown a willingness to rely on this powerful creature. Henceforth, the conquest of Qian Rinxue is the next objective. Moreover, in their previous encounter, the young lady's mindset has been thoroughly disrupted. I trust there will be forthcoming opportunities for breakthroughs. Thus, let us adhere to the original plan. Aid the Spirit Empire in vanquishing those two empires, subsequently unifying the entirety of Douluo Continent and establishing more blacksmiths. Then, the Golden Horned Beast may consider itself the cornerstone of a grand base, content to thrive in abundance. This is the splendid blueprint he has envisioned for himself. Henceforth, he will take the Douluo Continent as his stronghold, setting forth to conquer the next planet. How delightful. However, while the ideal is magnificent, can reality truly measure up to it? There lies a significant question mark. I shall return briefly to observe what the fellows at Shrek Academy are up to. Should you require my assistance, merely send a signal. Together with BB Dong, we have arranged a pyrotechnic signal. Oscar quietly departed. However, the incarnation of this golden horned behemoth remained unaware of the intricate gaze that BB Dong cast upon him. Moreover, as Oscar left, BB Dong stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance for an extended period. She is a woman devoid of love. Many believe BB Dong to be a mere matron, yet in truth, she is a solitary figure. The first man she loved was Yu Xiaojiang, who callously abandoned her. Her second paramour, Chen Xuanji, proved to be a scoundrel, ultimately meeting his demise at her hands. Now, I wonder if the young man named Oscar will capture the heart of this empress? To be continued. In less than half an hour. Traversing the neutral zone of the battlefield, Oscar of the Shrek 7 monsters reappeared outside the military camp of the Heavendo Empire. Who goes there? What is the password? The vigilant soldiers dutifully surrounded him upon noticing a stranger approaching from the opposite side. What password? Do you not even recognize me? With a flourish, Oscar unveiled his black cloak, presenting a smile he deemed charming. Soon, the leader among them recognized the long-lost member of the Shrek 7 monsters. You are that sausage. You are Lord Oscar. Ah, if you happen to have warm water, that would be splendid. I am utterly exhausted from my journey. At this moment, Oscar appeared quite feeble. This is not merely the fatigue of travel. It is most likely a manifestation of kidney deficiency. It is the kind characterized by a pallid complexion and incessant perspiration, with legs that feel as if they are floating while walking. Yet, outsiders remain oblivious, mistakenly believing that this individual has endured life and death tribulations before finally returning. Soon, the news of Oscar's return spread throughout the entire military camp, eliciting exuberant cheers from many. This news swiftly reached Ning Rongrong's ears. What did you say? Little Ao has returned alive? In recent days, Ning Rongrong has been fervently praying each day, addressing all the celestial deities as her confidants in supplication. To her astonishment, her prayers have finally been answered. When Oscar's familiar visage re-emerged, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her exuberance and, like a joyful little bird, she flung herself towards him. Is there anyone so proactive? The little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school possesses a delightful charm. Previously, this young lady exhibited such restraint. Yet now she boldly embraces before all. Tears of joy brim in her eyes, her face radiating pure happiness. However, at this moment, Oscar's hands seem rather unruly. Perhaps misplaced? Yet, such minor details pale in comparison. After all, they are engaged. Rongrong, do you miss me? I do. Xiao, please don't leave me. How about we be together then, in a manner that defies distance? You scoundrel, how can you say such things in front of so many? Chapter 36. The doubts of the sword Douluo regarding Oscar. What is the matter? I've finally returned. Rongrong, you didn't we agree that we would only marry on the wedding day? Are we not already husband and wife? Oscar, upon his return, exudes an odd aura, as if harboring pressing needs. Although Ning Rongrong feels a tinge of embarrassment, she has been nearly driven to madness in recent days. Faced with her husband's fervent gaze, she ultimately nods in consent. Heavens, can Oscar's body withstand it? Fortunately, this chap can conjure restorative sausages with his soul skills. Otherwise, he might be thoroughly exhausted. Though it seems a bit peculiar, those aware of Oscar's condition find it acceptable. After all, emerging anew from the jaws of death alters anyone's sentiments. Fear of loss grips everyone, particularly Ning Rongrong at this moment. Thus, even if it diverges from family customs, this young lady embraces Oscar's intentions. Yet, this scene unfolds before the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ah, our little princess has grown up. She now harbors her own thoughts. The elders, while somewhat unaccustomed to Oscar's actions, acknowledge that a young woman must not be kept. Observing the scene, Bon Douluo feels a sense of relief, sipping tea outside while playfully bantering with his old friend, Sword Douluo. However, the gaze of the 97th level Sword Douluo remains elusive. Do you not find something peculiar about Oscar? That lad could never have coerced Rongrong. Indeed, Sword Douluo's keen perception, honed by years of swordsmanship, is astute. Are you, old man, feeling jealous upon witnessing your granddaughter being taken away? Bon Douluo appears less sensitive to such matters, seeming rather enlightened regarding the affairs of love, unlike the preoccupied Sword Douluo, who has devoted his life to sword practice without ever marrying. What a delightful camaraderie you two share. What fine tea do you have to offer? Do share a sip. Just as these two elders of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school exchanged thoughts, Poison Douluo Bo approached. Despite his solitary nature, this elder's family has long flourished. With a granddaughter of his own, he certainly possesses a broader perspective than these two old fellows. Upon learning of Sword Douluo's concerns, the old poison master remained unfazed. Youthful impulsiveness is entirely normal, and who knows, perhaps soon you shall become great-grandfathers. With that, the old master cast a knowing glance, and began to toast with the Bon Douluo beside him. Ah, matters of the heart can only be truly understood by those who have experienced them. I trust that in his youth, Douluo was no better than this young Oscar fellow. I can hardly be bothered with the two of you. I shall retreat to my cultivation. Despite the sword Douluo's extraordinary prowess, he has yet to even hold a woman's hand. Thus, such a mindset is entirely understandable. Ningrong. The commotion within the tent carried on for 4 or 5 hours before finally subsiding. Then, that rascal Oscar stealthily emerged from the tent, his complexion somewhat pale. However, after consuming 3 sausages made from his martial soul, he gradually regained some vitality. He approached a small river, splashed his face with cold water, and gazed into the icy reflection, murmuring to himself, Oscar, today, I have been a man twice over, and I have won the heart of the woman I cherish most. I believe I have done justice to you. Oh, you golden-horned behemoth, is this your way of repaying Oscar? How utterly hypocritical. While he was lost in his musings, he remained blissfully unaware that he was being watched. At that moment, the sword Doa soared through the skies at an altitude of 1,500 meters, fixating his gaze upon the young man below. The more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate what precisely was wrong. This is perhaps an instinct inherent to those at the pinnacle of the Douluo realm. The prowess of this sword Douluo undoubtedly qualifies him as a planetary-level entity. His technique, the myriad swords returning to the origin, exhibits a lethal force that unquestionably surpasses 5 million kilograms. He is among the few titled Douluo on this continent, whose strength is devoid of any embellishment. You are not Oscar. Who are you? A chilling voice resonated from behind Oscar, tinged with a sense of probing, suggesting that the sword Douluo was not entirely certain at that moment. There was something peculiar about the murmurs of this individual. Upon hearing the voice, Oscar gradually turned around, smiling as he looked up. Oh dear. How did I fail to notice you earlier? You certainly soar high. Indeed, following such actions, the perceptive faculties of this human avatar significantly diminish. If one does not diligently hone their abilities, this form pales in comparison to that of the golden-horned giant beast. Had this individual merely feigned innocence, presenting Oscar's honest demeanor, perhaps the suspicions would have dissipated. Yet, who could expect a golden-horned giant beast to tolerate such tone? You have provoked the depths of his patience. What manner of creature are you? How is it that you can assume Oscar's appearance? Upon acknowledging the inquiry, the sword Douluo immediately shifted into a combative stance. In an instant, an array of brilliant swords materialized around him, their luminescence harmonizing with the purity of the moonlight, rendering the sword Douluo almost divine. However, upon witnessing these flying swords, Oscar's expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was tinged with avarice. Hee, I find that metal suits me far better. Thank you for replenishing my strength. Compared to human sustenance and Oscar's original martial spirit, the golden-horned giant beast has a preference for devouring metal. This sword Douluo's martial spirit can produce an abundance of metal, akin to a courier delivering sustenance. Indeed, the golden-horned giant beast was in need of such an individual, capable of providing energy replenishment at any moment. He is eager to recruit this servant. Thus, this individual does not hesitate to reveal his true nature before the sword Douluo. However, the proximity to the camp of the Tiando Empire necessitates some discretion. As they converse, the space around them suddenly spins violently. Unbeknownst to the sword Douluo, he is drawn into a mysterious realm. This is another secret technique of the golden-horned behemoth's legacy, the absolute space. Within this realm, the golden-horned behemoth embodies the very essence of creation. Outsiders are utterly incapable of locating this space. However, it possesses the potential for infinite expansion. What have you done to manifest such a spatial soul skill? The sword Douluo, seasoned as he is, immediately recognized that he had been drawn into another's independent dimension. Yet, this old man remains too naive. What he witnesses is not merely a soul skill, but something far beyond. This is the secret art of the celestial behemoth's legacy. Do not be anxious. Is it not my true form you wish to behold? A faint smirk graced his lips as the figure of Oscar before me began to fade. Then, a colossal shadow emerged from behind him, towering over 3,000 meters. It was truly immense. Is this the legendary two-tiered golden-horned behemoth? Chapter 37. Which is more delectable, the 7-kill sword or the Haotian hammer? What manner of creature are you? Before me stands an immense and boundless beast. Even a master such as the sword Douluo feels a shiver of trepidation. The opponent has yet to make a move, yet the sheer size of this entity is sufficient to instill awe. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sensation upon seeing Oscar earlier. Indeed, could this be the golden-horned behemoth that Tang San once mentioned? Yet, this colossal creature before me is evidently far more terrifying than Tang San's description. The sight of such a formidable figure evokes a sense of insurmountable intimidation. I have previously savored the essence of the Haotian hammer. I wonder if the 7-kill sword will be more to my liking? For the golden-horned behemoth, the allure of powerful weapon spirits intensifies proportionately. Upon hearing this statement, the sword Douluo involuntarily shuddered. The venerable elder found himself at a loss to articulate his emotions. Was it fear or exhilaration? Or perhaps a sense of indignation? Although your actions have taken me by surprise, I assure you, I am not easily subdued. Upon uttering these words, the attire of the sword Douluo billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. A multitude of swords coalesced around him. Confident in the prowess of his martial spirit and the fruits of years of diligent training, the sword Douluo felt an unwavering assurance. Confronted by such a colossal entity, he resolved to unleash his full strength. With a flourish, he invoked his sixth soul skill, the return of 10,000 swords. A colossal sword descended from the heavens, merging seamlessly with the sword Douluo's form, only to swiftly disintegrate into a multitude of smaller blades. Like a tempest, they surged toward the creature's forehead. According to the common knowledge of the Douluo Continent, the head of any creature is its Achilles heel. However, the sword Douluo remained oblivious to the fact that the golden horn behemoth was precisely anticipating this maneuver. Ha ha ha, thank you for the feast, it exclaimed, preparing to devour. Faced with such a delectable offering, the golden horn beast would not hesitate to utilize its full power. To the sword Douluo's astonishment, the creature directly employed its devouring skill. What transpired next was a spectacle to behold. The countless light swords, as if commanded by an unseen force, aligned themselves in midair, approximately 100 in number, and gradually made their way toward the beast's gaping maw. Crunch, munch. The flavor bears a striking resemblance to that of potato chips, or perhaps a delightful snack. It is crisp and pleasantly sweet, with distinct edges and a satisfying chewiness. It feels akin to an automated meal delivery box, convenient and swift, with a delightful taste. However, witnessing his signature move being toyed with by another fills the sword Douluo with an unsettling sense of discomfort. One must understand that his technique, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, had previously commanded great respect before Bibi Dong and her peers, even causing several formidable figures from the Spirit Empire to retreat in haste upon witnessing it. Such was its grandeur. Yet, the current situation presents an entirely different flavor. It feels akin to feeding a colossal beast, remarkably submissive. You, this detestable adversary, perhaps now. Anger fails to encapsulate the sword Douluo's sentiments. Behold my seventh soul skill. True body of the 7 kills. Enraged and trembling, the sword Douluo unleashed an astonishing energy from his 9 soul rings. Waves of soul power coalesced around him, transforming into an enormous 7 kills sword, its length exceeding 1,000 meters. With an aura of invincibility, it swung toward his opponent's head, intent on cleaving the adversary in two. Even a titled Douluo of equal standing would hesitate to withstand such a lethal strike. Alas, the opponent before him is the golden horn beast, which hardly acknowledged the descending giant sword. With a casual lift of its left paw, it extended 2 fingers, effortlessly catching the plummeting 7 kills sword as if it were merely a blade being grasped empty-handed. Ah! The texture of your 7 kills sword rivals that of their Haotian hammer. It evokes in me a sense of irresistible fondness. As it spoke, it disregarded the force exerted by its opponent. The colossal creature, utilizing its sheer brute strength, forcefully lodged the 7-killing sword into its own mouth. With a resounding crunch, the sword shattered without any suspense, reminiscent of the angelic holy sword that was similarly severed by Qian Rinxue, approximately at the 23 position. It was directly delivered to the maw of this golden horn behemoth. Ah, the hilt was the embodiment of the sword Douluo. The events that had previously transpired with Tang Chun now unfolded once more with this beast. However, the sword Douluo fared somewhat better. What he lost was not the essence of his martial soul, but rather the soul skills he had meticulously cultivated. Yet, the sound emitted by the golden horned giant proved to be a challenge for this venerable figure to maintain his composure. The creature, akin to a gourmet, critiqued the dish before it. This flavor resembles mango ice. I rather enjoy it. What? It is merely comparable to mango ice? Were it not for a lingering obsession within his heart, hearing his soul skill subjected to such commentary would have been unbearable. The sword Douluo nearly fainted from fury. How infuriating, this young man. Ah, I am utterly exasperated. I shall confront you with all my might. 9th soul skill, divine and demonic dual slash. This is already the limit for Jian Douluo. Previously, his continuous release of high-level soul skills has nearly depleted his soul power. Now, he has only one final strike left to deliver a lethal blow. This 9th soul skill can be regarded as a rarity among its peers. Among the 97th ranked title Douluo, perhaps only the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao could surpass him. Wow. Hiss. This is the final strike of the sword-wielding elder. At this moment, his silver hair billows around him, and his complexion has turned as pale as parchment. This strike drained all his strength, even augmented by the intensity of his fury. This maneuver is undoubtedly cataclysmic. The previously nonchalant gaze of the golden horned beast has now transformed into one of fervor. Yet, he merely perceives the opponent's desperate 9th soul skill as a delectable treat. Is this a chocolate-filled delight? I hope it does not disappoint. Alas, the chasm of strength cannot be bridged merely by gritting one's teeth or shouting slogans. The golden horned beast embodies this arrogance, even if he stands motionless, allowing your 9th soul skill to strike. Do you truly believe that the sword Douluo could inflict even the slightest harm? According to the power hierarchy of Douluo Continent, the current strength of the golden horned beast likely surpasses that of the combined might of the 5 divine kings of the entire divine realm. This is the stark reality you must confront. After unleashing the 9th soul technique, the sword Douluo's strength could no longer sustain his body. He appeared as if a marionette whose strings had been severed, gradually drifting down from the sky. His silvery hair and flowing robes evoked a profoundly poetic, yet tragic beauty. The sword Douluo truly exerted all his effort. Yet Chapter 38, Sword Douluo, if you aspire to become a god, then I shall serve as your servant. Suddenly, Just as the sword Douluo continued his descent, a colossal hand reached out and caught him midair. It was the work of the golden horn beast. This fellow seems rather perplexing. On one hand, he is stuffing his mouth with the radiant blades crafted from another's ninth soul skill, yet on the other, he is reluctant to witness the demise of this sword Douluo. Could it be that he has developed a fondness for him? The level of exquisite artistry you possess in creating delicacies is truly admirable. It would be a tremendous loss for you to perish in such a manner. The sword Douluo holds a deep connection with Ningrong. Should his fate remain shrouded in mystery, it would undoubtedly incite immense chaos. The golden horn beast is yet to reveal its true nature before that woman. At the very least, it should show some regard for the original owner of this body, Oscar. Nevertheless, the most crucial aspect is that upon arriving at the grand camp of the Heavendo Empire, Tang San was nowhere to be seen. This perplexed the golden horn giant beast. In such a tense moment, could that young man have slipped away? Upon returning earlier, I was preoccupied with matters concerning Ningrong and neglected to inquire about the whereabouts of those individuals. Now, this seems rather suspicious. I do not require your pity. For it is my own inadequacy that has led me to accept my fate. Although the tone of this statement may seem somewhat insincere, it nonetheless reveals the old man's tenacity. The presence of this golden horned giant beast imparted an impression of invincibility to the sword Douluo. These two individuals are fundamentally not on the same echelon. How could an ordinary human possibly triumph over a monstrous creature akin to a deity? Yet, the subsequent words of the golden horned behemoth suddenly rekindled the old man's resolve to persevere. Would you like to serve as my servant? I will grant you the chance to advance beyond the 100th level. This undoubtedly strikes at the core of every individual on the Douluo Continent. How many years have passed? The predecessors have exerted an immeasurable amount of effort, yet have been unable to transcend that level. The barrier of level 100 stands like an impregnable fortress, impossible to surmount. Even the most formidable beings in this world ultimately meet a tragic fate. While it is possible to inherit power through alternative means and ascend to divinity, thus far, no individual on the Douluo Continent has managed to break through that barrier. Currently, Tang San and Bibi Dong are perhaps making an attempt. However, up to this point, neither of them has succeeded. Therefore, even the sword Douluo finds this notion somewhat ludicrous. Yet, upon witnessing the might of the golden horned behemoth before him, he cannot help but succumb to confusion, even beginning to waver. The power exhibited by this creature clearly surpasses human comprehension. To possess such strength, aside from the advantages of its species, it is highly likely that this beast has transcended the level restrictions of the Douluo Continent. Following it may indeed lead to that pinnacle. Are you truly speaking the truth? What price must be paid? I must concede that under the allure of divinity, even a principled individual like the sword Douluo can be swayed. I require your complete obedience, especially when I wish to indulge. I find your soul skills quite satisfactory. This is the meticulous scheme of the golden horned behemoth. He is exceedingly discerning in his selection of individuals. Those whom he deems unworthy hold no significance to him. Thus, he is reluctant to elevate them to divinity. Take, for instance, the previous figure, Bibi Dong. If it were not for her influential position in the vast empire that benefited the golden horned behemoth, one might wonder why he would relinquish the divine essence of the previously acquired Rakshasa goddess. As for the current sword Douluo, he represents an automatic source of sustenance for the golden horned behemoth. Should a new divine essence become available in the future, the golden horned behemoth would undoubtedly prioritize him. I shall not assist you in committing acts of treachery against humanity. Despite the alluring conditions proposed by the other party, the sword Douluo remains steadfast in his principles. After becoming a servant of the golden horned behemoth, he knows there will be many circumstances beyond his control. If it means turning against his friends and family, the sword Douluo would rather forfeit such an opportunity. Rest assured, I will implant a mark upon you, but I shall not coerce you into actions against your will. After uttering these words, the golden horned behemoth opened the portal to his private domain. Once they returned to the real world, the fearsome celestial beast had vanished, replaced by the cheerful Oscar. The first question, can you tell me where Tang San and the others have gone? Thus far, the topic of utmost interest to the golden horned beast has emerged. As the protagonist of this world, Tang San undoubtedly will not resort to hiding. There must be some conspiracy lurking behind the scenes. However, the sword Douluo is solely focused on cultivation and shows little concern for such matters. Therefore, I can only speak candidly. I am aware that they have ventured to the city of slaughter, but for the specifics of their purpose, one must inquire with Rongrong. Very well then. What shall we do next? Allow me to remind you. If you handle this adeptly, I shall refrain from considering any form of mental domination over you. The golden horn beast's demands regarding the sword Douluo are relatively lenient. After all, such a long-term asset is worth protecting diligently. Upon witnessing the two return to the camp simultaneously, Ningrong bore a hint of displeasure upon her countenance. Grandmaster Jian, why did you summon Oscar out? Is there anything that cannot be discussed in my presence? It turns out that this young lady is aware of her husband's summons. However, the sword Douluo holds a special status within the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile clan. Even if she were to witness it, no one would dare to intervene. Oh, it is nothing. I merely engaged this lad in a conversation about our lifelong affairs. The sword Douluo clearly would not utter falsehoods, his eyes glimmering. Yet, Upon hearing the mention of lifelong matters, Ning Rongrong's cheeks quickly flushed with color. Oscar, seizing the moment, took hold of his beloved's hand. Rongrong, why have I not seen Dai Mubai and Tang Sen upon my return? Even Ma Hongjun seems to be absent. Oh, they have gone to the city of slaughter. Claiming they seek a method to assist Brother San in inheriting the Shura sword. So this is the case. Upon hearing Rongrong's words, a thoughtful smile spread across Oscar's face. The Shura sword? I never anticipated that Tang Sen truly is an indomitable force, having just lost the trident of the sea god. Are we already contemplating the intentions of the Shura god? Nevertheless, this seems to seamlessly connect with the original narrative. After all, the Shura god ultimately bestowed his power upon Tang San. Furthermore, it was precisely through the might of the Shura sword that this so-called chosen one managed to resolve all matters. It is rather intriguing. What essence might the Shura sword possess? This object is indeed a weapon of the God King, and it must undoubtedly be more exquisite than the previous sea god trident. Chapter 39, a long-awaited revelation. The angel god is set to corrupt Qianrenxue. Let us await their return to discuss the specifics. Meanwhile, could you recount what Grandfather Jin shared with you earlier? Ning Rongrong remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies. Even when the sword Douluo faced Oscar, his demeanor exhibited a hint of humility. This seems rather unusual. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong is entirely immersed in the idyllic dreams of being a wife. What was that saying? Women in the throes of love are the most foolish. Just as Oscar inquired, he suddenly sensed something. It was a perception akin to that of a second-level stellar powerhouse. It felt as if four formidable energies had arrived beneath this expanse of starry sky. Based on his previous experience battling the Rakshasa girls, these four individuals were undoubtedly divine beings, gods whose powers were unrestricted. What could their intentions be? Yet, they did not appear to be heading in his direction. It seemed they had other matters at hand. Two of them were flying towards the core of the Spirit Empire, the direction where the angelic princess, Qianrenxue, previously resided. The other two seemed to be aiming for the distant Stardo forest. The attributes of these two individuals are remarkably consistent, imbued with an immense fire energy. It feels as though two colossal meteorites have descended upon the Earth. Initially, upon sensing these four formidable auras, the golden horned beast was on the verge of entering a combat stance. However, the present circumstances are somewhat unexpected. Have these individuals lost their senses? Surely, these four divine beings did not descend upon the Douluo Continent merely for sightseeing. There is a lingering suspicion that Tang San's departure may be somewhat connected to their arrival. However, let us not dwell on that for now. That young man will inevitably return. When the time comes, we shall unveil the intentions concealed within their mysterious plans. Furthermore, with the assistance of the sword Douluo, tracking the movements of Tang San and his companions no longer necessitates Oscar's direct involvement. It is, rather, these four celestial figures that evoke a sense of unease. Notably, these beings have yet to discern the presence of the golden-eared giant beast, as it currently employs a human avatar, rendering its aura undetectable unless confronted directly. Moreover, these so-called gods appear to regard this matter with a lack of seriousness. The first to reach the destination is the angel god. She is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, appearing even more delicate than Qianrenxue. A dazzling beam of golden light descends from the heavens, landing directly in the very center of the angelic sanctuary. Typically, the presence of a stranger would not be tolerated by the surrounding angelic legions, yet today, for reasons unknown, they seem unperturbed. The individual knelt before the celestial being. As if in reverence to this divine angel, his expression one of profound piety. Even the usually haughty Qianrenxue displayed a countenance filled with trepidation. Esteemed angelic lord, I never anticipated your personal descent. I am prepared to undergo your 9th trial. Humph, so you are that young girl. Not as remarkable as I expected. Why do you cling so desperately to your burdens? It was evident that this angel exhibited a palpable impatience. Previously, during her own trials, Qianrenxue had hesitated over whether to prevent her grandfather's sacrificial offering. This deeply displeased the angelic deity. What she required was a cold, unfeeling war machine, demanding absolute obedience from her successor. Clearly, Qianrenxue's fiery and passionate nature was ill-suited for such a role. Therefore, having descended in person today, she resolved to rigorously discipline the young girl, forcibly transforming her. Qianrenxue trembled with apprehension, pleading, "Please, no more empty words. Just succumb to darkness. As I told you before, trust your innermost desires." What is happening? The angelic princess could scarcely believe her ears. The celestial being, revered and exalted in her heart, was demanding her to succumb to darkness? Was it merely a compliant servant that the divine sought, rather than a true heir? How could this be? The divine legacy, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, appeared so sacred. Yet now, upon uncovering the truth, it felt unbearably cruel. Upon hearing this decree, all of Qianrenxue's faith crumbled. It turned out she was the pitiable wretch, for the celestial being had never regarded these heirs as kin. These lofty individuals demand obedient servants. Much like the attitude of the Rakshasi goddess towards Bipitan, such a beautiful woman, transformed into a terrifying creature akin to a spider. Yet, astonishingly, the Rakshasi goddess feels no remorse whatsoever. A similar fate has befallen this angelic deity. Surrounding this celestial city, there once existed countless naive maidens, believing they had entered a sacred paradise. In truth, no, I refuse to accept this. Should I succumb to darkness, the sacrifices made by my grandfather shall not be disregarded. Humph, you have no choice. I shall preside over the forthcoming ritual myself. Upon uttering these words, a colossal war deity descended from the heavens, emanating a formidable aura that enveloped the entire temple. Outsiders could scarcely comprehend the events unfolding within. Even if someone dared to intrude, they would be swiftly slain by the war deity. Tyrannical, utterly detestable. At this moment, the angelic princess found herself utterly forsaken, her cries for aid falling on deaf ears as her consciousness slipped away in its final moments. In the mind of the angelic princess, the peculiar gaze of that monstrous creature suddenly resurfaced. How could this be? At the final moment of her will's transformation, why did that loathsome beast come to mind? Could it be? Meanwhile, the two colossal meteors successfully descended into the heart of the starry forest. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of flames engulfed all flora within a radius of several square kilometers. When silence finally descended, two figures emerged in the vast clearing, clad in fiery red robes, resembling miniature suns. In truth, the formidable spirit beasts surrounding them were too intimidated by this overwhelming power to raise their heads. Lord of Fire, are you truly certain? Is it indeed the case that the Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, is sealed within this forest? The inquiry came from the Phoenix God. In the original narrative, this being's power was inherited by Ma Hongjun. Yet, considering the current trajectory of events, that little one seems to have lost all hope. Little Phoenix. Do you doubt my information? Rest assured, I promise that the grievances between your Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan shall soon come to a resolution. This fire deity is evidently not an ordinary human. His hair, eyebrows, and beard are all crimson, resembling a red-haired creature that has mistakenly wandered onto the set of a fantastical realm. Listening to the exchange between these two individuals, it appears they have ventured into this forest in pursuit of an ancient being known as the Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna. Wait a moment, isn't this reminiscent of a scene from the legend of the Dragon King? Do these two individuals intend to hasten the resurrection of the Silver Dragon King? Is this not utterly insane? Chapter 40, The Legend of the Dragon King, where the Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, is sealed. That dragon god nearly obliterated the entire divine realm in the past. His descendants must be exterminated. Upon hearing the fire god's words, the Phoenix god beside him also gritted his teeth in fury. After uttering this statement, one could see the Phoenix god raise his right hand. From within a ball of flame, it seemed as though several crimson butterflies took flight, spreading out in all directions. This is intended to explore methods for investigating a particular form of sealing. This forest is said to be home to formidable soul beasts, with even the lowest ranked among them possessing an age of 100,000 years. There have even been reports of a nearly 700,000-year-old black dragon residing here, known as the beast god Emperor Tian. Originally, this place was a forbidden zone for humanity. Even the two ancient monarchs of the Stardow Forest, De Ming and Air Ming, dared not approach it lightly. However, today, these powerful soul beasts are experiencing an inexplicable pressure, causing them to retreat like timid turtles, unwilling to reveal themselves. They can only allow these two beings to wreak havoc upon this land. Oh, divine heavens! This is the power of the divine, sufficient to compel even the mightiest to bow their heads. Soon, these two deities discovered the place they sought. It was an expansive subterranean chamber, with what appeared to be a lake above, cleverly disguised. However, should one venture beneath the waters of this lake, they would encounter an indescribable force residing within this realm. This is a form of sealing ability that renders the external world completely unaware of any fluctuations, concealing the presence of a formidable being within. Even if someone inadvertently stumbles inside, they would be thwarted by the myriad of runes scattered throughout the area. These are ancient draconic inscriptions capable of inducing illusions in ordinary individuals, and even forcibly erasing their memories. Thus, this entity has remained sealed here for so many years without a whisper of its existence. Rather than a seal, it could be said that this being is merely recuperating in this sanctuary. The fire god murmured to himself, gently touching the center of the barrier. A resonant hum echoed, as if he had struck upon a crucial note. The once stable fabric of time and space became tumultuous. Faintly, flashes of lightning and the roars of tigers and dragons seemed to manifest. It was as if the seal itself were alive, sensing the strength of the intruder. Intriguing indeed. They, the dragon kin, are drawn to such enigmatic runes. Initially, the Phoenix god was uncertain about what lay beneath, but upon witnessing the scene before him, certainty took root. Now we have pinpointed the location, yet should we forcefully breach it? Ought we not report to the god of Shura? The fire god hesitated. For their primary purpose in arriving on this Douluo Continent was to seek the golden horn beast. The current course of action seemed to tread perilously close to transgression. Should the god of Shura become aware, retribution would likely follow. Perhaps we should prepare a fiery seal outside. Even if this entity breaks free, we shall be able to track its movements, proposed the Phoenix god. This appears to be a foolproof strategy. Excellent, we should almost commence with our tasks. You shall establish the protective barrier, while I inquire about the status of that woman. It is evident that both the fire god and the Phoenix goddess proceed with utmost caution in their endeavors. These two individuals seem to be gripped by a sense of trepidation. No worries, if I speak out of turn, the transgressions of those two should outweigh ours, shouldn't they? Heh, I had a feeling that the angelic deity's eagerness to descend to the mortal realm must signify something significant. I have heard whispers of a corrupted follower, and I truly cannot fathom what these angels are contemplating. They ought to focus on their own affairs. After all, there is no loss for us in this endeavor. Meanwhile, the process of transformation for Qian Rinxue is nearing completion. Strangely, the angelic princess appears even more enchanting than before after her dark metamorphosis. Moreover, her gaze carries an alluring quality, reminiscent of a smoky eye makeup, exuding a distinctly modern allure. The formidable figure of the golden horn behemoth may indeed find favor. Esteemed angelic deity, I have sensed the boundless power within my being. How may I serve you? The demon residing within Qian Rinxue has been fully unleashed, manifesting an insatiable thirst for strength and dominion. Did you not claim to have encountered that diminutive creature? Lead us to him, the angelic deity remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a matter of no personal concern. Meanwhile, the god of war, who had been steadfastly following, suddenly straightened his posture. Is it merely a soul beast of slightly elevated rank? Does it truly require the intervention of a beautiful angel? As a devoted seeker of the angelic deity, this god of war finally found an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Although he is but a secondary deity, his combat prowess is undoubtedly on par with that of the sea god. This notion is universally acknowledged throughout the divine realm. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of the god of war. I believe it would be prudent for us to proceed together to investigate. As this is indeed the task of the god of Azura, the angelic deity is well aware of the god of war's subtle intentions. Beauty is a rare and precious asset, bestowing a remarkable aura whether in the mortal world or within the divine realm. Just as these two were about to set forth, the god of fire and the phoenix deity had also made their preparations. Should there be any unusual movements from the entity within the starry forest, they would be able to sense it immediately, thus allowing them to come forth to slay the dragon with rightful justification. But what of the golden horn behemoth? Is this fellow truly so easy to deal with? From the very beginning, the presence of these four deities was sensed by the golden horn behemoth. Do you really think it would wait idly for you to come and slay it? That would be a grave underestimation of the might of the celestial beasts. However, confronting four high-ranking divine beings simultaneously does seem rather troublesome. It is imperative to divide and conquer them. Of course, Oscar can also sense that these individuals are beginning to converge. Yet, these so-called gods are quite foolish, approaching their tasks in an exceedingly rigid manner. Perhaps this is due to the earlier appearance of the golden horn behemoth at Jialing Pass. The four individuals remarkably converged in that direction. Even though the figures of the fire god and the phoenix god had once traversed above the camp of the Tiando Empire, they did not pause for a moment. It became evident that these two had utterly failed to perceive the presence of the human avatars of the golden horn beast. Weak. Far too weak. Observing the two colossal fireballs swiftly streaking across the sky, Oscar's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. At that moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated behind him. Oscar, you have returned? Why did you not go to check on your teacher? He has been injured. This is the voice of a woman, the voluptuous Luo Erlong, who is also the wife of Yu Xiaojing. However, this Oscar is not the original Oscar. His return to this camp is driven by the intent to locate the armory and indulge in the metallic treasures within. As for his previous relationships, he is only interested in maintaining the connection with Ning Rongrong and has no desire to visit his former mentor. Chapter 41. Yu Xiaojing, you know too much. Teacher Erlong. Oscar has just returned. We plan to rest for the night before paying our respects to the teacher. At this awkward moment, Ning Rongrong appeared just in time. This woman is now wholly devoted to Oscar. Thus, even though she noticed her husband's slight rudeness, Ning Rongrong skillfully helped him navigate the situation. Your complexion appears rather pale. You should indeed take some time to rest. Surviving the journey from Sea God Island is no small feat. Luo Erlong is aware of Oscar's circumstances. Her inquiry was merely casual. Now, prompted by Ning Rongrong's reminder, she seems to have detected something amiss with Oscar. The young man looks as if he has just finished an intense physical exertion, his face pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and his legs appear unsteady as he walks. This sensation feels somewhat familiar, somewhat. Just as Luo Erlong's thoughts took flight, Oscar spoke up. Indeed, I ought to pay a visit to my teacher. I shall do so. Although Yu Xiaojing bears little significant connection to the current golden horn beast, he remains an important supporting character within the realm of Douluo Continent, a character that evokes considerable disdain. Driven by curiosity, Oscar resolved to seek out the real person. It is said that this individual had previously sustained grave injuries while safeguarding the retreat of the Emperor of the Heavenly, fortunately managing to cling to life. Currently, he is recuperating. Since Oscar was once a disciple of this master, it is only fitting that he pays a visit, especially since he intends to continue embodying this human role. Upon hearing Oscar's intention, the two women before him displayed expressions of relief and encouragement. I will go and inform him. Your teacher will surely be delighted. At this moment, Luo Erlong seemed oblivious to the peculiar glint in Oscar's eyes, which appeared to be fixated on the ample bosom of the sister before them. This is utterly irresistible. Among all the individuals in the vast Douluo Continent, Luo Erlong's development is undoubtedly the most astonishing. It is believed that she captured the attention of numerous readers and viewers right from the start. Now, upon encountering the real Oscar, he can hardly tear his gaze away. The reason for agreeing to meet Yu Xiaojiang is largely due to the allure of this voluptuous lady. Isn't it? Of course, Ning Rongrong must not accompany him. Just as this little girl eagerly approached, she was halted by Jian Douluo. Rongrong, I have something to discuss with you. Come here. As a servant to the golden horned giant beast, Jian Douluo remains quite principled. Whenever a thought crosses someone's mind, this old fellow instinctively knows what to do. Furthermore, being aware of Oscar's true identity, Jian Douluo is fiercely protective, believing it is best to keep his little princess away from this monstrous creature. Thus, Oscar confidently strode towards Yu Xiaojiang's residence. Fortunately, along the way, he discovered that the armory of the Tiando Empire's legion was conveniently located beside the tent. These individuals have concealed themselves remarkably well. No wonder it took so long to locate them. Indeed, the true purpose of the Golden Horned Beast's arrival at this camp is precisely this. Its reunion with Ning Rongrong appears to be merely incidental. At this moment, Oscar can scarcely contain his desire to transform. However, directly ahead lies the tent where Yu Xiaojiang is recuperating. It would seem inappropriate not to pay a visit. Moreover, it seems Lu Erlong is also inside. Master, how are you? Is your injury severe? Here, this is my recovery sausage. Please give it a try. Based on Oscar's prior recollections, the Golden Horned Beast has disguised itself exceedingly well. Yet, perhaps due to Lu Erlong's presence nearby, this creature's gaze remains perpetually distracted. Although Yu Xiaojiang appears to be on the brink of death, the sharpness of his gaze betrays his awareness. How could he possibly miss the covetous glint in Oscar's eyes? Erlong, I wish to change the medicine. Could you fetch it for me? I would like to have a chat with Xiao Ao. Having made this decision, Yu Xiaojiang dismissed Lu Erlong, while Oscar unabashedly watched the departure of his mentor's wife, his eyes betraying an unmistakable greed. Were it not for Yu Xiaojiang's furious inquiry, this fellow might have lingered longer. Speak. Who are you really? Upon seeing Lu Erlong leave, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned frigid. From the moment he entered, he had already concluded that the person before him was not his disciple. Despite the undeniable fact that this individual is indeed the true Oscar, how could this be? Speak. Who are you? How is it that you can control my disciple? Although the master may not possess immense strength, he is undoubtedly the most erudite scholar in the entire Douluo Continent, having encountered many strange secrets. Perhaps he could grasp the meaning of possession. Witnessing this scene, Oscar's smile gradually faded. How did you discover it? Previously, Oscar held his elders in high regard, yet his eyes now radiate greed. Ah, so it began with the gaze. It appears the Golden Horned Beast's acting skills are lacking. The sword-fighting Douluo had disowned it at first glance, and now Yu Xiaojiang, someone familiar to him, has also seen through it instantly. Ning Rongrong, has she noticed? Perhaps not, but she must surely sense something amiss. However, due to her deep yearning for Oscar, coupled with her inexperience in the world, she remains oblivious. The young lady had not considered that direction at all. However, if it were companions and friends well acquainted with Oscar, they would surely uncover the truth with ease. Upon this realization, Oscar began to shake his head vigorously. It seemed that there was truly no hope. I must continue to practice. You have no chance left. I have already sent Lu Erlong to inform the guards. Yuxiagang is indeed quite astute. With a calm demeanor, he instructed his wife to step out for a change of medicine, all the while secretly summoning Lu Erlong to call for assistance. Ha ha, what a clever Yuxiagang. He truly lives up to his reputation as the strategist of the Tiando Empire. Observing this scene, the sound of approaching footsteps outside the tent grew increasingly pronounced. Oscar, far from feeling fear, erupted into hearty laughter. You would do well to surrender. Perhaps after revealing your identity, you might be granted mercy. Yuxiagang mustered the strength to rise from the bed. This individual perpetually delights in adopting the demeanor of a victor. However, little does he realize that he has inadvertently sown the seeds of his own undoing. The guise he has donned has been unmasked. There is no longer a need for pretense, is there? Yu Xiaojiang, I can see that you possess remarkable intelligence, yet you are burdened with knowledge beyond measure. Oscar chuckled softly, and then his form began to twist and sway with an almost ethereal grace. Crackle. It was as though a tempest had erupted. No one could ascertain what had transpired. They merely felt an immense figure materialize before their eyes. What could that be? In recent days, the warriors of the Dou Empire beheld the golden horned behemoth for the very first time. This individual, with his colossal stature, instills a sense of dread in those who behold him. And what of Yu Xiaojiang and his tent? It has likely disintegrated into dust by now. Chapter 42. The Golden Horned Giant Beast Rampage in the Heaven Dou Empire. What is that creature? Xiaojiang, is that the piercing scream of a woman? It is Lu Erlong. Previously, Yu Xiaojiang, perhaps muddled in thought, persistently suggested that Lu Erlong find someone to apprehend Oscar. Could he suspect that this young man had been bribed by the spirit hall? However, when Lu Erlong brought the guards over, she discovered that the camp had been utterly transformed. An unidentified monstrous beast was assaulting the armory. The area, spanning 5,000 square meters, had been completely leveled. Countless soldiers wailed in agony, fleeing the vicinity in terror. What manner of creature is this? How can it be so immense? Is this an ambush by the spirit hall? The golden horned giant beast paid no heed to the cries of the humans. Xiaojiang's tent had long since been crushed underfoot during its transformation. Adjacent to it lay the Heavendo Empire's armory, housing weaponry and armor sufficient for 150,000 soldiers. All the equipment required by the Heavendo Empire's army and reserves was contained within. The majority of it consisted of metal armor. Though it lacked the allure of divine artifacts, its sheer quantity was staggering. In a voracious display, the golden horned giant beast opened its massive maw, swiftly devouring all the weapons and equipment. It swallowed them contentedly. Now at the second stage of stellar evolution, even the gear of 100,000 individuals barely increased its internal energy by a mere fraction. If it were to consume the entirety of this armory, it would only augment its strength by 8 or 9%. The prospect of future upgrades seems daunting. Has it truly reached its zenith? Luo Erlong. Where is my little Oscar? The oblivious Ning Rongrong was also struck with terror by the immense beast. Yet, recalling that Oscar had gone to visit Xiaojiang, she pressed forward despite her overwhelming fear. But at that moment, Luo Erlong was already in tears. A few fortunate guards who had managed to return had delivered the tragic news of Xiaojiang's demise. Do not go over there. The most critical area has been reduced to rubble, leaving no trace of bones behind. This is someone else's original statement. This also signifies Oscar. No, I cannot accept this. I must rescue little Ao. Perhaps it was the sound of Ning Rongrong's weeping that reached him. Having nearly depleted the supplies in the armory, the golden horned giant beast abruptly turned around. Within its immense pupils, it directly perceived the two sorrowful maidens. Naturally, this was merely a fleeting moment of bewilderment. What followed was even more terrifying, the act of devouring. The amassed metal is utterly insufficient. The golden horned behemoth then set its sights on the armored soldiers wielding weapons. A devouring roar resounded, causing chaos within the camp. My weapon has been launched into the air. Oh no, my shield, how could this happen? Quickly, discard all your gear unless you wish to become a mere snack for that monstrous creature. Astute individuals rapidly discerned the truth, realizing that the golden horned behemoth was absorbing metal. At this critical juncture, anyone who stubbornly clung to their armor would likely become the beast's next meal. With a physique of such magnitude, it could almost be deemed invincible. Meanwhile, the Tiando Empire was thrown into utter disarray, including the emperor known as Avalanche. All armor and equipment were stripped away. Even the golden ring symbolizing the imperial authority of the Tiando Empire was ruthlessly seized by the monstrous entity, leaving the emperor with naught but his undergarments. What manner of terrifying soul beast is this? Emperor Avalanche stood in a daze. In less than an hour, the entire Tiando Empire's million-strong army had been rendered defenseless like common civilians. Not only was visible metal taken, but even several noble golden dentures had been absorbed. Furthermore, after consuming this metal, the golden horned behemoth appeared even larger, estimated to measure at least 500 to 800 meters. Such a colossal creature could easily obliterate the entire camp with just a few strides. Had it not been for the concern of injuring Ning Rongrong and Luo Erlong, it would have already done so. The camp of the Tiando Empire erupted with such tumult that cheers resounded from the opposing Jialing Pass. Although the precise cause remained elusive, the soldiers of the Wuhuan Empire understood implicitly. It appeared that their empress had forged some manner of accord with the golden horned beast. How delightful it would be to witness how the Tiando Empire would respond. Their weaponry had been confiscated, leaving them utterly vulnerable to our whims. However, do not revel too soon, for without Her Majesty's command, no one is permitted to act rashly. This is a grand feast for the golden horned beast. Do not disturb that illustrious being. There had been numerous rumors circulating, suggesting that the golden horned beast was destined to become the guardian deity of the Wuhuan Empire. It seems these whispers were not without merit. Now, it was actively dismantling the Tiando Empire with its formidable presence. Master, this is splendid news. That is to say, Mr. Golden Horn Beast has breached the defenses of the Tiando Empire. Hulaina, her face aglow with joy, conveyed this remarkable tidings to Bibi Dong, who sat regally upon her throne, sipping tea with a serene smile, relishing the comfort of the moment. Bibi Dong had invested but a trifling cost. Yet the outcome was beyond her expectations. It appeared that all previous endeavors had indeed borne fruit. Nana, once the Golden Horn Beast departs from that camp, instruct our subordinates to tidy up the remnants. As you command, Your Majesty. Even if the enemy possessed formidable soul masters, their combat effectiveness would plummet without their equipment. How could ordinary folk, unarmed, possibly withstand the onslaught of the Wuhuan Empire's Soul Master Legion? More alarmingly, after devouring all the metal from the camp, the golden horned beast unfurled its vast, black-scaled wings and languidly soared towards the borders of the Tiando Empire. There lay human cities, teeming with metal. Should it sweep through, it might very well gather the energy necessary for the golden horned beast to achieve yet another breakthrough. But would the divine allow such an act? The answer is a resounding no. Despite the current actions of the golden horned beast leaving the celestial beings utterly perplexed, particularly the angel god, the situation remains fraught with uncertainty. The woman has just returned from Qian Rengshu's side. From a standpoint perspective, the angel god ought to represent the interests of the spirit empire. However, this golden horned beast now fights for the spirit empire, suggesting they might be of the same faction. What should we do? Shall we attempt to thwart that reckless little creature? Observing this scene, the god of war, who has long pursued the angel god, finds himself bewildered. It seems they had not considered this aspect prior to arriving on the Douluo Continent, namely, the notion of factions. If the Golden Horn Beast aligns with their faction, it appears. Chapter 43. The Divine Phoenix God versus the Golden Horn Beast. What is the matter with you two? Perhaps sensing the hesitation from the Angel God and the God of War, the tardy Fire God and Phoenix God express their discontent. These two individuals do not possess a sanctuary or any form of inheritance within the realm of Douluo Continent, thus alleviating any concerns in that regard. Furthermore, the destructive power of the Golden Horn Beast has proven to be quite a formidable challenge for them. These ancient deities have all endured the era of the Dragon God, a time when that colossal dragon wreaked havoc in the divine realm, nearly dismantling their homeland entirely. Admittedly, the current Golden Horn Beast has yet to unleash the same level of devastation as the Dragon God did in those days. However, this scene evokes a profound sense of distaste among these gods. Lord of Fire, let us not forget our purpose for descending here is solely for investigation, not for battle. Upon witnessing their beloved goddess being questioned by the opposing party, the God of War swiftly positioned himself in front. The revered God of War, held in high esteem by the masses, unexpectedly reveals himself to be a mere sycophant. However, the God of Fire possesses a notoriously fiery temperament. Upon hearing such disheartening remarks, his expression shifted dramatically. If you are timid, simply admit it. Why persist in casting disparaging comments? Phoenix God, at this juncture, perhaps to demonstrate his own fortitude, the God of Fire discreetly signaled to his loyal subordinate, the Phoenix God. In an instant, the latter was engulfed in a blazing inferno, transforming before the onlookers into a colossal, flaming phoenix. While it may not rival the immense Golden Horn Beast in size, it was certainly no small spectacle. This individual stands as the pinnacle of a secondary deity. Moreover, with the permission of the God of Shura, he is permitted to exhibit his utmost prowess upon the Douluo Continent. Such exhilarating combat experiences are scarcely found in the divine realm. Today, he can unleash his full potential, and the primal ferocity of the Phoenix God has been entirely awakened. My lord, please rest here momentarily. Allow me to vanquish that monstrous beast. Upon uttering these words, the legendary divine bird soared forth with a swift motion. In an instant, the sky above the assembly of gods blazed crimson, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. Crackle. Wherever this fire phoenix traversed, the very earth ignited in flames. How is it that this creature's destructive power seems even more formidable than that of the golden horned giant beast? What is this? Sensing the surge of heat emanating from behind, the golden horned giant beast halted midair. At this moment, its colossal form hovered above the outermost fortress of the Tiando Empire, having just employed its devouring skill to render the defenses here utterly ineffective. It was poised to plunder the household items of the local populace when its feast was abruptly interrupted. Whoosh. Boom. The Phoenix God is even more terrifying than the golden horned giant beast. Its arrival ignited a ring of houses surrounding the fortress. Countless beings, both human and animal, cried out in the streets below, fleeing in every direction like rolling fireballs. Are you some kind of evil deity? What is the purpose of such a commotion? The golden horned giant beast, having read tales of such beings, certainly comprehends the gravity of the situation it faces. This individual can be regarded as the progenitor of all phoenix-type martial spirits, the true deity of the phoenix. Once I vanquish you, these humble mortals shall extol the glorious name of the Phoenix God, while you shall be cast as the villain in this narrative. How tyrannical! How shameless! Nevertheless, this Douluo Continent is no different from any other realm. All history is penned by the victors. The words of the Phoenix deity hold a semblance of truth. As long as the golden horned behemoth is vanquished today, the historians will be compelled to embellish the narrative of this battle. Those unfortunate souls consumed by the flames of the phoenix will be portrayed as having fallen to the might of the golden horned behemoth. What a wicked creature, this black monstrosity. Emanating flames as dark as night. Like the fires of hell, it corrupts the heart and scorches the earth. Did these so-called deities not previously distort history in such a manner? How shameless you truly are. In response to the Phoenix God's blatant audacity, the golden horned beast found itself utterly speechless. What? Do you aspire to be a saint and save humanity? You misunderstand. I am the celestial beast, and my very existence is destined to devour this planet, including your divine realm. It was as if the golden horned beast had heard the most delightful jest in the world, wearing a proud and unruly expression. However, this infuriated the Phoenix God across from it. It felt as if it had encountered a second dragon god. That dragon god had once declared intentions to reshape the entire divine realm, creating a domain of its own. You, an unknown monster, are courting death. Words are wasted on the unworthy. Let us engage in battle directly. The Phoenix, disinclined to engage in needless chatter, flapped its powerful wings vigorously. A torrent of fire tornadoes materialized from thin air, surging towards the imposing golden-horned beast before it. Meanwhile, the humans on the ground fared no better. The fierce winds uprooted ordinary houses, tearing them apart in a swirling frenzy. With the metal almost entirely absorbed by the golden-horned beast, these structures crumbled with alarming ease. The livestock, along with the cries of children, were reduced to ashes amidst the fiery whirlwinds. Yet, such formidable power seemed utterly futile in the presence of the golden-horned beast. It appeared to do nothing more than inhale and exhale. With a gust akin to a tempest, those once mighty fire tornadoes were swiftly extinguished. To humanity, this was a terrifying calamity, an insurmountable force. However, for the golden horn beast, quelling these flames was as effortless as snuffing out birthday candles. The series of fire tornadoes unleashed moments ago must have been a unique technique of the Phoenix deity, yet it was unexpectedly neutralized with such nonchalance. At that moment, the Phoenix was left dumbfounded, a mix of astonishment and fury washing over it. It felt utterly belittled by its adversary. But before the fiery bird could fully comprehend the situation, a flicker of dark energy flashed before its eyes. What? Behold! The astonishing velocity is that of the golden horn colossus's assault. In a fleeting moment, the Phoenix deity perceived only a golden streak hurtling towards its abdomen, followed by an excruciating agony. Bang! Ordinarily, as a divine beast imbued with the essence of flame, the Phoenix deity should not succumb so effortlessly to such an assault. Yet, this stark reality defied expectations. The golden horn's tip was precisely embedded in its belly, nearly piercing through the entire majestic form. Your incessant prattle is intolerable. A mere secondary deity dares to defy me? With these words, disregarding the fiery glare of his opponent, the golden horned colossus swiftly ensnared the Phoenix's two claws with its other talons, akin to the grip of a vice, and forcefully twisted outward. Crack! The sound of bone snapping echoed ominously. The searing pain nearly rendered the Phoenix deity unconscious. You shall pay dearly for this. Panting heavily, the Phoenix endured successive grievous wounds. The Phoenix deity, seemingly unfazed, swiftly folded its wings to envelop the colossal golden horn beast, its entire being transformed into a massive fireball. Was it attempting to incinerate the creature with its searing heat and flames? Chapter 44, The Golden Horn Beast unearthed the divine essence of the Phoenix. Legend has it that the Phoenix can achieve rebirth through fire in moments of life and death. At this juncture, the Phoenix deity appeared to have been driven to such an extremity. After enveloping the majority of the golden horn beast's form with its vast wings, the two titanic figures coalesced mid-air into an enormous fireball, resembling a miniature sun. Below this blazing sphere, the fortress of the heavenly Dao Empire faced dire consequences. The immense heat gradually caused all structures on the surface to melt away, while various life forms were vaporized. Sizzle! The entire city transformed into a colossal mass of liquid, akin to a giant ice cream, visibly altering before one's eyes. It was utterly terrifying. These so-called deities possess not an ounce of compassion. The devastation they wreak upon this city surpasses even that of the colossal golden horn beast. It is astonishing how far these individuals have descended into madness. In pursuit of their objectives, they are willing to employ an array of unscrupulous tactics. Do they truly fear not the wrath of the heavens? Meanwhile, those deities lingering on the territory of the Spirit Empire seem to revel in mockery. Ah, Lord of Fire, it appears your younger brother has encountered quite the predicament. He is now undergoing a fiery rebirth. Upon witnessing the Phoenix god resorting to such a desperate measure, the angel god displays a disdainful smirk, as if to ridicule the fire god across from him. With such a fragile subordinate, the battle has scarcely lasted half an hour before the Phoenix god finds himself cornered. At this moment, the fire god's expression wavers between turmoil and uncertainty. He desires to assist, yet is restrained by pride. No worries. I believe my little brother merely seeks to teach that beast a lesson. However, this moment of hesitation leads the fire god to miss the optimal opportunity to rescue the Phoenix god. Meanwhile, the golden-horned beast, encased within a sphere of flames, is experiencing its own tribulations. The relentless heat has transformed its once jet-black scales into a fiery hue, and an acrid scent of charred flesh wafts through the air. Indeed, nature has its way of balancing power. The golden horned beast can withstand tremendous external force, yet it cannot endure the extremes of high temperature or frigid cold for long. Every substance possesses a melting point, and the outermost scales of the golden horned beast are nearing their limit. Should the temperature not be mitigated soon, the consequences would be dire, with even some peripheral nerves igniting into open flames. Upon witnessing this scene, the Phoenix god breaks into a triumphant smile. So, you two have your weaknesses. Yet this single remark fundamentally enrages the golden horned beast. Humph, I had no intention of killing you. This is your own doing. Though enveloped in flames and facing dire straits, the two beasts remain locked in proximity. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanates from the golden horned beast, causing its massive form to shrink rapidly from over 3,000 meters to less than 200 meters. In comparison to the colossal phoenix before him, his own physique appeared woefully inadequate. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the golden-horned behemoth, upon condensing its form, could exponentially amplify its combat prowess. Before the Phoenix City had a chance to react, the newly reborn body, having just undergone a fiery resurrection, was suddenly beset by a searing agony. It was as though it were being torn asunder, right at the heart of the Phoenix deity. A gaping wound was inflicted by the claws of the golden-horned behemoth. To the astonishment of all, this oblivious cosmic creature burrowed directly through the very breach it had created. What was its intent? Alarmingly, by the time the Phoenix deity comprehended the peril, it was already too late. Its primordial power had sustained a grievous blow. This particular spot was the most critical nexus of energy for the Phoenix deity, the very location of its divine core. The golden-horned behemoth sensed this potent energy instantaneously, consolidating its strength and executing a surprise incursion into the opponent's being. It seized hold of the red energy orb, resembling a sugar cube, with a fierce bite, and then yanked with all its might. Suddenly, it felt as if a pause button had been pressed. The scorching fireball in the sky rapidly cooled, the surrounding flames extinguishing gradually. The sweltering temperatures continued to decline, soon stabilizing around a balmy 100 degrees Celsius. The flames enveloping the golden horned behemoth began to subside as well. Had victory been attained? What have you done to me? Witnessing the golden horned behemoth with the red divine core in its maw, the phoenix deity's eyes widened in horror. Its once fiery red feathers gradually losing their warmth. Its massive form stiffened and began to plummet from the heavens. The golden horned behemoth had discovered this peculiar phenomenon when it had vanquished the Rakshasa goddess previously. The primary distinction between these so-called deities and ordinary humans lies in the presence of this peculiar entity within their beings. It is akin to the engine of an automobile. Remove this pivotal component, and it becomes nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The situation faced by the once mighty phoenix deity mirrors this reality. Initially a second-tier divine being, his power swiftly diminished upon the removal of this core essence, plummeting rapidly to around level 100. Ah, how enlightening. Observing the rapid decline of this adversary's aura, a glimmer of understanding illuminated the eyes of the golden horned behemoth. It appears that the most effective method to contend with these so-called divine clans is to extract their divine essence. It seems as though a destitute youth has unexpectedly discovered the key to wealth. The surprise and exhilaration within can only be truly felt by oneself. What? The phoenix? At the very first moment, the elder brother, the fire god, sensed the plight of the phoenix. At this juncture, he could no longer concern himself with matters of pride or dignity. He beheld the creature transform into a colossal fireball, hurtling towards him at an astonishing velocity. Meanwhile, the phoenix curled its wings and talons once more, but this was not a rebirth through fire, for it had no opportunity left for such a fate. Instead, before the eyes of the golden horned beast, it reverted to a fiery red egg, returning to a primordial state. Ah, are you preparing to treat me to lunch? Mused the golden horned beast, licking its lips at this unforeseen transformation. However, just as it was poised to savor the phoenix egg, a portal of firelight suddenly materialized in the distance, as if responding to some unseen call. The phoenix egg summoned its last vestige of strength and shot into the portal like a cannonball. Has it fled? What an intriguing method. Just as the golden horned beast charged forward, intending to shatter the portal with a mighty swipe, the space before it dissolved into nothingness. This appears to be a form of grand teleportation, the caster being none other than the fire god. Observing the phoenix egg in his hand, the temperature surrounding the fire god rapidly escalated. Subsequently, a novel energy ring, resembling a circular formation, erupted forth, radiating in all directions. Behold, a lake, swiftly engulfed by roaring flames, evaporated in the blink of an eye, leaving only the scorched stones of the lake bed, glowing a fiery red. Chapter 45, The Onslaught of Hautian Sect. Will you bring me delicacies? Fire god, remain composed. This adversary's power surpasses our expectations. Just as the fire god was on the brink of eruption, the war god suddenly materialized before him. Although this individual has consistently played the sycophant to the angel god, he is not devoid of rationality. From the previous experiences of the phoenix god, the war god has drawn a rather alarming conclusion. The formidable golden horned behemoth they face likely possesses strength beyond imagination. Not only can it overpower the second-tier gods of the Douluo Continent, but even a first-tier god like the fire god would find it exceedingly challenging. Even a god king like Shura might not guarantee a victory. This is a judicious assessment, serving as a much-needed wake-up call for the currently bewildered fire god. The fire god acknowledges the war god's analysis, recognizing his expertise, particularly in evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of adversaries. What shall we do then? Shouldn't my brother's vendetta be avenged? Indeed, it must be avenged, but we must first ascertain the extent of this creature's power. Truly, the war god has maintained his composure in such tumultuous times. The most prudent course of action is to report their situation to the revered Shura god and await his judgment. After all, vanquishing the golden horned behemoth was not their primary mission in descending to this realm. I concur with the war god. Fire god, please remain patient. The angel god interjects at an opportune moment. In reality, this woman dares not confront the golden horned behemoth, for it is dreadfully terrifying. The mere act of ripping the divine essence from the body of the phoenix god sends shivers down the spine of Angel City. Should such an elegant goddess encounter a similar fate, it would be far better to perish than endure it. They have now come to realize that the demise of the Rakshasa goddess was not a mere coincidence. The golden horned behemoth has acquired the capability to devour gods. This is truly horrifying. Why has such a terrifying entity emerged in this world while the divine realm remains oblivious? What are those who oversee every star domain and minor realms doing? Are they simply idle? There is nothing to be done but wait. The war god has compiled the recent events into a report and sent it to the Shura god. For now, they must refrain from any reckless actions and quietly await further news. Otherwise, they may not be so fortunate next time to escape. In short, the golden horned behemoth undoubtedly possesses the ability to slay gods. For those unafraid of death, feel free to challenge it. Very well, let this detestable creature live a while longer. The fire god casts a fierce glance toward the golden horned behemoth, slowly retracting his aura. However, the the Golden Horn Behemoth, stationed at a distance, feels somewhat perturbed. Unlike the trio before it, the Behemoth is far more acutely aware of the powerful presences on this planet. It had prepared itself to face 3 adversaries but was taken aback when the trio suddenly ceased their movements. Do they not wish to avenge their companion? Had it known this would be the case, the Behemoth would have refrained from revealing its own aura. This will make it easier for others to keep you in their thoughts. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Once an action is taken, it is irrevocable. Furthermore, these 3 individuals must have already contemplated reporting to the higher echelons of the Divine Monarch. For the emergence of such an uncontrollable entity on the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly command the utmost attention of the Divine Realm's elite. Historically, the Divine Realm has responded to such formidable beasts with extermination, a legacy of the lingering shadows cast by the Dragon King. However, although these divine clans may have retreated, it does not preclude other forces from seeking to confront the Golden Horned Giant Beast. Perhaps it is a misinterpretation of the situation. Despite the knowledge of an extraordinary event unfolding here, a multitude of figures is rapidly approaching the ruins from a distance. These individuals are clad in identical attire, each possessing the Haotian hammer as their martial spirit. They appear well-trained, moving with remarkable synchronization. These are the members of the Haotian sect. Previously, they received credible news that the ancestral figure of Haotian, Tangshan, has perished. The culprit behind this tragedy is the legendary Golden Horn Behemoth. Due to uncertainty regarding the opponent's depth of power, these foolish members of the Haotian sect mistakenly believed they were merely confronting a colossal soul beast. Driven by the desire to avenge their ancestors, over 80 members of the Haotian sect, under the guidance of several elders, surged forward in a relentless charge. The Golden Horn Behemoth had sensed this group from the very beginning. It had no intention of retreating. Instead, it awaited them with a cheerful demeanor, striving to minimize its massive form, fearful that its immense size might intimidate the approaching adversaries. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the Golden Horn Behemoth stretches nearly 300 meters in length, surpassing any known super soul beast in size. Fortunately, the members of the Haotian sect are filled with animosity. Even in the presence of this mountain-like creature, they exhibit not an ounce of retreat. Upon discovering the target ahead, they form ranks. Behold the Golden Horn Behemoth. The members of the Haotian sect, of course, did not dare to underestimate their adversary. They promptly formed an immense formation, channeling all their strength towards the esteemed elders. In the past, on the battlefield, Tang Xiao single-handedly obliterated the 3 tidal Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Empire using this very tactic, ultimately securing victory. This demonstrates the undeniable truth that strength in numbers is formidable. The adage man can conquer nature finds excellent validation within the Haotian sect. However, the Golden Horn Beast was no ordinary opponent. Observing these amusing humans before it, the creature could not refrain from mocking them. Ah, are you offering me a delightful snack? Just as I find myself famished, the flavor of the Haotian hammer is rather appealing. Having previously savored the authentic Haotian hammer from Tangshan, the Golden Horn Beast had developed a discerning palate. The Haotian hammers wielded by these youngsters were evidently inferior to those of their ancestors, yet their sheer numbers were notable. Earlier, during its confrontation with the Phoenix God, it had indeed expended some of its energy. Now, it intended to replenish itself with the Haotian hammers of these youngsters, merely to indulge in some playful banter. You boastful creature, today marks your demise. We shall avenge our former sect leader. Humans are often foolish beings, overly confident in their own strength, oblivious to who truly reigns over the vast Douluo continent. Roar. Do not lament. No matter your cries today, escape is futile. The elders of the Haotian sect were all tidal Douluo level. Thus, as their energies converged upon their bodies, their soul rings activated. Yet, unbeknownst to these elders, their actions merely served to enhance the enticing aroma of the Haotian hammer for the Golden Horn Beast, hastening their own destruction. Chapter 46, The Haotian Sect is Vanquished. Tangshan weeps. What did you say? The Haotian sect has suffered a devastating blow? The Golden Horn Beast, for reasons unknown, had not delivered a lethal strike. However, the pillars of the Haotian sect had now lost their martial souls, effectively rendering them a mere assemblage of the incapacitated. Thus, the overall combat capability of the Haotian sect has diminished by more than half. This is especially true for the elders, who, after losing the support of their martial souls, find themselves unable to sustain their lives. They have nearly reached the twilight of their existence. Should the Haotian sect suffer the loss of more than 5 tidal Douluo powerhouses at once, their rank on the Douluo continent would plummet drastically. How could this happen? It is utterly terrifying. Rather than allowing so many formidable experts to endure a life of suffering, it would be more merciful to extinguish them all at once. Upon receiving this news, Tangshan, who had returned from the city of slaughter, was left speechless. Unless he could inherit the power of the Azure God, there would be no way to contend with this situation. Conversely, the Golden Horn Beast is growing increasingly formidable, seemingly beyond the reach of even the deities of the divine realm. As he witnessed the frail and ailing return to the sect, tears nearly welled in Tangshan's eyes. Initially, he had hoped to leverage the strength of his sect to build his own credentials and eventually become a renowned figure on the Douluo continent. But now, with such a significant loss of powerful combatants, the Haotian sect is likely to descend from a first-rate sect to a second or even third-rate one. Coupled with Tang San's recent setbacks, it seems that his chances of turning the tide are dwindling. What shall we do? Perhaps sensing the despondency of her beloved, Xiaowu hurried over to offer encouragement. Third brother, there is no need to lose heart. In truth, our Douluo continent possesses a wealth of profound heritage, and those monstrous beasts will not be able to rampage for much longer. The little rabbit seems to possess some knowledge, conveying a message exchanged among the higher-ranked soul beasts through a secret method undetectable by humans. It is said that the most powerful soul beast on the Douluo continent is on the verge of awakening. This esteemed entity is rumored to have once forged the glorious legacy of soul beasts across the continent. If revived, it could undoubtedly vanquish the destructive golden horn beast. Are you referring to those divine beings, Xiaowu? However, I sense they do not intend to confront directly. Not at all, third brother. I speak of an even greater existence, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna? In truth, this little rabbit is unaware that the revered being they speak of should not awaken at this time. The Silver Dragon King should still be in slumber. An extraordinary external force has disrupted her peaceful rest. This is, in reality, a rather ominous occurrence. Guyuna? I have never heard of that name before. She is the deity of our soul beast realm and was destined to become a god of Douluo Continent. When mentioning the Silver Dragon King, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with countless stars, indicating that she is the idol of all soul beasts. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of solace appeared in Tang San's eyes. If such a remarkable being were to emerge, I believe our Douluo Continent would soon return to its former glory. Recently, Tang San has indeed faced a streak of misfortune. This individual was once soaring to great heights, seemingly poised at the pinnacle of this world. However, ever since the emergence of the Golden Horn Beast, all the accolades associated with him have vanished entirely, even driving Tang San to the brink of despair. When this young couple spoke of the legendary Silver Dragon King, the Stardew Forest experienced an astonishing surge of energy. A place once sealed by the fire god and the phoenix god seemed on the verge of yielding something from beneath the earth. Initially, the combined efforts of these two fire deities were sufficient to maintain the seal. Yet, the sudden demise of the phoenix disrupted this balance. Moreover, in recent days, the fire god, troubled and distracted, has shown little inclination to attend to the seal. Soon, a brilliant silver light tore through the heavens. Though fleeting, it incited a collective revelry among the high-level soul beasts across the Douluo continent, as if some ancestral bloodline within them had been ignited. According to legend, this Silver Dragon King is the progenitor of many soul beasts, and his lineage is said to trace back to the fabled dragon god, a fearsome entity that nearly brought about the annihilation of the entire divine realm. It is whispered that the dragon goddess' strength rivals that of the present golden horned beast. Numerous signs suggest that the dragon god spoken of may indeed be a celestial behemoth. Third brother, I sense the summons of Lord Silver Dragon, he exclaimed, regarding that radiant silver light. The little rabbit, of course, sensed it as well, instantly becoming exceedingly lively and exhilarated. Naturally, the three deities who remained on the Douluo continent perceived it too. It seemed the seal was on the verge of losing its potency. Fire god, is this the result of your actions? The angel god appeared to have immediately discerned their intentions. However, the woman merely voiced her suspicions without taking any concrete measures. Meanwhile, the god of war beside her seemed contemplative. If only the Silver Dragon King and that fellow could be provoked into combat, it would at least aid in wearing them down. It turned out all three celestial beings shared the same notion, to have the prematurely resurrected Silver Dragon King engage the Golden Horn Beast. After all, he was reputedly a descendant of the dragon god. Perhaps he could engage the Golden Horn Beast in a fierce, life-or-death struggle. Thus, the three of them need not intervene. In truth, their calculations have proven quite astute. The Golden Horn Behemoth indeed sensed the extraordinary energy wave that had just emanated. It was a sacred aura, even evoking a sense of familiarity within the creature. The illustrious dragon god of yore, though not a colossal beast of the cosmos, was undoubtedly a remarkable entity. The Silver Dragon King, having inherited a fragment of the dragon god's power, naturally attracted the attention of this formidable being. How intriguing. It is unexpected to discover such a presence on this continent. Although the Silver Dragon King has not fully manifested, this aura has already revealed its location. Not only have the three celestial deities firmly locked onto the awakening Silver Dragon King, but even the Golden Horn Behemoth has pinpointed the precise whereabouts of its counterpart. How fascinating. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps it is the allure of the other aura that has drawn them in. The Golden Horn Behemoth, astonishingly, strides towards the starry forest where the Silver Dragon King resides. Perhaps there exists a certain aura about the latter that captivates the former. Let me behold the true nature of your existence. Chapter 47. Journey to the Starry Forest, an encounter with Ancient Moon Na. Splendid, the lad has taken action. Shall we place a wager? Let us see which is superior, the Golden Horn Behemoth or the Silver Dragon King. Upon sensing the movement of the Golden Horn Behemoth, the celestial beings were exceptionally elated. In their perspective, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. A confrontation between the Golden Horn Behemoth and the Silver Dragon King is inevitable. But is the reality truly as they believe? This is merely the wishful thinking of a few individuals, setting aside whether those two fellows can engage in a confrontation. The sheer chance of encountering each other in such a vast Stardew forest is already a twist of fate. with the three divine beings entirely neglecting this area. No one is aware if the Silver Dragon King has awakened, nor is there any knowledge of his whereabouts post-awakening. Gazing upon the expansive mountains and the dense forest before him, the golden horned behemoth found himself in a quandary. It would pose no challenge for his colossal form to obliterate everything in sight. To him, this forest appeared as mere underbrush. The endeavor of locating a single tiny figure within this thicket felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After a moment of contemplation, he transformed once again into the likeness of Oscar. As a traveler from another realm, he possessed a general awareness of Gu Yuna's location, which should lie at the heart of the Stardow Forest, where a massive magic circle was likely situated, though he was uncertain if it still existed. Upon entering the forest, the golden horned behemoth sensed that the residual power from that direction had significantly dwindled. It seemed as though the Silver Dragon King had emerged from his slumber earlier than anticipated. The journey was eerily silent, devoid of even a single insect soul beast, as if all living creatures had been drawn away by some unseen force. What could the deities possibly mean by this? Had they come to this world solely for the Silver Dragon King? Throughout his trek, Oscar found himself muttering to himself, feeling increasingly bewildered. It appeared that the four beings had been detected upon their arrival on this land. Clearly, their initial destination was not towards the golden horned behemoth, but rather to pursue their own clandestine affairs. The Phoenix God and the Fire God seemed intent on the seal located in this vicinity. This sensation of being overlooked was quite disconcerting. Moreover, the three beings were now congregated, observing the events unfolding with scrutinizing gazes. They mistakenly believed that the golden horned behemoth remained oblivious to their presence. How naive they were. Just as he pondered this, a sudden sound of flowing water broke the silence ahead. It appeared there was a small waterfall, beside which lay a large stone. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was a silver-haired maiden, sitting barefoot by the water's edge, playfully splashing. Upon noticing Oscar's approach, the maiden's gaze revealed no trace of shyness or fear. Instead, she graced him with a captivating smile. This is evidently not a mere human girl. That exquisite figure, along with cascading silver hair, and the glimmer in her eyes exudes a wisdom that seems to have endured the trials of time. Good morning. You must be the formidable beast they speak of. I cannot discern what your true form is. Could it be that you are the illustrious Gu Yuna? You recognized at a glance that Oscar is not human. The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna? Oscar inquired tentatively. In truth, he too could not perceive her true essence. The Silver Dragon King appears far more astute than the previous deities. At the very least, he exudes a sense of approachability. Should we not transform and engage in a battle? Otherwise, those three may become rather displeased, don't you think? To my surprise, this esteemed Silver Dragon King has been awaiting the golden horned behemoth since early morning. However, from his relaxed demeanor, it is evident that he does not seem inclined to initiate a confrontation. Instead, he sits here, deliberately teasing the golden horned behemoth. Are you not afraid of being subdued? After all, I recently vanquished a phoenix. Are you certain you can best him? Observing the unpretentious Silver Dragon King, Oscar's eyes brim with curiosity. This woman can certainly be considered quite audacious. At the very least, she surpasses all the young ladies he has encountered previously. Such courage is not something every young lady possesses. Are you referring to that little bird? Back in the days of miracles, this creature nearly met its demise at the hands of my brother, and I never imagined it would still harbor such resentment. It turns out that the Silver Dragon King was already aware of the truth long ago. This woman is acutely aware that the celestial beings will not spare her. Do you not harbor even a modicum of fear? Initially, I was indeed apprehensive, for my powers are bound by the laws of this world. Before the golden horned giant beast, the Silver Dragon King does not shy away from expressing her thoughts. Due to her premature resurrection and the suppression imposed by the laws of Douluo Continent, even at her pinnacle, her strength was comparable to that of a first-level deity. Yet now, she is merely a titled Douluo at the 90th level. Should a confrontation ensue, she could easily be vanquished in an instant. Thus, you have deliberately awaited my arrival. Is there something you wish to discuss? Retracting my gaze from Gu Yuna's delicate ankle, it becomes evident that this woman has orchestrated the entire Stardow Forest in such a manner solely for my presence. How intriguing. It appears you are not at all as the rumors suggest. I had presumed you to be a mindless beast. It seems Gu Yuna has conducted a comprehensive investigation into the golden horned giant beast. After all, the Douluo Continent is not solely a realm for humans. It is teeming with soul beasts. Some soul beasts are merely tamed by humans, yet they can assist their kin in relaying information. Thus, the past actions of the golden horned giant beast have indeed led to significant misunderstandings. However, its fierce demeanor does tend to provoke misinterpretations. Speak. How do you propose we collaborate? Furthermore, what benefits can I derive from our association? Oscar, being astute, cannot possibly overlook this woman's true intentions. It is evident that this represents the Silver Dragon King's most humble posture. Is this woman named Gu Yuna requesting collaboration? One might even suggest she is seeking refuge. You are remarkably straightforward. I have heard that you require a substantial amount of metal, and the mining skills of humanity pale in comparison to mine. So, this is the implication. Indeed, when juxtaposed with the soul beasts that dwell in the wild, humanity falls short in numerous aspects. Moreover, It is undeniable that these soul beasts possess a far greater understanding of the mineral deposits scattered across this planet than humans do. I must concede that Guyuna's proposition appears exceedingly tempting. Yet, why does Oscar maintain an unyielding demeanor? Could it be that he finds it inadequate? Chapter 48. What? The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, wishes to marry me. Indeed, I am in need of a significant quantity of metal, yet with a modicum of effort. I could also uncover these mineral resources. The Silver Dragon King undoubtedly holds a considerable advantage in this regard. This woman possesses the ability to command all the soul beasts across the vast expanse of Douluo Continent. In theory, she could uncover a myriad of mines. However, Oscar finds no necessity for such assistance. Relying on his own instincts, he is capable of discovering mining sites independently. Moreover, the act of exploration ignites within him a sense of adventure, rendering it a most delightful game. Yet, if all these locations were to be revealed in advance, would it not strip away the essence of challenge? Furthermore, when the golden horn giant beast reaches a certain level of maturity, it might even devour the entirety of this planet. Regardless of how deeply the secret metals are concealed, they will inevitably become a feast for the golden horned giant beast. Thus, from this perspective, the golden horned giant beast truly does not require the assistance of the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. Alas, I told you, such a trivial cost is utterly insufficient to sway him. The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, appeared to wear a countenance of serene acceptance. Subsequently, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat materialized behind her. This was none other than the legendary beast god, Emperor Tian, a formidable black dragon nearing the extraordinary age of 700,000 years, and the esteemed patriarch of the Black Dragon clan. Esteemed Silver Dragon King, should my venerable golden horn behemoth wish to engage in conflict, we shall steadfastly stand by your side for eternity. What a devoted servant indeed. Yet, one cannot help but ponder, why do these high-ranking soul beasts possess such a penchant for warfare? Much like the tempestuous deep-sea demon whale king encountered in days of yore, who also had a notoriously fiery temperament. Emperor Tian, after all these years, why have you not evolved? Is it not rather dull to be perpetually embroiled in conflict? Guyuna seemed entirely unfazed by the apparent collapse of negotiations, maintaining an enchanting smile that radiated with brilliance. This instilled a peculiar feeling within Oscar. However, I find myself at a loss regarding what could possibly persuade the formidable golden horned beast to collaborate with us. The thoughts concerning the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, eluded Emperor Tian's understanding. Yet, what can be done? Outside, three divine beings loom ominously, and the divine realm is undoubtedly aware of the happenings here. Without a powerful ally, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, is surely doomed. Once, this woman managed to navigate through the shadows and slumber in the Stardow forest. Yet, who would have imagined that after all these years, she would still be discovered? Perhaps this is fate. Ever since that fateful day when the dragon god wreaked havoc in the Douluo Continent's divine realm, the destiny of their clan has been sealed. The dragon god was vanquished, the golden dragon king was sealed away, leaving only the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. The divine realm would not spare this woman. They would only feel secure once she is eradicated completely. But what of me? I wonder how the golden horn beast perceives me? As I ponder this, Guyuna descends gracefully from the waterfall, resembling a celestial being, landing elegantly before Oscar. Her smile transformed into a playful expression, as if something significant were about to unfold. What do you mean by that? I believe that a person of your remarkable wisdom and prowess deserves an admirable companion. What does it mean for this woman to suddenly ask such a question? What do you think of me, esteemed one? I, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, possess both grace and sweetness, and I am the last descendant of the divine dragon lineage. Am I worthy of you? What is the situation? Did the Silver Dragon King Guyuna mean that the price you spoke of was herself? Are you suggesting that you wish to marry me? Oscar comprehended the implications. This was clearly a gesture of affection. Could it be that the Silver Dragon King Guyuna intended to use herself as leverage to secure the protection of the golden horn beast? What is it? Am I not worthy? A noble celestial beast such as yourself surely deserves a partner like me. Quite remarkable. I never anticipated that the Silver Dragon King Guyuna would be aware that the golden horn beast is a celestial creature. Probably very few on the entirety of Douluo Continent can discern this truth. Could it be that the dragon god from years past truly? Do not regard me with such astonishment. I too have acquired knowledge from the legacy of my ancestors. Excellent. Guyuna is undoubtedly an iconic female protagonist in the Douluo series, a goddess in the hearts of many readers. However, who could have foreseen that in order to ally with the golden horn beast, she would boldly propose marriage upon their first meeting? It feels rather sudden. In response to Guyuna's advance, Oscar seemed somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought this woman? Silver Dragon King? Are you jesting? You are the queen of all soul beasts on Douluo Continent. Witnessing their queen act so rashly, the beast god appeared quite anxious, fearing that the future of all soul beasts on the continent might be jeopardized. Moreover, the higher echelons among these soul beasts do not consider themselves inferior beings. They even believe that soul beasts ought to be the rightful rulers of Douluo Continent, and perhaps even claim a place within the divine realm. The Silver Dragon King Guyuna is the key to their resurgence. Yet, if this esteemed lady becomes the wife of the golden horn beast, would that not render all efforts futile? Tian, are you questioning my decision? Can we, the soul beasts, Resist the divine realm with our own strength? Upon hearing the beast god Tion's objections, Guyuna's irritation was palpable. It appears that her intentions are not so simplistic. Guyuna is not merely seeking a protector. She likely wishes to join forces with the golden horned beast before her. How intriguing. You intend to use my hand to aid you in revenge, do you not? Oscar swiftly grasped the other party's intentions. At this moment, he could not help but admire Guyuna's astuteness. Based on the Silver Dragon King's own power, even if she were to train for another 10,000 years, she would still be no match for the divine realm. The once mighty dragon god was ultimately defeated, was he not? Yet, if this golden horned beast continues to grow, it may easily vanquish not only the three gods before them, but even a true god like the god of Shura. However, any cooperative relationship will inevitably face rifts. The only way to ensure that this golden horned beast remains a steadfast ally is to become family. Furthermore, as the Silver Dragon King Guyuna herself stated, the golden horned beast possesses an extraordinarily powerful bloodline derived from celestial beasts. Perhaps only the descendants of the dragon god can even hope to match it. Those so-called human beauties, even formidable ones like Bibi Dong, are likely unworthy of such a being. Chapter 49. Guyuna, let us hunt the gods. I must concede. Miss Guyuna, your proposal is quite tempting, but I am already involved with someone. If Guyuna were to extend such an affectionate invitation, surely no one would decline. However, Oscar had previously been with Bibi Dong. To embark on a relationship with this legendary Silver Dragon King without informing her would indeed be rather unseemly, wouldn't it? Alas, you are quite troublesome. Have you spent too long among humans? The perspective on love held by these soul beasts appears to differ significantly from that of humans. For them, it suffices to find a suitable partner. There is no need for convoluted intricacies. They prefer a straightforward approach. However, the Silver Dragon King remains oblivious to the fact that within the corporeal form of the golden horned giant beast resides a human soul. Consequently, certain moral boundaries inherent to humanity remain insurmountable. Even if he intends to take a second consort, he must ultimately confer with Bibi Dong. Although it is likely that the Empress of the Spirit Empire is primarily attracted to the prowess of the golden horn beast, you may accompany me for now, as we could devise a plan to hunt the gods, particularly concerning the golden horned beast. The soul beasts of this world are no match for him. Even standing at the pinnacle of this realm, there is little to celebrate. Rather, it is the lofty gods who are destined to become a source of turmoil, transforming into the golden horn behemoth that will dominate this universe. Should the deities of Douluo Continent become aware of the golden horn behemoth's next ambitions, they would undoubtedly strive to thwart them. In truth, the behemoth's aspirations for this planet surpass all expectations. He does not merely intend to hand over dominion of the entire continent to Bibi Dong. He harbors grander ambitions of subduing the entire realm of the gods here. His goal is to enable humanity and soul beasts to share a single planet, subsequently establishing this place as a stronghold, a formidable base from which to conquer other worlds. This is the legacy and fate of the starry behemoth. Undoubtedly, the ultimate destination remains that world which devours the cosmos. There resides the arch-nemesis of the golden horn behemoth, Luo Feng. One cannot help but wonder how much Luo Feng has matured by now. Has the tardiness of the golden horn behemoth led this individual to lose his drive for progress? It is important to note that, in the absence of any external influences, Luo Feng would not have advanced so swiftly. Moreover, it was only after he acquired the avatar of the golden horn behemoth that he began to evolve into a supreme sovereign of the universe. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this fated battle is inevitable, deeply etched in the memories of the golden horn beast, an indelible mark that cannot be erased or forgotten. The only way to alter everything is through one's own hands, to ultimately sever the threads of destiny. Allow me to venture a guess about the one who occupies your heart. I have heard whispers of your close association with that woman from the martial Soul Empire. Guyuna is indeed an astute woman, having discerned the thoughts of the golden horn beast in this very moment. According to her own assessment, as a beauty of unparalleled grace, she is undoubtedly comparable to any human woman in the Douluo Continent, be it in lineage or in every other aspect. What binds the golden horned beast may well be that yearning within its heart, reminiscent of human emotions. This is an intriguing celestial behemoth. Was it not previously asserted that such terrifying monstrosities are devoid of emotion? Aside from a certain regard for their own kind, the golden horned beast ought to be rather cold-blooded. Should it not? It appears that this golden horned beast diverges from the legends. It seems your sources are quite well informed. Clearly, the influence of your spirit beasts upon this continent is profound. Regarding the scrutiny of Guyuna, the golden horned beast harbors no aversion. Rather, it reinforces its belief in the correctness of its judgment. This planet is not solely the domain of humanity. Rather, it is a shared sanctuary for myriad creatures. When the colossal golden horned beast first arrived on this azure orb, it likely intended to establish its own stronghold here. Who could have foreseen that it would encounter a slayer like Luo Feng? Ultimately, the outcome was inevitable. You are indeed a most intriguing individual. Yet our objectives should align. Although the Silver Dragon King currently lacks strength, this woman has never forgotten the great Lord Dragon God's wishes from years past. Even in the absence of any significant power to resist, the Silver Dragon King still harbors aspirations of vengeance against the divine race whenever the opportunity arises. Very well. Let us commence our hunt for the gods. Despite her heartfelt confession being rejected by the man before her, Guiyuna seems to have swiftly realigned her mindset. This woman is truly formidable. Her psychological resilience may very well be the strongest among all women on this continent. Ha ha, I admire your character. To be my woman, one must possess a clear sense of love and hate. Generally speaking, if an ordinary woman were to be spurned by a man after making advances, she would swiftly turn hostile. Yet, to my astonishment, this woman has managed to adjust her mindset with remarkable speed. It is indeed unexpected. Lord Silver Dragon, have we commenced our quest for vengeance? Upon hearing Guiyuna's words, the beast god Emperor Tian appeared quite exhilarated. In recent years, these high-ranking soul beasts have been evading detection, skillfully concealing themselves. On one hand, they must contend with the tribulations of heavenly calamities, while on the other, they strive to elude the prying eyes of the divine beings. For once they are marked by these entities, they may inexplicably fall victim to assassination. Much like that angelic deity. In recent years, there has been a covert manipulation of the formidable experts within the Spirit Empire, orchestrating the hunt for soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years in age. This approach was similarly employed when the city of Slaughter held sway over the Azura god. Furthermore, on Sea God Island, although they did not directly partake in such massacres, they confined high-ranking aquatic soul beasts like the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil spirit tiger whale king. The outcome, in essence, is rather comparable. However, with the emergence of the golden horned giant beast, the situation has taken a different turn. This individual has successfully vanquished deities on more than one occasion. Collaborating with such a man raises questions about the possibility of utterly annihilating the divine realm. At the very least, the few beings remaining on the Douluo Continent are unlikely to return alive. Indeed, Tian, from this day forth, we shall exact our vengeance upon these divine clans. Understood. I shall immediately summon our brethren to prepare. Upon witnessing the affirmative response from the Silver Dragon King, beast god Tian appeared transformed. He then morphed into a colossal black dragon, soaring towards another direction of the Stardoe Forest, where a horde of high-level soul beasts, each exceeding 10,000 years in age, have lain in wait. Today marks the moment to collect interest from these divine clans. Ironically, the three observers in the distance remain entirely oblivious to the unfolding events here, especially the angel god, who eagerly anticipates the outcome of the battle between the golden horned beast and the Silver Dragon King. Is this arrogance or folly? Chapter 50, The Fallen Angel Princess. Qianrushua, why is there still no news from that direction? It is utterly exasperating. I must go check on it. Perhaps it is due to the persistent lack of formidable energy fluctuations emanating from the starry forest that the angel god could no longer contain her impatience. However, this woman is exceedingly cautious, thus she dispatched her subordinate to investigate the matter. With the angel god's direct intervention, Qianrushua has now transformed into a level 100 fallen angel. Her power has intensified, and her appearance has become even more strikingly beautiful. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly aloof angel princess would radiate an astonishing allure upon her transformation into a fallen black angel? This allure resembles an invisible poison, capable of driving men to madness. If one were to elucidate this phenomenon from a scientific standpoint, it could only be articulated as the woman exuding an extraordinary pheromone. This scent profoundly stimulates the male pineal gland, consequently unleashing a torrent of hormones. Even when standing still, this woman embodies a formidable weapon. This scenario is vividly depicted in the eponymous anime of Douluo. However, at that time, the angel princess had not succumbed entirely to darkness. She still retained a glimmer of luminosity. Yet now, this angel god has intervened personally, transforming the young woman into a quintessential dark angel. Her psyche, distorted and unleashed, is rife with a multitude of entwined desires, her mindset grotesquely contorted. Paradoxically, this transformation has catalyzed a remarkable surge in her combat prowess. The current angel princess has ascended to the formidable rank of a planetary level 5 adept. Nevertheless, in comparison to the stellar level 2 of the golden horned giant beast, her power still seems insufficient. Although taken aback, Oscar swiftly discerned this ominous force. Even in her human form, this individual exudes the peak strength of planetary level 9. It is somewhat lamentable that this seemingly pure maiden has succumbed to darkness. Yet, considering the myriad misfortunes that have accompanied the angel princess's growth, such a transformation appears understandable. Notably, she bears a conspicuous mark of the angel god, indicating that someone has been meddling behind the scenes. It seems those individuals have dispatched a remarkably formidable envoy. Are you acquainted with her? The Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, has certainly noticed this unwelcome guest as well, her gaze fixed intently on the man beside her. It seems that the esteemed Silver Dragon King has effortlessly discerned his innermost thoughts. Women, particularly those of striking beauty, invariably command attention. When such a captivating woman happens to be an acquaintance of the man, the brilliance in his gaze transforms entirely. Guiyuna possesses a remarkable talent for observation. At that moment, the sparkle in Oscar's eyes reflected admiration, tinged with a hint of surprise, devoid of any animosity towards her. She is, after all, the princess of the Spirit Empire, but little did he anticipate her descent into darkness. Sensing the inquisitive tone in Guiyuna's voice beside him, Oscar promptly elucidated the matter. Simultaneously, his body began to gently levitate, as he greeted the angelic princess with a warm smile. "Ah, what a delightful surprise to encounter you once more, Your Highness. This time, you appear even more resplendent than before." The last time he faced this angelic princess, the golden horned giant beast had manifested in its true form. This time, a new human visage has emerged, one that the angelic princess has encountered before. However, after ascending to divinity, this exquisite fallen angel has experienced a remarkable enhancement in her capabilities. With a mere glance, she discerned the true form of the being before her. "So, it is you, the wretched creature. My descent into darkness bears your influence as well." It appears that the true essence of this angelic princess has been persistently resisting the onslaught of this dark energy. Yet, on another note, this young lady seems to revel in the power bestowed by the shadows. This represents a deeply contradictory mindset, perhaps reflecting the true nature of most fallen angels. Progressing through hesitation, succumbing to darkness amidst uncertainty. Ah, the previous persona consumed too much. Thus I have transformed into a semblance of humanity, self-sufficient. While speaking, I embrace this transformation. The young lad summoned the original soul skill of Oscar, conjuring 2 sausages. He consumed one himself, while theatrically offering the other to the angelic princess before him. However, her gaze revealed a distinct sense of distaste. "Spare me the theatrics. Today, I stand in representation of the angel goddess." Before the fallen angel princess could complete her statement, her petite cherry-like lips sealed shut. At that moment, the silver dragon king, Guiyuna, gracefully glided forward, unperturbed, and seized the other sausage. Without hesitation, she stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming, "It's a bit salty. Perhaps you should use less salt next time." The gaze of this woman resembled that of a devoted spouse towards her husband, akin to how she regarded the Oscar beside her, devoid of any pretense. The celestial goddess, who had summoned this fallen angelic princess, had a singular purpose: to ascertain the state of the silver dragon king. Although this was their inaugural encounter, the image of Guiyuna had long been etched into the mind of the little princess by the angelic deity. The anticipated brutal clash did not materialize. It appears that a certain understanding has been established between these 2 colossal beasts. "Are you the silver dragon king?" "Indeed, that is I. Go back and inform that old woman that if she seeks trouble, she should come and confront me personally." "Old woman?" Upon hearing Guiyuna refer to the angel god in such a manner, Oscar nearly spewed his soda. The angel god is a symbol of beauty and sanctity throughout the divine realm. How dare you call her an old woman? The angelic princess, upon hearing this designation, became even more furious. Black flames erupted from her entire being, and a magnificent 6-winged angelic figure materialized behind the petite beauty. Unlike the resplendent golden angel from before, this incarnation was shrouded in darkness. The pair of eyes visible were a striking crimson, evoking a rather eerie sensation. Yet, compared to earlier, the aura of the angelic princess had increased more than 5-fold. It is evident that her darkened form possesses immense strength. If one were to identify individuals on this planet whose power truly approaches planetary level, this angelic princess would undoubtedly be among them. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that in her current state, Guiyuna is no match for the angelic princess. However, it seems that the Silver Dragon King does not wish to intervene directly, as there is formidable combat prowess available for free nearby. Suddenly, this woman's demeanor shifted. She nervously grasped Oscar's arm with both hands, presenting herself as an adorable young girl. With a playful tone, she said, "I'm so scared. Darling, please protect me. After all, I am your woman." How utterly embarrassing. Who would have imagined that the illustrious Silver Dragon King harbored such a side? Witnessing this display, the once radiant angel princess, now cloaked in darkness, grew even more arrogant. Could it be that this young maiden has suffered from a lack of affection since childhood? Chapter 51. The Golden Horn Beast battles Qian Rinqiwei again. It matters not who strikes first. I have already ascended to divinity. It seems the angel princess has yet to grasp the true situation, still perceiving the golden horned beast through the limited lens of Douluo Continent's world. How foolish, such misunderstanding will surely lead to defeat. My dear princess, you appear exceedingly confident in your strength. Should you fall this time, I shall not let you depart so easily. As he spoke, Oscar slyly licked his lips, then trembled as a fierce aura surged forth. In the next moment, he transformed into his original colossal form. Before the immense figure of the golden horned beast, humanity seemed infinitesimal. Even the Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, in her transformed state, likely did not possess such grandeur. If I lose to you again this time, do as you please thereafter. Indeed, one must marvel at the fearless spirit of a newborn calf, unshaken by the formidable tiger. If the angelic princess still possesses a shred of reason, she ought to discern the disparity between strength and weakness merely by sensing the aura around her. The chasm between stellar and planetary levels is no trivial matter. It is a difference measured in hundreds, if not thousands, of times, unless one wields the power of a chosen one. Attempting to traverse such a multitude of tiers to vanquish the golden horned behemoth is akin to chasing phantoms. Perhaps it is the madness stemming from the darkness of the angel within her that clouds her judgment. At this moment, Qian Rinqiwei is utterly incapable of distinguishing friend from foe, yet she defiantly raises her fully corrupted angelic sword and charges toward the colossal beast before her. Upon witnessing this audacious act, a cruel smile creeps across the visage of the golden-horned behemoth. It leisurely extends its right claw, preparing to respond to the approaching angelic princess with a flick of its finger. With a mere claw, it sends forth a powerful strike aimed at the enchanted sword wielded by the angelic woman. Even such a seemingly insignificant assault resembles a colossal pillar bearing down upon her. The ethereal glow glimmering upon its claw instantly cleaves the shadow of the dark angel in two. What? Though Qian Ruxue is driven by madness, she lacks the means to be truly reckless. She is caught entirely off guard. The severing of the angelic apparition directly disrupts the source of energy for the angelic princess. Following this, the holy sword she clutches shatters as if it were made of brittle wafer, disintegrating instantly under the immense force. The dark golden armor adorning her form is similarly stripped away by this overwhelming power, transforming into swirling metallic shards that dance through the air. This is the true purpose of the golden-horned behemoth. Having missed the opportunity last time, today I must savor the flavor of the armor adorning this angelic princess. Before my eyes, the shattered sword and broken armor coalesce in midair, forming a swirling vortex of metal. In an instant, they are devoured by the golden-horned behemoth. The taste is exquisite. It seems to be infused with a hint of dark power, which I shall refer to as the dark delicacy. I relish the flavor lingering in my mouth. The golden-horned behemoth pays no heed to the scantily clad angelic princess, although her figure is now alluring. With certain aspects tantalizingly veiled, what truly delights the golden-horned behemoth in this moment is the essence contained within the armor of this level 100 angelic princess. It is akin to indulging in a large white rabbit candy, a rare and delightful flavor, albeit regrettably in scant quantity. The angelic deity has certainly expended effort to upgrade the armor and sword of this angelic princess. The flavor is undeniably remarkable. The angelic princess, now coming to her senses, is utterly astonished. What is this creature before her? Just moments ago, she distinctly felt its hormones surging. Yet, it shows no interest in her beautiful form, not even casting a glance in her direction. Could it be that the golden-horned behemoth's hormonal surge is a prelude to tasting the angelic armor? Truly a peculiar entity. What manner of being is it? Prior to her arrival, the angelic princess had learned of the events that transpired the previous night between Bibi Dong and Oscar, which everyone could surmise. Yet, facing this creature, which surpasses even the empress of the Wuhuan Empire in beauty and possesses skin of unparalleled smoothness, she wonders why the golden-horned behemoth is solely fixated on savoring a delicacy. This feeling of despondency envelopes the little princess, making her acutely aware of the perceived disdain from others. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the golden-horned beast is grappling with its own inner turmoil at this very moment. Despite its fearsome exterior as a celestial behemoth, within lies the soul of a human. The bond between Bibi Dong and the angelic princess is evidently akin to that of mother and daughter. You have just forged a connection with her mother that transcends mere friendship. How could one harbor ill intentions in the presence of her daughter? Moreover, there stands the even more enchanting Douluo. It would be unwise to provoke jealousy in the Silver Dragon King. Thus, rather than entangle oneself in this web of complex relationships, it is far more prudent to savor the exquisite delicacy before you. The reason for retaining this angelic princess was not that the golden-horned beast harbored any inappropriate intentions toward her, but rather to prevent the divine angel from continuing to exert control over the princess. This can be regarded as fulfilling a stepfather's duty. Even though Bibi Dong has not publicly declared her marriage to Oscar, he himself perceives it as such. This accursed sense of responsibility, it truly constrains the very essence of one's soul. What would a toothless tiger resemble? Let me behold it. I wonder when this lady Guyuna will make her move. Just as the angelic princess was poised to unleash her fury, she suddenly felt something cold pressing against her neck. It appeared rather sharp. That was the silver dragon spear, the exclusive weapon of the esteemed Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. Initially, this young lady intended to resist. However, she was taken aback when the golden-horned beast, at that moment, complied effortlessly. It simply cast a fierce glare at her. For reasons unknown, when the angelic princess encountered that penetrating gaze, she suddenly found herself immobilized, as if ensnared by a formidable aura that stifled all motion. How could this be? Is this the prowess of a stellar-level expert? With merely a glance, they can immobilize a level 100 novice deity from the Douluo Continent. If it weren't for her slight connection to her mother, it is likely that a mere gaze would not suffice. Little girl, do stay with me. You shall undoubtedly be safer in my company than in that woman's. As he spoke, the golden-horned behemoth slowly lifted its head to gaze at the three deities. This clearly conveys to the other party that I have discovered your location and movements. If you seek trouble, then come personally. Otherwise, it would be best to remain silent. Chapter 52. The City of Carnage. Tang Sen unleashed the evil soul master. You, all of you. In the face of such a disparity in power, the proud angel princess ultimately lowered her head. There was no other choice. This man was simply too formidable. Beside her, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, despite her insufficient level, emanated an enigmatic aura that was impossible to decipher. Perhaps being with this golden-horned behemoth lord is indeed preferable to standing beside that dreadful goddess. In truth, the angel princess was well aware that the angel goddess did not regard her as a person at all, but merely as the most humble of servants. Furthermore, the golden horn behemoth before her did not seem as terrifying as the external description suggested. Moreover, it appeared that this creature had a certain connection with her mother. Could it be? Such matters are indeed best left unexamined, for they may cause the angelic princess to blush. That woman, how utterly shameless she is. Clearly a widow of the Wuhuan Empire, how could she find herself in the company of another man at such a time? I cannot fathom the reason behind this. As the angelic princess pondered this, she felt an overwhelming desire to steal a glance at the golden horn behemoth. It appeared that this colossal creature held an irresistible allure for her. Was it jealousy? After all, the might of the golden horn beast was unrivaled in this realm. Furthermore, this headstrong princess, who had been resolute since childhood, was inherently drawn to strength. This character bears a striking resemblance to Bibi Dong. If the golden horn beast and Gu Yuna's hunting expedition were to succeed, perhaps she would not need to be enslaved by that celestial goddess. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts flooded the mind of this angelic princess, creating a whirlwind of confusion. Yet, amidst the pervasive atmosphere of panic engulfing the entire Douluo Continent, an individual, who ought to have remained unnoticed, emerged from a shadowy corner. This individual is Tang San. He has returned once more to the city of slaughter. It appears he has gleaned some form of insight from the Shura sword in his possession, or perhaps he was inspired during a previous visit to this ominous locale. Upon his return, Tang San surprisingly chose to reclaim the celestial herbs he had abandoned here. Furthermore, he has infused the waters of the river in the city of slaughter with an intoxicating substance that bewitches the mind. What could his intentions be? Does he seek to plunge the entire city of slaughter into chaos? No, the reality is far more profound. Though he has not attained the legacy of the Shura god, he draws upon the lethal sword bequeathed to him by his great-grandfather. In recent days, Tang San has come to a profound realization. It pertains to a terrifying existence, later referred to by future generations as the evil soul master. This dreadful creation is based on the archetype of the king of slaughter from yesteryears. They're a group of beings that can hardly be deemed human. These soul masters possess the ability to absorb the soul power of others, even draining their physical strength and vitality to enhance their own prowess. The inheritance of this malevolent soul master is astonishingly sealed within the Shura divine sword. Although reason cautions him that such an act could potentially unleash a multitude of demons, Tang San remains undeterred in his quest for vengeance against those who wronged him. To eradicate the golden horned giant beast and to once again triumph over the spirit empire, Tang San recognizes that he must embrace change. However, he may be gravely mistaken. While the Shura sword might suppress the avarice of these individuals to some extent, it will never serve as a means to control these malevolent soul masters. It resembles Pandora's box. Once you have opened it, the consequences are often beyond your control. I find myself with no escape, dear teacher and esteemed colleagues. I shall assuredly seek vengeance on your behalf. Who could have ever imagined such a fate? The once heir of the sea god now finds himself engulfed in madness. After completing the transformation of the water source, Tang San silently approached the heart of the city of slaughter. This was the very place where his grandfather, Tang Shen, had ascended to become the king of slaughter. Though Tang San would not repeat the past, this young man had nonetheless discovered the core of the city. By plunging the Azura god's sword into it, the situation would transform entirely. Coupled with the tainted water source, it would not be long before the inhabitants would revert to the height of the city of slaughter's glory. Let the future of this world be forged through bloodshed. At this moment, Tang San merely wished to incite chaos across the Douluo Continent, unaware of the immense suffering he was about to inflict upon the world. This is undoubtedly a rather terrifying matter. How could this happen? Why does my head ache so intensely? Why has this water transformed into the hue of the river of oblivion? Is this some sort of jest? Could it be that the king of carnage has returned? I have no desire to return to those days of mindless existence. Those still residing within the city of carnage could hardly have imagined their fate. They have become mere subjects for experimentation under the auspices of a certain blue-haired gentleman. The legendary evil soul master, unexpectedly brought into existence by Tang San, has appeared many years prior to any records documented on the continent. How could such a turn of events transpire? Even the spirit empire may have failed to recognize this abrupt transformation. Soon, the city was once again enveloped in plunder, slaughter, and a suffocating aura of darkness. It is akin to the art of concocting venomous creatures, wherein a myriad of poisonous insects and serpents are confined within a single basket. Once they have annihilated one another, the lone survivor emerges as the most formidable entity. Presently, the city of slaughter has been meticulously divided by Tang San into several distinct regions, each teeming with individuals engaged in relentless combat. As these warriors rise to prominence, they shall become the most terrifying legends of this continent, evil soul masters. In a strict sense, Tang San could indeed be classified as an evil soul master himself, for his external soul bones possess the capacity to absorb the life force and soul power of others. Moreover, the mental techniques he previously mastered seemingly bear resemblance to a form of energy absorption. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to proclaim him as perhaps the inaugural generation of evil soul masters across the entire continent. However, many have mistakenly regarded Tang San as the chosen one of this world, oblivious to the chaos he would unleash upon the realm once he succumbed to darkness. Certainly, In their nascent stages, these evil soul masters would find it impossible to contend with the golden horned giant beast. Yet, for the ordinary inhabitants of Douluo Continent, as well as those soul masters of the living systems, the implications are profound. This is undoubtedly a terrifying nightmare, one that could plunge the entire Douluo Continent into an unimaginable state of panic. Tang San, do you truly comprehend the implications of your actions? Are you not fearful of incurring divine retribution for what you have undertaken? As the scene shifts, the beautiful and resplendent angel god, upon sensing the golden horned giant beast charging towards her, could no longer contain herself and proposed an escape. There is no need to squander our divine essence upon this land. Let us return to the realm of the gods. In truth, this woman had never intended to confront the golden horned giant beast, especially after learning how the phoenix had been vanquished. Perhaps even the fire god would prefer to depart swiftly. Chapter 53. The angel god seeks to flee. Yet I pursue her. Do you wish to leave without consulting me? Just as these three individuals hesitated, contemplating their ascent, they suddenly noticed a dark figure in the distance rapidly approaching. It was the golden horned giant beast, utilizing secret techniques to enhance its speed, which now surpassed 5 times the speed of sound. Truly a sight that could be described as a whirlwind. Even if these individuals could swiftly make their escape, it was evident that they would soon be overtaken. They were astonished by the incredible speed of the golden horned giant beast, which far exceeded their expectations. And it seemed that its perceptive abilities also surpassed those of these deities. This is indeed the most astonishing revelation. Perhaps the aura of the golden horned behemoth was previously rather subdued, leading the three to underestimate its strength. However, now that it is pursuing them with full force, its terrifying presence has escalated into a cataclysmic wave. It feels as though the entire expanse of heaven and earth is enveloped by an immense energy, akin to a colossal nuclear weapon hurtling towards them. Should they collide, there would be no hope of recovery. How infuriating. Have they underestimated our divine realm? You two should flee first. I shall stand my ground against it. Perhaps spurred by the ferocity of the golden horned behemoth, the god of war resolutely abandoned any thoughts of escape. This individual had never engaged in such an endeavor for an extended period. He immediately declared his intention to provide the other two with an opportunity to escape. Naturally, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this warrior yearned to showcase his prowess before the woman he adores. Take care and return safely. The angelic being could not possibly be oblivious to the sentiments of the other. It is precisely during such pivotal moments that one is most susceptible to being swayed. Women are inherently creatures of emotion. However, the golden horned behemoth would not serve as the foundation of your romance. Instead, it would become the harbinger of your nightmares today. Witnessing the warrior's form grow ever larger in the sky, the golden horned behemoth did not reduce its speed, but merely narrowed its eyes into a slit. The figure before me bears a striking resemblance to a warrior of ancient Rome. In one hand, he wields a formidable shield, while the other grasps a divine spear, poised for a direct confrontation with the golden horned behemoth. Come forth. He seems to challenge, ready to pursue the two deities that flee behind. The golden horned creature lowers its head, aiming its golden horn squarely at the opponent's shield, and charges forward with unyielding force. The ensuing clash will yield one of two outcomes. Either the golden horned beast, like a force of nature, will breach the warrior's defenses and launch an assault on the fleeing lesser gods, or it will be thwarted by the warrior's shield, allowing the adversary to thrust a spear into its hide. The next moment will reveal whose strength prevails. In such a battle, particularly against a ferocious beast, the war god appears remarkably seasoned. His stance is impeccable. Yet, it seems this esteemed war deity may not fully grasp that he is confronting a second-tier golden-horned creature. This existence has already surpassed the powers of most divine kings among the celestial beings. Furthermore, that golden horn represents the most formidable part of the golden horn behemoth. It can be said that piercing through a planet with this golden horn poses no challenge whatsoever. What more can be said of your mere second-tier divinity? Boom. What is this? This being was, after all, a secondary deity of the divine realm, a legendary god of war from the illustrious Douluo Continent. Yet, no one could have anticipated such a dismal display of vulnerability. All that could be heard were a few uttered words from this god of war, followed by the shattering of his shield, and subsequently, the piercing of his very body, regardless of whether he possessed a divine form or any corporeal body. Under the tremendous impact, he was instantaneously reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. The formidable force unleashed by the golden horn beast, accompanied by shockwaves in the air, obliterated the corporeal form of the god of war, transforming it into minuscule particles, visible only through a supermicroscope, imperceptible to the naked eye. It could be deemed as an utter annihilation of his being. The sole remnant in this world was the god of war's spear, which had not yet had the chance to escape. It plummeted to the ground, akin to a free-falling object. Perhaps the spear could bestow immense power upon some fortunate soul in the future, even serving as a catalyst for ascension to divinity. However, that is a tale for another time. Upon overcoming this obstacle, the golden horned beast experienced a mere delay of less than half a second. Swiftly, its body resumed acceleration, propelling itself toward the two entities fleeing into the sky, akin to a high-caliber artillery shell. What? Have you truly vanquished the god of war? You are a despicable monster, and I shall eradicate you. The second to respond was the god of fire. This individual is certainly not one to passively await fate. Before long, a resplendent golden egg, resembling a fiery phoenix, materialized in his hands. This is his close companion, the final manifestation left by the phoenix deity. Yet, at this moment, it is being utilized by the god of fire as a catalyst for an extraordinary move. Perhaps the golden horn behemoth is too formidable. Or maybe the god of fire never regarded the phoenix as a true ally. Regardless of the outcome of this maneuver, it seems that the phoenix deity may never return. The reality is fraught with helplessness and cruelty. Those whom you believe you can trust may merely perceive you as a mere instrument. Whoosh! The god of fire's full force strike, combined with the effects of the phoenix egg, promises to be nothing short of spectacular. In the midst of its flight, the golden horn behemoth beheld a resplendent expanse of crimson before it. Once again, the scales adorning its body radiated a searing heat. However, as the behemoth ascended with relentless fervor, it was enveloped in a current of air. While the wind could indeed fan the flames, a tempest of such magnitude possessed the capability to extinguish fire in an instant. The fierce gusts surrounding the golden horn behemoth belonged to this very caliber. What? How did you manage that? Even the god of fire was taken aback. The golden horn behemoth not only breached the defenses of the war god, but also showed utter indifference to the fiery barrier conjured by the fire god. It charged forward, undeterred by the forceful might of its adversary. With no flamboyant maneuvers, the golden horn behemoth relentlessly thrust its singular horn towards the fire god's essence. Unless one could shatter the magnificent horn atop its foe's head, one should prepare for an icy, disheartening fate. However, the fire god, being a first-tier divine entity, possessed his own set of life-preserving tactics. Although he was indeed pierced by the golden horn behemoth, he swiftly adopted a strategy of fragmentation, transforming his form into numerous fireballs of varying sizes that erupted in all directions. Once at a safe distance from the golden horn behemoth, he gradually reassembled himself. Though the reformed fire god was significantly diminished in stature, at the very least, his life was preserved. It was evident that the target of the golden horn behemoth was not the fire god himself, but rather the angelic deity approaching the celestial portal. Nowhere to run. Until you return Qianren Shui to me, you shall not escape. What was happening? Is this golden horn behemoth rising to defend the angelic princess? Chapter 54. Is the pursuit of the angelic deity in support of Qianren Shui? What? What did you say? You dare to strike against me for the sake of a mere human woman? The furious roar of the golden horn behemoth echoed from behind. This celestial being appears to be quite astonished. This represents a mode of thinking that is utterly incomprehensible to the exalted goddess. The prowess of this golden horn behemoth can be regarded as among the most formidable in the divine realm. How could it possibly intervene on behalf of an ordinary human girl? This defies logic. Yet, the reality remains unchanged. The reason for intervening with this celestial being today is solely to advocate for that young girl. If you possess any sense, you would dispel the darkness enveloping her. Although Oscar holds a particular fondness for the image of the fallen angel, it obscures the innermost essence of the little angelic princess. If this continues, it will undoubtedly hinder the holistic development of the girl. In the future, it is highly likely that Oscar and Bibi Dong will become akin to family. Thus, it is imperative to adopt a more positive stance towards this young princess. As for the celestial being, the woman holds no significance for the golden horn beast. Furthermore, it was they who dared to provoke me, thus there is no need for any courtesy towards them. Previously, the golden horn beast had formed an alliance with the silver dragon king, pledging to hunt the divine together in the future. It would be unacceptable to renege on such a promise. Moreover, they cannot be allowed to depart. Otherwise, these individuals would merely summon more high-ranking deities to the divine realm. If the battleground is located within the divine realm, the golden horned beast remains indifferent. However, should the flames of war extend to the Douluo Continent, it presents a grave concern. The golden horn beast does not wish for its habitat to be reduced to a desolate wasteland. Therefore, from any perspective, it is highly unlikely that the angelic deity and her companions will return. Just as the golden horned beast obstructed the path of the angelic deity, the silver dragon king, Gu Yuna, also appeared before the severely injured fire god. The fellow had just been struck by the golden horned beast, leaving a sizable cavity in his form. He barely clung to life through the use of arcane arts. However, his level had likely plummeted to a state akin to that of a tidal Douluo at approximately level 95 on the Douluo continent. At this moment, Gu Yuna was more than capable of contending with a fire god of such caliber. Moreover, she was not alone in this battle. The beast god emperor and other formidable soul beasts soon appeared around this esteemed fire deity. What are you doing? Are you aware of your actions? You filthy soul beasts dare to band together to hunt a god. The fire god gazed upon the assembly of soul beasts he had always regarded with disdain, his eyes still brimming with arrogance. Yet, this arrogance seemed to waver as he spoke while retreating. In the past, our dragon god clan received your benevolent care. Today, we have come to settle the score. Gyuna wore a smile, yet to the fire god, this smile was terrifying. Truly, the tiger has fallen into the plains only to be bullied by dogs. It was not just this multitude of soul beasts he feared. Even Gyuna before him was likely beyond his capability to defeat. You are the silver dragon king. You should be grateful to me. For it was we who broke the seal and set you free. The fire god is truly beyond words. Can one genuinely expect gratitude from others? Is this merely a fanciful dream? Indeed, we ought to express our heartfelt appreciation for your past magnanimity. As these words were spoken, the Silver Dragon King transformed into a colossal silver dragon, while the beast god morphed into a black dragon. Surrounding them were an array of formidable beings, including the dark gold Terrorclaw Bear, the Hellish Dragon, and the Emerald Swan, each possessing centuries of cultivation and elevated ranks among soul beasts. It appears that these formidable entities intend to overwhelm the fire god with sheer force. Witnessing this scene unfold, the angelic deity trembled in fear. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? I am a noble goddess of the divine realm, and should I perish here, countless will seek vengeance on my behalf. Perhaps the angelic deity speaks wisely. Yet, if those seeking retribution were to uncover the true strength of the golden horn beast, would they still be inclined to intervene? Well then, I am eager to discover who may come to your aid. Let me behold the extent of your power. As these words were uttered, the golden horn beast's form gradually diminished in size. This is to concentrate combat power at its highest realm. Yet, even in a diminished form, this being's stature surpasses that of the celestial angel at its peak. The golden horn upon its head alone exceeds the length of the angel's entire body. How infuriating. Today, I shall wield the forces of justice in this world to judge you. Driven to desperation, the celestial angel disregards everything, condensing all its strength into the holy sword of angels, striking fiercely towards the adversary's golden horn. Is this woman excessively naive? Does she truly believe that her decisive strike could vanquish the golden horn beast? Alas, that was a merciless slap to her face. The golden horn beast merely executed a sweeping motion with its tail, not even facing this angelic deity directly. Consequently, the angel's precious sword shattered into countless pieces before the metal could even touch the ground, all of which were swiftly consumed by the beast. In the next moment, this unfortunate angelic deity, touted as the most beautiful woman in the divine realm, found herself disgracefully pinned down by one of the golden horn beast's claws. Plummeting from an altitude of several thousand meters, she ultimately crashed into the earth, creating a colossal pit over 500 meters deep. Their forms barely ceased movement. Cough, cough, cough. Were it not for defending the angelic princess, the golden horn beast could have effortlessly crushed the beautiful angelic goddess's head with a single blow. Yet, at this moment, it merely pinned her down, rendering her utterly powerless and extinguishing all resistance. Young lady, you may approach. After finishing these words, the golden horn beast called out to the side. Soon, the angelic princess timidly stepped forward, her gaze fixed in incredulity upon the disheveled angel god languishing in the pit below. How could this be? The once formidable supreme deity who commanded the entire Douluo Continent. The angel god, long revered as the epitome of beauty and strength, now lay helplessly like a dying dog within the vast chasm. Her face was marred by scars and dust, stripped entirely of any trace of sanctity. Will you lift the curse upon this young lady yourself? Or shall I tear you limb from limb and extract the method from your mind? The golden horn beast showed no mercy nor tenderness, especially as the angel goddess had already surrendered all means of resistance. The colossal beast of the starry sky did not even cast a second glance. It continued to menace with fierce threats. I pleaded, I am willing to help this child return to their original form. I beg you, spare me. Is this a plea from an angel? Truly, a rare sight to behold. Chapter 55. To purify Qianrenxue, she unexpectedly confessed to me. Why not have said it sooner? Hearing this, the angelic deity softened. The towering golden-horned beast gradually faded away, transforming once more into the human form of Oscar. Yet, this mortal man showed no tenderness or compassion. He grasped the angel goddess's exquisite hair and dragged her from the abyss. He then hauled her across the ground until she was pulled entirely onto the surface. However, her meridians were shattered throughout her body, and all her strength had been utterly depleted. Although the angel's eyes brimmed with rage, there was an undeniable sense of helplessness. To be treated like refuse by a man who showed no regard for beauty was a bitter fate. Witnessing the deity they once revered reduced to such a lamentable state was a heart-wrenching sight. The young girl was uncertain whether to feel fortunate or sorrowful. Although she had succumbed to darkness, a glimmer of light still lingered within the heart of this angelic princess. The angel deity before her merely magnified the desires that dwelled deep within her soul. This represents a psychological intervention. Mere mortals are incapable of opposing the divine will. What Oscar is currently endeavoring to do is to force this celestial being to lift such an intervention. For her, it was merely a matter of a glance, requiring not even the slightest movement of her limbs. Perhaps it was under the looming threat of death. Initially, this celestial being had contemplated offering a feeble defense. However, the recollection of the torment she had previously endured, coupled with the ferocity of the golden horned behemoth, swiftly quelled her resolve. The goddess hesitated momentarily. At that moment, a dozen chaotic fireballs were hurled towards her. Among them, one appeared to resemble the shape of a pupil, belonging to the fire god who had already lost his rank. The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, along with the high-ranking spirit beasts surrounding her, could effortlessly obliterate him in an instant. However, in order to vent the fury that simmered within her, she refrained from doing so. These formidable soul beasts did not annihilate the fire god in an instant. Instead, they subjected him to relentless torment, dismantling his form piece by piece. Some parts were sealed away, while others had their primordial powers devoured. Even the divine essence of this fire god was now held in the hands of Guyuna, who toyed with it. It appeared as a crimson crystal, reminiscent of a crystal apple, exuding a captivating beauty. Yet, in this moment, the fire god appeared profoundly sorrowful. His fiery eyes seemed to whirl with an indescribable sadness, pleading for salvation from the angelic being before him. At that moment, Oscar silently bent down, bringing his face as close as possible to the angelic goddess's ear. He softly uttered a chilling warning. If you dare to employ tricks against me, I shall dismantle you in the very same manner. Is this young man a demon? Confronted with such a breathtaking celestial deity, he remains utterly unmoved. Are you truly a man? He declares his intention to dismantle each component of the divine angel. How could anyone possibly bring harm to such a stunning goddess? I am capable. Let her come to me. I will handle it. The celestial goddess's aura flickers like a fragile wisp, half trembling with fear and half overwhelmed by her own helplessness. Oscar, undeterred, seizes her golden hair once more, roughly pressing her face before the angelic princess, causing even her to feel a twinge of pity. Please, be gentle. After all, she is the goddess of angels, she pleads. At this moment, the celestial goddess has utterly lost control over Qian Ruxue. The time has come to purify this angelic princess and restore her true visage. It is merely a simple gaze of mutual recognition. The angelic deity felt a twinge of reluctance, yet dared not leave any trace of energy upon the other. For should any residual effects manifest on the angelic princess, the formidable avatar of the golden horned beast before her would undoubtedly retaliate with ruthless ferocity, decapitating the angelic deity without hesitation. Humph, you are indeed wise to recognize this. With that, Oscar violently hurled the angelic city against a massive boulder, akin to discarding a bag of refuse. Yet, when this man approached the angelic princess, Qian Ruxue, a transformation overtook him. His gaze softened, exuding warmth akin to that of a loving father. Xiaoxue, how do you feel? Has the turbulent force within you been purified? Despite the angelic princess's typically fierce demeanor, this marked the first occasion in her life that she found herself so intimately close to a man. The young princess could even perceive the warm breath emanating from Oscar's lips. It was unclear what exactly was transpiring, yet an intense surge of vitality coursed through her veins, flushing her cheeks with a crimson hue. Was it gratitude, or perhaps a touch of bashfulness? The man before her oscillated between the golden horned beast and Oscar, seemingly bestowing upon this angelic princess a certain capacity for psychological acceptance. The transformation of this individual into a monstrous entity is not particularly concerning. However, the angelic princess perceives not a sense of familial affection, but rather something akin to love. I feel somewhat improved. The tumultuous emotions within me gradually dissipate, and my spiritual energy seems to have calmed. In truth, maintaining the state of a fallen angel would be exceedingly detrimental. It would accelerate the flow of blood and hasten metabolism, ultimately leading to the premature aging of the angelic princess's body when wielding such immense power. Thus, even in moments of desperation, the goddess herself is reluctant to resort to this method. This illustrates the profound damage inflicted upon the human body in this context. I am relieved that you are well. I was concerned about how to explain things to your mother upon our meeting. The mere thought of the happiness shared with Bibi Dong that night seems to evoke a wistful longing in Oscar's gaze. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the angelic princess beside him reveals a deep-seated jealousy. Mr. Oscar, may I inquire if you have a beloved? What is this question? Unexpectedly, such a statement escaped the lips of this angelic princess, startling Oscar quite significantly. Instinctively, he responded, I am with Bibi Dong. Do not mention my sister. Do you not think I appear younger than her, both in figure and complexion? As she spoke, this celestial princess let her golden hair cascade down like a waterfall. It was unclear whether the wind had tousled it or if the young lady had intentionally done so, but it fell gracefully across Oscar's face. What on earth is happening? Is this young lady confessing her feelings to me? In the absence of outsiders, why does this angelic princess still refer to Bibi Dong as sister? However, if one were unaware of the true nature of their relationship, one might indeed perceive them as sisters based solely on their appearance. Moreover, after Bibi Dong shed the malevolent aura that once belonged to the Rakshasa goddess, her youthful visage resembles that of an 18-year-old maiden. Chapter 56, Return to the Spirit Empire. The spoils are the angelic deity. Xiaoxue, what is this? Oscar found himself somewhat taken aback by the enthusiasm of the angelic princess. Yet, the young lady's assertion holds merit. In comparison to Bibi Dong, this angelic princess possesses far superior qualities across the board. Whether it be her poise, appearance, or inner refinement, she indeed surpasses her predecessor. Nevertheless, the spirit of the golden-horned giant beast still harbors a traditional male from the Blue Star. This intricate relationship has left even the most formidable expert feeling somewhat bewildered. What is this sensation? How can I articulate it? Especially in the presence of Bibi Dong. Should the Empress of the Spirit Empire become aware of the bond shared between this little princess and Oscar, heavens, what an excruciatingly awkward situation that would be. Yet, this angelic princess appears determined not to relent. Observing Oscar's indecisiveness, Qian Ruxue unexpectedly escalates the situation. With a flushed face and a tone laced with trepidation, she softly declares, Although there may be certain aspects in which she surpasses me, I am capable of achieving everything that this woman can. Upon hearing this, Oscar nearly spews forth a mouthful of soda. Is this angelic princess perhaps too audacious? Her appearance exudes an unblemished purity, yet her inner spirit burns with untamed fervor. That night, Oscar and Bibi Dong indeed wrought storms and upheavals, their tumultuous passions reigning supreme for countless hours. The angelic princess surely lacks such prowess. How terrifying. The obsession of women is truly formidable. I must go and observe that angelic deity. I fervently hope she remains unscathed. Having concocted a rather flimsy excuse, Oscar stumbled his way outside. However, he was oblivious to the fact that a pair of enchanting eyes were fixed upon him from behind, accompanied by murmurs of defiance. Humph, I shall demonstrate that I surpass that woman in every regard. How splendid. Have I garnered someone's attention? At this moment, Oscar faced yet another headache. Besides the mother-daughter duo from the Martial Soul Empire, he was also accompanied by the Silver Dragon King, Yuna. What was that saying? 3 women form a play. And with Oscar included, they could easily gather for a game of mahjong during the New Year festivities. Haha, who would have thought this starry celestial beast possessed such charm? Yuna was not eavesdropping intentionally, rather, her acute hearing allowed her to catch the soft murmurs of the angelic princess from a considerable distance. After dealing with the fire god, it seemed that Yuna had now set her sights on the angelic deity, who was barely clinging to life. Yuna was also an exceptionally beautiful woman. The way a woman appreciates another woman's beauty differs from a man's perspective. It seems that the esteemed Silver Dragon King has taken a liking to the divine essence of this celestial being. Here, take this. As for the previous divine essences of the god of war and the phoenix, I have already instructed Emperor Tian to retrieve them. I never anticipated that Yuna would not hoard the fire goddess essence she just acquired, but rather generously presented it to the man before her, displaying a demeanor of remarkable graciousness. Even Oscar felt a touch of embarrassment at her display. He swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, "Was that truly your true form during the battle? The magnificent Silver Dragon? What else could it be? Surely, you must understand why they refer to me as the Silver Dragon King?" Indeed, even in her metamorphosis into the Silver Dragon King, the stunning Yuna remains an exceptionally elegant dragon. One could even perceive the unique brilliance of Yuna within the gaze of that majestic dragon. What manner of divine being is this? What extraordinary tales have transpired in the realm of the gods due to these dragon clans? At this moment, it is beyond our inquiry. Yet, it undoubtedly resembles an epic myth. I extend my gratitude to you. I shall allocate these divine essences with impartiality. This includes the angelic deity before us, whose persona remains unclaimed. As of now, they have already acquired 5 divine essences. The first, belonging to the goddess of the Rakshasa, was willingly entrusted to Bibi Dong. However, the Empress of the Soul Empire appears uncertain as to how to proceed, having left it untouched. Perhaps harboring thoughts akin to those of Yuna, since she regards the golden horned beast as her other half. It seems prudent to let these men decide the matters at hand. No, I'm a noble angelic deity. The spirit hall possesses my statue. My divine essence cannot be seized. Though her limbs have become utterly immobile, this angelic goddess seems determined to resist. Yet, aside from the angelic princess, there is no one present who would extend her any favor. It is unlikely that any of the remaining individuals are devotees of the angelic deity. Fear not. We shall ensure your safe passage to the spirit empire, where your fate shall be deliberated at leisure. In truth, had the angelic princess not confessed her feelings to Oscar moments ago, the angelic deity from the divine realm of Douluo Continent may very well face a gruesome fate, forcibly stripped of her true divinity. However, at this juncture, this woman serves as an excellent pretext, even akin to a trophy from the golden horned giant beast, sufficient to elevate his status above all others. Moreover, capturing the angelic goddess would afford him the opportunity to inquire intricately about the machinations of the divine realm. It is worth noting that a considerable number of the angelic goddess's followers still reside within the spirit empire. Yet, proceeding recklessly with such a scheme might incite widespread outrage. Oscar is reluctant to be entangled in such matters. Thus, it would be prudent to allow this beautiful angelic deity to linger for a while longer. Once Qian Rinxue has composed herself and acknowledges her mother, Bibi Dong, perhaps someone will forcibly transfer the angel's divinity to this young princess. For the moment, however, such actions seem ill-conceived. Otherwise, the angelic princess might cling to him rather tenaciously. Indeed, the complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Bibi Dong was already aware of the news concerning the golden horned giant beast battles abroad, including information about Xia and her companions. In fact, when the silhouette of that man appeared outside the capital of the spirit empire, Bibi Dong could hardly contain her eagerness as she stood atop the city walls, her gaze brimming with anticipation akin to that of a wife awaiting her husband's return. Even Bibi Dong herself was perplexed by the surge of emotions coursing through her. Was it love? Have you finally chosen to return? As she beheld the imposing procession before her, Bibi Dong's emotions ran high. However, Hulaina soon approached quietly, whispering softly, "Teacher, according to the intelligence we have received, the angelic deity bound within that golden carriage is indeed the angel god, and the woman riding behind her." "What? Nana, is your information accurate? Is she the legendary Silver Dragon King? Indeed, based on our intelligence, that woman is the fabled Silver Dragon King. As she observed the slowly advancing procession into the city, a complex expression emerged in Bibidong's eyes. The Silver Dragon King, Nana, is a legend upon the Douluo Continent. It is said that this woman is intricately connected to the origins of soul beasts. This may pertain to the ancient affairs of the divine realm. Even the spirit hall of that era possessed limited information. To my surprise, there truly exists such a person. What exactly is the origin of this golden horn monster? It has surfaced for only a brief period, yet it astonishingly unearthed the entire history of the continent. This fellow must inquire thoroughly when alone at night. Bibidong herself is perplexed as to what has come over her, for she unexpectedly finds herself contemplating the night. The very word itself bears a hint of flirtation and allure. Fortunately, it was left unspoken, lest it cause the neighboring disciples to be taken aback. Do not assume that Bibidong is akin to the formidable Wu Zetian. In truth, the two are entirely distinct entities. One could say that in the past, Bibidong was exceedingly discerning when it came to her romantic partners. Up to this point, she had only been involved with her former lover, the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Senji. Throughout these years, Bibidong had remained solitary. She believed her heart to be sealed shut, unlikely to be unlocked by any man. Yet, unexpectedly, Oscar, the clone of the Golden Horn Beast, appeared. The mere thought of that scoundrel evoked a sense of embarrassment and shame. Bibidong, now a mature woman in her late years, found herself recalling youthful memories stirred by this young lad. Such injustice. Master, should we proceed? Seeing Bibidong remain silent, the little fox was unaware of her mentor's thoughts. She merely presumed that the Queen of the Spirit Empire was worried about the situation. There is no need to worry. I shall go and meet this legendary king of soul beasts. If possible, I am willing to accept her. A woman of Bibidong's stature is generally reluctant to share her possessions or affections, especially with men in love. However, Guluona is entirely different. If I could forge a friendship or even a closer bond with this woman, it would undoubtedly benefit the entire Spirit Empire's dominance over the Douluo Continent. After all, she embodies the highest-tier soul beast on this continent, although the Spirit Empire still finds it somewhat challenging to control the entire Douluo Continent. Having these high-level soul beasts as allies would make many endeavors significantly easier. Suddenly, Bibidong felt a wave of dizziness, a sensation born from a woman's instinct. It was an unsettling feeling. If it had merely been Guluona, the Silver Dragon King, she might have been able to accept it, but now, the situation seemed altogether different. Upon reflecting on this matter, Bibidong could no longer contain herself. The nearby Hulayina merely felt a refreshing breeze sweep past. By the time she turned her gaze, the teacher had vanished. It seemed that Bibidong had never been so impetuous before. Is this how we extend our welcome to everyone? It seems rather lacking in decorum. Even the attendants of the Spirit Empire, who approached to greet Bibidong, did not notice her presence. Unbeknownst to them, their esteemed empress had already made her way to the forefront. You may step back. This distinguished guest shall be received by me personally. Though Bibidong wore a smile, it was a fade concealing a dagger. Anyone with even a modicum of perceptiveness could sense the malevolence in the empress's tone. Naturally, Oscar remained oblivious. Upon seeing Bibidong personally coming to greet him, he boldly positioned himself at the forefront of the gathering. My beautiful Empress Bibidong, have you truly come to welcome me? I am utterly flabbergasted. Although there was something slightly off about Bibidong's smile today, Oscar shamelessly spread his arms, seemingly intending to embrace the Empress in public and openly acknowledge their relationship. Yet, Bibidong did not reciprocate. What is happening? Is she envious? I suspected that the angelic princess should not have been allowed to draw too close. Oscar had already escorted that little princess away several times. Yet it still incited someone's displeasure. This is an unfortunate reunion, marked by a certain awkwardness. Yet, even more discomfort awaits. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The angelic princess boldly stepped forward, seizing Oscar's right hand in the presence of Bibidong, and with a charming glance over her shoulder said, Oscar, I dare say you have yet to visit our angelic temple. It's just ahead. Allow me to show you. I am astounded. The individual before me is none other than the Empress of the Spirit Empire. Is she truly so brazen as to act without even a greeting? Xiaoxua, despite your efforts to salvage the situation, Oscar finds himself irresistibly drawn towards the angelic princess. This young lady possesses remarkable strength, exuding an aura of innocence. Yet before Bibidong could even summon her wrath, another woman approached with a radiant smile, extending a delicate hand in a friendly gesture toward the human empress. You must be Empress Bibidong. I am Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, she said. When Guyuna smiled, it was as if a blossom had just unfurled its petals. Although she was undoubtedly much older than Bibidong, an unmistakable youthful vitality enveloped her entire being. Gazing upon the Silver Dragon King, Bibidong was unexpectedly struck by a poignant sense of the passage of time, prompting her to touch her somewhat pale face reflexively. Yet she swiftly corrected this subtle gesture, standing tall with renewed poise. Confidently, she extended her other hand in return. I have long admired you. So, you are the legendary Silver Dragon King. Welcome to our court. However, As they shook hands, Bibi Dong's gaze drifted to a luxurious carriage within the procession. A woman's intuition whispered that an unparalleled beauty was concealed inside. Heavens, what does that wretched golden horn beast think this palace is? That insolent brat tonight. He shall face my wrath. Perhaps noticing Bibi Dong's skeptical expression, Gu Yuna stepped closer, leaning in to whisper softly in the empress's ear. You must take extra care to serve the one inside, that is the angel god himself. The angel god? The very deity of our angelic sanctuary? What momentous day is this? One astonishing revelation followed another. If Bibi Dong's earlier jealousy had been solitary, the news brought by Gu Yuna was utterly staggering. The reputation of the martial soul empire in the divine realm was far from favorable. One god had already perished at their hands. The divine essence of the Rakshasi goddess now rested with Bibi Dong herself. And now, the exalted angel city had also been seized by them. Given the golden horn beast's temperament, death seemed inevitable. Moreover, Gu Yuna, once the foremost target of divine pursuit, had joined forces with this beast. Truly, were they defying the heavens? Yet Gu Yuna reassured her, fear not. All the divine agents sent by the heavenly realm have been thoroughly eliminated. Noticing the astonishment flickering in Bibi Dong's eyes, Gu Yuna spoke with casual gravity. Each revelation more shocking than the last. Bibi Dong had heard whispers that the divine realm had dispatched formidable figures this time, though the number and rank of these gods remained unknown. However, the current intelligence suggested that these gods had been decisively vanquished by Gu Yuna and the golden horn beast working in tandem. This is indeed an act of divine assassination. Are those outside my followers? Could you assist me with a task? Perhaps within the palace of the spirit empire lies an altar dedicated to the angelic deity. Upon the return of this beautiful goddess, she is instantly enveloped by a profound sense of homecoming. At this moment, the angelic deity finds herself entirely stripped of her powers. Weaker than an ordinary mortal woman. Thus, upon arriving here, this once mighty goddess naively calls upon her followers. The members of the angel legion standing beside Bibi Dong are evidently drawn by this force. Yet, in the presence of their empress, they dare not act rashly. Casting inquiring glances at Bibi Dong. After all, whether in the past with the spirit hall or now within the spirit empire, they have openly declared themselves as devotees of the angels. Although Bibi Dong has never subscribed to the belief in angels, this tradition runs deep within their bones. What shall be done? Just as Bibi Dong grapples with her inner turmoil, Oscar, hand in hand with the little angel princess, returns. Of course, upon reaching Bibi Dong, they release each other's hands. Oscar, however, appears unconcerned. Are you discussing the matters of the angelic goddess? I would like to hear your thoughts. Noticing that Bibi Dong and Gu Yuna are already engaged in conversation, Oscar, as the representative of the golden horned giant beast, does not shy away from this topic. As he speaks, 3 divine essences manifest in his hand, 2 from secondary deities and 1 from a primary deity, originating from the god of fire, the god of war, and the phoenix god. This elucidates the remarks made by Gu Yuna earlier, encompassing the celestial being before her and the previously vanquished Rakshasa goddess. In the brief span of less than a month, 5 significant figures have perished in the divine realm. The enormity of such occurrences is truly staggering. Suddenly, Bibi Dong felt as though she had been unwittingly drawn into a treacherous conspiracy. What am I to do? What decisions can I make? You have all brought people here. Can I possibly prevent it? After driving everyone away, Bibi Dong threw a tantrum like a young girl. The way her little lips pouted was hardly inferior to that of an angelic princess. Are these 2 individuals truly mother and daughter? Are they not the epitome of sisterhood? Very well. Did you not utilize the divine essence I bestowed upon you last time? Before Bibi Dong, Oscar exhibited no reluctance whatsoever. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong slowly revealed the crystalline object she had previously possessed. It is not that this woman lacks the desire to merge with the divine essence. Nor is it that she lacks the capability. Rather, at this moment, Bibi Dong finds herself in a state of indecision. Merging with the divine essence would undoubtedly elevate her strength beyond the 100th level. Yet, what if it provokes actual repercussions? However, Oscar remains unfazed by such concerns. He continued to return the 3 divine essences to the Silver Dragon King beside him. These are yours to distribute as you see fit. As for the divine essence of the angel, I intend to present it to Qian Rinxue. This statement seems to seal the fate of the angelic goddess. How truly ironic. The spirit empire is the sacred ground of the angel god. Yet, it is here that she is to be silenced. And even her divine essence is to be claimed by that once corrupted little princess. I concur. I am not as timid as some. And I am willing to embrace the essence of the angel god. To my surprise, this angelic princess has so boldly expressed her intentions. Perhaps it is a result of her previous corruption. In her heart, Qian Rinxue harbors no reverence for the angel goddess any longer. It is simply a matter of fact. Moreover, being able to assert her dominance in front of Bibi Dong allowed this young girl to fully unleash her rebellious spirit. She is determined to oppose you. Do as you will. Xiao Xue, you. Bibi Dong initially intended to reprimand her. However, she found herself utterly unable to restrain this angelic princess. The young girl boldly approached the golden carriage and lifted the curtain with a flourish. Inside, there was a cage, and the angelic goddess lay weakly imprisoned within. Then let it be so. You have no objections, do you? She glanced at Bibi Dong, then at Gu Yuna beside her. The former remained silent, while the latter nodded with a smile. Thus, Oscar reached out, effortlessly unlocking the iron cage as if he were a master of martial arts. He then seized the angelic goddess by her neck, who hung limply, her wings drooping like a paralyzed phoenix parrot. No, please don't. I can do anything for you. I truly can. The once beautiful angel, now frail, began to writhe enticingly before the man before her. What is the intention behind this? Are you not aware that the golden-horned behemoth excels in the art of ruthless destruction? Do not engage in futile resistance. If I were you, I would willingly undergo transformation, relinquishing my divine essence to endure less suffering. As these words were spoken, a surge of dark energy emanated from Oscar, subtly coalescing into a diminutive form of the golden-horned behemoth, as if it had morphed into the man's sole weapon. The golden-horned behemoth paid no heed to the angelic goddess's pleas for mercy. Its razor-sharp claws swiftly tore through the beautiful goddess's sanctified and immaculate skin. Isn't this rather lacking in compassion and tenderness? Such a breathtaking goddess, how could you bear to make a move? After approximately 15 minutes, aside from the ground strewn with sacred feathers, the angelic deity had long since faded into oblivion. At this very moment, the angel princess's delicate hands cradle a blazing golden gemstone, seemingly emanating a silvery white radiance from within. This is the divine essence of the angelic deity. How exquisite it is. Chapter 59. Bibidon inquires, who exactly is Cao Cao? It appears that our spirit empire shall soon be graced with the presence of two goddesses. Gazing at the divine essence of the Rakshasa goddess in Bibidon's grasp, as well as the object held by the angelic princess, Oscar gradually retracted the halo surrounding him. He then beamed at the two enchanting ladies. What is the most paramount aspect of the Douluo Continent? Is it power and status? No, those are mere facades. In this realm, the most vital resource is undoubtedly strength, regardless of whether one is male or female, or whether one aligns with the righteous or the villainous. The one with the mightiest fist reigns supreme. This point was clearly illustrated during the Battle of Jialing Pass, was it not? Tang San, in terms of seniority, is merely a junior among juniors. Yet, after inheriting the power of the sea god, he was capable of subduing the empress of the spirit empire with ease, almost claiming Bibi Dong's life in the process. He even audaciously proclaimed her to be an old hag. It seems that the actions of the spirit empire's denizens killing soul beasts to acquire soul rings are deemed erroneous, while only the soul beasts hunted by Tang San are considered malevolent. Representing justice. How did such a conclusion arise? Is Tang San truly a symbol of righteousness? No, it is simply because during that period, he was indeed invincible. Even Bibi Dong had to bow her head in his presence, nearly losing her throne in the process. But who now reigns over this era? Is it still Tang San? No, the dominion of this world has shifted. Far yet near, it is none other than the principal entity of Oscar, the golden-horned giant beast. Although this monster is merely of second-tier stellar rank, within the vast expanse of the devouring starry sky, such strength may only suffice for basic sustenance. However, fate has brought him to the Douluo Continent, often regarded as the underbelly of the entire fantasy realm. Here, the standards of power differ significantly. The so-called planetary rank is often inferior to the ultimate warriors of the devouring starry sky. Furthermore, the divine realm is predominantly populated by those who merely embellish their ranks. Akin to the previous fire god and angel god, these two individuals, when assessed by rank, could indeed be regarded as stellar figures. However, their prowess does not even reach the fifth tier of planetary strength. Otherwise, how could they be so effortlessly subdued by the golden horned beast? They are weak, exceedingly weak. Moreover, do you think the divine realm is oblivious to the loss of 5 formidable generals? Why have they not expressed their outrage? The answer is simple. They fear the high-ranking deities above them. They dread becoming the next prey of the golden horned beast. Even the typically arrogant Shura god seems to have fallen silent, utterly devoid of any response. So, what shall transpire next? Naturally, it is imperative for Bibi Dong and her companions to swiftly assimilate their divine essences, enabling these women to rapidly transcend the 100th level of power. In this manner, she has at least acquired the means for self-preservation. Should the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, successfully merge with the divine essence of the fire god, she would possess the foundation necessary to locate the seal of her brother, the Golden Dragon King, in the divine realm, and even seek vengeance for the dragon god of yore. Furthermore, the divine essences of the Phoenix god and the god of war could aid in the growth of those around Guyu Na. The discretion was entrusted to the Silver Dragon King. Let him decide for himself. Can I truly ascend to godhood? She inquired. Upon hearing Oscar's affirmative reply, Bibi Dong's countenance was illuminated with exhilaration. This is indeed the aspiration that this empress has longed for. It is a collective dream shared by the formidable beings of the Douluo Continent. Who among them cultivates not with the ambition to ascend to the highest pinnacle? Who does not yearn for eternal life? Who does not desire the reverence of all? Do you believe that Tang Sin strives so fervently merely to uphold justice? Our divine essences are freshly forged. Perhaps we could refine them together. I wonder if the young princess would be inclined to join us? In contrast to the hesitant Bibi Dong, the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, is decidedly more forthright, while refining her own essence. This esteemed Silver Dragon King can also lend her aid to the Angel Princess. It seemed as though she were seeking allies for herself. The divine essence in Bibi Dong's possession had been with her for quite some time. It was no longer fresh and vibrant. Thus, merging it now might not be as seamless as when it was freshly obtained. No matter. Tonight, I shall protect the lady, Oscar declared with solemnity. Yet his hands betrayed a playful intent. Boldly, in the presence of the other two women, he wrapped his arms around the waist of the empress before him. Bibi Dong initially intended to resist, but inexplicably found herself utterly powerless. Feeling the warmth radiating from this man's body, a tingling sensation swept over her. Were it not for the need to maintain her dignity before the young princess, Bibi Dong might have collapsed into his embrace without hesitation. You little rascal. What are your intentions tonight? Explain clearly, who exactly is Cao Cao? Indeed, this is quite a jest. During this period, Bibi Dong engaged in a rather mundane activity. She scoured the myriad biographies of individuals from the Douluo Continent, yet astonishingly failed to uncover any mention of a certain figure named Cao Cao. What a charming woman she is. How could the historical records of Chao Mengda from the Three Kingdoms era possibly find their way into the Douluo Continent? Unless, of course, this illustrious chancellor had traversed into the realm of Douluo himself. What a preposterous notion. Yet, should Chao Mengda find himself in such a scenario, he would undoubtedly relish the experience, akin to the way one appreciates an Oscar. The allure of a married woman, particularly one as captivating as Bibi Dong, would surely surpass even the beauty of an angel in Cao Cao's eyes. Although that era has long since passed, the aspirations of Chancellor Cao are still embraced by many. Without experiencing it firsthand, one can hardly comprehend the depth of such enchantment. Heh, Oscar, wait for me. This princess shall reappear before you in the guise of an angel. Witnessing Oscar ultimately depart with Bibi Dong left Qian Rinxue feeling somewhat despondent. However, she quickly regained her composure. For the princess was on the brink of a profound metamorphosis, one that would transform her from an angel de law into a genuine angel, while Bibi Dong too could attain divinity. The disparity between the essence of the Rakshasa goddess and that of a true angel, in both beauty and sanctity, is undeniably vast. Perhaps this young princess remains unaware of who Cao Cao truly is, yet Qian Rinxue is entirely justified in believing that she shall evolve into a better version of herself. After all, men are invariably drawn to that which is beautiful. As for the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, this astute woman undoubtedly perceived the rift between Bibi Dong and Princess Angel. Otherwise, why do you suppose Gu Yuna would so benevolently assist Xiao Shui in her advancement? There is much wisdom within these words. Let us proceed, Princess Qian Rinxue. I firmly believe that you shall soon transform into the type that Cao Cao admires. Speaking of confidence, the self-assurance of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, is equally remarkable. In this world, where joy and sorrow coexist, their estimations hold true. Upon the divine realm learning of the fall of the angel god and the fire god, a lamentation spread throughout. However, curiously, when all the deities discovered that the golden-horned giant beast was behind it, not a single soul proposed vengeance. How peculiar. Chapter 60. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue ascend to divinity, my dear. Let us not dwell on Cao Cao any longer. Your ascension to divinity is of greater significance. After a tumultuous upheaval, Oscar's expression turned solemn. Though at this moment, Bibi Dong still clung to him like an octopus. Within the confines of her private chamber, the woman transforms into a vastly different persona from her exterior demeanor. The regal empress, who commands authority from her lofty throne, here manifests as a gentle feline of tender affection. Due to her unique physique and remarkable resilience, she executes complex, gymnastic-like maneuvers that would leave even Oscar in awe. Even the most enchanting princess, despite her stunning beauty, would find it arduous to replicate such feats. The scene is undeniably captivating, leaving one yearning for more. Yet, it is already late into the night, the optimal hour for harnessing the formidable power of the Rakshasa goddess. Given that this goddess embodies the yin aspect and both of Bibi Dong's martial spirits are of the dark element, the period between 2:30 and 3 o'clock a.m. marks the pinnacle for her to merge with the divine essence. There will be ample time later for intimacy, so it is prudent to prioritize the task at hand. Madam, be obedient, sit cross-legged, and concentrate all your spiritual energy, she commanded. Foolish boy, if you cannot provide a satisfactory answer afterwards, I will bite you to death. Oscar, wearing a wry smile, watched her with a mixture of amusement and apprehension. Bibi Dong, proud of herself, began to channel her spiritual power as instructed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Spirit Empire Palace, two more sacred energies had already begun to subtly emanate from 2 hours prior. One was the aura of the Silver Dragon King Galongna, and the other was the divine force of the angelic princess. These two forces ascended like twin pillars of light, linking the Douluo Continent to a certain realm of the divine realm. As Bibi Dong commenced her fusion, the merging of the other two was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, both the god of Shura and his companion, the god of kindness, trembled with agitation, yet found themselves utterly powerless against the dual energies before them. For any intervention at this juncture would precipitate dire consequences, namely, enabling the golden-horned giant beast to pinpoint the location of the heavenly gate, the sole passageway between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Although a formidable seal existed here to prevent those from the Douluo Continent from intruding through conventional means, This was the golden horn beast we spoke of, a peak stellar-class cosmic beast of the second tier. It would likely not take long for it to breach such a seal. Why provoke animosity? Yet, as two divine monarchs of the divine realm, they had to watch helplessly as their subordinates' divine powers were stripped away right before their eyes. The sorrow and helplessness they felt left them trembling with rage, but what could they do? Sure, God, I have heard you possess a seed on the Douluo Continent. Is that correct? Can it be utilized? As the radiance of the angel god and the fire god began to dim, the god of kindness, one of the titans of the divine realm, turned with a grim expression to the equally troubled Shura god. The time for adhering to protocol had passed. The golden horn beast had gone too far, advancing at a breakneck pace while simultaneously driving 3 women from the Douluo Continent to challenge the pinnacle of level 100. This is utterly disregarding the rules of the divine realm. It is important to note that on the Douluo Continent, no one has managed to directly transcend the 100th level for several millennia. Such an achievement can only be attained through the trials set forth by the gods. However, the actions of the golden horn beast have paved a new path for humanity's cultivation, that of hunting gods. Yet, does this not cause these exalted deities to descend from their lofty pedestals? Intolerable! Returning to the benevolent god, my successor is named Tang San, who was previously associated with the sea god. Speaking of the sea god, he is another unfortunate soul. Due to an anomaly in his body, the sea god was among the first to seek a successor on this continent. Although his divine status has not been forcibly stripped away, his earthly avatar was devoured like a mere snack by the golden horn beast. Furthermore, the sea god's trident, a symbol of his power, was consumed as if it were a spicy snack. It can be said that the sea god is now effectively incapacitated, confining himself in his temple, reportedly in a state of utter despair. He stands but a step away from his impending doom. How infuriating. This cursed golden horn behemoth. Very well. We shall join forces to elevate Tang San, ensuring that they do not continue their arrogance. In truth, Tang San's current actions, in a strict sense, have already transgressed the will of the Azura god. Does this fellow truly believe that no one is aware of the misdeeds he has committed in the city of slaughter? It is merely that the divine sword currently requires Tang San as a pawn. Likewise, the malevolent soul masters he has conjured are now tacitly accepted by the higher-ups. The various gods of the divine realm have long since reached a consensus. Only Douluo Continent remains ensnared in chaos. The golden horn beast would certainly not trouble them. Should the Douluo Continent fall victim to the spirit empire's annexation, these individuals would most likely turn their attention towards the divine realm next. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, stands to gain directly from this situation. The blood coursing through this woman's veins is that of the dragon god, inherently infused with a tempestuousness and unrest. It is truly frightening to ponder what fortuitous circumstances have united such a group. I have come to a resolution. I shall covertly instruct my pawns within the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire to align their actions with Tang San. Despite the severe blows the Tiando Empire has previously suffered, its substantial reserves will allow for the swift replenishment of lost weaponry and equipment. Thus, the profession of the evil soul master, which ought to have gradually flourished over millennia, has begun to thrive much earlier under the auspices of those divine monarchs. However, that is a digression. At this moment, Oscar's attention is entirely captivated by the 3 women in his vicinity. Astonishingly, the first to attain divinity is none other than Qian Renxue. This young girl was inherently aligned with the divine essence of angels. Moreover, she had previously been corrupted by that girl, her level nearing an infinite 100. Now, with the transfer of her true form's energy, Qian Renxue rightfully ascended to become the sole angel in the Douluo Continent. This young girl is even capable of drawing power from the faith of her followers, thereby continuing her ascension. As for Bibi Dong, with the assistance of the golden horn beast, she astonishingly became the second to flourish. This is somewhat unexpected. It is not that the golden horn beast harbors any doubts about his own strength. Rather, he is taken aback to find that the one who falters in the end is none other than the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. This may very well encapsulate the distinction between the corporeal forms of soul beasts and those of humans. It is widely acknowledged that since the primordial era, the human body has been deemed the most suitable vessel for cultivation. This fact is indisputable. Beasts, or other entities, invariably must exert significantly greater effort to achieve success. Thus, it is evident how arduous the journey has been for the Silver Dragon King in his cultivation. Chapter 61. Astonishment. Tang San constructs the Evil Soul Master Legion. Tang San, where art thou? At the moment when Bibi Dong and the others focused their gaze on Gu Yuna's ascension, Tang San also reached another minor pinnacle in his life. Initially, he believed he had squandered his opportunity to undergo the Sea God S9 trials, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Even the events surrounding the evil soul masters in the City of Slaughter were shrouded in secrecy for him. Yet, Tang San could never have anticipated that all of his covert maneuvers had been observed by the god of Shura. The god of Shura had always harbored a strong aversion to such matters, as he was by no means an evil deity. However, circumstances had shifted. He found himself unable to be choosy. The golden horn giant beast was simply too terrifying. Even the so-called gods among them would likely face annihilation upon entering Douluo Continent. In the divine realm, there exist only 5 great gods. The loss of even one would be a monumental setback, potentially inciting chaos in the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to appoint a representative to undertake these tasks. Undoubtedly, Tang San is the most suitable candidate. Firstly, he has successfully passed the first 7 trials of the sea god, demonstrating robust physical capabilities and quick reflexes. He is at least capable of enduring the pressure of a first-level deity. Furthermore, Tang San's great-grandfather is Tang Chun, a challenger of the god of Shura. Had it not been for the interference of the Rakshasa goddess, after acquiring the Shura sword, old Tang would have had ample time to progress to the next stage. Now, this sword has once again found its way into Tang San's hands. This is the will of heaven. Thus, in the face of such divine intent, is it meaningful to quibble over these matters? Regardless of the extent of harm that these malevolent spirit masters inflict upon humanity or the entire Douluo Continent, they represent a rare and invaluable living force. Why did the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire refrain from initiating a second offensive? Is it due to their lesser numbers compared to the Martial Soul Empire? Absolutely not. The primary reason lies in their lack of a formidable backbone. Not only does the opposing side possess a powerful legion of spirit masters, but they are also aided by the formidable Golden Horn Beast. If the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire cannot muster an equivalent capability, how can they dare to continue opposing the Martial Soul Empire? Thus, the current situation across the Douluo Continent has effectively descended into a state of stalemate. However, what shall be done when the Golden Horn Beast, after completing its tasks, regains its momentum? Bibidong is well aware of the methods employed to win over that terrifying cosmic beast. This news has essentially spread throughout the divine realm. Consequently, it is highly probable that the Golden Horn Behemoth will ally with the Spirit Empire, transforming the entirety of Douluo Continent into the territory of the Spirit Empire. Should that day truly arrive, it is likely that the divine realm of Douluo Continent will be nearly extinguished. In the past, they narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of the dragon god, but the Golden Horn Behemoth is, if anything, even more formidable than that dragon god of yore. If this situation continues, what distinguishes it from a frog being boiled in warm water? Thus, Tang San's spring has arrived. Initially, it was presumed that the Shura god would retract all his powers. However, unexpectedly, the latter encouraged Tang San to vigorously develop the Evil Soul Master Legion. Such occurrences are indeed a rare spectacle to behold. The malevolent Spirit Master system, which was originally destined to take shape only after millennia or even tens of millennia, appears poised to emerge prematurely under the influence of such formidable power. How terrifying! It becomes evident that those so-called deities are utterly indifferent to the plight of ordinary humanity. Their sole concern lies in safeguarding their own status and interests. Pray tell, esteemed one, how might I exert control over these malevolent spirit masters? I now realize that they have some ulterior motives akin to Tang San's pursuit of benefits. However, the subsequent development of the malevolent spirit masters need not be shrouded in secrecy. It can be conducted openly and with great clarity. Moreover, in terms of soul techniques and the capabilities of soul bones, Tang San and Bibidong exhibit striking similarities, as both can be regarded as some of the earliest malevolent spirit masters on the Douluo Continent, sharing the same characteristics. They possess the ability to absorb the soul power or life force of their adversaries through their soul techniques or soul bones. Bibidong employs terrifying soul techniques, while Tang San's most evident trait is his 8 spider lances. This contraption not only possesses the ability to absorb the life force and spiritual energy of others, but it can also progressively evolve. This is indeed a rather sinister matter. It should have been explicitly prohibited by the divine realm. Yet, who cares? This object now serves as a lifeline for the divine miracles. They possess the means to incite their followers in the Heavenly Dual Empire and the Star Luo Empire to wage war once more. However, without the involvement of these sinister soul masters, such an endeavor would undoubtedly result in catastrophic defeat. For Tang San, whose actions are overtly self-serving, the Shura god cannot evade the matter. After all, one cannot engage in futile efforts. I can assure you that as long as the Heavenly Dual Empire and the Star Luo Empire, along with your legion of sinister soul masters, recommence hostilities against the Martial Soul Empire, you shall be my heir. What a revelation! Is it truly necessary to be so explicit? It essentially conveys to Tang San that regardless of whether he successfully passes the forthcoming Shura god assessment, it holds little significance. The Shura god can appoint you as his successor. Are you elated? Surprised? Upon receiving the answer he longed for, Tang San's expression resembled that of someone invigorated by an elixir. Thank you for your nurturing, Shura god. You shall soon realize that your discernment is utterly infallible. In truth, even without the Shura god's backing, Tang San could still command these sinister soul masters through his own prowess. Let us not forget that in the City of Slaughter, this young man, who referred to himself as Tang Yin, bore the infamous title of the Shura King. Moreover, his identification number is 9528. This is an Arabic numeral that has remained unsurpassed throughout the years, both in the past and into the future. However, starting today, Tang San can officially ascend as the sovereign of this City of Slaughter. This reveals that the cunning of this young man is indeed beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to comprehend. Originally, Tang Sen intended to leverage the power of the Azura god to cultivate the Haotian sect effectively, for that place is Tang San's foundation, and it possesses a solid base. Yet, who could have anticipated that the individuals within the Haotian sect would recklessly challenge the golden horned giant beast? As a result, nearly 80 of those who took the lead were utterly incapacitated. This effectively incapacitated the core strength of the Haotian sect. It is precisely due to the absence of hope that this young man contemplated the notion of the city of slaughter. One must concede, Tang Sen has once again triumphed. At least on the surface, the individuals remaining in the city of slaughter are all desperate souls. With just a slight impetus from Tang Sen, regardless of gender, the conversion rate could reach at least 80%. This would transform these individuals from malevolent soul masters into true evil soul masters. Currently, the soul masters stationed in the vicinity number no less than 8,000, if not 10,000. Just imagine the implications of an 80% conversion rate. What a terrifying force this shall be. As for how the Shura god incites the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire to direct their swords towards the Spirit Empire, that is indeed a matter for the celestial beings to ponder. Tang San, your task is to develop the cause of the evil soul masters as much as possible. Chapter 62, Returning the Silver Dragon King Gyu to the Stardo Forest. Third brother, what have you been up to these days? You seem rather mysterious. Perhaps it is due to your overwhelming pride. Ultimately, Tang San's secret was uncovered by Xiao Wu and the others, despite having faced significant setbacks previously. The Shrek 7 devils appeared dispirited. Yet, inexplicably, the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire have recently resumed close interactions. It seems a hidden current is stirring, urging these two great empires to courageously unite once more, proclaiming a final struggle against the malevolent Spirit Empire. Thus, the Shrek 7 devils, who had originally dispersed to their respective homes, have gathered again. However, the perceptive Xiao Wu suddenly noticed that the man beside her seemed to be engaged in a monumental endeavor. Initially, Tang San had been somewhat evasive. But now that he has gained the affirmation of the Shura god, there is no longer any need for such concealment. Xiao Wu, gather everyone. I have something significant to announce. The emergence of evil soul masters onto the stage was utterly unforeseen by Tang San, yet it greatly bolstered his confidence. Since the destruction of the sea god Trident and the successive reports of other deities' demise, Tang San had felt despondent. However, it now appears that the true powerhouses have yet to make their move. Moreover, the Shura god represents what is virtually the supreme will of the divine realm. Even without the blessing of the sea god, Tang San finds himself allied with a mightier force. Should he successfully gain the favor of the Shura god, the circumstances will transform entirely. Soon, aside from the once again elusive Oscar, the others have all gathered around. Little San, what new discoveries do you have this time? Dai Mubai seems to bring good news as well, holding a marshal's token in his hand. Although the throne has been relinquished, Dai Mubai remains capable of mobilizing the entirety of the Xinglua Empire's forces. This is the supreme authority. Indeed, it entails hundreds of thousands of armored cavalry. It is certainly good news, although it may take some time for you to fully accept it. You will need to acclimate. As he spoke, several individuals of the Soul Douluo rank emerged behind Tang San. For some inexplicable reason, these soul masters exuded an unsettling aura. Their eyes were sunken, their faces pallid. And they bore no weapons. Their fingernails were exceedingly long, reminiscent of humanoid soul beasts. Notably, they seemed particularly intrigued by the three young ladies among the Shrek 7 monsters. Before the master Tang San, they unabashedly gazed intently at Xiao Wu and her companions, causing Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to clutch each other in fear. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing trembled uncontrollably, seeking refuge behind Dai Mubai. Third brother, could it be that these individuals are? Ma Hongjun began, yet he faltered mid-sentence, opting instead to gesture towards Tang San, indicating his bewilderment. These peculiar soul masters, though possessing considerable strength, seem to lack a certain mental acuity. Is it truly polite for you to gaze at Xiao Wu, who is the beloved of the leader, with such unabashed longing? Chubby, do refrain from interrupting. I wish to introduce you to these sinister soul masters. To emphasize the distinctiveness of these individuals, Tang San deliberately enunciated the last three words with particular weight. Dai Mubai appeared to have grasped something as well. I have heard that sinister soul masters are often affiliated with the upper echelons of the empire. And Dai Mubai's expression instantly transformed with shock as memories flooded back. To be candid, this is my trump card against the Wuhuan Empire. We need to discern what Tang San truly intends. The Shrek 7 devils remain oblivious, and the golden horned giant beast lacks the leisure to ponder such matters. Presently, a significant task lies before him, to escort the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, safely back to the Stardo Forest. Perhaps due to her innate constitution, Bibi Dong found it relatively uncomplicated to absorb the divinity of the Rakshasa goddess, as there exists a pre-existing connection between the two. Moreover, she had the full support of a certain colossal star beast by her side. Princess Qian Rinxue, being the designated successor of the angel god, encountered no resistance in assimilating the angelic divinity, achieving success swiftly. However, challenges arose with Guyu Na. The cultivation principles of the dragon clan differ markedly from those of humanity, and certain energies associated with the fire god are inherently incompatible with those of the dragon clan. Thus, to fully integrate the fire god's divinity into her being, Diana must cultivate in an environment that is most familiar and comforting to her. Adopting a secluded approach. Fortunately, Diana refrained from allowing her other subordinates to attempt the absorption of the Phoenix god and the god of war's divinities, as the complications encountered could have proven even more formidable. These subordinates may even explode directly. Most esteemed Emperor of the Spirit Soul Empire, we are profoundly grateful for your permission to escort the Silver Dragon Emperor back to the Great Forest. The Beast God Emperor Tian was originally destined to be appointed as a general within the Spirit Soul Empire. This was also a matter initially agreed upon by the Silver Dragon King and the Empress Bibi Dong of the Spirit Empire, intended to demonstrate their united resolve. The soul beasts that occupy the apex of the food chain in the Douluo Continent are poised to join the ranks of the Spirit Empire. However, this plan may now be postponed, as all high-ranking soul beasts must return to safeguard the Silver Dragon King, remaining vigilant until the offspring of this esteemed dragon god successfully ascends. This matter has also received the consent of the Golden Horn Beast. Rest assured, I shall escort you back to the Stardoe Forest, ensuring your safety throughout the journey. In the eyes of the Golden Horn Beast, despite the recent underhanded maneuvers of the Heaven Doe Empire and the Star Luo Empire, such antics are merely the antics of ants to him, a formidable second-tier stellar powerhouse, and are not worth his concern. Similarly, Bibi Dong shares this perspective. This woman is utterly unfazed by the notion that those men pose a threat. Go ahead, bad boy, she declared. Even if there are any movements from the opposition, Xiaoxua and I have already surpassed level 100. In truth, the news of Bibi Dong and that angelic princess achieving their breakthroughs remains unknown to the outside world. Although this mother and daughter duo have never seen eye to eye, they share a consistent perspective when it comes to external opinions. At this juncture, it is prudent to cultivate one's strength and remain inconspicuous. After all, the realm of Douluo has yet to be fully conquered, and the threat posed by Tang San still lingers. Therefore, it is wise to reserve the most thrilling developments for the finale. Recently, it has been rumored that the two great empires are stirring restlessly. When the time comes, we shall present him with a surprise. Well, I shall make haste and return swiftly. You two behave yourselves and avoid any discord in my absence. It is perplexing. For the current Bibi Dong is a stark contrast to her former self. Since her union with Oscar, she maintains her regal demeanor in public. However, behind closed doors, she transforms into a playful young lady, as if experiencing a rejuvenation. Moreover, due to the unforeseen circumstances surrounding the Golden Horned Beast, there have been several interactions between the goddess and her daughter. Could it be that this mother-daughter duo also intends to surprise Oscar? Chapter 63. Are they out of their minds? Tang Sen attacks the Spirit Empire. Third brother. We have received word from the front lines that the Golden Horned Beast seems to have departed. The news regarding the Golden Horned Beast is linked to Oscar, and the Tiando Empire remains unaware of this development. This individual only assumes the guise of Oscar in the presence of familiar faces. When he appears publicly, he embodies the terrifying image of a celestial beast. Splendid. I always knew that such a monstrosity would not linger in one place for long. This presents us with an opportune moment to launch our assault on the Spirit Empire. Upon receiving this news, Tang San felt a surge of hope. Beside him, Daimubai also straightened his posture with renewed determination. Indeed, based on our observations, this creature takes an extended period to return each time it departs from the Spirit Empire. This is sufficient. Although there is some trepidation regarding the evil soul masters surrounding Tang San, overall, this seems to be the most favorable moment. Despite the previous devastating blows suffered by the Shrek 7 monsters and the significant losses endured by the major sects, the main forces of the Heaven Doe Empire and the Star Luo Empire remain intact. If we strike with swiftness and precision, our primary target will still be the Jiaoling Pass. Does this mean to rise from where one has fallen? This fellow is remarkably tenacious. The Spirit Empire naturally responded at the earliest opportunity. However, this time is markedly different from the previous encounter. An oddly peculiar legion of soul masters has emerged on the opposing side, reminiscent of a horde of the undead. Whether struck by arrows or crossbow bolts, they neither stagger nor diminish in speed. As long as their heads remain intact, these entities charge forward with unwavering resolve, instilling considerable fear in the warriors of the Spirit Empire. What is even more terrifying is that each of these beings seems to possess a soul skill akin to a devouring technique. Upon seizing an adversary's body, they unleash a voracious suction, consuming anything from soul rings and soul bones to life force itself. More astonishingly, they can utilize the life energy of others to mend their own wounds, displaying an utter disregard for kinship. The soldiers of the Spirit Empire on the battlefield become their prey, as do even their fallen comrades and the injured by their side. It is as if a swarm of piranhas, drawn by the scent of blood, descends upon the scene. This has undeniably imposed immense pressure on the Spirit Empire, leaving even the esteemed titled Douluo strongholds feeling quite exasperated in the face of such relentless foes. What on earth is this? An evil soul master? Soon, someone recalled this term. However, historically, the Spirit Hall had also captured numerous evil soul masters, and none were ever this audacious. The news swiftly reached Bibi Dong. What are you saying? This was concocted by Tang San. Upon receiving the report from the front, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed in concern. Initially, she believed that the blue-haired youth had been rendered powerless. Yet, who could have anticipated that Tang San now bore a new identity as the supreme commander of two great empires? The combined forces of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire exceed 1.2 million troops at his disposal. Furthermore, he holds another title as the leader of the Evil Soul Legion. Those evil soul masters appear to heed Tang San's commands, launching relentless assaults against the stronghold of the Spirit Empire. When did this young man acquire such formidable power? Leave this matter to me. I have a score to settle with Tang San. Just as the generals of the Spirit Empire were grappling with their overwhelming predicament, the angelic princess, Qianren unexpectedly stepped forth. Although she had consistently been at odds with her mother, often countering her views, the gravity of the situation concerning the very survival of the Spirit Empire compelled her to act. Even the Jialing Pass was on the verge of collapse. While a human legion of 1 million might be manageable, the army of evil spirit masters posed a formidable challenge. If a method to counter these adversaries cannot be found, the Spirit Empire will increasingly find itself in a passive position. Moreover, reports from the front indicate that those high-level evil spirit masters are evolving during battle, with some already nearing the threshold of title Douluo. It is truly terrifying. There must be an even more powerful figure backing Tang San. Who could it possibly be? Yet at this moment, the Golden Horn Giant Beast is regrettably absent. Otherwise, should the Starry Sky Beast take the field, no matter the level of the monster, a single blow would suffice to bring them all to their knees. Alas, the Golden Horn Giant Beast is currently on a honeymoon with the Silver Dragon King. Who knows what these two colossal beings are occupied with? They claim to be assisting the Silver Dragon King in transcending his tribulation. But Bibi Dong finds it hard to believe that the Golden Horn Giant Beast possesses such purity. Xiaoxue, please lead the Angel Legion forward. Do not underestimate Tang San. I fear he has formidable allies backing him. Bibi Dong felt both surprised and grateful for her daughter's sudden resolve. According to elemental affinities, the holy radiance of angels can indeed counter such dark forces. However, from the soul power and soul rings exhibited by these evil spirit masters, it appears they are not merely dark entities. During her time in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had apprehended numerous evil spirit masters, but had never encountered an outbreak of such magnitude and scale. One Tang San alone could not possibly reach this level of power. Thus, it is certain that there exists an even more powerful entity behind him. Considering the previous incidents involving gods descending upon the Douluo Continent this time, it appears that a greater challenge has emerged. I require no assistance. I can handle these trifles alone. Qianren character has always been marked by a profound pride. Especially after achieving divinity, this young lady has grown increasingly confident in her own abilities. The Angelic Legion predominantly comprises soul saint-level beings, which may not necessarily be capable of restraining those wicked soul masters. Moreover, it could very well lead to a perilous endeavor. For all prior evidence suggests that these malevolent soul masters can even convert your offensive power into their own soul energy. The only effective strategy would be to annihilate them completely, reducing them to ashes. Otherwise, they would indeed be formidable adversaries within the entirety of the Spirit Empire. It seems that only this mother-daughter duo possesses such formidable power. Bibi Dong stands as the current empress of the Spirit Empire. Previously, she had already compelled the several worshippers to bow before her might. However, this woman must not reveal herself easily, lest she become a prime target for elimination. The prior battle at Jialing Pass serves as a testament to this truth. Until the true trump card of Tang San is unveiled, it is prudent to remain composed. Thus, in this context, the actions of the angelic princess are entirely justified. Yet, after all, she is a daughter, not a stranger. The bond between them is profound. On the surface, Bibi Dong seems rather indifferent towards this young girl. However, in truth, both mother and daughter are of the stubborn sort, waiting until parting by death to express their true feelings. Is it truly worth it? Much like in the original narrative? Chapter 64, The Fated Battle. Qianren versus Tang San. Please be cautious and do not overexert yourself. Upon seeing her daughter's resolute gaze, Bibi Dong understands that any further persuasion would be futile. This young lady intends to validate everything through her forthcoming actions. This is a period of rebellion for the young girl, and she must be allowed her freedom. Any attempts to impose restrictions would only exacerbate the discord between mother and daughter. It is all the fault of that Oscar. Why did he have to venture out at such a critical moment? Nevertheless, grievances aside, the struggle persists. When that angelic princess appeared atop the city walls, the scene was nothing short of enchanting. The stronghold of the Spirit Empire has utterly fallen, leaving not a single intact corpse upon the ground. Merely a heap of skeletal remains. Terrifyingly, these malevolent soul masters resemble a pack of wild dogs, relentlessly seeking to scant survivors. In the face of such horrifying creatures, even a god of war would feel a shudder of trepidation. Warriors of the Spirit Empire, you have performed admirably. I now command you to abandon your positions and prioritize your survival. A voice, both commanding and gentle, resonated above all heads. Then, a radiant golden light began to descend slowly from the heavens, revealing the magnificent form of a six-winged angel. This soft illumination had the power to soothe the sorrows of the heart and could even restore severed limbs. However, it could not revive those valiant warriors who had already fallen. Roar. Howl. The malevolent soul masters from the Tiando Empire quaked in fear upon encountering this golden radiance. Their bodies reacted as if they were vampires exposed to sunlight, emitting wisps of white smoke. Those who were slow to flee collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, with dark mist continually seeping from their forms. Retreat. It is an angel. Withdraw immediately. The leaders of the malevolent soul masters, sensing the dire situation, hastily ordered their subordinates to fall back. Just as the angelic light was about to envelop the entire battlefield, an ominous and dark aura emerged from the Tiando Empire's ranks, faintly accompanied by a deep crimson glow. This is the aura of death, a manifestation solidified into form. What is happening? Tang San appears to have noticed the angel descending from the heavens. This is his old rival, Qianren Xue, whose strength has surged remarkably. Tang San even feels that the young woman before him resembles a deity. Everyone else withdraws. This woman is mine to confront. Although he wields only a Shura sword and his soul power has yet to surpass level 100, Tang San possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, especially with the Shura sword in his hand, which seems capable of absorbing all the malice and the essence of death present on the battlefield. This is the favor bestowed upon him by the god of Shura. As long as he grasps the Shura sword, Tang San can unleash a power exceeding 100 levels within a brief span of time. This is the battle of fate. In the original narrative, Tang San and Qianren Xue had their fateful encounter. Their saga began in the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire, where the angelic princess masqueraded as the rightful heir. Shuqinghe. She was on the verge of seizing the empire's dominion without a single drop of blood spilled. However, her ambitions were thwarted by Tang San and the 7 monsters of Shrek. Now, as they meet once more, old grievances and new enmities resurface. Tang San. It is indeed you. From whence have you acquired this malevolent power? Qianren Xue, despite her elevated status, confronted Tang San with a regal demeanor. Yet, the sword in his grasp, pulsating with dark and crimson energies, instilled a sense of trepidation within the angelic princess. Although she had inherited the divine essence of the angels and ascended beyond the 100th level, she remained insufficiently strong, far from attaining the status of a first-level deity. In contrast, Tang San wielded a weapon capable of unleashing power that transcended that of a first-level god, and he could summon the strength of the Shura god at will. Qianren Xue, cease your charade of righteousness. Your spirit empire is the true malignant tumor upon the Douluo Continent. I stand as the embodiment of justice. Tang San's shamelessness reaches unprecedented heights as he tramples upon countless corpses while commanding an enormous army of sinister soul masters. This rogue audaciously boasts of being a champion of justice. Undoubtedly, the chronicles of any world are inscribed by the victors. As long as he can eradicate the spirit empire, this scoundrel can fabricate his own splendor at will. He could even declare that this angelic princess is a demon from the abyss. The truth shall soon reveal itself in the fray. Wretched miscreant, I shall represent the angels in your judgment. Foolish woman, it is you who deserves to be judged. The Shura sword in my grasp is the very instrument of judgment bestowed upon me by the divine realm. Relying on his formidable backing, Tang San no longer conceals his ambition. From the moment he stepped forth, this scoundrel has been accumulating power. At this instant, his Shura sword is poised to unleash its utmost might. Meanwhile, the angelic princess remains blissfully unaware, still intending to employ her heavenly judgment against this rogue. The young princess is simply too naive. Tang San possesses a wealth of combat experience. Boom. In a clash between masters, a prolonged battle of 300 rounds is utterly unnecessary. A single sword from each is sufficient. Although the holy sword of angels appears remarkably pure, it is no match for the Shura sword, even if wielded by a mere mortal. One can observe the golden radiance of this angelic princess being swiftly subdued by an intertwining force of red and black. In the distance, Bibiong perceives the perilous turn of events, yet it is far too late to rush to her aid. Tang San intends to deliver a decisive blow. Employing his most ruthless tactics to obliterate an opponent's deity would undoubtedly shatter the morale of the entire spirit empire. What a treacherous yet astute strategy. Such is the nature of the battlefield. Qianren Xue, farewell. The angel god shall forever vanish from this realm. Ultimately, the greatest victor remains the Shura god. This formidable figure has yet to make a personal appearance, yet possesses the ability to fundamentally influence the entire continent's affairs. Boom. No. The angelic shadow of the daughter is utterly overshadowed by the aura of the Azura. Bibi Dong has also succumbed to madness. One can see her unleashing the full might of her dual martial souls, radiating power nearing the level of a deity. She attempts to shield herself against the oncoming blade of light with her own body. At this moment, Tang San bursts into laughter. Bibi Dong, do you wish to seek your demise as well? Splendid. Today, I shall send both you and your daughter down to reunite. This truly represents the most opportune moment. Originally, Tang San intended to eliminate the angel princess and then take a respite before seeking out Bibi Dong. For wielding the full power of the Shura god exacts a considerable toll on him. However, he was taken aback when this woman boldly charged into the fray, placing herself beneath the sword's radiance. Very well, let us vanquish her together. Once these two formidable figures are eradicated, the entire spirit empire would be within his grasp. Yet, has he overlooked a crucial detail? Perhaps, in truth, the spirit empire was indeed under the dominion of Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, and this was apparent to all. However, ever since the Golden Horn Beast forged a profoundly amicable bond with the Empress of the Spirit Empire, the dynamics have shifted. The laws of this realm have undergone a profound transformation. However, Tang San and his companions remain woefully ignorant of this fact. You dare strike my woman? Quite audacious. This low growl emanated from the void. Before Tang San could react, a massive claw, covered in scales, emerged from the emptiness, effortlessly blocking the divine blade of the Azure God. Chapter 65. The Golden Horn Behemoth crushes Tang San as one would an ant. What? That voices. Tang San had already donned the smile of a victor, believing his charged strike could simultaneously capture both the Empress and Princess of the Spirit Empire. This is undoubtedly the most resplendent victory. Yet, just at the decisive moment, the colossal beast with golden horns materialized out of thin air. With a mere swipe of its paw, it effortlessly intercepted the opponent's assault and, without breaking a sweat, redirected the myriad of sword lights. In full view of everyone, it audaciously snapped them with a resounding crack. This is indeed a dramatic scene, rendering all of Tang San's prior preparations utterly futile. As this individual remains encased in a human form, he is incapable of wielding the full power of the Shura sword. At this moment, the majority of the sword's luminous aura has been grasped by the Golden Horn Behemoth. This is an entity condensed from pure energy. To ordinary people, it appears as a formidable and terrifying weapon. Yet, in the eyes of the Golden Horn Behemoth, it is a rare and delectable delicacy. The creature paid no heed to Tang San, instead slowly bringing the shimmering sword aura close to its nostrils. It inhaled deeply, as if a child had just discovered chocolate. Then, without hesitation, the enormous Golden Horn Beast eagerly stuffed the Azure sword aura into its mouth, chewing with audible smacks. The sword's radiant blade stretched an astonishing 500 meters in length, sufficient to enshroud both Bibi Dong and her daughter entirely. Yet, within the cavernous maw of the Golden Horn Behemoth, this length appeared trivial, akin to a mere lollipop. Observing the creature's voracious and satisfied expression, one could infer that the energy within was exceedingly potent. For Tang San, however, the sight before him evoked profound terror, perhaps driven by an instinctive, conditioned response. The man stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Images of a previous scene continuously surfaced in his mind. Just over a fortnight ago, Tang San was the heir of the sea god, wielding the formidable sea god's trident. Yet, with a single, irrevocable move, that powerful artifact was reduced to a mere snack at the jaws of the Golden Horn giant beast. Little did he anticipate that in such a short span, the most terrifying event would repeat itself. Astonishingly, the sword of Shura had also been devoured by this individual. Although it was merely a beam of sword light, it represented the utmost power Tang San could unleash. Whoosh! Despite his stupor, the sword in Tang San's grasp responded instinctively. To be precise, it was the Shura god from the divine realm that perceived this extraordinary energy. In a heartless manner, it retracted the Shura sword right before Tang San's eyes. The God King was acutely aware that any delay would render his chances of reclaiming his Shura sword hopeless. The formidable jaws of the Golden Horn Beast are truly remarkable. Any metal that enters its mouth is destined to be pulverized. This sensation, perhaps the abrupt pain from the sword being wrenched away, momentarily jolted Tang San back to awareness. However, the creature's piercing scream captured the attention of the Golden Horn Beast. After it had consumed the last remnants of the sword's radiance, it fixed its enormous gaze upon the diminutive figure of the human below. Tang San, we meet again. Each time, you bring me delightful treats. I find myself reluctant to crush you. The thunderous sound of this colossal creature resonated like a clap of thunder, causing Tang San's eardrums to throb painfully. Furthermore, this cacophony generated a powerful shockwave that firmly immobilized Tang San in his position, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Sanguno. Upon witnessing Tang San's plight, Xiao Wu, not far away, was struck with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed over and executed a teleportation move in midair. What madness is this little rabbit exhibiting again? Does it intend to retrieve Tang San from the grasp of this colossal creature? Yet, before the form of the little rabbit could even transform, one could see the Golden Horn Beast extend a claw, striking the air with a resounding pop. Bang! It resembled the sound of a sonic boom. Then, a golden silhouette emerged in midair. It was Xiao Wu. The little rabbit's teleportation was abruptly disrupted. Surrounding its body were remnants of shattered energy, remnants of the golden armor's destruction. It had not even managed to emit a cry before the mighty gust generated by the Golden Horned Beast hurled it through the air. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly repositioned herself, utilizing her unpredictable footwork to shift and evade, seamlessly altering her form and shadow. Just before the little rabbit touched the ground, she managed to catch it. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu had already fainted. Her clothing was torn and tattered, a trace of crimson lingering at the corner of her lips. In that fleeting moment, Merely a brief flick of the finger nearly claimed the little rabbit's life. Fortunately, at the instant of impact, the little rabbit instinctively employed its protective aura. Otherwise, at this very moment, Tang San remained utterly immobilized. It felt as though an invisible force constricted his throat, rendering him speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although you have bestowed upon me many delightful offerings, your audacity to target my beloved this time cannot be tolerated. As these words were spoken, the other claw of the colossal beast descended from the heavens, striking the ground with a force akin to a mighty pillar, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The earth trembled, and dust and debris filled the air. The ground in this area suddenly sank several hundred meters, as if struck by a meteorite, transforming the surrounding 1,500 meters into a flat expanse. However, both Bai Dong and Qian Renshui remained entirely unscathed, for the colossal figure of the golden-horned beast shielded them from the shockwave. Unexpectedly, this seemingly brutish creature exhibited a surprising finesse. Yet, the unfortunate Tang San was, at this moment, utterly obliterated. No, Xiao San. Upon witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai cried out in despair not far away. His dear brother lay before him, effortlessly crushed by the golden-horned beast. They had no time to mourn, as another object resembling a massive steel whip appeared in midair, sweeping through with devastating force. Crack, bang, boom. The objective this time focuses on the nefarious soul masters surrounding Tang San, regardless of their rank or their ability to evade the impending strike. Under the seemingly weightless assault of the golden-horned giant beast, a single motion reminiscent of a dragon's sweeping tail resulted in the explosive demise of hundreds, if not thousands, of malevolent soul masters suspended in midair. It resembled the dazzling fireworks that graced the skies during festive celebrations. Likewise, this vast multitude of vanquished soul masters departed without uttering a single sound, akin to silent lambs. Initially, this creature intended to follow through with a sweeping motion to eliminate the Shrek 7 devils as well. However, it was then that it beheld the pale countenance of Ning Rongrong. For reasons unknown, the colossal tail of the golden horned beast suddenly veered midair, sweeping directly past the heads of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, sparing them from the fate of being reduced to ashes. At this moment, the coalition forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, stationed at the periphery, bore witness to this legendary creature. It was formidable, it was terrifying. Perhaps the indomitable spirit of the warriors prevented them from succumbing to despair immediately. Yet, the steeds beneath the cavalry could no longer contain their fear. Those that could flee hastily turned to escape, disregarding their riders entirely. The horses that were closer, paralyzed by terror, all collapsed to the ground, trembling incessantly, rendering their masters' attempts at control utterly futile. This illustrates the disparity in strength, utterly unimaginable. Chapter 66, Is Little Ao the Golden-Horned Giant Beast? Ning Rongrong is distraught. How are you both faring? After decisively crushing the opposing Soul Master Legion with overwhelming force, the golden-horned giant beast did not even cast a glance at the over 1 million allied forces surrounding it. Instead, it turned around, directing a gentle gaze towards the mother and daughter who were helping each other to rise. Gradually, the colossal form began to shrink. Before the eyes of the surviving witnesses, Oscar's figure materialized. Little Ao, witnessing this miraculous transformation, Dai Mubai's eyes nearly fell to the ground in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong trembled violently, beads of sweat the size of mung beans continuously emerging on her forehead. How could this be? Is Xiao Ao truly the golden-horned giant beast? What is this absurdity? The mere thought of Ning Rongrong having surrendered herself to this man back at the camp instantly envelopes the mind of this little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school in a shroud of darkness. Could it be that the one who had previously wielded such power was indeed him? This cannot be real. It must be a dream. Little Ao, driven by an unknown force, the petite princess from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda wobbles forward. Even as the soldiers of the Spirit Empire raised their swords towards her, the young woman remained utterly oblivious. Her eyes had grown exceedingly vacant, and her hands flailed aimlessly in the air, grasping nothing but emptiness. From a distance, she resembled a marionette, strung up and devoid of life. What a pitiful sight. You all step back, allow her to approach. At this sight, Bibi Dong issued a gentle command. As a woman herself, Bibi Dong found this scene hauntingly familiar. Years ago, when Yu Xiaojiang had cast her aside, she too had experienced a period of profound despair. Yet, those memories had long since settled into the recesses of her mind. Now, Bibi Dong had discovered her true love. Regardless of whether the individual before her was Oscar or the golden horned beast, her gaze was irrevocably fixed upon him. Similarly, after being rescued once more by the golden horned beast, Qian Renshui's determination intensified. No matter the distance, she would follow him anywhere. As for Ning Rongrong, she halted about 5 meters away from the trio, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Despite her awareness that Oscar was likely harmed by the golden-horned beast, and that the man before her was merely a shell, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Whether it was longing or foolishness mattered not. She could only declare, "Little girl, you have discovered my secret. I shall be frank. Your Oscar has merged with me. The golden-horned beast bore no guilt in this revelation. Although Oscar had perished in the sea, effectively dying by the hand of the golden-horned beast, had the Shrek 7 not opposed him, such tragedy might have been averted. According to Tang San's reasoning, the Shrek 7 engaged in righteous deeds. Their victories were manifestations of justice, while their defeats represented the embodiment of evil. Viewed through this lens, the golden horned beast appeared irredeemably wicked. Yet, from a rational standpoint, if one attacks another and is subsequently slain, who is to blame? Little Ao, little Ao. At this moment, Ning Rongrong seemed utterly at a loss for words. The woman's spirit has nearly shattered completely. Even if she were to regain consciousness, her strength would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Furthermore, as the heir to Poseidon of Sea God Island, Ning Rongrong has yet to complete her assessment. As the final moments draw ever closer, the life of this young girl will fade into oblivion. Likewise, another member of the Shrek 7 monsters has also participated in the Sea God's 9 trials, including Xiao Wu. Their time is running short. Even if the golden horned beast refrains from intervening at this moment, in a few years, the name Shrek 7 monsters will no longer exist. Ning Rongrong, if you are willing to join our spirit empire, you may remain with this young man. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly interjected. One cannot discern whether this woman is merely valuing talent or if she sees a reflection of her own past struggles in the current Ning Rongrong. Is it truly believed that Bibi Dong is a heartless creature? Quite the contrary. This woman possesses a fiery passion and was once exceedingly kind. It is the harsh realities, the undeniable truths, that have inexorably driven her to this juncture. First it was Yu Xiaojing, followed by his disciple Tang San. Was Bibi Dong born with malevolence? Can I be with Xiao Ao forever? Perhaps lost in her thoughts, Ning Rongrong inexplicably nodded in agreement. Even she herself could not fathom why she acted thus. Observing this, her companions cried out in alarm, Rongrong, regain your clarity. Do not be deceived by those from the Spirit Empire. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun rushed forward, intent on rescuing Ning Rongrong. However, before they could approach, a golden light descended from the heavens. It was the recovered angel princess, wielding an angelic holy sword. Regarding the two with the icy gaze of an elephant observing ants. Perhaps you should first examine yourselves. The mark of the sea god will soon transform into a curse. As a transcendent being of over level 100, Qianren Xue could distinctly perceive a scar within the bodies of these individuals. This was originally the mark of the sea god, which would transform into energy upon their completion of the 9 trials. However, now the sea god is struggling for survival, even failing to make an appearance. Regardless of whether they had previously fulfilled the requirements of the 9 trials, the mark of the sea god will not dissipate. Until they receive the sea god's ultimate acknowledgement, these marks will instead become lethal blades that threaten their lives. There is no turning back. This implies that even if Tang San had not been crushed to death by the golden horned giant beast just moments ago, this lad is highly likely to suffer the backlash of the sea god's mark. Perhaps the Shura divine sword in his possession may grant him a fleeting reprieve. Yet the lives of the remaining members of the Shrek 7 monsters are far from secure. With Ning Rongrong's allegiance to the Spirit Empire, it is reasonable to believe that the golden horned great beast will not remain indifferent. The bloodline power of this colossal celestial beast can eradicate any false divine mark. Moreover, had Ning Rongrong not already surrendered herself to the transformed Oscar? Thus, the imprint within her body had already diminished significantly. After engaging in a few intimate encounters with someone, she would be entirely unaffected. Therefore, from a pragmatic perspective, Ning Rongrong's current actions are indeed the most judicious. At that moment, when the scene was engulfed in a stalemate, the previously unconscious Xiao Wu suddenly murmured. The little rabbit could not open her eyes, yet a fragment of her consciousness had returned. Perhaps due to the profound loss of Tang San, she continued to call out the name of that man even in her stupor. How tragic! How lamentable! Golden-horned giant beast. Your cruelty knows no bounds. Chapter 67. Let us bring an end to this, Shrek 7 monsters. Seeing Xiao Wu cough while blood trickled from her lips, the bewildered Ning Rongrong gradually regained a semblance of awareness. However, at this moment, she felt utterly weakened, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Her beautiful legs curled into a frog-like position, a pose that was rather alluring, evoking a sense of morbid beauty reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Yet, it seemed inappropriate to dwell on such matters now. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Upon realizing her impending demise, the remaining members of Shrek 7 monsters, including Daimu Bai, were grim expressions. They had arrived here fueled by vengeance, vowing to cleanse the shame of the past with the blood of the Spirit Hall Empire. But in reality, their expedition had been met with calamity. Tang Sen had been crushed as if he were a mere insect, and Xiao Wu had been struck from afar, leaving her unconscious. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had completely lost her capacity for self-assessment, rendering her susceptible to manipulation. As for Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Shiqing, they still retained their clarity. Yet Oscar, standing opposite them, could easily snap their necks at a moment's notice if he so desired. What do you believe should be done? This predicament is of your own making. Bibi Dong was the first to shatter the silence, gracefully approaching with an air of elegance, her words flowing like fragrant orchids. She approached Oscar as if she were a dutiful wife, which, under the circumstances, was not entirely unexpected. Is there any need to elaborate on the relationship between these two individuals? Ever since the golden-horned beast publicly transformed into Oscar's form, everything has become quite evident, has it not? What more can be done? Eliminate all the men, while allowing the women who wish to submit to remain. With a flick of his finger, he lifted Bibidong's chin, a cruel smile gracing Oscar's face. Although this individual has transformed into a mere semblance of humanity, his essence remains that of the golden-horned giant beast. However, Bibidong casually pushed his hand away and shot him a disdainful glance. Damubai cannot be killed, after all. He is the former king of the Star Luo Empire, and in the days to come, that territory will require their governance. Bibidong's intentions are quite transparent. Should Dai Mubai bow his head and acknowledge the future dominion of the Spirit Empire over the Star Luo Empire, then this former king may indeed return home alive, freed from the burden of the sea god's mark. Yet, it seems Zhu Zhuqing must remain as a hostage, along with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, neither of whom can hope to escape. As for Ma Hongjun, he has lost his value and may either be kept as a mere servant or eliminated entirely. However, these are merely Bibidong's aspirations. Will the others concur? Aside from the dazed Ning Rongrong and the unconscious Xiao Wu, 3 members of the Shrek 7 Devils still possess their own awareness. Very well, let us bring this matter to a conclusion. Shrek 7 Devils. A hint of impatience flickered across Oscar's face as he slowly approached Ning Rongrong, extending his right hand. The intention is quite evident. Ning Rongrong is undoubtedly the only one confirmed to be safe thus far. After all, what is that saying? A day's marriage brings 100 days of grace. The little princess of 7 treasure glazed tile has entrusted you with her most precious possessions. One cannot simply turn their back on such loyalty. Xiao oh dear. Perhaps it is merely a reflex reaction. The young lady was just about to extend her delicate hand to grasp Oscar's. However, upon turning back, she noticed Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing shaking their heads. Rongrong, do not approach him. He is no longer the Oscar you knew. Very well then. Is it stubbornness? Is it a refusal to acknowledge the obvious? Oscar, with no time for superfluous words, executed a commanding princess carry, forcibly lifting Ning Rongrong from the ground. He then unceremoniously tossed her aside, sending her flying towards Qian Renxua, all the while instructing, Shui, take her away. When had Ning Rongrong ever been treated so roughly? As she was thrown, her skirt fluttered gracefully. Fortunately, the one who caught her was also a beauty, so it did not seem entirely abrupt. After executing this maneuver, the angelic princess uttered not a single word, but spread her angelic wings and swiftly ascended, taking Ning Rongrong away from the battlefield. It appeared that this young lady was now utterly compliant with the golden-horned giant beast. This is the woman I admire, obedient and graceful. In the next moment, the colossal figure of the golden-horned beast reappeared, effortlessly striding beyond the walls of the Jialing Pass. The countless soldiers stationed outside the gates stood in a daze, gazing at this formidable creature before them. Uncertainty clouded their minds, leaving them at a loss for what was to ensue. I am the reigning ruler of the Wuhuan Empire. Let the denizens of the Tiando and Xinglua empires hear this. Those who submit may live, while those who resist shall face merciless annihilation. The voice was one of formidable strength, resonating with an unmatched force that rendered the vast army of over 1 million completely unsteady. Following a resounding roar, a significant number of them collapsed to the ground, with barely a mere 10,000 managing to remain upright. These are the elite forces of both nations, representing the final strength of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. The remaining individuals, even if they do not voice it, have already surrendered in their hearts. Faced with such a terrifying celestial beast, it is beyond the capacity of these humble humans to contend with. The sight of that colossal form inspires an involuntary sense of reverence. In this moment, kneeling and bowing in submission appears to be the wisest choice. I, General Gulong, would rather die than submit, declared the Marshal of the Heaven Do Empire, who had previously led the assault on the Spirit Empire. However, this individual seems rather impulsive. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Shuebang, has already knelt, so why must this general display bravado? Indeed, the Heaven Do Empire will never bow down. The Heaven Do Empire shall not yield. Accompanying this resolute general was a formidable assembly of heavily armored knights, who formed a powerful battle array, channeling an immense soul power that coalesced in the air into a massive shield shape. Such an assault, I fear, may not be swiftly penetrated even by the likes of Bibidong. This is a gathering of the strength of thousands. It appears that the individuals from the Tiando Empire possess unwavering resolve, yet they have misdirected their efforts and chosen the wrong adversary. Boom. Without further ado, the left claw of the golden-horned behemoth came crashing down. During its descent, the claw expanded infinitely, enveloping a vast area of thousands of square meters centered around this location. The enormous shadow loomed overhead like a meteor descending from the heavens, rendering any attempt to evade it utterly futile. Fear gripped the hearts of many, causing some warhorses to soil themselves. Boom. Following a tremendous roar, a colossal pit emerged in the ground, filled with a vivid array of crimson, gold, and green liquids. However, the illustrious General Gailong and his elite forces had long since been obliterated. After executing this devastation, the golden-horned behemoth cast not a glance back. its fierce visage turning once more towards the three remaining figures. What will you say now? Chapter 68. Did you not expect this? Dai Mubai was the first to lower his head. Drip, drip. The sound of the golden horned behemoth's ultimatum resonated in the air. The scene fell silent, as if only the sound of sweat beads falling remained. It may seem exaggerated, yet it is the truth. Initially, these young individuals, filled with vigor, stubbornly refused to yield. However, confronting death and witnessing tens of thousands of troops vanish before the golden horned behemoth, even the formidable General Gailong had shown no resistance. Surely, such a sight was enough to shake their spirits? It was only due to the presence of Oscar and Ning Rongrong that they were spared from a similar fate as the rebellious forces outside. At the very moment the golden horned behemoth turned away, the million-strong army outside, including the kings of both nations, dismounted and bowed fervently, humbling themselves before the behemoth in a show of submission. By this point, they had finally comprehended the chasm between themselves and the Spirit Master Empire. The behemoth needed not to engage actively. Its mere appearance was sufficient to devastate an entire continent. What of a million-man army? What of the Shrek 7 monsters? Before the golden horned behemoth, they were but fleeting illusions. Dare you contest this? Then let it be said, slaughter. Brother, do not be obstinate. We of the Xinglua Empire are willing to submit to the Spirit Master Empire. Surprisingly, it was the current emperor of the Xinglua Empire, none other than Dai Mubai's brother, Davis, who first shattered the silence. This man is rather intelligent. Perhaps in an effort to safeguard his younger brother, he boldly shouted amidst the overwhelming pressure. This serves as a reminder to Dai Mubai not to act foolishly. While the camaraderie of the Shrek 7 devils holds great significance, if one loses their life, everything is forfeit. Initially, Dai Mubai forcefully activated his white tiger martial spirit, entering its true form, seemingly intending to withstand the immense pressure exerted by the golden horned beast. After all, he is the captain of the Shrek 7 devils. However, upon hearing his brother's roar, Dai Mubai's spirit waned instantly. The effects of the true martial spirit dissipated, and he slumped, his hands hanging limply at his sides, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Mubai! Zhu Zhiqing cried out in alarm, fearing for her beloved's safety, rushing to support Dai Mubai. Yet, he gently gestured for her to stop. We have lost. The Shrek 7 devils have been utterly defeated. As the saying goes, a man kneels beneath the heavens, and to his parents. No matter how dire the circumstances, Dai Mubai had never knelt before an enemy in the face of death. However, today, his circumstances have changed. If not for this kneeling, it could spell disaster for all members of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. It would not only doom him and Zhu Zhiqing, but also bring untold suffering to the ordinary citizens of the Star Luo Empire. Once this colossal golden-horned beast loses control, do you comprehend the chaos that ensues? Leader Dai, I too concede defeat. Initially, Ma Hongjun intended to stand his ground. Yet, upon witnessing Dai Mubai's dejected demeanor, akin to a vanquished rooster hanging its head low, he abandoned his resolve. The young man with crimson hair immediately resembled a deflated balloon, as if he had been completely drained of vitality. He was on the verge of prostrating himself before the golden horned beast. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuiying appeared somewhat bewildered and at a loss, yet under the influence of her companions, her body also sagged weakly, devoid of strength. She was engulfed by a sense of emptiness, helplessness, and a lack of thought. This is not merely the sorrow of a single group, but rather the lamentation of the entire Douluo Continent. It was their intention, with a million-strong army, to engage in a decisive battle against the Spirit Empire. However, to their dismay, it devolved into a farcical ceremony of surrender. How could this be? It is truly tragic. Yet, what can be done? A million soldiers kneel in defeat, while the two sovereigns plead for mercy. Legends tell of the Shrek 7 monsters, one in a state of unconsciousness, while 3 others kneel. It was initially believed that conquering the entire continent would be a formidable challenge, requiring considerable effort. Yet, who would have anticipated that such a scene would unfold today? As the Empress of the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong must have been rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the titled Douluo around her sported satisfied smiles. Whether during the era of the Spirit Hall or the present-day Spirit Empire, they had long awaited this day. Surprisingly, it would be through the boyfriend found by this empress that their aspirations would materialize. Nevertheless, it is what it is. The situation has now become a reality. Even should they elevate the lad named Oscar to the throne, it is believed that no one in the empire would oppose it. After all was said and done, the golden-horned beast cast a disdainful glance at the insignificant humans below and uttered a remark that plunged Oscar into further despair. A slight modification from earlier. Men may return, but all women must remain. How utterly tyrannical. Must you really tear apart such a perfect pair as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing? Moreover, your celestial beast has already gathered so many beautiful maidens around it. Are you not satisfied? What are your intentions? Consider the feelings of Bibi Dong and the angelic princess. If you will, what are you thinking? And what of Ma Hongjun, who has finally won the affections of a girl named Xiangxiang, without having done anything? Do you wish to usurp his happiness? Upon hearing this arrangement, despair washed over Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai simultaneously, though powerless to resist. Tears involuntarily streamed down their faces, their bodies trembling. The 2 young women beside them wept as if their hearts were shattered. Had they known they would never have launched an assault on the Spirit Empire. This grievous decision will cost them their entire lives. Third brother, third. Perhaps he was startled by the recent commotion. At that moment, the little rabbit, Xiaowu, who had been unconscious, untimely opened her eyes. Yet, the name of the man she murmured stirred the disdain of the golden horned beast. Very well, as for you, gentle-boned rabbit, I shall be merciful and reunite you with your companions. Having uttered these words, the golden horned beast summoned his will, causing the little rabbit's body to slowly drift upward from the ground. Then, he gradually unveiled his foul-smelling, enormous maw. What is the purpose of this? Do you not cherish even this beautiful little dance? Is even this adorable little sister destined to be devoured? A beast indeed, though powerless to resist. The few individuals present at the scene fix their sorrowful, indignant gazes upon Xiaowu, who floats mid-air. It appears as if they are silently bidding farewell to their comrade. Tang San was crushed beneath the claws of the golden-horned beast, and Xiaowu was soon to meet the same dreadful fate at the hands of this starry, monstrous creature. How tragic. Just as the little rabbit's body plummeted like a free-falling object into the abyss below, a sudden roar pierced the sky. Golden-horned beast. You have gone too far. Who is this? Before the golden-horned behemoth could react, a formidable will descended from the heavens, transforming into a radiant intertwining of red and black light. It swiftly enveloped Xiaowu's body, lifting her towards the clouds above. Moreover, beneath the golden-horned behemoth, a transparent shadow appeared to be slowly ascending, resembling a blue-silver grass in its energetic state. What is happening? Who is responsible for this? Is this some sort of scheme? Chapter 69. Azura God. Are you courting death? It is the Azura God. Bibi Dong's reaction was astute. As the inheritor of the entirety of the Rakshasa goddess, she naturally sensed this power strikingly similar to her own. The Azura God and the Rakshasa God are inherently dual aspects of the same system. Within the inheritance system of the Azura God, Tang San inherited the Rakshasa sword, while Xiaowu became the sword chief. From the series of events that just transpired, the Shura God must have rescued Xiaowu. Simultaneously, this being has also taken a fragment of Tang San's soul, although that entity's human form and most of his soul power have completely dissipated. One must not forget that Tang San possesses dual martial souls. While the blue-silver grass may seem inconspicuous, its vitality is remarkably resilient. However, the Shura God remains oblivious to this fact. His forceful intervention has effectively undermined the dignity of the golden horn beast and has brought upon himself endless repercussions. The Shura God? Humph. If I do not seek you out, why provoke me? Just wait. In a direct confrontation, the golden horn beast currently possesses a 99 chance of triumphing over the Shura God. Yet, there exists a significant dilemma, the distinction between celestial beings and mortals. Even after attaining divinity, Bibi Dong could not access the divine realm. It is akin to being within a sealed space. Entry for mortals is only permitted with the consent of those above. Therefore, theoretically speaking, unless the golden horn beast can breach the passage between the two worlds, no matter how much he struggles, he will remain unable to enter the divine realm. This is the very confidence that the Azura God had in daring to act just now. He is indeed so audacious, seizing what is rightfully yours, calculating that you would be powerless to retaliate. Alas, the Azura God has overlooked one individual, or rather, one dragon. That is the legendary Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. The descendant of the dragon god once fled from the divine realm to the continent of Douluo. Gyuna undoubtedly possesses the knowledge to open the portal between the two worlds. Furthermore, prior to her seclusion, Gyuna had fervently vowed to return to the divine realm. Initially, the golden-horned giant beast held little interest in that realm. However, this time, the colossal beast of the cosmos has been thoroughly provoked by the unreasonable actions of the opposing party. This is not merely a matter of a blue-silver grass and a little rabbit. This is dignity. This is a slap in the face. The dignity of the celestial behemoth must not be trifled with. Whether you hail from the mortal realm or the divine domain, or perhaps even from a higher plane of existence, to dare confront the golden-horned giant beast in such a manner is to invite a far graver consequence. It is merely a matter of time. The Shura deity has committed an unforgivable error, a sheer act of self-destruction. As the saying goes, one who does not act will not perish. However, from this moment forth, the gaze of the golden-horned behemoth has begun to shift away from the Douluo Continent. The divine realm, an eternal topic that can never be evaded. The Douluo Continent is easily conquerable. The golden-horned behemoth could even compel the inhabitants here to assist in mining and smelting metals. Yet, if the denizens of the divine realm are not subdued, these individuals will undoubtedly become an everlasting hindrance to you, just like how they forcefully seized the remnants of Xiaowu and Tang San's souls earlier. How infuriating. Humph. The divine realm, is it? Just you wait. I shall return to rest for now. After transforming once more into Oscar's doppelganger, the fellow cast a fierce glare towards the heavens, disregarding the thoughts of those around him. Without hesitation, he seized Bibi Dong's hand, intent on departing, much to the embarrassment of the Empress of the Spirit Empire. In response, Bibi Dong playfully pinched the waist of her companion, exclaiming, "You rascal, what are you saying? There are so many people here." Reluctantly, she acquiesced. The golden-horned beast is indeed quite indiscreet. Accustomed to its grandiose ways, it has forgotten that this realm originally belongs to humanity. Nevertheless, the relationship between Bibi Dong and Oscar is evident, even if they choose not to articulate it. The onlookers are certainly not oblivious to it. They are not fools. To expect such a formidable creature as the Golden Horn Beast to wholeheartedly serve the Spirit Empire without any incentives is utterly unrealistic. Witnessing the scene before them, the eyes of the Spirit Empire's attendants revealed an intriguing glimmer. So it is. No wonder the Golden Horn Beast has chosen to ally with us. Remarkable. I had previously underestimated Bibi Dong. Clearly, appointing her as the sovereign of the Spirit Empire was a judicious decision. Otherwise, I wonder how the others present would manage to control the Golden Horn Beast? Although somewhat bashful, Bibi Dong has truly stepped forth today. After all, this battle will establish the Spirit Empire's everlasting supremacy. The entirety of the Douluo Continent is now under the dominion of the Spirit Empire. The next steps involve negotiations and transfers. Bibi Dong, I have little fondness for the intricacies of human dealings. Please handle the remaining details. With a glance at the obsequious attendants of the Spirit Empire nearby, Oscar paid them no heed. This exudes an aura of dominance, a regal majesty. Are you now inclined to have every blacksmith shop across the Douluo Continent at your beck and call? Bibi Dong is indeed an astute woman. Fully aware that the Golden Horn Beast was not left solely for her benefit, the Golden Horn Beast aspires to grow ceaselessly, requiring a vast quantity of metals. While the quality may be somewhat inferior, the quantity must be immense. Only the Spirit Empire possesses the capability to consolidate all metallic products from the continent and mobilize the blacksmiths of Douluo to provide the Golden Horn Beast with its daily sustenance. I must say, I admire your cleverness. After uttering these words, Oscar swept Bibi Dong into a princess carry, soaring majestically into the sky. As the pair descended upon the palace chambers, a flash of golden light appeared before them. It was none other than the angel princess of the Spirit Empire. I've taken care of Ning Rongrong. Shall we now discuss matters concerning the two of us? What does this little girl mean? Is she attempting to thwart them? Aware of Oscar and Bibi Dong's intentions, Qian Rinxue nonetheless obstructed their path. Little Snow, do you see the resolute gaze of your daughter? Bibi Dong could not help but emit a sigh of lament. The most dreaded scenario has indeed transpired. It appears that this little angel's gratitude towards the Golden Horn Beast is not merely an expression of thanks, but rather an intention to elevate the level of her repayment. Is this truly wise? Shall we retreat indoors to discuss? I wonder from whence he has summoned this audacity. Oscar suddenly blurted out this peculiar statement, seemingly having shattered the threshold of his own reservations. Indeed, men are creatures of contradiction. Initially, he presumed that this angelic princess would be averse to such boldness. Yet, to his surprise, Qian Rinxue, in the presence of Bibi Dong, stood tall, exuding an air of defiance. If you wish to leave, then so be it. I have declared that there are matters I can master just as well, if not better than her. What shall unfold next? This time, the experience was rather intense. Chapter 70. The Reward from Guyuna. Oscar, I have something to ask you. It seemed that certain matters had become unavoidable. Before Bibi Dong closed the door, she gravely approached Oscar. Then, she whispered something in the man's ear. He hesitated for a moment, then solemnly nodded. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for both of you. The events that followed are indescribable. That night, the crescent moon hung in the sky, while the clouds danced playfully. The moon would occasionally hide behind the clouds, only to emerge again, radiating its brilliance and fervor. It was indeed the legendary clouds chasing the moon. It was not until the following morning, when the sun ascended, that the moon reluctantly withdrew. Only those who have experienced this process can truly comprehend it. Although Oscar's essence is that of a magnificent golden beast, his human form is rather fragile. Thus, when he stepped out of his door the following day, he felt a peculiar lightness beneath his feet, accompanied by a dull ache in his back. The human body indeed has its limitations, despite the exhilaration of spring. Oscar also came to a rather lamentable realization. Love between different species is fraught with challenges and seldom bears fruit. This result pertains not to emotions, but rather to the aspect of inheritance. This explains why the reproduction rate of the celestial behemoths is exceedingly low. They can only procreate when they encounter another celestial behemoth of similar essence. Alas, if it were not for this particular trait, the universe would likely be teeming with the offspring of these magnificent creatures. After all, theoretically, such beings could attain an infinite lifespan. If each conquest of a planet resulted in one or several descendants, their burgeoning family would soon become overwhelmingly populous. Just as he contemplated returning to his chamber, a sudden resonance echoed in his mind. You rogue, have you already forgotten about me? I have reached a critical juncture in my quest. Hurry to the starry forest and lend me your support. Is this a message from Guyana? It seems to be a form of celestial communication. Could it be that the Silver Dragon King inscribed a mark upon him without the knowledge of the golden horned giant beast? Otherwise, how could such a method of transmission exist? Indeed, the women of Douluo Continent are all exceptionally remarkable. Where are you off to again, you mischievous boy? Perhaps it is because he noticed Oscar preparing to leave. Bibi Dong emerged from her chamber, dragging her weary form. She had intended to share a few whispered secrets with him, to discuss the next steps of the Spirit Empire's plans. However, she was taken aback to find that Oscar was already equipped with his flying mushroom sausage. Ah, He is bound for the Douluo Forest. Guyuna encountered some difficulties when striving for the 100th level. Very well. Be swift in your return. If you arrive promptly, you may yet partake in the grand feast I have prepared for you. After uttering these words, she watched as Oscar swallowed a mushroom sausage, and a pair of energy wings emerged from his back, propelling him swiftly towards the distant sky. This fellow was truly exhausted last night, to the extent that even transforming into the formidable golden horn beast felt somewhat strenuous. After all, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue have now attained divine physiques, undoubtedly possessing far superior stamina compared to mere mortals. It was only about 10 minutes after Oscar had departed that Qian Renxue gradually began to recover. However, her demeanor was notably different from the cold indifference she had previously displayed. The young lady unexpectedly initiated a greeting with Bibi Dong. The relationship between mother and daughter gradually eased through this encounter. Xiaoxue, as you are quite familiar with the Tiando Empire, the task of transforming the blacksmith shops there is entrusted to you. The sole mission that Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue must undertake is to concentrate all the metals across the continent in the shortest possible time. They will utilize the blacksmith shops of various empires to smelt these metals into a colossal amalgamation. They await the return of the golden horn beast. Although it is capable of consuming human food, it appears that metal significantly enhances its power. Naturally, as they approach the skies above the Douluo Forest, the golden horn beast will revert to its original form as the cosmic beast. A captivating aroma pervades the forest, likely a unique essence exuded by the dragonkin. Some refer to it as dragon aura or dragon might. Ancient human emperors held this phenomenon in high esteem. Ordinary humans or soul beasts encountering such power would tremble in fear. However, for a high-ranking starry beast like the golden horn beast, it resembles a form of exhilaration, akin to a potent hormone. The silver dragon king, being a descendant of divine dragons, may still be a tier below the cosmic beasts. Yet should Guyuna ascend to the level of the dragon god, she would indeed seem a fitting match for the golden horn beast. There exists even a minuscule probability that they could produce offspring. In this regard, Guyuna's standing in someone's heart appears to surpass that of the other two. Come quickly. Guyuna's tone grew increasingly urgent upon sensing the presence of the golden horn beast. During the time when Bai Dong and her companions were striving for the 100th level, it seemed to take little time. Yet, the constitution of soul beasts diverges significantly from that of humans. Furthermore, the essence of the silver dragon king starkly contrasts with that of the fire god. It felt as though something was obstructed, requiring intervention for resolution. Do not fret, my dear, you shall surely prevail. An inapt comparison would be to liken Guyuna's current struggle to childbirth, exerting tremendous effort and enduring great pain to overcome this challenge. Thus, when the colossal form of the golden horn beast descended to guard her, the immense silver dragon, without hesitation, sank its teeth into the beast's leg. Even if it could not penetrate the tough scales, it fervently shook its head, stirring clouds of dust that obscured the scene, leading one to mistakenly believe that these two titanic creatures were engaged in a struggle within the starry forest. This commotion persisted for a full 3 days and nights. Finally, following a resonant roar from the silver dragon king, a brilliant surge of silver light erupted from the starry forest, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, its power soaring skyward. The divine beings observing from a distance scattered in terror. How horrifying! Should anyone be caught directly in the shockwave, they would likely meet a fate worse than death. This is no longer a power that can be unleashed by an ordinary dragon clan. This is the breath of the dragon, imbued with divine essence. The silver dragon king has finally transcended, returning once more to the realm of the divine dragons. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling mundane world, a beguiling female voice seems to echo. Did I cause you pain earlier? How might I atone for my transgression? Fear not, for you did not even pierce my scales. How vexing, devoid of romance. Shall I bestow upon you a reward, if you permit? Chapter 71. The Return of the Silver Dragon King. Terrifying indeed. What is this? That golden horn behemoth has allied with the Silver Dragon King. This bodes ill. Sensing that soaring aura, the 5 great deities of the divine realm have once again convened. A single golden horn beast has already proven to be quite formidable. However, the presence of the Silver Dragon King is even more fearsome. The golden horn beast is unaware of the passage between Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Even with brute strength, it may not be able to breach this barrier. No matter how this cosmic giant may navigate the universe, without an entrance, its efforts are in vain. Even if this creature were to ascend beyond the atmosphere, it would still be incapable of locating the divine realm. The existence of such places resembles that of a dungeon within a game. Without the key to enter, all efforts are in vain. However, Silver Dragon King Guyuna stands apart. In the past, their father, the dragon god, nearly brought about the annihilation of the entire divine realm. The myriad laws and so-called boundaries of this world are intricately intertwined with that divine dragon. In times past, Guyuna escaped from the realm of the gods to the mortal world. Thus, this woman possesses not only the coordinates of the passage but also the means to unlock it. Moreover, judging by the silver aura she recently emanated, it is evident that Guyuna's ambitions extend far beyond merely reaching level 100. This woman possessed peak energy at the first level when she was in the divine realm. Otherwise, how could Guyuna have escaped to the mortal world amidst such overwhelming encirclement? Now, Diana is accompanied by a terrifying enforcer, the colossal beast of the starry sky. If these two formidable entities were to unite, it would be beyond the capabilities of even the combined forces of the 5 great kings of the divine realm to contend with them. Just look at the ruthlessness displayed by that golden-horned giant beast. It resembles a goddess with proportions as perfect as an angel, her beauty reaching the pinnacle of perfection. The monster tore through with unrestrained ferocity. Did you truly believe that this creature would show mercy in response to your pleas for mercy? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. Should the golden-horned behemoth descend upon the divine realm, it would not only be the 5 great divine kings who would be torn asunder. The entirety of the divine realm itself might well become naught but sustenance for his insatiable appetite. What shall we do? Perhaps it would be prudent to flee. This may be the most optimal solution. However, as guardians of the divine realm, the 5 great kings will undoubtedly refrain from choosing this path. What if we devise a spatial portal? We could banish the golden-horned beast into it. After a prolonged contemplation, the malevolent deity spoke up. The very name of this ancient entity reveals that he is no benevolent figure, were it not for the constraints imposed by the other deities. This malevolent god would undoubtedly be a troublesome adversary. Indeed, he is also a purveyor of dubious ideas. To eliminate the nuisance of the golden-horned beast, we need not confront it directly. A compromise could very well suffice. For instance, we could redirect the disaster elsewhere. If we manage to drive the golden-horned beast to the far reaches of the universe, it matters not whom it terrorizes, as long as it cannot return, thus preserving the Douluo Continent. My goodness, how did he conceive such a clever strategy? Though this plan appears somewhat irresponsible and purely self-serving, the other 4 deities nodded in unison upon hearing his words. While this approach may seem questionable, we appear to have no alternative. The god of Shura has previously faced the golden-horned beast and must have sensed its terrifying aura. Otherwise, it would not have fled so swiftly while rescuing Xiao Wu and Tang San's remnant soul. After all, this is a king of the divine realm. The dragon god was once severed by its might. Yet, in the face of the golden-horned beast, a profound sense of helplessness penetrated the soul. I, the god of destruction, concur with the malevolent deity's proposal. Let us proceed with this course of action. Although I wish to retain my reservations, it seems this may indeed be our best option. The god of kindness also nodded in agreement, fully aware that such actions could lead to the downfall of another civilization. But who among us is not selfish? If this method can safeguard the Douluo divine realm, they would resolutely proceed with it. Meanwhile, in the Stardow forest, a different atmosphere prevailed. With the Silver Dragon King's power continually surging, the soul beasts nearby, particularly those of the dragon lineage, also began to awaken their latent might. The once stagnant Emperor Tian, who could not ascend beyond 700,000 years in the original narrative, now exhibited signs of potential movement in his strength. Soon, he would ascend to new heights. The impending heavenly tribulation was enigmatic. The dark clouds above had yet to coalesce, yet the golden-horned beast on the ground devoured them whole. What on earth is this? Leave us be. In the heart of the Stardow forest, the Silver Dragon King, transformed into her dragon form, engaged in a silent exchange with the diminutive golden-horned beast. This was a form of communication between colossal beings, imbued with a ferocity that surpassed the intimacy shared between human lovers. Yet, this primal exchange invigorated the golden-horned beast with delight. On the Douluo star, it is likely that only the Silver Dragon King can interact with the golden-horned beast in such a manner. Of course, to outsiders, this scene appeared utterly terrifying. The sky was a deep crimson, with tumultuous energies flickering throughout the air. Dust and debris swirled, and the 2 monstrous entities roared and intertwined in tumultuous combat. How magnificent! How awe-inspiring! Gu Yuna, your rank seems to be continuously rising. Haha, she was originally at the first-level deity status, not merely hiding from the pursuit of these divine clans. Fear not. Once you have fully recovered, it shall be our turn to retaliate against them. In truth, there is no right or wrong in this matter. Everyone is merely striving for their own existence. The 5 deities seek to preserve their positions, plotting to banish the golden-horned beast, while the golden-horned beast desires autonomy, refusing to be controlled. Unless all the rulers of the divine realm kneel before it, conflict is inevitable. On the other side, every blacksmith shop across the Douluo continent has been mobilized. Their singular task is to forge all collected metals into ingots, regardless of type. With an emphasis on speed, metal armor and various weapons, whether new or old, are being reprocessed. Most of the ores extracted from the mines, except for a few noble items, are being melted down. Even ordinary households are being scrutinized, with iron pots and various utensils targeted. The Empress of the Martial Soul Empire has decreed that every household must contribute at least 3 pounds of metal products within the week. Failure to comply will result in men being seized for labor and women. Chapter 72. The Douluo Continent transforms into my private blacksmith shop. What is this madness? I am, after all, a soul master candidate, and yet I am being tasked with melting iron pots? The individual currently lamenting is named Su Yuntao. In the original narrative, he can be regarded as a benefactor to Tang San. He presided over the awakening ceremonies of the martial souls for many youths in various villages. This alone would have afforded him a degree of notoriety. However, in accordance with the edict of the Martial Soul Empire. All stewards of the Martial Soul Hall are mandated to suspend their current duties for the forthcoming month to oversee the smithing and refining operations across different locales. This marks the inaugural decree issued by the Spirit Empire following its dominion over the entire Douluo Continent. Initially, it was believed that this was a measure to eradicate the potential threats posed by the belligerent factions, hence the confiscation and subsequent smelting of their armor and weaponry. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Once the iron artifacts were melted down, numerous pots and pans began to emerge from the blacksmith's forges, all crafted from metal. Moreover, a substantial quantity of unprocessed iron ore was subsequently delivered, yet there were no directives to fashion these ores into various iron implements. Instead, the sole requirement was to eliminate impurities and transform the ore into blocks of iron. What could this mean? Lord Su Yuntao, you may not yet be aware, but we are preparing a feast for the guardian divine beast. An elderly man, who was once the village chief of Holy Soul Village and had now been conscripted as a blacksmith, approached quietly. What? The legendary golden horned beast? Isn't that creature carnivorous? Su Yuntao, accustomed to the outdoors, was oblivious to the true nature of the golden horned beast. He only knew that this formidable creature had single-handedly vanquished the allied forces of the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire, transforming the entirety of Douluo Continent into the territory of the Spirit Empire in less than a week. The golden horned beast was subsequently honored by the Empress of the Spirit Empire as the guardian divine beast. My lord, I believe we should focus on our work. It would be splendid if that blacksmith from our village were still here. The village chief of Saint Soul Village may still be unaware that the blacksmith in their midst is none other than the illustrious Haotian Douluo. Traditionally, the Haotian clan was entrusted with a significant portion of the forging responsibilities. However, ever since their last confrontation with the golden horned beast, nearly 100 of their finest blacksmiths have been rendered incapable. Fortunately, the art of blacksmithing is not solely the domain of the Haotian clan. After a period of careful selection, it is those skilled artisans who have been given a chance to shine once more, while the ordinary ones have sadly been relegated to mere charcoal burners by the roadside. Nonetheless, a society engaged in widespread iron forging is preferable to being mired in the depths of war. Yet, one cannot help but wonder. With the vast array of metallic products across the continent, can the golden horned beast truly consume them all? Indeed, the golden horned beast, upon receiving this news, found itself in a most perplexing situation. Its original plan had been to scour the far reaches of Douluo Continent in search of mineral veins, setting out on a quest for sustenance. This could still bring some amusement. However, I never anticipated that Bibi Dong would resort to such tactics, opting instead for a method of feeding. Has Her Majesty truly regarded the golden horned beast as their guardian deity? Alas, it seems that the human empress holds a greater affection for you. Such devotion is beyond my capability. Transformed into human form, Duyuna is undeniably comparable to Bibi Dong in both stature and demeanor. In fact, she possesses an enchanting aura that captivates Oscar. Please refrain from mocking me, however. Should I ascend to the third-tier star-seeking monster, I would feel considerably more confident in battling within the divine realm. To be fair, while I find Bibi Dong's brazen steel production somewhat perplexing, the golden horned beast can indeed sense the sincerity emanating from that woman. Moreover, he genuinely requires an upgrade, as the divine realm of Douluo Continent necessitates preparedness. Was he the dragon god formidable in his day? Ultimately, he too fell victim to the combined assaults of several deities. I assure you, I am not envious. I support you, esteemed guardian beast. Gu Yuna possesses a remarkable charm, her allure even captivating when she feels jealousy. Such is the nature of women. In response, Oscar can only shake his head. Let us proceed to the Spirit Empire. I am eager to discover the grand banquet Her Majesty has prepared for me, setting aside any notions of male superiority. The golden horned beast genuinely anticipates the culinary delights Bibi Dong has in store. After all, the combined resources of the three empires and their affiliated city-states amount to an extraordinarily formidable figure. Only Bibi Dong and her Spirit Empire could amass such wealth in the shortest span of time. It is rumored that this woman nearly dismantled the palace of the Heavendo Empire in her quest for resources. Is this love? Perhaps it is. Even though I have mentally prepared myself, the sheer volume of metal accumulated outside the Spirit Empire's palace still leaves Oscar astounded. At this moment, Bibi Dong, alongside the Angel Princess, is personally overseeing the stabilization of the towering metal mountains, completely oblivious to Oscar's return. I shall lend them a hand, lest these two sisters accuse me of being inconsiderate. Upon witnessing the colossal metallic peaks nearly obscuring the sky, Duyuna smiled gently, and with a radiant silver glow emanating from her, she instantaneously stabilized a crumbling metallic holy mountain. Is it you, Duyuna? Upon seeing her once more, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, acknowledging that this woman must have come with her. What a lavish welcome banquet. Indeed, Oscar was waving from the ground below. Soon, the three goddesses descended, each adorned with enchanting smiles. This is truly a sight to behold. The three most exquisite women in all of Douluo Continent are presently gazing at the same man with radiant smiles. Their preparations might have been somewhat hasty, Yet I hope they will find favor with you. Qian Rinxue speaks modestly, yet within her words lies a subtle pride, as if she is boasting to the man before her. Behold, this is the empire I have crafted for you. Haha, I shall not hold back then. Ladies, please ascend my back and let us begin. A sudden whirl of the heavens and earth ensues. Before these three women can react, their bodies are borne aloft upon the back of the mighty golden-horned beast. Without hesitation, the colossal creature begins to feast openly, savoring the ground strewn with metal. Clack, clack. Whether ordinary scrap iron or ultra-hard alloys, under the crushing bite of the golden-horned beast, they shatter with crisp, resonant cracks. It feels as though a bowl of rice topped with an assortment of metals, each flavor distinct, is being devoured through ceaseless chewing and swallowing. The three women atop the beast can distinctly sense its body expanding ceaselessly beneath them. Clearly, it is growing larger with every moment. What is the limit of this colossal creature with golden horns? Can it truly devour an entire planet, or even a portion of the cosmos? The voracious appetite is truly astonishing. In Chapter 73, Devouring the Metal of the Douluo Continent, an upgrade looms. May I inquire about your thoughts? Perched upon the back of the golden-horned behemoth, Bibi Dong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Or perhaps something was mentioned during her previous conversation with Oscar that sparked her concerns. Bibi Dong seemed somewhat apprehensive, for what the golden-horned behemoth was about to undertake could very well defy the heavens, an endeavor that no one across the Douluo Continent would dare to conceive. Meanwhile, do you not appear to have already surmised what Bibi Dong wished to ask, as an enchanting smile quickly graced her face? Do you truly believe that even if we do not seek out these deities, they would spare you and me? Gu Yuna's words were not without foundation, whether it be Gu Yuna or the mother-daughter duo of Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue. Their ascension to divinity was primarily due to the acquisition of divine essences from the celestial beings of the divine realm. At this very moment, the beast god Emperor Tian and the Emerald Swan were also in the process of merging the divine essences of the war god and the phoenix god. This is a rhythm that leads down a path of darkness, having seized so much of the other's essence. It is undoubtedly a slap in the face to the divine realm. Although it may appear calm at present, it is evident that this is merely the tranquility before the storm. Do you truly believe these individuals will refrain from retaliation? Rather than waiting for them to unveil new strategies, it would be prudent to hasten one's upgrades and take the initiative. The Silver Dragon King and the Golden Horned Beast share a similar understanding. The so-called divine realm is merely composed of mortals who have achieved the first breakthroughs. To dominate this exceptional realm of cultivation, they have separated their world from the mortal realm. On a broader scale, the so-called gods on the Douluo Continent are nothing more than false deities, distinctly different from the true divine civilizations found within the universe. Consider the perfect world and only those deities from the vast universe can genuinely be regarded as true gods. Initially, the Golden Horned Beast correlated the gods here with the rankings in the devouring starry sky world. However, through actual combat, it has become apparent that there is a significant disparity. Those who were initially perceived as planetary-level experts are, in reality, equivalent to the advanced battle gods within the devouring starry sky. Pathetic. If such mediocre beings were to gain the upper hand, it would be utterly disgraceful. The Golden Horned Beast hails from the most noble lineage of starry beasts. Could it truly be subdued by these false gods? The so-called 5 divine kings of the divine realm have merely grazed the threshold of stellar-level power. Yet, the sheer number of their adversaries poses a challenge. Engaging them head-on at the current second-tier stellar level would likely yield no injuries at all. Therefore, the safest course of action is for the Golden Horned Beast to elevate its level further before engaging in battle. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, stands ready to assist with her extensive knowledge, ensuring a virtually foolproof strategy. Additionally, they possess a significant advantage. To this day, the 5 divine kings on the Douluo Continent have yet to take the matter seriously. Throughout, it has been the Azura god preoccupied with various tasks. Perhaps the prolonged period of their elevated status has dulled their sense of vigilance. Ladies, you need not worry. Dealing with those gods is as effortless as slicing through vegetables for me. As the Golden Horned Beast savored a considerable amount of metal, it listened intently to the conversation among the women, fully aware of their concerns. Despite Bibi Dong's formidable reputation on the Douluo Continent, any drastic actions from her would still be tempered by caution. After all, the legends surrounding the divine realm have persisted for millennia, and some antiquated notions run deep. Excuse me? May I join your endeavor? Just as the Golden Horned Beast was confiding in the women nearby, a timid voice reached its ears, one that sounded somewhat familiar. It was Ning Rongrong. The petite princess hailing from the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda had previously been placed within the confines of the royal palace due to her prolonged state of unconsciousness, in the company of the angelic princess. Initially, they were adversaries. However, following a comprehensive unification, the entirety of the Douluo Continent succumbed to the dominion of the Martial Soul Empire. This naturally includes the 7 Treasure Glass sect. Although it is already known that Oscar is no longer the person he once was, after several days of internal struggle, Ning Rongrong is unable to alter her feelings. Like a moth drawn to a flame, this woman stands before the Golden Horned Beast. Rongrong, Cease your antics. We are embarking on a journey to slay gods. And as a young girl, you ought to reconsider. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's determination, the golden-horned beast felt an inexplicable stir within, as if an image of Oscar flickered in its mind. This appears to be an obsession of his doppelganger, perhaps a certain bond. However, Ning Rongrong seems remarkably stubborn. I understand that you are about to confront formidable adversaries. My 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda may prove beneficial to you. You wouldn't believe it. The young lady speaks with utmost accuracy. As the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the Douluo Continent, she has already demonstrated her worth in battle. Should the golden-horned giant beast ascend to the 3rd stage of the stellar hierarchy, coupled with the support of the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, it might well approach the formidable 4th-tier stellar beast level. Even if the 5 powerful entities of the divine realm were to unite, it is likely they would be dispatched with a mere flick of its hand. What a splendid prospect. My mother and I can safeguard her. Let us take Ning Rongrong along. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qian Rinxue has chosen to speak in defense of Ning Rongrong. Is it a surge of maternal compassion? Or has this young lady now fully integrated with the will of the angels? In truth, among these women, it is Qian Rinxue who has achieved the most successful fusion with her divine essence, for angels are inherently meant to embody purity and kindness. However, due to prolonged greed and desire, the original angelic deity was twisted. This angelic princess, at her core, is not malevolent, having endured an era of corruption and darkness. Thus, she now embodies a sense of returning to her original, untainted self. Very well, the situation above is somewhat intricate, should true danger arise. It may well depend on your own capabilities. This is precisely the dilemma that the golden-horned beast grappled with previously. However, it appears that these women are far more resilient than he had anticipated. A fortuitous development. The presence of an additional ally signifies greater strength. Just as the conversation unfolded, the substantial contributions from Bibi Dong finally bore fruit. As the metallic resources dwindled, the pupils of the golden-horned beast suddenly dilated, and a surge of pure golden energy erupted from within him. It was evident that yet another transformation was imminent. I seem to have reached that critical juncture. You might wish to depart for a while, as I may require a few days of slumber. In truth, the rate of advancement for the golden-horned beast is already remarkably swift. For an ordinary human striving to attain stellar status, it would not be uncommon to lapse into unconsciousness for decades. After all, the golden-horned beast possesses the illustrious bloodline of a cosmic creature. He currently resembles a volcano poised to erupt. Not only those in the Douluo Continent, but even the formidable beings in the divine realm can now sense that overwhelming power. What? Is that creature on the verge of another transformation? My heavens, is our celestial gate project ready for construction? With just a few more days of effort, we shall endeavor to randomly transport this entity to another universe. In truth, the golden-horned beast has perhaps overestimated these so-called divine kings. In recent days, the deities have been racing against time. It is no exaggeration to say that these 5 divine kings have long been terrified. They have relinquished any thoughts of confronting the golden-horned behemoth head-on. Instead, their sole intention is to divert the disaster, seeking to cast it into a parallel universe, as far from Douluo Continent as possible. Chapter 74. The Beast God Emperor and the Emerald Swan by Ji ascend to divinity, Lord Silver Dragon King. By Ji and I have successfully transcended to levels beyond 100. The power of the war god suits me perfectly, just as the golden-horned behemoth fell into slumber once more. The Beast God Emperor and the Emerald Swan by Ji brought forth splendid news. The divine essences of 3 first-level gods have been claimed and elevated by the 3 women. The effects are remarkably evident. The remaining 2 second-level divine essences have been allocated to the Beast God Emperor and the Emerald Swan. The former's essence is fitting, as it embodies the essence of a formidable warrior. Though the swan was not the second most ferocious beast on Douluo Continent, its strength bears a resemblance to the primordial power of the phoenix. Thus, its ascension seems most appropriate. Furthermore, the Emerald Swan is indispensable for the entire team moving forward, as she possesses formidable healing abilities akin to a priest within the group, crucial for safeguarding Bibi Dong and her companions. The forthcoming journey to the divine realm is far from a leisurely expedition. Even if the golden-horned behemoth can stand alone, this territory belongs to the divine clans, and the future remains uncertain. What if the enemy lays ambushes or launches a powerful assault? Hence, having a healer in the team is of utmost importance. Additionally, there is the need to protect Ning Rongrong, the sole member of the group yet to ascend to divinity. However, this is not definitive. During her trials for the sea god, Ning Rongrong aimed to replace Poseidon. Thus, aside from Tangsan, the sea goddess power within her is the most profound. According to Lady Gyuna the Silver Dragon, although the sea god still resides in the divine realm, his physical form is gravely compromised. It seems we may be able to harness a method of energy appropriation to infuse a substantial amount of sea god power into Ning Rongrong's body, utilizing the original sea god mark within her. In this manner, it is highly probable that Ning Rongrong will also ascend to a level exceeding 100. However, the overall level is unlikely to be excessively elevated. Nevertheless, in comparison to humans below the 100th level, once endowed with a divine physique, One's capabilities and conditions will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. With the body of a war god, Emperor Tian will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the golden horned giant beast. This aligns perfectly with his character. The Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, astonishingly stands at the pinnacle of a first-level deity, yet within the team, she is best suited to serve as a mage. Although it appears that they lack a jungler and a marksman, the golden horned beast can essentially substitute for 5, unless the divine realm mobilizes its entire force. Preparing hundreds of various deities for a grand battle, the golden horned beast is capable of overwhelming any opposition. Moreover, Guiyuna is aware of an ancient path that comes with certain limitations. They would emerge directly in the heart of the divine clan, a place akin to the Douluo Continent, replete with numerous level restrictions. It is not a realm that mere third-level or second-level deities can breach at will. At this moment, the renowned first-level deities of the divine realm have largely been dealt with. Therefore, from all perspectives, the probability of success in their forthcoming endeavors stands at over 90. Once they eliminate the 5 titans of the divine realm, the Douluo world can undergo a transformative shift. It could even evolve positively. The golden horned beast has the potential to redefine the rules and hierarchies of this divine realm, usurping the positions of the 5 deity kings within the Douluo divine realm. There is no need to worry about any celestial deities rebelling. Who dares to stand against them? They can simply be obliterated. After all, that realm adheres to the philosophy that the one with the strongest fist reigns supreme. Henceforth, everything unfolds smoothly. This time, the golden horned beast awakened after merely 5 days of slumber. I find myself unable to contain the surge of power within me. It is imperative that I engage in battle. Upon awakening, even in its most languid state, the golden horned beast exceeds 8,000 meters in length. Its ebony scales shimmer with waves of golden radiance. The transformation from the eerie to the divine is rather ironic. Despite emanating an aura of overwhelming lethality, it evokes a sense of reverence. You're awake? Our team is nearly prepared, but it would be prudent to assist Ning Rongrong in her ascension. The Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, smiled as she regarded the colossal creature before her. She was pleasantly surprised by the results of the golden horned beast's upgrade, which surpassed her expectations. Had the former Shura god faced the current golden horned beast in battle, he might not have withstood even a single strike. Even if the longest-lived evil god and good god in the divine realm teamed up, they would likely falter quickly. If the dragon god had possessed such power back in the day, the Douluo divine realm would have undergone a transformation long ago. Indeed, the times breed heroes. Upon hearing Guiyuna's thoughts, the eyes of the golden horned beast sparkled with newfound brilliance. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength, the presence of Ning Rongrong and the team remained an unavoidable topic. Should this young lady's power surpass the threshold of 100? She would at least possess the means for self-preservation, thus alleviating the burden on her companions. What course of action should I pursue? In an instant, the golden horned beast seamlessly transitioned into Oscar mode. Gone was the previous hesitance. All transformations were executed in a heartbeat. It appears that with the enhancement of strength, numerous aspects have also witnessed significant advancement. Some changes occur subtly and imperceptibly. It is quite simple. It resembles a tug of war, where you harness your will to assist Ning Rongrong in seizing the light of the sea god. For the sea god of the Douluo divine realm, today has undoubtedly been a most lamentable day. Having suffered continuous setbacks, he was further consumed by the golden horned beast along with the sea god's trident. The sea god, nominally still a first-tier deity, is, in truth, but a shadow of his former self. Since the last shattering of his avatar, he has retreated into seclusion. Yet, this is merely a guise. In reality, he languishes within a sea god palace, clinging to life. He endeavors to gather more divine essence of the sea god to restore his corporeal form. However, inexplicably, the once fading sea god's mark, implanted upon the Shrek 7 monsters, begins to radiate with unexpected brilliance. It emanates a formidable allure from the Douluo Continent, competing with the essence of the sea god for the scant remnants of divine light. Who could it be? Who is the source of this mysterious force? Through a nascent awareness and the connection with the sea god mark, he seeks answers. The unfortunate first-level deity, penetrating through a dense barrier, projected his will onto the Douluo Continent. What he beheld was a scene of adult nature. The golden horned colossal beast transformed into human form. Aided by the equally human-formed Guiyuna, it seemed to be employing a primal method to feed the captured sea god's light to Ning Rongrong. Chapter 75. Guiyuna leads the charge, assaulting the Douluo divine realm. Is this truly my power? Observing the sea god's light continuously manifesting upon her body, Ning Rongrong experienced a sensation that was both familiar and alien. Previously, during the sea god's 9 trials, each successful completion had resulted in an increase of the sea god's light. This would enhance their affinity for the sea god. However, ever since the sea god's trident was devoured by the golden horned behemoth, and with the destruction of Sea God Island, the Shrek 7 monsters could no longer sense any trace of the sea god's radiance within them. At this moment, the essence of the sea god lay in a state of profound weakness. To speak bluntly, the legendary sea god now struggled for survival, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, someone dealt a devastating blow to him. Upon witnessing this scene, the sea god rolled his eyes back and succumbed to a deep slumber. While While it did not lead to his downfall, it effectively rendered this legendary first-tier deity incapacitated. Naturally, the prominent figures in the divine realm could no longer concern themselves with such matters. Once, the ordinary deities could occasionally glimpse these powerful leaders, yet in recent days, they seem to have vanished entirely. No one knew what the 5 divine kings were scheming, and to prevent chaos from engulfing the entire divine realm. These 5 individuals have meticulously concealed the circumstances of the Douluo Continent. Everyone privy to the whereabouts of the angel god and others has been instructed to remain silent. Otherwise, they must face the consequences on their own. This is a scandal that must never be mentioned again. The divine realm dispatched numerous experts, initially believing victory was all but assured. However, to our astonishment, they merely became fodder. Furthermore, they squandered those invaluable divine essences, relinquishing them one by one. What is this situation? Even during the great battle against the dragon god, they never found themselves in such a dire predicament. This illustrates that the golden horned beast from the celestial behemoth family unquestionably poses a terrifying threat. Of course, the 5 divine kings, compelled by circumstances, have concealed everything that has transpired on the Douluo Continent. However, this does not imply that the individuals led by the golden horned beast are not orchestrating their own schemes. After assisting Ning Rongrong in successfully breaking through to level 100, the Douluo Continent has now witnessed the emergence of 3 human deities, 3 spirit beast deities, and 1 celestial behemoth that far surpasses the divine level. The faction of this septet is undoubtedly vast, boasting an unprecedented level of combat prowess. Guyuna, you previously mentioned that the passage possesses specific conditions for its opening. At long last, the moment of truth has arrived. The golden horned beast exhibits an unmistakable impatience, eager to confront and rend the 5 divine sovereigns, thereby rewriting the very rules of the continent. There are no particular prerequisites. However, immense power is required to breach it. In my day, I utilized the entirety of my peak-level divine strength to carve through. For the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, this seems to be a painful memory. Back when the Dragon God was vanquished, his power was divided between the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Had these siblings united, they might have secured their safety. Yet, unexpectedly, the Golden Dragon King, in his stubbornness, sought to continue opposing the divine realm solely through his formidable physique, and was subsequently forcefully sealed away. The divine realm did not relent against the Silver Dragon King either. This woman became the target of relentless pursuit. However, a spatial rift left behind by the Dragon God provided the Silver Dragon King a chance for escape. She nearly forsook all her powers at the peak of her divine level. Guyuna finally succeeded in opening a passage, escaping from the divine realm into the human world, and subsequently became the progenitor of all high-level soul beasts on Douluo Continent. She transformed the Star Doe Forest into the most vibrant region of soul beast power across the continent. Naturally, all of this was orchestrated to shroud the Silver Dragon King's strength, ensuring that those from the divine realm could never detect Guyuna's divine essence. After accomplishing all this, the Dragon King Guyuna fell into a state of eternal slumber, adhering to the original timeline. The awakening of the Silver Dragon King shall not occur for at least another 10 millennia. However, the formidable golden horn beast has unexpectedly rewritten the annals of the Douluo Continent's history, as well as that of the soul beasts. With the presence of the golden horn beast, there is no longer a need for Guyuna to exert herself so laboriously in creating tunnels. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the passage through which Guyuna previously escaped remains undetected by the divine realm to this day. It possesses a peculiar energy substance, seemingly endowed with a remarkable self-repairing capability. Shortly after the Silver Dragon King opened that passage, the area began to mend itself autonomously. Thus, even with the powerful golden horn beast forging the way ahead, the passage cannot endure for long. I comprehend my role. I shall maintain the integrity of the passage. Once it is opened, you shall proceed first and stay close to Guyuna. This time, the companions of the golden horned giant beast emerged in full force. The Douluo Continent shall be entrusted to the other offerings of the Spirit Empire. After all, nearly all the weapons and armor across the continent have been devoured by the golden horned giant beast. Even if the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have intentions, they will not be able to produce a significant quantity of weaponry in the short term. Meanwhile, the Spirit Empire has retained approximately 13 of its equipment, which is ample to keep an eye on them. Rest assured, there is a buffer zone around that area, and I will ensure the safety of these individuals. After nodding to the Beast God Emperor Tian and the Emerald Swan Bai Ji beside me, the two immediately understood each other perfectly. Please rest assured, Lord Silver Dragon King. Once we ascend, we shall safeguard everyone. These have transformed into divine soul beasts, possessing not only formidable offensive capabilities but, most importantly, a robust physique. The defensive prowess of the Beast God Emperor Tian may not rival that of the Golden Horn Army, however. He can effortlessly withstand the assaults of ordinary first- and second-tier deities, even if the 5 great divine kings were to arrive. With the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Emerald Swan, they would undoubtedly endure until the return of the Golden Horn Behemoth. Boom. It was a most ferocious tear of energy. The Golden Horn Behemoth arrived at the designated location specified by the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. It then transformed into a frenzied pangolin, using its two forelimbs imbued with stellar-level willpower to relentlessly assault the clouds before it. This act stripped the ions and air molecules away, creating a distortion in the fabric of space akin to a portal from a science fiction narrative. The moment of speed had arrived. It must be acknowledged that, in the face of the laws of the universe, even the stellar-level Golden Horn Behemoth found itself somewhat challenged, despite its current telekinetic abilities. It could only maintain this portal for a few fleeting minutes. However, these precious moments should suffice for its companions on Douluo Continent to successfully traverse. To expedite the process, the Golden Horn Behemoth refrained from using its massive form to cross the portal. Once its companions had safely entered, it instantly transformed back into Oscar's likeness, propelling itself across dimensions with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 76. Astonishing. The Shura god entrusts matters to Tang San. What strange realm is this? Upon successfully emerging from the portal, Oscar found himself in an area brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Towering trees stretched across the landscape beneath a pristine blue sky, adorned with white clouds. In the distance, buildings floated gracefully in the air, seemingly constructed by some arcane force, as per the previous descriptions provided by the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. This must certainly be the realm of the divine. However, due to the delayed arrival of the Golden Horn Behemoth and the instability of the passageway, it was inadvertently transported to another direction, thus separating it from the main force. Although Gu Yuna had previously mentioned the possibility of such an occurrence, it was unexpected that it would actually happen. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, the star is spherical. With a relentless advance, it was bound to encounter her companions. Furthermore, by creating a commotion here, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of Gu Yuna and her group. Just as Oscar was about to transform into the Golden Horn Behemoth, an urgent ringing of bells suddenly echoed from a nearby peak. Ding, ding, ding. What is happening? Is it a warning? Or perhaps mealtime? He then noticed numerous small black dots converging from all directions. Even in the sky not far from Oscar, it appeared that a carriage was passing by, with two young goddesses seated atop, engaged in hushed whispers. What is the situation with the Azura god? I am uncertain. It is said that the Azura god is seeking a successor. We must hurry to see if the next Azura god is handsome. Haha, look at you. How could we mere third-level gods possibly attract the attention of the God King's successor? What is that? Is that the Azura god's domain? Quite intriguing. You are precisely the one we are looking for. Upon hearing this news, a curious thought sparked within Oscar. He promptly abandoned the idea of transformation and followed the carriage from a distance, making his way toward the territory of the Azura god. From afar, it appeared to be a small floating island, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be imbued with some form of law power. The true area of the island was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. At the center of the island stood a tall tower, completely unguarded. By the time Oscar blended in, the place was already teeming with a multitude of handsome men and beautiful women. The most prominent characteristic of these divine beings is their extraordinarily long lifespan, which allows them to maintain their peak physical allure. Thus, despite some appearing to be adorned like youthful maidens, it is quite possible they are, in fact, ancient enchantresses. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in Oscar's unexpected encounter with a figure he presumed to have been vanquished, Tang San. This fellow appears to have been reshaped into a golden form. This is no ordinary body. It appears to be that of a divine entity. Yet, the revived Xiaowu remains by this individual's side. What has transpired? Observing the manner in which these two hold hands, their expressions are undeniably grave. They are surrounded by everyone, positioned at the very center. Before them stands the Shura divine sword, a weapon with which Oscar is quite familiar. What is the situation? What intentions does the Shura god harbor? Does he wish to adopt Tang San as his son? As time drags on, all that the onlookers can perceive is the endless radiance emanating from the tower. Yet, the Shura god himself remains unseen. Soon, a shadow of intertwining red and black light is cast down from the pinnacle of the tower, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. That is the ethereal visage of the Shura god. This fellow is acting with an air of mystery, yet remains absent. Could it be that he is aware of the approach of the Golden Horn Behemoth and has chosen to hide in fear? I am the Azura god, the enforcer of the divine realm. Today, I have come to address my affairs of the afterlife. I implore you all to bear witness. What is this? Affairs of the afterlife? Is the god of Shura on the brink of demise? The scene before Oscar left him utterly perplexed. It seemed he had not committed any grievous acts against the god of Shura, did he? As the discourse continued, it became evident that our divine realm was on the verge of confronting the most terrifying crisis since the destruction wrought by the dragon god. Thus, I must designate a successor. As these words were uttered, the Shura sword trembled incessantly, as if beckoning Tang San to draw it forth. It appeared to be a mere formality, perhaps unbeknownst to these ordinary deities. During the epic of Douluo Continent, Tang San had already served as the vicar of the god of Shura. It dawned upon me that the god of Shura was apprehensive of his own demise, hence seeking a successor in this manner, mirroring the approach of the sea god. Most of the god of Shura's power was infused within the Shura sword. As long as this sword remains intact, the essence of the god of Shura's shall endure. As for Tang San and Xiaowu, superficially, one has inherited the Shura sword while the other has taken on the Shura sword sheath. Yet, in truth, they are merely instruments. The true arbiter of the sword's lethal might lies in the will of the god of Shura himself. Astute indeed, yet also foolish. At this juncture, the god of Shura dares to employ such laughable tactics to obfuscate the truth. Is he fearful that, should a conflict ensue, his corporeal form might be obliterated? It appears that the monarch of the divine realm is not without a modicum of preparation. Indeed, even the Shura god has begun to make arrangements for his affairs. But will Oscar allow them to have their way? Dream on. As the saying goes, it is not about arriving early, but about arriving at the right moment. Just as Tang San, with great satisfaction, was leading Xiao Wu towards the Shura god sword before him, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed from the back of the crowd. Wait a moment, I object. I wish to compete for the Shura god sword. It was Oscar creating a disturbance. Is this fellow being deliberate? Despite being at the back of the line, his presence is undeniably robust. The sound of this challenge instantly became the focal point of the gathering. The crowd in front involuntarily turned around, all eyes converging upon this unfamiliar individual. Please make way. I wish to challenge Tang San. He lacks the qualifications to inherit the Shura divine sword, and I intend to capture that little rabbit beside him. Oscar cheerfully parted the crowd, sauntering towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon recognizing this familiar face, Xiao Wu was immediately filled with trepidation, resembling a startled rabbit. She suddenly leapt up and, with a gasp, darted behind Tang San, avoiding Oscar's gaze altogether. Tang San, we meet again. Surprised? Unexpected? Oscar exclaimed, arms wide open, as if to embrace a dear friend. In truth, Tang San was merely aware that he was to pass through this ordeal today, becoming the rightful heir to the Shura god. However, the divine king had not informed him that the golden horned beast had also arrived in the divine realm. Tang San, being astute, quickly comprehended the Shura god's intentions. It became evident that true terror had already descended upon the divine realm of Douluo Continent, yet the vast majority remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 77. Do not struggle, Tang San. I am your nemesis' third brother. I am frightened. Witnessing the scene before her, Xiao Wu trembled uncontrollably, in the presence of the golden horned beast. This little rabbit even forgot to flee. Tang San appeared composed on the surface, but internally, he was equally distraught. The creature was overwhelmingly powerful. There was no hope of victory, nor any chance of escape. Yet, before the multitude, the golden horned beast refrained from transforming, offering a glimmer of hope. Oscar, what is your true intention? Tang San, feigning calmness, finally managed to utter a word through clenched teeth. However, Oscar did not spare him a glance, instead walking over to the Shura sword that lay nearby. Before the sword could fly away again, he forcefully grasped it with his hand. Buzzing, the Shura god may have perceived the unfolding events, eager to reclaim his sword as swiftly as last time. However, the golden horned beast, having ascended to the third tier at the stellar level, had also strengthened its avatars. At this moment, Oscar's prowess had reached the precipice of stellar magnificence. Thus, he would not allow this Shura sword to slip from beneath his very gaze. Tang San, do not attempt to resist. I am indeed your nemesis, have you not realized? Oscar chuckled, turning his head with a grin. He then beckoned to the nearby Xiao Wu with a playful gesture. She glanced at Tang San, then at Oscar, reluctantly making her way towards him. The little rabbit is quite astute. Should it fail to comply at this moment, it may soon be subjected to formidable retribution. Pray, both of you, enlighten me on the whereabouts of the Azura god, or perhaps the locations of other divine sovereigns would suffice. Oscar spoke with remarkable candor. Yet, would Tang San betray his own master? It seems unlikely. However, the little rabbit beside him might not be so resolute. As Oscar spoke, he leaned in closely, his breath brushing against Xiao Wu's ear, causing a tingling sensation that was accompanied by a profound sense of dread. Little rabbit, he continued, I grant you a chance. Reveal the location of any one of them, and I may consider sparing both of you. Indeed, this is a psychological warfare. Can one survive? All hinges upon Xiao Wu's fleeting thought. Yet, has this young lady ever endured such immense psychological pressure? In an instant, she becomes utterly flustered. With a gaze filled with trepidation, she looks at Oscar before casting a glance at Tang San behind her. Her cherry lips part slightly, revealing an expression of profound inner turmoil. It appears that Xiao Wu instinctively contemplates betraying the gods to secure her own peace. To this little rabbit, the question of attaining divinity pales in comparison to the paramount desire for her family to remain together and alive. Xiao Wu, do not reveal it to him. Alas, Tang San once again finds himself in a predicament. What difference does it make if he speaks? After all, Xiao Wu is not doing this for him. Why must he so willingly court his own demise? A resounding slap echoes through the air, sending the already divine Tang San hurtling away. A trace of golden blood trailing behind him, painting a graceful arc in the sky before he plummets to the ground several hundred meters away. In the next moment, before the gathered onlookers can comprehend the scene, where once stood Oscar, there now looms a terrifying golden-horned beast. The creature's length approached 10,000 meters. Upon transforming, the formidable shockwave instantly obliterated the nearby deities of inferior strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed like the bursting of balloons, as these unfortunate spectators were reduced to ashes. Except for a few exceptionally powerful individuals who managed to escape by sheer luck, more than half of them were annihilated. Help! What manner of monster is this? Cease your cries and flee. The divine realm is on the brink of destruction. Quickly, depart from this place. The farther away from the divine realm, the better. The colossal beast with golden horns paid no heed to these insignificant creatures. Instead, it lowered its gaze upon Tang San, whom it had pinned beneath its foot. Had it not deliberately separated its toes, this young man would have been crushed into oblivion. What of a first-level deity? What of the heir to the Azura god? All mere trash. Deceptive nonsense. The Azura sword, I had merely sampled its flavor last time. The giant beast showed no interest in the pitifully wailing Tang San, nor did it concern itself with the weeping and pleading Xiao Wu beside him. At this moment, the golden horned beast held the seemingly modest Azura sword in its mouth. The material employed in the creation of this sword is unparalleled throughout the entire Douluo divine realm. It even bears a hint of the power of law. This solitary Shura sword is equivalent to 3 times the energy amassed by Bibi Dong from all the metals across the Douluo continent. Had the golden horned beast been fortunate enough to consume this divine sword in the past, it would have effortlessly ascended to the 3rd tier of the stellar realm, sparing itself from any unnecessary complications. However, to advance from the 3rd to the 4th tier of the stellar realm now requires an energy equivalent to consuming at least 5 Shura divine swords. Alas, nonetheless, it is worth savoring this exquisite flavor. Regardless of the Shura god's current sentiments, the golden horned beast is thoroughly relishing the experience. How can one describe it? It is akin to indulging in the most authentic Wellington steak, experiencing the harmonious blend of juices and seasonings upon the palate. An array of delightful textures and a profound sense of satiety envelop the golden horned beast, leading it to fall in love with this flavor. It even contemplates sparing the Shura god's life, provided this ancient being reveals the origin of such delectable metal. It is simply exquisite, do you not agree? When it comes to the appreciation of metals, the golden horned beast is undeniably an expert. This expertise extends beyond the confines of the Douluo Continent. Among the inheritances it possesses, the taste of the Shura sword ranks within the top 5. Even the treasures from the myriad worlds may not surpass this sword in flavor. How splendid! Yet, it is regrettably scarce. It leaves one wanting more. The golden horned beast has already fallen deeply in love with this taste. What to do? Oscar. Dear brother, I implore you. My clan is willing to do anything for you. Just as the golden horned beast closes its eyes, relishing this delectable delight, the sound of Xiao Wu's sobs reaches its ears. The little rabbit desperately shook a scale beneath the foot of the golden horned giant beast, seemingly attempting to extricate the suppressed Tang San. The young man's legs had already deteriorated completely, with half of his body exposed. Even a divine physique could not endure such torment and suffering. The little rabbit naively sought to awaken the lingering hope within Oscar's heart, truly endearing in her innocence. Xiao Wu, do you recall when I mentioned the spicy rabbit head before? At last, the shards of the Azura sword were fully assimilated. The colossal beast silently bowed its head, casting a cruel gaze upon the 2 beneath its feet, an expression devoid of any regard for the living. Chapter 78. Bibi Dong and Guyana arrive upon hearing the news very well, as I have said, for the sake of third brother. Xiao Wu is willing to do anything. Initially intending only to intimidate the little rabbit, she unexpectedly took matters seriously. Slowly, Xiao Wu closed her eyes, rose to her feet, and spread her arms in a gesture of indifference, as if to say, do whatever you wish. Tang San wished to intervene, but the excruciating pain had already silenced him. If the golden horned giant beast's claws had shifted slightly aside, not intending to torment the young man, nothing further would have occurred. Yet, just as the golden horned beast contemplated a new tactic, a series of familiar sounds pierced the air from above the back of its head, the aura of Bibi Dong and Guyana. It seemed the commotion caused by the golden horned beast had alarmed those nearby. The golden horned beast stood at the center of this operation. Without it, a full-scale assault could not be initiated. Looking up, there they were indeed. Enough games. Everyone is waiting for you to join them. The 2 individuals were exceedingly cautious. To avoid the complications arising from a large gathering, the remaining individuals stayed in their original positions. Only the formidable Bibi Dong and Guyana ventured forth to search for others. However, this concern may have been unfounded. Upon sensing the immense aura of the golden horned behemoth, even the Azura god, not to mention the 5 great kings, trembled in fear. Particularly, the sole female among the 5 great kings was rendered pale and terrified upon witnessing the behemoth devouring the Azura sword. While the Azura god may not be the strongest among them, that sword is undoubtedly the most formidable of all weapons. This colossal beast of the golden horn astonishingly devours the Shura god sword as if it were mere cotton candy, a testament to the ferocity and malevolence of this starry sky behemoth. At this moment, who would dare to approach the woman of the golden horn behemoth? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. It is said that this cosmic monstrosity is fiercely protective of its possessions. Those who dare to covet what it has chosen often meet with a most dreadful fate. Are you all prepared? Our teleportation array must swiftly subdue the golden horn behemoth. The benevolent deity serves as the focal point of this teleportation formation. At this moment, the old fellow is undeniably plagued by self-doubt. However, how shall we confront the Silver Dragon King? Our objective is to successfully banish the golden horned giant beast, yet our strength will inevitably wane. But fret not. We have Tang San, do we not? It is time for the Azura god to divulge his plans, isn't it? It appears that these divine monarchs have a contingency in place. The crux of the matter lies with Tang San. Inadvertently, this young man has been transformed into a ticking time bomb by the Azura god. Once Tang San's life reaches its conclusion, a cosmic vortex will manifest around his being. Although this vortex lacks formidable destructive power, it possesses the ability to forcibly transport individuals from the divine realm, with the destination firmly set on the Douluo Continent. Naturally, such power is utterly insufficient to suppress the cosmic beasts. The intention is to drive all of his aides back to the Douluo Continent. In truth, everyone is acutely aware that without the golden horned giant beast, they stand no chance of conquering the divine realm relying solely on the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. Furthermore, considering the immense commotion that has transpired previously, in recent days, the deities have discerned the location of the secret passage between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Provided that all plans unfold successfully, stringent surveillance over this passage will ensure absolute security. Consequently, the focus of the forthcoming battle lies in the intricate formation established by the 5 great divine kings. The pivotal question remains, can this array transport the golden horn beast from the Douluo Continent into the vastness of cosmic space? It appears this may be a fortuitous coincidence. Had the golden horn beast been more ruthless earlier and eliminated Tang San outright, the cosmic vortex would have manifested prematurely, rendering it utterly futile. However, should Tang San be vanquished in the presence of the golden horn beast's companions, the ramifications would be evidently profound. Thus, it is often true that excessive compassion can lead to one's downfall. Lord Silver Dragon King, I am Xiao Wu of the Softbone Rabbit Clan. I implore you, please save my husband. Upon seeing Gyuna, the Silver Dragon King, hovering in midair, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity like a lifeline. She rushed forward to reveal her identity, hoping to gain Gyuna's protection. To her astonishment, this tactic proved effective. The Silver Dragon King was indeed fiercely protective of her own. I am aware of you. Your parents were soft-bone rabbits of 100,000 years. A tragic loss for such a pitiful child. Xiao Wu's sudden appearance inadvertently awakened Gyuna's nurturing instincts. Under her influence, the golden horn beast reluctantly lifted its foot. Nana, do you not find this Tang San as bothersome as sticky candy? At this moment, the golden horn beast regretted not having exerted more force earlier. It was truly unexpected that the little rabbit possessed such adept social skills. It had underestimated her. Perhaps her motivation was indeed the preservation of her husband's life. This little rabbit has truly gone all out. Just moments ago, the mighty golden horn behemoth declared its intention to transform me into a spicy rabbit head. I beg your excellency to save me. Is this merely a case of darkness hiding behind the lamp, whispering false accusations? This young lady possesses an extraordinary eloquence. However, the spectacle is far from over. Xiao Wu's articulate prowess is certain to astonish the golden horn beast. Furthermore, Sanji's mother, being a formidable soul beast for 100,000 years, is none other than the Blue Silver Empress, a fact that you, my dear, must surely be aware of. What does this imply? Does this little rabbit imply that Tang San is also a relative of soul beasts? If so, what is his purpose in hunting them relentlessly? Did he not also vanquish the evil demon whale king? If he possesses the formidable soul rings and soul bones of Deming and Air Ming, why does he not utilize them? However, after listening to the little rabbit's discourse, Gyuna gracefully floated before the golden horned giant beast. My dear, she said, the young lady makes a valid point. Could you perhaps consider my perspective? This emotional card truly leaves one at a loss. The golden horned beast exhibits such hesitation. Remarkably, it was even seized by Xiao Wu, who capitalized on the opportunity for a counterattack. The spicy rabbit head was merely intended to intimidate her, yet the little rabbit took it to heart. Does she not realize that the golden horned beast detests spicy food? Perhaps it is merely witnessing its partner's uncertainty. At this juncture, Bibi Dong also seized the moment to deliver a sharp remark. A small rabbit and a crippled individual are hardly consequential. Let us not forget our purpose for this venture. Although Bibi Dong harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Tang San, her words hold a significant truth. Our mission here is to bring about the destruction of the divine realm. With our sights set on the 5 divine kings, we truly have no time to concern ourselves with trivial matters. To clarify, we have previously located the seal of my brother, the Golden Dragon King, so conserve your strength. Observing the uncertainty in the golden horn beast's gaze, the Silver Dragon King seized the moment to press on. Meanwhile, this cunning woman continually exchanged glances with the small Xiao Wu beneath her feet. The astute little rabbit promptly grasped the unspoken understanding. In the presence of the golden horn beast, she proceeded to assist the seemingly helpless Tang San, evidently striving to extricate themselves from this vicinity. Chapter 79, Rescuing the Golden Dragon King, Reunion of the Gyuna Siblings. What? Have you discovered the seal of the Golden Dragon King? What a remarkable twist of fate it is. The golden horn beast has been transported to a location far removed from the main forces, while those few have been directly sent near the seal of the Golden Dragon King. As the Silver Dragon King Gyuna, connected by blood, sensed her brother's aura immediately. Yet, despite possessing the power of a peak-level deity, She found herself unable to break the seal. At that moment, a surge of energy from the distance announced the presence of the golden horned beast. It goes without saying that to release the Golden Dragon King, one can rely on no one but the might of the golden horned beast. Very well. I shall leave these two little ones in your care. I shall take no further responsibility, although I harbor a certain disdain for Tang San. The golden horned beast still understands the hierarchy of importance. To him, that boy was merely as insignificant as an ant. As long as the entire divine realm could be obliterated in the subsequent chaos, did it truly matter whether Tang San lived or perished? Upon uttering these words, the golden horned beast unfurled its wings and soared alongside Bibi Dong into the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Guiyuna took a measured step forward and addressed Xiaowu and Tang San, saying, "Humph, did you hear that? You two little ones should come with me." In truth, if these two young souls chose to depart on their own at this moment, they might befall some unknown peril. Only by remaining close to Guiyuna could they hope to find a shred of salvation. "Thank you, Lord Silver Dragon King." Though still somewhat trembling with fear, Xiaowu harbored a deep sense of gratitude. The Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, was the supreme ruler of all high-level soul beasts within the Stardo Great Forest. Walking beside her imparted a profound sense of security. Moreover, Tang San needed time to recover as a divine vessel, even if this boy's legs were broken. They would gradually heal with the passage of time. As long as he was not completely crushed, hope still persisted. "Many thanks, Your Majesty. Had it not been for the Silver Dragon King's words, I would surely have met my end." Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "After the matter here was resolved, I would find a way to persuade that fellow to let you go." The Silver Dragon King was quite pleased with the attitude of these two young individuals. Any person or matter related to high-level soul beasts would invariably receive her protection. This was a matter predetermined from the very beginning. A promise made by the Silver Dragon King to all spirit beasts. Under the guidance of the Silver Dragon King and Bibi Dong, the golden horned giant beast arrived at a most extraordinary realm. On the surface, it appeared to be a valley. However, in reality, everything surrounding it seemed to be arranged by energy itself. The contours of the mountains and the arrangement of the flora appear rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet, there exists a faint suggestion of an underlying connection. Viewed from a divine perspective, this landscape resembles a grand seal, encapsulating a vast reservoir of energy. "Brother, hold on just a little longer. We shall soon free you," I murmured to the forest before me. The Silver Dragon King reverted to his true form, soaring forward while issuing commands to the colossal golden-horned beast trailing behind. "Channel your power at the point where I pause. Harness your mental prowess." This seal was established by several divine kings in unison many years ago. Despite the passage of time, it remains unyielding. The entire formation flows like water, perpetually cycling and thriving. Quite intriguing. However, this structure has long been discerned by Guiyuna. By extracting all the critical nodes, it is akin to removing the nails from a pivotal point. Everything before one's eyes will dissolve into illusion. Strangely enough, if the golden horn beast had merely just reached the stellar level, success would not have been assured. Yet, as a third-tier stellar entity, he can effortlessly manifest his will into reality. Like a colossal pair of pincers, he easily dismantles those crucial points. Boom. Roar. It is a resounding dragon's roar. It seems as if it has been suppressed for millennia, and upon being liberated, a sensation of indescribable exhilaration ensues. The golden energy that ascends obliterates the murky aura surrounding the vast formation. Don't waste it, dear brother. Upon witnessing this scene, the golden horn beast did not hesitate. It suddenly inhaled deeply, drawing all the murky energy into a singular beam, resembling a thick paste. Without discernment, it voraciously consumed it. Meanwhile, the divine kings, situated at a distance from the grand formation, simultaneously fell to their knees. The continuous expenditure of divine power had drained them. They had not anticipated that the seal of the Golden Dragon King was also intertwined with the will of certain divine kings. This is indeed a double blow. Has that fellow been released? It is the god of destruction speaking. One can see this individual's face as pale as parchment, his body swaying unsteadily. Back in the day, when the Golden Dragon King was sealed, he was a pillar of strength. Simultaneously, he seized the dragon's essence, propelling his own power to unprecedented heights. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the god of destruction felt as if his very being had been hollowed out. Had it not been for his beloved, the goddess of life, swiftly unleashing a torrent of life force, infusing him with waves of vibrant green energy, one of the 5 divine kings might have met an untimely demise. It appears this is yet another scheme of the golden horned behemoth. We must act swiftly, for our opportunity is but a singular one. Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, the god of destruction gazed with trepidation towards the eastern horizon. This fellow seems to possess an uncanny ability to sense the imminent arrival of the golden horned beast. Due to prolonged confinement, the energy of the Golden Dragon King is now utterly incomparable to what it once was. Moreover, after enduring relentless torment from those divine kings, the once mighty and proud physique of the Golden Dragon King has been diminished. Presently, he exists merely as a manifestation of energy, at best equivalent to the power of a third-tier deity. It is indeed fortunate that he can maintain his form without dissipating. Brother, how can I assist you in your restoration? This rare reunion of siblings is bittersweet, filled with sorrow. embracing his sister. The Golden Dragon King nods amicably towards the nearby golden horned beast. If you could aid me in capturing a divine king, allowing me to seize his essence. It appears that the golden horned beast must show some restraint and not shatter all the divine kings completely. Otherwise, it would prove quite challenging to find a suitable vessel for my esteemed brother-in-law, the Golden Dragon King. The art of essence seizing? Perhaps we could engage in a discussion. Upon hearing the Golden Dragon King's words, the golden horned beast expressed interest. The reason he could transform into Oscar was due to the use of a secret technique involving essence seizing. One wonders how the secret arts mastered by this Golden Dragon King differ from his own cosmic secret arts. It seems that after the battle concludes, there may be some common ground for conversation. Chapter 80. The 5 Divine Kings of Douluo. Utterly unfathomable. I have a preference for the body of the god of destruction. While I harbor a strong aversion towards the god of Azura, the Golden Dragon King is indeed selective in his choices. Perhaps still nursing the wounds of his previous defeat at the hands of the Azura god. Furthermore, it was this very Azura god who delivered the final blow to the dragon god in the past. Thus, among the 5 great divine kings, the Azura god is destined to perish. As for the others, the body of the god of destruction has already caught the attention of the Golden Dragon King. The remaining ones are of little consequence. In the eyes of the golden horned giant beast, they are utterly insignificant. As a renowned cosmic behemoth, they are deemed no match. Although this individual had not encountered the other party in person, upon entering the divine realm, he experienced a profound sense of awareness. It resembled an expansive map in an online game. Within the mind of the golden horned beast, there existed a similar informational essence. The largest mobile black dot on the map represented the golden horned beast itself, while the smaller red dots indicated its adversaries. The greater the energy, the larger the red dot. Among these, 5 red dots exhibited the most formidable energy. However, the combined size of these 5 red dots was still less than half that of the golden horned beast. This indicates that the demise of the 5 great kings is imminent. However, there is something rather peculiar about this situation. These 5 individuals are not haphazardly arranged together. Rather, they occupy 5 distinct positions. When considering the connections between their locations, it evokes the imagery of the pentagram often found in Western magic. Could it be that these 5 figures are stationed atop 5 separate peaks? This notion is rather intriguing, although a sense of curiosity stirs within him. The golden horned beast remains unperturbed, for he is acutely aware of one fundamental truth. These 5 individuals have surprisingly joined forces. It seems they would struggle to withstand even a fraction of his full strength. Thus, there is little cause for concern. All that is required is to remain vigilant and ensure that the body of the god of destruction is preserved intact. Although this is the first encounter between the Golden Dragon King and the Golden Horned Giant Beast, it is said that the latter is quite formidable. Once the divine realm is conquered, entrusting its governance to him should pose no issues. After all, is this not the aspiration of the Dragon Clan? Do not presume that the Golden Horned Giant Beast will linger on this singular planet. He is a creature of the cosmos, with aspirations that stretch towards the vast sea of stars. He was never truly a part of this Douluo Continent. His true paradise lies in the world of devouring the cosmos, where a rival eagerly awaits him. Gazing up at the starry sky, a visage of a striking man clad in armor seems to emerge. Luo Feng, prepare yourself. With this thought, the golden horned giant beast turned to glance back at Bibi Dong. You all should rendezvous with the others. I shall surprise those few. With that proclamation, the figure of the golden horned giant beast vanished before the eyes of the crowd. This is truly the visage of the celestial Leviathan when it becomes earnest. Even the Silver Dragon King failed to discern the manner in which it departed. This speed is akin to a radiant beam of light. Concurrently, the 5 divine kings in the distance are also anxiously preparing for something. They are keenly observing that formidable aura. This is troubling. That fellow has vanished. Everyone, be on high alert. The god of Azura has had the most dealings with the golden horned behemoth, which makes him the most jittery among them. He is acutely aware of the debts of sin that weigh upon him. This is not merely a conflict between the golden horned beasts, but also involves the dragon clan. Initially, it was assumed that the Golden Dragon King could potentially serve as their trump card. However, it was unexpected that the golden horned beasts were utterly indifferent to such matters. Nonetheless, the Azura god remained excessively anxious. This situation profoundly affected his judgment. Suddenly, the golden horned behemoth indeed came to attack. However, the primary target was not the god of Azura, but rather the mountain peak where the god of destruction resided. The formidable god of destruction was caught completely off guard, witnessing a colossal shadow descending from the heavens, crushing his temple into mere fragments. Fortunately, a beam of light at the summit remained unaffected, emanating what appeared to be a refracted ray. The golden horned behemoth sensed no anomaly, for his intention was to deliver the body of the god of destruction to the Dragon King. Such a sudden assault could have obliterated the god of destruction outright. Yet in this moment, the golden horned behemoth coiled around him like a massive serpent with its tail, gently bringing the prey to its gaze. Cough, cough, you vile creature. Release me. Do you not realize I am one of the 5 great kings of the divine realm? The audacity of the golden horned behemoth was utterly outrageous, showing utter disregard for the customs of the divine realm. It feels akin to a cat toying with a mouse, possessing the effortless ability to seize its adversary's life. The fellow incessantly mocked his adversary. Do you think I do not desire to obliterate you directly? What a pity that your wretched form has caught the eye of my esteemed uncle. As he spoke, the golden-horned behemoth cast a sinister glance towards another mountain, one radiating a vibrant aura of life. There, an anxious woman gazed longingly in this direction, her eyes brimming with tears. She was the goddess of life. Yet, inexplicably, she remained steadfast upon her peak, helplessly witnessing the torment of her beloved without intervening. How peculiar. What game are you playing? Do you harbor some clandestine secret from me? The golden-horned behemoth then turned his head towards the Azura god, who, upon seeing him, hurriedly concealed himself behind a large rock, too fearful to meet the gaze of the behemoth. Although the god of destruction had been captured, their teleportation array was fully prepared. They merely awaited the opportune moment to unleash it upon the golden-horned behemoth. Yet, with the god of destruction firmly in the grasp of another, his companions were evidently hesitant, unprepared for sacrifice. Without such resolve, how could true victory be attained? Ha ha ha, is that not the god of destruction? Do you remember your true self? After some time, reinforcements arrived. Initially, several ladies intended to remain in place, but upon witnessing the audacity of the golden-horned behemoth, they all rushed forth. Even the newly ascended Ning Rongrong insisted on stubbornly accompanying them. However, among the crowd, none were more astonished than the Golden Dragon King. He had not anticipated the golden-horned behemoth to be so formidable. He had merely expressed a desire for the body of the god of destruction. Yet this young one acted with such swiftness and decisiveness, effortlessly subduing the god of destruction. Here is your gift. Are you pleased? With a gentle flick of his tail, he cast the god of destruction at the feet of the Golden Dragon King. The behemoth's exertions had rendered the deity utterly drained of strength, incapable of resistance as he lay beneath the foot of the Golden Dragon King. Dear brother of destruction, allow me to usurp your existence henceforth. Chapter 81. The misfortune of Tang San, transformed into a bomb by the Azura god. What do you intend to do to me? Witnessing the scene before him, the god of destruction sought to resist. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself devoid of any strength. As the golden-horned behemoth bound his body, a secret technique had been employed to nearly extract all the power from this divine being. Thus, he could do naught but watch as the Golden Dragon King approached. It must be said that the soul-snatching techniques prevalent in the Douluo Continent lacked creativity. The entire process resembled a forcible demolition, with the Golden Dragon King using his formidable soul power to expel the original owner from the vessel, requiring immense effort to become the new master. Both individuals endured immense suffering simultaneously, as if expending the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers to achieve their goal. This was still due to the golden-horned behemoth aiding its counterpart in suppressing the power of the god of destruction in advance. It appears that the legacies of these primordial planets and the celestial behemoths are entirely incomparable. I had initially hoped to engage in a profound exchange of understanding with the Dragon King regarding this matter, but it seems prudent to abandon that thought. However, for the goddess of life nearby, witnessing her beloved being forcibly possessed is an unbearable anguish. I feel utterly despondent. Let me sacrifice my life as a beacon to unleash the final strike against the golden-horned behemoth. At this moment, the goddess of life is on the brink of collapse. Had it been her husband who sustained grave injuries, perhaps his life could have been salvaged through the power of life. Yet, she never anticipated that the enemy would resort to such a forceful possession. The 5 divine kings had prepared for the worst, but they never imagined they would have to sacrifice a comrade. This merely indicates that their preparations are still insufficient and their awareness is lacking. However, the other divine rulers are reluctant to support the impulse concerning the goddess of life. Please hold on. Even if we activate the teleportation array now and send the golden-horned behemoth away, the situation with the other divine rulers is quite unexpected. Originally, with 5 individuals, they could barely manage to relocate the golden-horned behemoth while retaining a modicum of self-defense. Yet now, one of them is absent. Even if they succeed in driving away the golden-horned behemoth, how will they contend with the remaining adversaries? Moreover, the Dragon King has now acquired the body of the god of destruction and will soon be able to rival the power of the divine rulers. At this juncture, if they expend all their energy to activate the grand formation, then they might as well resign themselves to their fate. Those frenzied women will undoubtedly reduce these divine kings to utter ruin. Thus, it is imperative to remain composed. What course of action shall I take? Shall I simply allow my beloved to endure their relentless torment? Goddess of life, maintain your serenity. You can bestow a portion of your power upon me, and I shall exact vengeance on your behalf. This is a transmission from the god of Shura. Initially, this individual was utterly terrified. However, he soon spotted 2 familiar figures within the opposing camp, Tang San and Xiao Wu. It was truly unexpected that these 2 inept individuals had also been brought over by the enemy. Tang San had already become a pawn of the god of Shura. Yet it seems that this young man still holds some value. What course of action do you intend to take? The evil god appears to have grasped something significant. It appears that this Azura god had made preparations in advance and had communicated his intentions to everyone. I will address the troubles surrounding the golden-horned giant beast. You may commence the teleportation. As he spoke, the Azura god silently raised his right hand, which emanated a subtle glow of intertwining black and red hues. Simultaneously, in the distance, Tang San's body inexplicably radiated the same brilliance. The unusual surge of energy was immediately detected by Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. What do you intend to do? Cease at once. Although uncertain of Tang San's true intentions, Bibi Dong instinctively sensed that this power was both ferocious and exceedingly unstable. At that moment, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, who was conversing with her newly transformed brother, turned her gaze in surprise towards the two young individuals she had just saved. Xiaowu appeared unaffected, yet there was an erratic energy swirling around Tang San, seemingly drawn by some external force. What could be happening? As the Silver Dragon King glanced back, she noticed a similar energy fluctuation emanating from the direction of the Shura god. Meanwhile, Tang San was in excruciating pain, desperately pushing Xiaowu away. Xiaowu, quickly! Move away from me. It's the Shura god. He has tampered with me. As he spoke, Tang San's body began to levitate uncontrollably, inflating like a balloon. The violent energy reached a critical point, threatening to erupt. What? Tang San has been transformed into a bomb by the Shura god? You all, come to my side. And stay away from this fellow. Although the energy surrounding Tang San posed no threat to the golden horned giant beast, it nonetheless filled him with trepidation. Such a close-range explosion was undoubtedly beyond the capacity of Bibi Dong and her companions to endure. Unexpectedly, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Although the golden horned beast had promptly spread its wings to shield the group, the subsequent explosive impact was still unforeseen. This was not a conventional form of destruction. One could even assert that it bore no lethal force whatsoever. As Tang San's body disintegrated completely, it appeared to generate a downward pressure that instantaneously created a massive chasm in the ground beneath their feet. The divine realm of Douluo Continent is, in essence, a virtual space akin to a game dungeon. The ground beneath their feet is not tangible. Rather, it is a fusion of various energies and gases, imparting a soft and yielding sensation upon contact. When Tang San unleashed his explosive force, it instantaneously ruptured a segment of the space beneath them, accompanied by a downward pressure that abruptly dragged the weakest among them, Ning Rongrong, downwards. Xiaoyao, save me, she cried out, caught off guard. However, the golden horned beast had no time to react as one by one, her companions, Emerald Swan, Guyuna, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong, succumbed to the phenomenon. What is this extraordinary power? It is not an endless black hole, but rather an abrupt collapse of heaven and earth, causing these women to be thrust back into the Douluo Continent. It is akin to a game, where one is abruptly ejected from a quest due to some overwhelming force. Yet, the colossal form of the golden horned beast remains unscathed. However, it finds itself incapable of retrieving its companions. What is happening? What are the 5 divine kings up to? Golden horned behemoth, perhaps you should consider your own predicament. That was the voice of the malevolent deity. Suddenly, this creature unfurled a dark canopy above. The pentagram array, previously arranged by the 5 divine kings, activated instantaneously. A colossal surge of energy enveloped the head of the golden horned behemoth. Unintelligible runes coalesced into an immense circular formation, with a radius exceeding 20,000 meters, hovering approximately 5,000 meters above the behemoth, continuously whirling. It spun and incessantly released a light, ethereal force upon him. What is this? What are your intentions? Chapter 82, The Golden Horn Behemoth Exiled from the Douluo Continent? Is everyone unharmed? As the light of the pentagram enveloped the golden horn behemoth, the women above the Douluo Continent seemed to enter a state of tranquility. It turned out they were merely expelled from the instance, forcibly severed from the divine realm. During the descent, even Ning Rongrong managed to stabilize herself in midair, as they were all beings surpassing level 100. Even the petite figure of Xiaowu was caught by the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. Yet, this little rabbit's nerves were delicate. After witnessing the explosion caused by Tang San, she reverted to her previous day's demeanor. The impact of that scene was overwhelming for her. What is happening? Is that all? After stabilizing herself, Qian Renxue yearned to ascend further, to join the golden horn behemoth in battle within the divine realm. However, the nearby Di Tian shook his head. It is futile. We cannot return. The last passage between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm has been sealed. It appears that the energy unleashed by Tang San's explosion was intended to obliterate the pathway that allowed their ascent, simultaneously using the shockwaves to forcibly drive them back to the Douluo Continent, all to prevent further disturbances from these individuals. The intentions of these formidable divine kings are unequivocal. They aim to consolidate their strength to confront the colossal beast of the Golden Church. But what of him? Will he be affected? Upon hearing the description of his elder brother, the Golden Dragon King, the expression on the face of the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, transformed into one of palpable anxiety. It appears that this woman genuinely harbors concerns for the Golden Horn colossal beast. After all, a night spent as husband and wife cultivates a bond lasting 100 days. The Silver Dragon King had previously devised plans to accompany the Golden Horn colossal beast on an adventure beyond the Douluo Continent into the cosmos. However, fate has proven to be unpredictable. The sovereigns of the divine realm have resorted to such methods to forcibly separate them. Fear not, dear sister. Not only these few divine kings, but even if 100 more were to come, they would stand no chance against my brother-in-law. Their sole intention is to drive away the Golden Horn Behemoth. Given that the Dragon King has taken residence within the body of the God of Destruction, he is certainly capable of discerning the plans of these divine kings. It is, in fact, quite laughable. The divine kings exerted every ounce of their power, even at the cost of their own lives. Their aim was not to harm the colossal golden horn beast, but rather to open a portal through the fabric of space and time, allowing this gargantuan creature to be randomly transported to another universe. Just as these beings were forcibly expelled from the divine realm, the portal had already been activated. How tragic it is, in the absence of the destroyer god's power. To ensure the portal could function properly, a divine king was destined to sacrifice his life. That divine being was none other than the life goddess, who had long since lost all attachment to existence. This goddess was once united with the god of destruction, now that her husband has been taken by the usurper. This goddess of life has sacrificed her own vitality. In this way, one can ensure that the golden horn behemoth is expelled from the realm of Douluo Continent. As for where this creature will be cast away, that is perhaps a mystery only the heavens could unveil. Gazing at the resplendent beam of light soaring into the cosmos, the Silver Dragon King instantly transformed, unleashing a powerful roar towards the direction of the luminous phenomenon. Roar. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon King, fully comprehending the situation, commanded those around him, "Consolidate your strength. We must unleash our power as well, so that the golden horn behemoth will remember our position. It is akin to the coordinates of celestial bodies. The golden horn beast will be randomly teleported away. However, as long as one can remember the coordinates of the Douluo Continent, it can return at any moment, from anywhere. The golden horn beast is inherently a colossal entity of the cosmic expanse. Thus there is no need to worry about its survival in the universe. As a creature of the third tier of stellar classification, the golden horn beast can breathe freely in the vastness of space, provided it is given a fixed direction and established coordinates, no matter the distance. It can always find its way home. Now, behold my 9-treasure glazed pagoda. To my surprise, Ning Rong was the first to react. In an instant, the woman unleashed her most formidable martial soul in midair, channeling all her soul power into the body of the Silver Dragon King. Suddenly, a 6-winged seraphim martial soul manifested beside the Silver Dragon King, followed by Bibi Dong's 2 colossal spiders. Then appeared the shadow of the Black Dragon, the Beast God Emperor. What on earth is happening? At this moment, the golden horned giant beast felt somewhat disoriented. Initially, upon witnessing this group casting a formation against it, the golden horned giant beast expelled a beam of golden light, attempting to repel their energy. However, inexplicably, the sky above transformed into a cosmic expanse. As if ensnared by a grand spatial shift, the once immensely powerful golden horned giant beast found itself inexplicably overturned, its solid footing replaced by the sensation of treading upon the void of the universe. It felt as though an unseen force had forcibly transported it. Yet, the destination was not the Douluo Continent, but the vastness of the starry sky. The Douluo star flickered beneath its feet, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. This force bears a striking resemblance to the power of space, a cosmic dance of celestial bodies. Yet, at the final moment when Douluo star was about to vanish from the gaze of the golden horned giant beast, a flicker of light caught the periphery of its vision. The energy of that illumination felt eerily familiar. It seemed as though he beheld the anxious expression of Bibi Dong, the tear-filled eyes of the angel princess, and the infatuated gaze of Ning Rong. It was the coordinate mark, radiated by everyone with all their might, signaling to the distant golden horned giant beast the location of Douluo star. The nefarious 5 divine kings had audaciously transported the golden horned beast in such a manner, and moreover, they had done so randomly. Had it not been for the cherished companions who inscribed the coordinates of Douluo star into the mind of the golden horned beast, it would have been doomed to wander the cosmos for eternity. For locating such a star in the vast expanse of the universe is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, no other golden horn beast had ever traversed Douluo Continent. If left to its own devices, it might take an eternity to find its way back. As the saying goes, beauty fades with time. Even though Bibi Dong and the others had ascended to godhood and could maintain their youthful appearance for centuries, they could not evade the ravages of time. The current golden horn beast, a stellar entity, possesses an infinite lifespan, but how long could those women wait? Do you recall the tale of Ming Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall? That feeling of longing for a beloved's return can only be truly understood through personal experience, revealing the depths of one's despair. Moreover, think of the beloved of the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens, Wu Linger, who languished in a dark prison for 1,000,000 years. By the time they reunited, the world had undergone profound transformations. The Emperor had even fathered children. Will the Golden Horn Beast and the maidens of Douluo Continent repeat the tales of yore? Can the Golden Horn Beast truly return to Douluo Continent? Chapter 83. What an astonishing return to the world of devouring the starry sky. Cursed Shurigod, should I catch you, I shall stuff your head where the sun does not shine. In this unknown expanse of sky, the roar of a cosmic beast resonated, shaking the heavens and sending nearby meteors scattering. This appears to be a diminutive galaxy, possessing its own independent operational system. In the distance, there exists a stellar fireball that seems somewhat familiar. Observing from afar, one can discern 9 colossal planets revolving around it. According to the principles of classical physics, this is the interplay of planetary gravitation. Among these celestial bodies, some are crimson, while others are composed entirely of gas. This evokes a sense of déjà vu. Yet, At this moment, the golden horn giant beast does not deliberately dwell on such thoughts. His singular focus is on finding a direction to return to the Douluo Continent. Had he foreseen his cosmic wandering, he would have cherished more tender moments with Bibi Dong and the others. In that enchanting realm, as a golden horn giant beast, he had finally attained a life of utmost luxury, meals served to him and garments presented at his command, surrounded by several alluring maidens with their enchanting figures, long legs, and slender waists. How did he suddenly find himself amidst the cold expanse of the universe? Fate truly has its twists and turns. Nevertheless, as a creature of the cosmos, breathing in this vast universe poses no challenge. Occasionally, meteors pass by, rich in unknown metallic elements. Sustenance is of little concern. It feels more like an adventure among the stars. He has even tasted metals akin to gold and silver. Yet these substances surely do not belong to the familiar periodic table. Perhaps his yearning for Douluo star is so profound that the golden horn giant beast has no intention of lingering on any planet. Until, suddenly, a striking blue hue appears before him. How beautiful! It is a blue planet, accompanied by what seems to be a satellite. He recalls living on a similar blue planet before he transformed into the golden horn giant beast. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss, despite having flown past it. The golden horn giant beast is abruptly struck by a wave of intense familiarity. After all, his essence is that of a human. Within the formidable body of the golden horn behemoth resides the soul of a blue star inhabitant. Upon this realization, the behemoth turned its head. Its enormous eyes fixated intently upon that cerulean orb. It truly appeared as if, upon closer inspection, one could discern a segment of the Great Wall stretching across its surface, an edifice that, despite its age, bore the unmistakable marks of human craftsmanship. What an astonishing sight! Is this the blue planet? Am I situated within the solar system? I turn my head to glance at that immense fireball. Isn't that the sun? Well, I have never gazed upon my homeland from the vastness of outer space before. In passing, I inadvertently missed it. So, does this mean you have traversed back? With a surge of excitement, the colossal creature momentarily cast aside the sorrow of parting from Bibi Dong and her companions. Thus, this celestial behemoth folded its wings and plunged towards the atmosphere of this planet with utmost speed. However, has it forgotten something? There exist numerous satellites surrounding the planet. A colossal creature, nearly 10,000 meters in length, suddenly intruded upon the planet's orbit. Surely, only the blind could fail to notice its presence. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, numerous bases on the ground were alerted. An unidentified beast was detected breaching the atmosphere, yet it could not be ruled out as a native monster. Perhaps even one of royal caliber. Could it be? Given its size, it might very well be a beast emperor, possibly the legendary Thunder Dragon King from the ocean depths. I suspect it could be the octopus beast emperor, as they have been particularly active of late. Have we informed the War God Palace? Hong's enchanting attendant is nearby and has already been contacted. Should the golden horned giant beast overhear this series of human conversations, it would undoubtedly be even more exhilarated. Unexpectedly, a portal from the Douluo Continent had inadvertently transported him back to the world of devouring the starry sky. At this moment, the golden horned giant beast remained blissfully unaware. It was only upon breaking through the atmosphere that he sensed something was amiss in this realm. He chose to descend over a vast ocean. Yet, curiously, there seemed to be no signs of human activity in the vicinity. The marine life appeared distinctly different from his recollections, with fish increasingly ferocious and numerous aberrant creatures present. They resembled the mutated beings described in Devouring the Starry Sky. Upon witnessing the golden horned giant beast descending from the heavens, the native monsters seemed rather displeased. They appeared to possess a heightened intellect and a strong sense of territoriality. Some higher-level beasts even seemed to emit energy fluctuations, capable of influencing one another and engaging in a form of communication. Young one, you have crossed the line. This is my territory. Leave, bellowed a massive sea turtle, its body exceeding a kilometer in length. Surrounding it were numerous sharks, each measuring several dozen meters, and even mutated humpback whales exceeding 200 meters in length. They all gazed at the golden horned giant beast hovering in the air. These individuals, alongside their leader, unleashed a tremendous roar towards the heavens. A royal monster, and even a high-ranking lord? After a brief moment of astonishment, the golden horned behemoth swiftly processed the information regarding its adversaries. Within this realm emerged a sovereign beast of unparalleled might, accompanied by a host of chaotic lesser monsters. Could it be that this place is not the familiar blue star, but rather the devouring expanse of the star-eating universe? Might Luo Feng reside here? Ha ha ha, what an extraordinary twist of fate. Unexpectedly, he had been transported to the world of the star-eating universe. Perfectly timed to locate Luo Feng and crush his neck, thus securing a triumphant end. Across the cosmos, the golden horned beast fears nothing, save for destiny itself. Luo Feng embodies the most pivotal thread in his fate. According to the prior narrative logic, the golden horned beast, upon first arriving in the star-eating world, was planetary in scale. After over a year of ascension, it reached stellar rank and finally confronted Luo Feng, who, at that time, was at most a first-tier stellar warrior. Amidst the fierce battles for survival among numerous formidable beings on this planet, the golden horned beast was ultimately usurped by Luo Feng. This, presumably, is the underlying logic. In other words, Luo Feng now stands as a master of planetary caliber. Yet, the golden horned beast before us is no longer the novice of yore. Upon entering the star-eating universe, it had already achieved third-tier stellar rank. Remembering its past fate, it has undergone a fundamental transformation in this life. Hence, from this day forth, the hunt for Luo Feng shall commence. Casting a disdainful glance at the cumbersome, dim-witted giant turtle upon the water's surface, the golden horned beast's eyes gleamed with contempt. With a swift beat of its wings, an invisible surge of fierce energy erupted. Before the sovereign beast could react, its massive turtle head crashed down with a thunderous impact. Waves surged forth, accompanied by dark, fetid liquid as the great turtle met its unyielding demise. All these events unfolded under the watchful gaze of a pair of beautiful eyes not far away, absorbing every detail with unwavering attention. This is the enchanting, the foremost warrior of Blue Star, Hong's personal guard. Chapter 84. Are you enchanting? Tell me where Luo Feng is. Report. This is enchanting. I have located the beast. Its strength is formidable, having just annihilated a king-level monster. It is a diminutive island in the sea, measuring approximately 3 square kilometers. Despite its small size, it is inhabited by numerous amphibious creatures. However, for Hong's personal guard, this poses no challenge. In less than 2 minutes, the area was cleared. Yet, within that brief span, the surrounding waters had descended into chaos. The golden horned beast had ruthlessly slaughtered all the creatures in the vicinity, leaving none behind. However, something peculiar occurred. This individual appears not to be driven by the desire to hunt, but rather by pure amusement. Particularly, the colossal turtle's shell has captivated him, as he toyed with it for an extended period. He frequently turned his head towards the enchanting island where the alluring woman resided. Just as this beautiful lady was reporting to the base, the magnificent golden horned beast suddenly vanished from sight. What could have transpired? According to common sense, a large vessel finds it difficult to change course. The larger the creature, the less speed it can muster. Yet, why has this occurred? This colossal golden beast moves with the swiftness of lightning. Enchanting, having merely momentarily diverted her attention to report, found herself utterly unable to perceive its presence thereafter. Where has this individual vanished to? Suddenly, an icy shiver coursed through my spine. The alluring instinctively sensed that I was under the sinister gaze of a dreadful creature. Above my head, a vast shadow descended, accompanied by the relentless drip of a foul, black liquid. What is this? Yao Rao slowly lifted her head and beheld a colossal turtle shell suspended in midair approximately 500 meters above her. It was the same royal-grade beast that had been vanquished earlier. At this moment, the golden-horned giant creature gripped the turtle shell, fixating its gaze upon the human below with an utterly bizarre expression. Indeed, it was Yao Rao. This curve rivals that of Bibi Dong, however. Her prowess appears to far exceed that of Bibi Dong. She emanates an irresistible allure. Yet, is it truly appropriate to gaze so intently at a young lady? From the perspective of the enchanting one, she feels as though she has been ensnared by this formidable beast. Any slight misstep could potentially lead to dire consequences. Esteemed monarch, do you have a matter to discuss? I had previously heard mention of it from Hong. Such high-level monsters possess human-like cognition and can even communicate with you through brainwaves. However, Yao Lao has never had such an experience. At this moment, the woman trembles in fear, her face ashen. In this world, overrun by monstrous beings, humanity has managed to survive through years of relentless struggle, albeit in a state of precariousness. However, the vast majority of this realm has transformed into forbidden zones for humankind. Take, for instance, this particular sea. Without the compulsion of a mission, no human would dare venture here, risking their life. Upon hearing the alluring inquiries and feeling the enchanting resonance of this woman's voice, even the bones of a colossal monster seemed to soften. The thought of embracing such a woman would undoubtedly evoke an exhilarating sensation. Perhaps a consequence of becoming accustomed to the tender embrace of a gentle haven in the Douluo Continent. The gaze of the golden horned beast grew somewhat ambiguous yet intriguing. However, in the eyes of the creature, this formidable and ferocious monster seemed to harbor some intent. Please wait a moment. I truly did not mean to intrude upon your territory. I am merely passing through. The enchanting figure nearly shouted these words with every ounce of her strength. Yet, the creature opposite her appeared to find it immensely gratifying. How wonderful it is. I never imagined that even within the universe of Devouring the Stars, there exist remarkable women. Previously, I was too quick to be seduced by Luo Feng, lacking the appreciation for the beauty of the mortal realm. In truth, the universe of Devouring the Stars is also home to many stunning beauties. Since the heavens have granted me a second chance at life, I must seize the opportunity to appreciate these earthly marvels during my pursuit of Luo Feng. With this thought, the golden horned beast finally spoke. Young lady, do not be afraid. I have come here solely to find a human named Luo Feng. In the memory of the creature, Luo Feng should be quite familiar with the enchanting maiden before him. After all, this young man is likely well known in this world. Though he has not yet reached the stature of the later Luo City Lord, he is at least a planetary-level existence. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this enchanting maiden is an accomplished actress or simply unaware of the truth. The woman gradually lowered her mask, gazing at the golden horned beast with a look of bewilderment. I apologize, esteemed sir, for in my memory I do not recall this individual. If any offense has been caused by our kind, I extend my sincerest apologies. Truly, the blame cannot be laid upon the enchanting creature. For the arrival of the golden horned beast was simply ill-timed. At this moment, Luo Feng had yet to mature. He had not even had the opportunity to enter the global elite training camp. At most, he had only showcased his brilliance in some minor survivor bases. He had not even managed to vanquish the Hydra Dragon. The golden horned beast currently finds itself immersed in the primordial version of the Devouring the Starry Sky universe. It seems that Luo Feng, at this moment, may not even be a formidable warrior. Arriving too early, do you understand? My dear girl, does your assertion not lack interest? Must I embark on a personal quest to seek it out? Casting a glance at the enchanting figure, primarily captivated by the woman's alluring silhouette, the golden horned beast feels an unusual restraint. Nevertheless, it comprehends the mutual tolerance that exists among humans. If Luo Feng indeed possesses remarkable potential, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would undoubtedly safeguard him. Furthermore, there is no cause for concern, for even with the inheritance from the falling ink star, Luo Feng in the Earth arc remains merely at the planetary level. Presently, being at the stellar third tier, he can effortlessly prevail. Perhaps it would be more prudent to adopt an Oscar-like demeanor and explore the human realm leisurely, indulging in delicacies and getting acquainted with exquisite maidens. As an admirer of Chow Mingda, the golden horned beast discovers an affinity for married women. Previously, in the Douluo Continent, Bibi Dong garnered its affection. I recall that this Devouring the Starry Sky also features a similar female character, renowned as a villainess. Her name is Vinina, affectionately referred to as Annie. I remember watching the anime, where a throng of admirers, both young and old, remained enamored with her. Those long legs, that graceful figure, and a physique that rivals the most alluring. Ah, how captivating. I truly adore this slender and alluring villainess. She exuded a captivating charm that beckoned my admiration. Once again, my gaze fixated upon her enchanting figure. Suddenly, a mighty beast with golden horns dropped a colossal turtle shell onto the ground with a thunderous crash. The shell shattered into fragments that scattered across the island, sending sand and stones flying in all directions. The alluring woman initially believed that the golden horn creature was about to launch an attack and instinctively clasped her hands over her head, emitting a piercing shriek. Ah! Thud, yet the anticipated pain never arrived. All that reached my ears was the whistling of the wind and the foul stench emanating from the enormous turtle shell. When my vision cleared, I wondered where the golden horned beast had vanished to. What is the nature of this super monster? Why has it not launched an attack? For a creature of such caliber, annihilating a delicate woman like Yao Lao would certainly be a trivial endeavor. What could possibly account for this individual's eccentric behavior? And who, pray tell, is Luo Feng? Has this young man ever dared to launch a surprise attack on that formidable beast? Has the one known as Luo Feng consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? With a mind brimming with inquiries, Yao Yao once again entered the War God Palace system. She proceeded to report all that she had witnessed to the esteemed elders. Chapter 85, Forcibly Landing in America. A Frenzy Unleashed. This is Yao Yao. The golden horned beast exhibits peculiar behavior, seemingly in search of a human by the name of Luo Feng. Perhaps the sense of oppression earlier was simply too overwhelming. After standing gracefully in place for 5 minutes, the enchanting maiden finally began to breathe heavily, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. The woman appeared extraordinarily captivating. Regrettably, the golden horned behemoth did not witness this scene. Otherwise, it would surely have been left drooling. Nevertheless, the enchanting figure remained remarkably dedicated. Despite the lingering threat, she promptly issued a warning, meticulously recounting the characteristics of the golden horned beast she had just encountered. Thus far, such a creature had never been seen on their planet. However, the War God Palace had thoroughly reviewed the records of all martial artists at the War God level. Yet they found no mention of Luo Feng. Consequently, they instructed the Extreme Martial Arts Institute and the Thunder Martial Arts Institute to disseminate the information, seeking to uncover the identity of this individual. Indeed, there exists such a possibility in this world. There are some young warriors who, perhaps inadvertently, may offend those formidable beasts of higher rank. For instance, they might disturb the beast's lairs or seize their treasures. After all, there are countless adventurers out there, and no one can predict what may transpire. As for the innkeeper, based on the current records, we have identified over 200 warriors and aspirants sharing the same name. Soon, intelligence was reported back. Upon hearing this, Hong, the world's foremost powerhouse, furrowed his brow. Conduct a thorough investigation. Determine which of these Luo Feng has embarked on any adventures. In truth, the golden horned giant beast has arrived far too early. At this moment, Luo Feng is engaged in a perilous quest alongside a team of adventurers, battling ferocious beasts. According to the timeline, this fellow has just silenced a young master named Li Wei and seized a dragon steel egg, eagerly anticipating the moment to strike. However, the golden horned beast remains oblivious to this unfolding drama. This pertains to the affairs of the human realm. To seek out Luo Feng, one must first assimilate into the world of humanity. However, this is of little concern. He possesses an avatar of Oscar, whose appearance closely resembles that of the humans inhabiting this planet. Nevertheless, as the global populace has begun to take notice of this monstrous entity, the landing of the golden horned behemoth has not unfolded smoothly. Initially, the intention was to locate a bustling port city. Yet, who could have anticipated that the golden horned behemoth is now firmly tracked by satellites overhead? Be vigilant, for that Blackhorn monstrosity has resurfaced near the American base. It appears to be destiny. This human defense base had once been annihilated by the Golden Horn Behemoth in a previous existence, unbeknownst to him. Upon arriving in the devouring starry sky, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the vicinity of this very base, devoid of any sensation. He sensed that within the human base ahead, a vibrant glow illuminated the surroundings, suggesting the presence of numerous maidens. Initially, he intended to transform into his Oscar form near the seaside, seamlessly integrating into human society without drawing attention. However, before the Golden Horn Behemoth could fully comprehend the situation, dozens of small black dots appeared before him, human submarines. Their response was astonishingly swift. It was only at that moment that the Golden Horn Behemoth realized he was in the realm of the devouring starry sky, not the Douluo Continent. The inhabitants here possess sufficiently advanced technology and have been engaged in combat with monstrous beings for many years. Thus, these submarines are evidently targeting him. Whoosh. Boom. Just as humanity deals with cockroaches. When confronting such formidable creatures, humanity does not extend any formalities. It is a direct assault with missiles and torpedoes, an indiscriminate onslaught. Obliterated. He is a planetary-level powerhouse, known as the Ice and Snow Emperor, Mohanderson, a third-tier planetary warrior and simultaneously the third speaker of the War God Palace. Upon receiving the signal of this beast's infiltration, the formidable warrior swiftly departed from the War God Palace, returning to the realm of reality to engage in combat. One cannot deny that America exhibits remarkable responsiveness. Shortly thereafter, the laser cannons along the shoreline commenced their charging sequence. At least 2 carrier strike groups rapidly converged from the east and west. This nation, once renowned as a maritime power and deemed the strongest on the planet, today unveiled its military might to the world. In a matter of mere seconds, hundreds, if not thousands, of missile launchers were activated. Both intercontinental missiles known to the public and those shrouded in secrecy were revealed before the eyes of the world. At this moment, one must not conceal anything. Based on the enchanting information received earlier, this formidable beast is likely to possess a rank surpassing that of the Imperial level. Commander, the fighter jet squadron is prepared. Soon, an Air Force commander of divine caliber will lead hundreds of advanced fighter jets into the fray. This formidable lineup would pose no challenge even in the annihilation of a small nation. Yet, the Golden Horn Beast did not halt its advance. To it, the obstacles ahead were not deterrents, nor did they evoke any sense of dread. Instead, they instilled in it a sense of anticipation. These are indeed a plethora of metals. I never anticipated that upon arriving on this planet, I would be treated to such an extravagant feast. Behold those colossal aircraft carriers. What are they called? The Little England? The Dismal Purple? In the eyes of the behemoth, they resemble plump, delectable fish. The sight is enough to make one's mouth water. Open fire, unleash the full barrage. Prepare the laser cannons, show no mercy, and let everything fly. The humans seem indifferent to it all. All the missiles, lasers, and an assortment of weapons pour forth as if they were free, cascading like a deluge upon that expansive sea. Did they all hit their targets? Boom, boom, boom. The slaughter was relentless, as if that entire sea expanse had been boiled alive. A myriad of foul fish and decayed shrimp floated lifelessly to the surface. According to the flow data, the colossal beast with golden horns appeared immobile. Could it have been vanquished? Yet, should one dare to approach, a truly horrifying spectacle would reveal itself. Whether missiles, artillery shells, or some clandestine weaponry, upon nearing the Golden Horn Behemoth, all were forcibly compressed into streams of particles by an overwhelming force. How might one depict this? It resembled the filling nestled within a sweet red bean glutinous dumpling. This creature, upon opening its jaws, devours everything in a single gulp. Such exquisite delight. The exploding shells and missiles resemble popping candy, flickering incessantly within the cavernous maw of the Golden Horn Behemoth, intensely flavorful and powerfully invigorating. The metallic artifacts refined by humanity are truly far more advanced than those found in the Douluo Continent. It is undeniably an era of technological civilization, vastly surpassing the age of cold weapons. The Golden Horn Beast even feels as if it cannot halt its rapid growth. Continuous streams of metals and a variety of explosions swiftly seep into its body. The Golden Horn Beast perceives its form expanding ceaselessly, at a visibly perceptible rate. Yet, for humans, this scene is undoubtedly the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. Despite being struck directly, the Golden Horn Beast continues to move sluggishly beneath the ocean's surface. Strangely, its direction is toward the small British aircraft carrier fleet in front. What does this fellow intend to do? Quickly maneuver the fleet to avoid. Chapter 86, the Golden Horn Behemoth treating aircraft carriers as biscuits. Boom. Crack. Despite the fact that the high-ing aircraft carrier swiftly altered its course upon receiving the signal, its speed could hardly match that of the Golden Horn Behemoth. In almost an instant, a massive black claw emerged from the depths of the sea, landing directly upon the deck of the aircraft carrier. My heavens! This claws nearly spanned the majority of the aircraft carrier. The fighter jets, the control tower, and the command room on the deck instantly transformed into a mass of twisted metal. Enormous explosions and showers of sparks engulfed the entire vessel in the blink of an eye, catching the fully armed soldiers off guard before they could react. The vessel tilted entirely toward the oceanic expanse. Beneath it lay not the boundless sea but the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The colossal golden-horned beast lurked directly beneath the fleet, treating the aircraft carrier as if it were a mere biscuit, effortlessly devouring it. Its twin rows of steel teeth descended with ease, slicing through the formidable steel plating as if it were paper. The crisp, crunching sounds of its mastication mingled hauntingly with the crashing waves, evoking an eerie and chilling atmosphere. What is this? How should humanity combat such terrifying creatures? Flee quickly. Abandon ship. Finally, there are those with clear minds. Some commanders, displaying remarkable insight, swiftly discerned the intentions of the golden-horned behemoth. This colossal creature harbors no interest in humanity. It simply delights in consuming metal. Thus, it is prudent to steer clear of all metallic equipment, and it would be wise to dispose of any steel weaponry one might possess. Despite the intimidating size of the golden-horned behemoth, its culinary preferences are remarkably discerning and meticulous. The scattered fragments and debris that plummet in all directions do not escape its voracious appetite. It devours them with the same finesse as one would enjoy a bowl of noodles, leaving no ingredient or noodle untouched, including the accompanying broth. Even the surrounding seawater and any remnants containing metal become prime targets for this creature's insatiable consumption. What of missiles, shells, or lasers? When this substance strikes the opponent, it gradually devours the metal. Astonishingly, the heat generated by the explosion is directly absorbed into its body. This scene is truly terrifying. Thus far, all human assaults have proven utterly ineffective, particularly their prized laser cannons, which seem to only cause the scales on the creature's back to shimmer even more brightly with each strike. It feels as though they are merely pampering this golden-horned behemoth. What manner of creature is this? What grants it such extraordinary abilities? Among the myriad of marine monstrosities known to humankind, it appears even the two reigning sovereigns lacked such formidable combat prowess. This suggests that this beast, adorned with golden horns and seemingly emerging from the depths of obscurity, may indeed possess a power surpassing that of the other two monarchs of the deep. What level is this? There is no suspense whatsoever, nor could there ever be. A whole fleet has fallen prey to such unprovoked circumstances, with not even a single kayak managing to escape. Infuriating. Bring forth all your weapons. I shall create an opportunity. Witnessing our strongest combat prowess being effortlessly consumed by the enemy, the guardian of this realm, Mohanderson, stared in disbelief. He beheld the formidable being of planetary rank, 3, donning his armor and recklessly charging towards the golden-horned behemoth. This is the final opportunity. He must harness his icy powers to imprison the colossal beast of the Golden Horn. Subsequently, he will exhaust all the energy of the base to eliminate this detestable creature. Based on previous energy assessments, even an alliance of 3 or more royal-class monsters would be crushed by the formidable artillery. Particularly, the potent laser fire would instill fear even in the hearts of the greatest sovereigns of the sea. This is also the primary reason why humanity is able to safeguard its maritime defenses. However, the recent series of laser strikes seemingly failed to inflict any fatal damage upon the colossal beast. Therefore, it is imperative to disarm all defenses and launch a full-scale assault. But can this truly succeed? The Ice and Snow Emperor remains oblivious. However, as the third entity of the God of War Palace, it is imperative not to falter in such moments. Cease your advance. Observing the furious energy hurtling towards him, the golden-horned behemoth remained largely unconcerned. For all its might, it was merely a being of planetary Tier 3, a stark contrast to his own status as a stellar Tier 3. Let me witness the current prowess of your planet. Crack, crack, crack. Despite the vast disparity in size, one must concede that Mohanderson truly deserves the esteemed title of the Ice and Snow Emperor. The individual commenced by unleashing his icy powers upon the left claw of the golden-horned behemoth. In a mere moment, the creature's upper body was enveloped in frost. Then, astonishingly, the entire 10,000-meter-long beast transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture upon the ocean. Now, I cannot control him for long. Fire at me. Relying on his indomitable vitality, Mohanderson commanded the laser cannons to charge with energy and fire at once. In such circumstances, even a delay of a mere 0.01 seconds could allow the monstrous creature to prepare itself. To unleash the laser cannon's utmost potential, they must strike when the foe is utterly unprepared. Boom, boom, boom. This time, it was a perfect hit. Every laser cannon struck the upper body of the monstrous beast, complemented by thousands of missiles and the heavy artillery and long-range cannons from the ground base. It seemed as though they had expended their entire arsenal in a single, decisive salvo. Soon, the sea region housing the golden-horned behemoth was shrouded entirely in a dense pall of smoke and fog, so thick that even infrared cameras could not penetrate to reveal what lay beneath. Victory was ours. We had won. The adversary showed no sign of movement. Whether in the skies with their fighter jets or on the land with their soldiers, a sudden, exhilarated roar erupted from our ranks. Perhaps in their minds, no creature could survive such a cataclysm. Yet, just as everyone was rejoicing, the dense black fog before them began to distort. It twisted as if a colossal vortex had formed behind it. A formidable suction force emanated from the very location of the beast's head. What was happening? Could it be? Mohanderson, harnessing his formidable power, barely managed to escape the area. However, misfortune befell those behind him. One armored vehicle after another was swept into the air, and the laser cannons atop the base were uprooted entirely, all drawn inexorably toward the swirling black vortex center. Soon, an awe-inspiring colossal shadow re-emerged before everyone's eyes. It was the golden horn behemoth, unscathed, not a single scale missing. How could this be? Despite enduring such fierce assault, it remained effortlessly composed. Was this creature the harbinger of humanity's doom? Almost simultaneously, the War God Palace issued an urgent summons to all war gods worldwide. A global emergency convening was called. Immediately, without delay. Chapter 87. Entering swallowing starry sky with Oscar's persona, the taste was exquisite. Modern metallurgical technology indeed surpassed all expectations. Approximately 20 minutes later. Gazing upon the utterly ruined human survivor base, the golden horn behemoth still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Little did it realize that it had just annihilated one of the world's most formidable human fortresses. Apart from the eastern Hanxia nation, only the American continent likely possessed such a powerful fleet. The horror was overwhelming. Despite ingesting metals of such magnitude, the golden horn behemoth had yet to reach the threshold for evolution. However, the metals forged through advanced technology, interwoven with various precious metals, presented a flavor far superior to those crafted by the blacksmiths of Douluo Continent. As for Mohan Henderson, the golden horn behemoth decided to spare him. His tattered armor, composed of only a few scraps of iron, was utterly insignificant. Earlier, while absorbing the opposing base's computer system, the golden horn behemoth had employed arcane methods to investigate. It discovered that their database contained no record of a war god named Luo Feng. In other words, the golden horn behemoth had arrived prematurely. The current timeline of swallowing starry sky had not yet reached its later stages. At this moment, Luo Feng was likely not even a war god. Moreover, the alien civilization on Mist Island had yet to be uncovered by humanity. This is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lies in the fact that Luo Feng remains quite fragile. Even if he transforms into the form of an Oscar, he can still be easily crushed. The curse, however, is that a Luo Feng who has not yet matured will hardly catch the attention of the golden horned beast. The landmass of this planet far surpasses that of Douluo Continent. Searching from one place to another, it is likely that the opportunity will be lost. What should be done? In deep contemplation, the golden horned beast resolved to find a way to integrate into human society by becoming an elite among them. It would naturally gain access to a wealth of information. For Luo Feng to grow, he must undoubtedly undergo numerous assessments. By following this lead, he is sure to find someone. One must not underestimate the intricate web of human social relationships, as they can often prove to be exceedingly beneficial, certainly more so than the aimless search of the golden horned beast. Thus, within this space, a figure known as the Ice and Snow Emperor has survived. In truth, there is another individual who has emerged. There stood a man with grayish-white hair, named Oscar. When the search and rescue personnel arrived in their kayak to locate this survivor, they found his mental state surprisingly stable, perched upon a floating piece of timber. He nonchalantly consumed sausages while waving to them. "My God, you finally come. How terrifying this has been. It is nothing short of a calamity," exclaimed Oscar. Who on earth devised such an extraordinary trick of duplication? Simply remarkable. To his astonishment, the individuals across from him failed to recognize Oscar, the very embodiment of the monstrous being they dreaded. The team members who discovered the survivor were quite exhilarated. "We are the joint search team of the HR Alliance. We have identified a survivor and are currently confirming his identity," they announced. The survivor is named Oscar, the baker of the base, although his identification badge has been lost. This is the most flawless disguise. Individuals like bakers, who are non-combatants at the grassroots level, are registered at the most basic tier. Beyond that base, there is no possibility of backups. Moreover, Oscar has consistently maintained the guise of an ordinary human. After a brief examination, he was subsequently returned to the HR Alliance. Such an ordinary worker would seldom be subjected to thorough scrutiny. Moreover, given his profession as a chef, it hardly matters where he practices his craft. Henceforth, you shall be assigned to a company under the aegis of the formidable Viniina. This is the new position bestowed upon Oscar by the HR Alliance. It may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet upon hearing the name Viniina, Oscar's eyes involuntarily twitched. Those familiar with the animated adaptation of Devouring the Starry Sky recognize the weight of that name. The long-legged ant. She is the wife of the imposing Li Yao, who was once the arch-nemesis of Luo Feng. As for that ant, she undeniably embodies the essence of a certain Xiaomanda. Oscar feigned indifference with a nod. Yet his heart was brimming with euphoric delight. How did you know that this is precisely my inclination? In Douluo Dalo, there exists a character named Bibi Dong, who shares a similar allure, captivating Oscar to the point of obsession. His infatuation was overwhelming. And Viniina, she is indeed the CR me de la CR me among all anime supporting characters. Even Xiaomanda would raise his thumb in admiration. Ah, that figure, those long legs. That little skirt, one would hardly suspect her of motherhood, exuding a richness that surpasses that of Navi beauties. In youth, one often fails to appreciate the allure of an ant, mistakenly cherishing a mere girl. These are the comments many viewers had regarding Vanina at the time. It is said that after Ant was defeated by Luo Feng, the popularity of this anime plummeted sharply. Perhaps it is due to an accumulation of recent troubles that Vanina appears somewhat distracted. She often exhibits erratic and tempestuous behavior. Rumor has it that the former head chef of their company was incapacitated by a kick from this long-legged ant. Consequently, after Oscar demonstrated his impressive sausage technique, he was promptly recommended to the explosive-tempered female lead. Young man, you best possess the strength of at least a junior warrior. Otherwise, a kind-hearted elder offered a gentle reminder as he hobbled away, his face reflecting a sense of relief. Old Jack, thank you for your advice. After expressing his gratitude, Oscar generously handed the old man a restorative sausage. Yet at that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy, for through various information comparisons, he had roughly discerned the current timeline. Vulture Li Yao and long-legged Aunt Vanina had ventured into the eastern world. However, their son, Li Wei, who was undergoing trials outside, had not returned, nor had the bodyguards assigned to protect him. Upon their return, this couple erupted in fury, especially Vanina, who oscillated between tears and laughter, taking pleasure in striking out at others. If Oscar's judgment was accurate, indeed, this was a commendable deed carried out by Luo Feng. He executed Li Yao's son and cunningly blamed the monstrous creature residing within the city. Yet, how could the vulture couple be content with such a resolution? They resolved to unearth every individual who had appeared within that city. One by one, they would conduct meticulous investigations until they identified the true perpetrator responsible for their son's murder. Among them is Luo Feng. Ha ha ha. I never expected Luo Feng to finally make an appearance. Heaven truly favors the golden horn beast. Not only has he received news of his nemesis, but the heart of Chaomingda within him can also be revived. Currently, the real thorn in the side is not Luo Feng. That lad has only just reached the battle general level, while Oscar is already at the initial stage of stellar. With the mere motion of a finger, he could easily crush Luo Feng. Instead, it is the vulture, Li Yao, who now poses a significant annoyance to Oscar. Isn't this a stumbling block between him and his aunt? Perhaps, by employing Luo Feng's assistance, we could facilitate the premature disappearance of this vulture, Li Yao. Chapter 88, Cackling. Aunt Vanina, I have arrived. Who are you? Call old Jack here. The floor was strewn with shards of glass, as at least 3 bottles of red wine lay shattered upon the ground. Reclining on the sofa in the hall was a stunning blonde beauty, her short skirt and long legs rivaling that of a youthful maiden. Who else could it be but the legendary Aunt Nina? Oscar never anticipated that he would meet Vanina under such circumstances. This woman has been exhibiting erratic behavior in recent days, frequently resorting to both verbal and physical abuse towards her subordinates. They are here to work for you, not to serve as your personal servants. Before long, the surrounding bodyguards and caretakers were frightened into fleeing. Only Oscar, the novice chef, remained at the scene. Observing the woman, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glazed, Oscar unabashedly allowed his predatory gaze to roam over her form, his greedy eyes sweeping from top to bottom, more tantalizing than any depiction in anime. Indeed, she is the most popular secondary female character from the anime Swallowing the Starry Sky. However, it would be intriguing to see if that captivating character could evoke a similar response. Is it appealing? Perhaps it was the gaze of the new chef that caused Vanina's tone to take on a slightly ominous quality. This woman is famously known as the Scorpion. Her prowess has ascended to that of a novice war god. With her scorpion tail whip, she dances with an enchanting mastery, capable of dispatching her foes to their demise at any given moment and in any location. In recent days, Vanina has felt an unexpressed pent-up frustration within her. Now, upon encountering someone's lecherous gaze, her anger flares uncontrollably. Nonetheless, the movements of this scorpion-like figure remain remarkably graceful as he intentionally rises with exaggerated flair, causing his skirt to billow dramatically, yet, alas, concealing everything beneath. How regrettable! Are you indeed the sole survivor from the Armenian base? Indeed, Miss Vanina. Despite the murderous glint in her eyes, Oscar maintains a carefree demeanor. Miss, you dare to call me miss? Huh, I foresee that you, the second survivor, shall soon meet your demise. When an individual is burdened by unresolved internal grievances, they often misplace their ire onto those nearby. At this moment, the long-legged Vanina embodies this sentiment. Her son, Li Wei, has been inexplicably murdered, while her husband, Li Yao, tirelessly searches for clues yet yields no results. Vanina can only drown her sorrows in alcohol, seeking to numb herself. Additionally, she relentlessly seeks trouble, having already incapacitated 5 or 6 bodyguards. Even the former head chef, Old Jack, has suffered a broken leg. He is clearly a man of gentle disposition. Madwoman is the private consensus regarding Vanina. Yet today, Oscar has dared to speak insolently, providing Vanina with the perfect opportunity to unleash her fury upon him. Whoosh. Slap. The assault comes without warning. Just a moment ago, Vanina was laughing like cherry blossoms in bloom, but in the next instant, she lifts her long, fair leg, executing a sidekick at a most cunning angle aimed at his neck. While undeniably a beautiful leg, such a basic combat maneuver at the level of a novice warrior is not something the average person can withstand. With a single kick, even the spine of an adult elephant could be effortlessly shattered. Moreover, the speed was astonishing, rendering any defense futile. Boom. Yet, in the next instant, what transpired? He blocked it. The young man effortlessly seized Vena's ankle with a single hand, completely neutralizing her strength. What is the meaning of this? This fellow possesses remarkable skills. One must recognize that to withstand a sudden strike from a novice battle god, the opponent must be of equal caliber. Yet, the records indicate that Oscar is merely a chef. TSK, 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 a beautiful person, yet resorting to ambush. Observing the astonished expression of the long-legged lady before him, Oscar smiled gently. He then subtly gestured for her to return to her original state. This seemingly casual maneuver, however, left Venina utterly astounded. Who are you? How can you possess such power? Miss Venina, I am your new chef, Oscar. You may also address me as Dear Oscar, he replied, maintaining that slightly mischievous smile. Oscar did not pursue further actions, but Venina took 2 steps back, awkwardly retreating to the edge of the sofa. The explosive force emanating from this man compelled Venina to regard him with caution. With Li Yao absent, what if this individual were to resort to force? No. She could not afford to lose face. With that thought, regardless of whether his strength truly surpassed her own, Venina launched a second attack. Whoosh. A concealed weapon, resembling a scorpion's tail, shot forth from her hand, aimed directly at his glabella. Yet, rather than evading, Oscar displayed a lip-licking expression, as though a lollipop were soaring toward him. Ultimately, he did not catch it with his mouth, but rather gently deflected it with his right hand. Clang. Though it was a light block, the force transmitted through the tether connected to the concealed weapon caused Venina to stumble backward, losing her balance and tumbling towards the sofa. This action is utterly embarrassing. Venina is indeed a formidable junior warrior. If this incident were to spread, just as Venina let out a gasp in Vienna, she suddenly realized her body was suspended in midair, as if embraced by someone. The warmth of breath brushed against her neck, unmistakably belonging to Oscar, who had caught her. The proximity sent her heart racing, akin to the flustered state of a startled fawn. What are you doing? Let go of me. In the midst of the chaos, she pushed him away, yet her body remained awkwardly reclined against the sofa. This posture, undeniably, is one that evokes salivation. Oscar exerted considerable willpower to divert his gaze. However, this fellow, with a mischievous tongue, muttered softly, "You're so young. Why not just have another?" Though his voice was barely audible, it was still caught by the attentive woman. Consequently, a tender spot deep within her heart was stirred. Venina immediately became somewhat unhinged. "What did you say? Have another? What do you know? I am aware that young Master Li has met with his demise, and I can surmise the circumstances surrounding it. As a time traveler, Oscar was acutely aware of the current narrative. Yet, upon uttering those words, he noted Venina's face turn ashen, as if she had grasped a lifeline. The woman suddenly sprang up, grasping the shoulders of the chef before her, seemingly in search of some information. "Do you truly know who harmed your son?" she inquired with a smirk. "What news do you possess? Miss Venina, is this how you engage in negotiations?" Oscar observed the now completely flustered long-legged lady before him, a knowing expression gracing his features. "Shall we perhaps share a spoiler with this lady? After all, Luo Feng is our common adversary. Yet, what benefit can this long-legged woman provide us? I have no interest in money. What I seek is..." Chapter 89. Luo Feng is the murderer of your son. What are you trying to say? Despite the man's rather dismissive demeanor, the long-legged woman's heartstrings had been thoroughly tugged. She likely understood just how enticing her appearance was to men, considering she had many suitors in the past. "And I believe you have conducted your own investigations," Oscar remarked. Noticing Venina's demeanor soften, he took a deep breath, gradually releasing his hold on her, and began to converse calmly. He was no stranger to women. In the Douluo Continent, he had encountered exquisite beauties such as Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, Ning Rongrong, and Guyu. Bibi Dong's situation closely mirrored that of the woman before him. Both were delights previously savored only by the esteemed Prime Minister Chao. Most individuals would find such a lure overwhelming, as the majority preferred innocent maidens. "Tell me, if you could indeed uncover the identity of the one who killed my son, we would not treat you poorly." As she spoke, the long-legged woman parted her crimson lips, her body twisting slightly, exuding the allure of a mature woman. If I help you find the murderer, would you offer yourself in return? Do not jest. Money is not an issue, and we can introduce you to a beautiful young lady." For reasons unknown, Venina felt a pang of uncertainty upon meeting Oscar's fervent gaze, struggling to maintain eye contact. As a mature woman, she understood the sincerity behind his words, yet she pondered whether it was worth it to seek vengeance. Previously, a creature known as the iron-armored dragon had appeared in that area, but its egg had mysteriously vanished. This scene is derived from the assistance and insights gleaned from anime. Oscar expressed it directly. Upon hearing these words, the woman before him visibly brightened. This is the information that the couple has just discovered, and surprisingly, the other party seems to be fully aware of it. What does this imply? It suggests that he may indeed be aware of the truth. Continue speaking. Recently, it is possible that an individual will sell this dragon egg under an alias, a name that surely does not exist. The situation described by Oscar has also been speculated upon by the Venina couple. They even believe that their son met his demise due to a conflict over the dragon egg. Indeed, I have overestimated the esteemed Master Li Wei. The details provided are remarkably thorough. Pray tell, from whence did you acquire such knowledge? It is evident that Oscar's words have profoundly captivated this woman's attention. However, Venina appears rather anxious. When she posed her question, the woman herself seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Across from her, Oscar remained silent, smiling yet seemingly reluctant to continue the discourse. My apologies for my excessive inquiries, Mr. Oscar. Allow me to present a name that you may find astonishing. This young man is a practitioner of mentalism. This is the objective of Oscar, to enlist the assistance of the Li Yaofu couple in locating Luo Feng. Who is he? Luo Feng, that young man, may have caught the attention of the extreme martial arts school, which poses a bit of a complication. Are you certain? Matters that are assured should be handled by you. Once confirmed, remember to transfer the funds to my salary card. After uttering these words, Oscar cast a furtive glance at Venina before slowly rising to depart. In contrast to strategizing against the long-legged ant, at this moment, the golden-horned giant beast was more eager to ascertain the whereabouts of Luo Feng. Relying on his connections and abilities to search would yield no results in the short term. However, this woman was different, and so was the vulture behind her, Liao. That fellow was a lunatic, yet undoubtedly the most adept at locating individuals. It would be prudent to seize an opportunity to eliminate both Li Yao and Luo Feng, thereby allowing for a more favorable pursuit of Venina. It seems that in the past, Chao Mingda operated in a similar fashion. He never failed to acquire the women he desired. If this woman's husband presents an obstacle, then let him be silenced forever. Subsequently, Luo Feng may have to contend with the Hydra Dragon and venture to the southern Australia continent. There will certainly be ample opportunities to act, as this young man does not possess a particularly high level. Oscar has time in abundance. He might as well explore the wonders of the human realm. In his previous life, as the golden-horned giant beast, he arrived in this world, spending his days in endless combat or voraciously consuming metals, never truly wandering through the kaleidoscopic splendor of this world. This time is different. I have returned with the memories of humanity, as well as its very soul. Indeed, it is essential to embark on a grand adventure in this devouring cosmos. Let us not speak lightly. That long-legged enchantress, Venina, must be dealt with, or else the endless night shall become unbearably dull. Although I now possess the knowledge of the direction and coordinates of the Douluo Continent, my current strength renders a swift return improbable. Only by evolving into a cosmic behemoth, or even attaining the ranks of a realm master or domain lord, will I stand a chance to return to the starry expanse that rightfully belongs to me. My only hope is that the timelines of these worlds do not entwine in complexity. If too much time elapses, upon my return, the beauties may have transformed into crones. As a manifestation of the golden horn beast, Oscar theoretically possesses endless life. Yet, it is unlikely that Bibi Dong and her ilk can maintain their youthful appearances for much longer. Although I have attained divinity, the deities of the Douluo Continent are but deluded illusions. Sustaining this state for even a millennium is already an extraordinary feat. However, let us not dwell on such matters. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it and first confront my formidable adversary. Only then shall I consider other affairs. As anticipated, upon receiving Oscar's message, in her immediate response, Venina summoned her husband back home, yet she refrained from disclosing the source of her information. Liao understood the protocols, as certain individuals preferred to remain concealed from the public eye. However, should the male head of the household learn of his wife's previous involvement with the head chef, it was likely he would become utterly enraged. Yet, if he were to discover the truth, it would not pose a significant issue. Oscar would graciously provide him with a ticket to the cosmos, ensuring his permanent disappearance. My dear, your information is indeed precise. This Luo Feng was among the suspects we previously considered, and he was undergoing training in Away City at that time. The vulture is as efficient as ever, having retrieved all of Luo Feng's data in just over an hour. With a bit of comparison and confirmation, the true perpetrator can be identified. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remains blissfully unaware of the looming catastrophe, preoccupied with transforming his appearance in hopes of selling the coveted dragon egg he has acquired. Chapter 90. An encounter with the flame goddess. While you have a message in your account, please check it. Venina proved to be a woman of her word. After confirming Luo Feng's identity with her husband, she promptly transferred a substantial bounty into Oscar's account. Upon witnessing the lengthy string of zeros, a captivating smile spread across Oscar's face. Although he was not physically present near Venina's villa, his doppelganger possessed the power equivalent to a first-tier stellar being. In the context of this blue planet, such strength was akin to that of a deity. He could effortlessly surveil any corner of the world, surpassing even radar satellites in efficacy. Now, by simply following the Li Yao couple, he could easily track Luo Feng's whereabouts. However, this young man was currently affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would soon face the Hydra Dragon, emerging as a youthful hero for the Hanxia faction. Furthermore, prior to this, he was set to be selected for the Global Elite Training Camp, marking him as a key candidate for focused development. Thus, to extinguish Luo Feng, a considerable investment of time and effort would be required. Let these two individuals handle this troublesome matter. With such a substantial sum of money, should they not indulge themselves in the realm of humanity? This is the western part of the blue planet, where the individuals of both genders tend to exhibit a more liberated demeanor. This is precisely what Oscar delights in. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must indulge in pleasures without delay. Bring me a glass of Bloody Mary. He chose the largest nightclub in the vicinity. And with a grand gesture, he captivated several beautiful women on the spot. Certainly, these women could clearly discern the caliber of the black card displayed on this young man's phone, an emblem of opulence indeed. Wealth and beauty seem perpetually intertwined, especially in an era such as this. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Oscar's fortune was a stroke of luck or mere serendipity. His arrogant demeanor immediately drew the gaze of certain individuals. Among them was a handsome blonde with piercing blue eyes, dressed with conspicuous luxury. Presumably, he was a scion of some noble family. Perhaps Oscar's sudden appearance had overshadowed this young nobleman, igniting his ire. Instantly, the young lord felt profoundly displeased. Go, he commanded. Teach this inattentive youth a lesson, break his limbs, and teach him humility. The bodyguards surrounding this young master are all elite warriors, among whom one is just a step away from attaining the status of a junior deity of war. The presence of such a formidable entourage suggests that the family backing him is undoubtedly of considerable prominence. As the devoted companions approached, all the young ladies surrounding Oscar hastily retreated. One kind-hearted soul even urged him, "You should leave." It seemed this ruffian was in dire need of a lesson. Observing the sycophant strutting towards him, a wicked grin crept across Oscar's lips. In the past, he had been the formidable beast, crushing his adversaries with ease. Today, however, it was the first time someone dared to lay a hand upon him. Without further ado, it was time to teach him a lesson. I assume your master would prefer to keep his limbs intact, wouldn't he? What? The leader, a would-be warrior, had barely grasped the situation when a jolt of agony shot through his arm joint. Unbeknownst to him, his hands had been twisted into contorted shapes. His unfortunate companions fared even worse. One had his head and posterior fused, another was headfirst in a fish tank, and yet another dangled from the ceiling fan. As the blonde-haired, blue-eyed gentleman prepared to retaliate, he suddenly noticed a figure seated beside him. It was Oscar, who, in that moment, sat triumphantly upon the young master's sofa. Casually, he picked up a cigar from the table, inhaled its aroma, and then delivered a swift kick to the back of the young master, using him as a mere footrest. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that even the camera struggled to capture the intricacies of the performance. This was originally a moment of triumph. However, Oscar had forgotten that there were cameras present, and that this establishment belonged to a major league. Before long, news of the incident reached the upper echelons. A troublemaker had easily dispatched our formidable bodyguard, the so-called war god, and was now calling for help. Although there had been disruptions in the past, the moment the assailants discovered the identity of the bar's owner, they dared not act recklessly again. Coincidentally, the owner was currently engaged in discussions within his private booth. Upon hearing the news, the intruders were immediately filled with rage. A colossal fireball erupted from the depths of the booth, hurtling directly towards Oscar. The intensity of the flames was formidable. Yet, Oscar remained utterly unfazed. He merely extended a single finger, gesturing slightly forward, and watched as the fireball floated towards his palm like a mere toy, perfectly igniting his cigar in the process. A psychic? A voice filled with confusion echoed. Then, a female warrior enveloped in flames made her appearance. Her hair was silver, her figure rivaled that of Venina, yet her gaze was chillingly cold. Foul. A planetary level 1. Her hair color complemented Oscar's quite well. Ah, Chairman Foul, what a surprise to see you here. Oscar regarded the slowly approaching female warrior with an appreciative glint in his eyes. The prowess of this woman is nearly on par with that of Gu Yuna, surpassing even the previously enchanting figures. She can truly be regarded as a heroine among women on this planet. Furthermore, her physique is devoid of any excess flesh. If she were to exhibit a touch of gentleness, her popularity might even eclipse that of the long-legged ant. Do you know me? Feo inquired, keeping a wary gaze fixed upon the individual before her, maintaining a distance of approximately 5 meters. Upon witnessing the other's strength, Feo was struck by a sense of astonishment. This young man evidently possesses strength surpassing that of a war god, and he's also a mentalist. However, throughout the entirety of the Western continent, it seems that I have never heard of such an individual. The war god palace system bears no record of him either. Where on earth did this fellow emerge from? Haha, who among us is unaware of the name of the flame goddess of war? Yet, I must admit, I did not anticipate that your true appearance would surpass that of your televised image. Most individuals, upon encountering this fiery warrior, dare not meet her gaze. However, the Oscar before me is a different story. Not only does he gaze unabashedly, but the unmasked greed in his eyes is unmistakable. This young man, despite the serious demeanor of Foul, is confronted by a woman whose fierceness is formidable. At her advanced age, she remains unmarried, and her fiery temperament has left her untouched by the affections of men. As the years have passed, her disposition has grown increasingly peculiar. Yet, this white-haired youth before her possesses the audacity to meet Foul's gaze unwaveringly, eliciting a slight blush from the fiery warrior. Who are you? Where do you come from? My name is Oscar, a survivor from America, and my current profession is that of a chef. As he spoke, the Oscars once again flaunt their old expertise. As if performing magic, producing 2 sausages from thin air, and even attempting to offer one to the fiery goddess of war before them. This fellow seeks to immerse himself in fowl with a mere sausage. Chapter 91. Inviting the wolf into the house. Fowl extends an invitation to me to enter the war god palace. Are you the sole survivor? One cannot help but wonder what kind of psychology underlies such actions. The flame goddess of war indeed once held the Oscar sausage. She caressed it gently in her hands for a moment, before a burst of flames reduced it to ashes. Well, you may refer to me as Uncle Sausage. This was not initially a particularly amusing jest. Yet, it struck a chord with the fiery female warrior's sense of humor. How delightful. Who would have thought that the Ice Emperor could overlook such formidable talent among his ranks? Fowl is the god of flames. While that fellow embodies the essence of ice and snow, the discord between them is unmistakable, representing 2 opposing factions. For reasons unknown, this woman is presently quite infatuated, eager to recruit the man before her into her own ranks. Hey, I have little interest in slaying monsters. I much prefer crafting sausages. Oscar, too, speaks nothing but the truth. This individual is indeed engaged in such endeavors on the Douluo Continent, as a food-type soul master. However, the fiery goddess of war before him clearly does not intend to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Would you be inclined to join our ranks? I can certainly recommend you for membership in the War God Palace. The man before us requires no assessment. He is undoubtedly of war god caliber. And it is even possible that he has transcended the very notion of a war god. This matter has yet to be tested, and one should refrain from making hasty judgments. However, there is one thing that Feo is unequivocally certain of. Whichever faction acquires such a formidable being will undoubtedly reap immense benefits. So, what advantages do you offer? Wealth, women, power, whatever you desire shall be yours. Women? Does that include you? Oscar's words are strikingly forthright. Yet, upon hearing this, the flame goddess felt a flutter in her heart, akin to the racing of a young doe. Deep within the essence of these Westerners lies a romantic ideology, firmly believing in the notion of love at first sight. Furthermore, Fowl, an unmarried woman of many years, defies the possibility of being indifferent to men. Yet, the more exalted the woman, the greater her admiration for strength. Take, for instance, the long-legged matron Venina, who wed the vulture Liao. Her attraction lay in his formidable prowess. Did you presume it was love? As a woman striving to establish her foothold in the HR alliance, Venina certainly required a steadfast ally. Although Liao hailed from the east, he was a supreme warrior, bolstered by an old friend of even greater stature. Such power alone could undoubtedly captivate many. However, the fiery Valkyrie Fowl holds little regard for that vulture. Her own might transcends even that of a god of war. To win her favor, one would need to surpass her in combat prowess. You possess quite the audacity. Should you manage to defeat me, I might consider your proposition. After uttering this challenge, the enchanting fiery Valkyrie enveloped herself once more in a blaze of flames and beckoned Oscar with a mere gesture. In an instant, she soared out of the nightclub. At that moment, a colossal fireball erupted in the street outside, radiating brilliance even brighter than the most dazzling neon lights. Those who witnessed this spectacle fled in terror, for they had previously encountered the formidable prowess of the fiery Valkyrie. This woman possesses the uncanny ability to transform an entire street into a raging inferno. Might I utilize my mental prowess? I fear I might reduce you to tears. Oscar emerged with a gleeful grin, to one's astonishment. This lad was capable of levitating effortlessly in midair. Have you surpassed the god of war? Witnessing this spectacle, a flutter of excitement surged within Fowl's heart. Little did I expect to encounter such a concealed master today. Were it not for that monstrous creature obliterating the human stronghold, this fellow might still be hiding away, masquerading as a chef. Today, come what may, I must capture this lad named Oscar, even if it entails a heavy price. Let me see what prowess you possess. With this thought, Fowl's heart brimmed with joy as she conjured dozens of fireballs around her, launching them all at the fainting Oscar. For such a warrior maiden, combat is indeed the most eloquent expression of love. This appears to be some ancient battle totem. Yet, a smile graces Oscar's face. He extends his left hand and makes a forward gesture. That is a formidable psychic force. Suddenly, a multitude of fireballs coalesces, forcibly merging into a singular entity. It is then thrust into the sky, resembling a miniature artificial sun, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What kind of power is this? At this moment, the flame goddess of war stands utterly bewildered. The extent of this power, even Hong himself might not be able to achieve it, she thought with wide eyes of astonishment. Suddenly, a colossal fireball erupted in a spectacular explosion, transforming into a breathtaking display of radiant fireworks. Boom. Crack. It was akin to the grand fireworks displays of the New Year, an overwhelming visual feast. The crowd on the ground erupted into applause and cheers, captivated by the spectacle. It was truly magnificent. Allow me to enter the war god palace, she murmured. Aren't you afraid of inviting wolves into the house? She gazed at the fiery war goddess's face adorned with a joyful smile, her expression radiant with delight. Oscar's figure gradually faded into the shadows. In a dark corner, he muttered to himself, appearing somewhat boastful. His sole purpose in this world was to eliminate Luo Feng, with a casual aim to flirt along the way. That tall, elegant Aunt Winnie Nina was quite appealing. The Valkyrie of Flame possesses a certain allure, yet her demeanor is rather rigid, which I find unappealing. My preference leans towards the elegant, long-legged lady. Contemplating this, Oscar vanished from the Valkyrie's gaze. By the time she regained her senses and sought him out, the silver-haired figure had already disappeared without a trace. Even the high-resolution cameras along the street were unable to discern what had transpired. After reviewing the footage repeatedly, she discovered that the smoke from the flames had obscured Oscar's visage. When the haze finally dissipated, he was nowhere to be found. However, witnessing this event ignited a greater thrill within the Valkyrie. This young man undoubtedly surpassed the god of war, a transcendent spiritual master, and I am determined to draw him into our ranks. Upon receiving this pivotal information, she returned to her family's headquarters, eager to share this significant development with her mentors. Their rise to prominence hinges on the enigmatic Oscar. You are mine. I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Gazing into the distant sky, the Valkyrie silently vowed. Meanwhile, Oscar, on his way home, unexpectedly received a call from Venina. Where are you? We must meet. Oh, my dear Venina. Do you miss me so soon? Be serious. I need to discuss something important with you. Chapter 92. Venina invites me for a private meeting? How unfortunate. I thought Miss Venina longed for my company. Here's an address. Be there in half an hour. I have matters to discuss with you. Just the two of us? If there are others, I might have to cancel. Yes, just you and me. Although uncertain of her intentions, in this world of engulfing stars, even the highest-ranked beings are merely planetary in stature. The legendary Lord of Luo has yet to rise. Thus, in principle, Oscar stands invincible at this moment. Should any unexpected event arise, he can effortlessly transform into the golden horn beast. Yet, the carefully constructed persona he had established might soon crumble. Regardless, it is prudent to ascertain the intentions of the long-legged lady. Soon, Oscar arrived at the designated location, whistling as he approached. To his surprise, it was by the seaside, on a rather splendid yacht. Could it be that he would witness the long-legged lady in a swimsuit? His imagination began to wander. Compared to the stern visage of the Valkyrie, Venina exuded a more vibrant charm. Come aboard, he called out upon spotting the lady in question. The woman in sunglasses, Lavinia, stood on the deck and waved at him. Though not in swimwear, her attire was decidedly more revealing today. It seems she is quite aware of the allure she holds over Oscar, perhaps having deliberately dressed to captivate his attention. Upon easily leaping onto the boat, Oscar unabashedly attempted to grasp Lavinia's arm, only for her to evade him nimbly, like a graceful butterfly. There are too many people here. Once we reach open waters, I have something to discuss with you, she teased. Could it be that Li Yao, that fellow, is so dull that you've thought of me instead? Oscar, indeed, is quite the character. Were this the conservative Eastern world, such boldness might earn him either a beating or scorn. However, the atmosphere inside the cabin was a stark contrast. Here, a lavish buffet has been laid out, and this woman seems to have meticulously prepared for something. Upon seeing this long-legged lady, it's as if she conjured a glass of red wine from thin air, which she promptly presented to me. Thank you for the information. Cheers. Miss Venina. What you are doing is rather perilous. Should I happen to become inebriated, who knows what might transpire? On a serious note, we have located that Luo Feng. But there is an issue. This reveals Venina's true intentions. That young man, Luo Feng, possesses remarkable ability, having been chosen by a global elite training camp. He is now under the protection of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Venina and her associates hold significant status and wish to remain out of the public eye. Thus they seek a fresh face to monitor him. Surely, you jest. You wouldn't want me to sabotage the global training camp, would you? Mister. Oscar certainly has a sense of humor. They are recruiting chefs, and I have secured a position for you. Hoping you might assist me in keeping an eye on Luo Feng. So that is the matter at hand. It appears that Oscar is indeed a newcomer. Moreover, his identity has never even been registered at the War God Palace. Yet, his prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of the War God. Venina's discerning eye is impressive. After merely a few exchanges, she has assessed this individual's strength. He certainly cannot be inferior to her husband, Li Yao. This is quite a thankless task. I shall not sell my labor for mere monetary gain. What about me? If Mr. Oscar manages to help me avenge my grievances this time, I can. This woman truly knows how to leverage her assets. She actually flashed a charming smile at Oscar and playfully swayed her figure. What does this imply? A hint, perhaps? That simply won't do. I must first collect some interest. Witnessing Venina's unexpected boldness, Oscar instantaneously transformed into a menacing wolf, causing Venina to pale in fright. Mr. Oscar, I had anticipated you would engage with me in a gentlemanly discussion. This is indeed a perilous decision. Venina has underestimated Oscar, perhaps due to his overwhelming strength. He appears rather audacious. However, upon witnessing the woman's staunch resistance, Oscar lost interest immediately, preparing to storm out. I might consider it, but it depends on my mood. He had anticipated that once the small boat reached open waters, certain clandestine matters would unfold. It seems, however, that this is merely a case of empty-handed deception. Mr. Oscar, I assure you, in the name of my family, you shall receive a satisfactory reward. After uttering these words, Vanina surprisingly blew a kiss to someone. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, resembling a bashful maiden. Such a situation must not be witnessed by Li Yao, for it would lead to grave consequences. However, Viniana is not one to be underestimated. When she married Li Yao, it was merely because she recognized his potential. Yet, the current Oscar seems to possess even greater prowess than Li Yao. It is inconceivable that she harbors no ulterior motives. At this moment, the long-legged ant likely remains unaware. Oscar has already developed a murderous intent, not towards Luo Feng, but towards the vulture, Li Yao. Indeed, he seeks to eliminate the obstacle that lies between Viniana and himself. Despite the fact that this woman currently thrives, should her support vanish, would their family bestow such advantages upon a mere woman? In that case, Viniana shall undoubtedly belong to me, Oscar. Just then, as Oscar turned around, a tremendous commotion erupted on the horizon of the sea. It appeared that something was emerging, not a vessel of humanity, but rather a colossal creature of monstrous proportions. Damn it, how could a monstrous creature emerge at such a moment? Moreover, one resembling a dragon. Could it be the Dragon King of the Black Sea? This appears to be a regal monstrosity from the Western world. It belongs to the same lineage as the Black Dragon that was vanquished during the Great Flood. Perhaps it has not witnessed the presence of humans in its territory for a considerable time. The Black Dragon King audaciously sought to engage in a feast of teeth. Alas, it is a creature of royal caliber. Mr. Oscar, we must hastily depart from this place. Vina, being merely a novice demigod, is capable of contending with only lord-level beasts at best. The Black Dragon King is notoriously fierce in this region. Vina cannot afford to provoke it. Immediately, she intended to alter the course of the vessel. However, unbeknownst to her, Oscar was consumed by a surge of ire at that moment. Humph. With my frustration yearning for an outlet, I shall unleash it upon you. Upon uttering these words, disregarding Vina's astonished gaze, Oscar sprang forth with tremendous force. The immense impact caused the yacht to lurch violently upon the waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Alas, poor Vina could only cling desperately to the edge of the yacht, striving to prevent herself from plummeting into the depths of the sea. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the woman witnessed, to this day, the most astonishing spectacle. The man named Oscar suddenly leaped into the air and struck the Black Sea Dragon with a single punch, piercing through its formidable exterior. It is worth noting that this dragon had previously withstood 2 powerful laser cannon blasts from humanity while attempting to flee. The formidable hardness of these scales. What rank does Oscar truly hold? Chapter 93. Journey to the Global Elite Training Camp to find Luo Feng. Alright, that was exhilarating. What did you just say? At this moment, Oscar, holding aloft the massive dragon's head, hovered directly above the yacht. He cast a cool, confident smile at Vinny. In that instant, he appeared as if a divine being descended from the heavens, utterly astonishing Vinny with his commanding presence. Are there still such men in this world? In the face of such a situation, it is hard to believe that any woman would remain unmoved. For a fleeting moment, Vanina even contemplated acquiescing to him. However, reality's constraints soon prompted her to shake her head, urging herself to remain rational. Encountering marital discord at this juncture would undoubtedly diminish her standing within the HR Alliance. Mr. Oscar, I would like to request you, she began, unsure of how to proceed. To her surprise, Oscar readily acquiesced to Vanina's request, becoming a vendor for the Global Elite Training Camp of the HR Alliance. How should one articulate this? The sustenance and welfare of the trainees necessitate contributions from the various alliances, for these individuals represent the future of our planet. The ultimate ability of humanity to withstand the onslaught of external beasts hinges upon the actions of these young individuals. As of now, although humanity has established several bases, intermittent assaults from beast tides and apex monsters continue to pose significant threats. In any confrontation, unless a high-ranking war deity is present, the outcome is invariably tragic. Each individual emerging from the core of the Global Elite Training Camp is destined to become a future war deity, making it the bastion of the strongest youth in all of humanity. Even the world's top-ranked Hong frequently visits to deliver lectures and scout promising candidates. Among this cohort, Luo Feng has been selected as the representative from Hanjia Nation. Oscar, a newcomer, has not made any prior notifications regarding his presence. His status does not even qualify him as a sanctioned warrior, allowing him to blend in as an ordinary individual in this environment. Nevertheless, the training camp requires someone to assess the newly appointed vendor. Perhaps it is mere luck or the whims of fate, but today, the assessors are 2 stunning female trainees. One, Janet, a blend of Eastern and Western heritage, is renowned within the training camp as a campus beauty. The other, a skilled dual dagger practitioner from the East, is named Zhao Rua. These 2 young ladies have already attained the level of junior warriors. However, in order to remain within the academy, they have refrained from seeking certification. After all, the resources for cultivation outside are nowhere near as abundant as those found here. Hello, is this Mr. Oscar? I am Janet, and we are here to assess your qualifications. Janet truly deserves her title as the belle of the training camp, even for such a seemingly simple task. She has taken great care to adorn herself, donning a new shade of lipstick. As she walks, her movements are enchanting, surpassing even the alluring sway of Milady from Honor of Kings. It is undeniable that this young lady exudes an aura of youthful vitality, effortlessly capturing the attention of those around her. Moreover, she appears to revel in the gaze of the men nearby, whether it be admiration or ulterior motives. She embodies the essence of a woman that remains unattainable. In contrast, Zhao Ruo presents a far more serious demeanor. This young lady appears to possess a hint of baby fat, yet her figure is undeniably athletic. With every gesture, there is an almost ethereal quality that permeates her movements. Although her attire may not exude the same sultriness as that of her neighbor Janet, it nonetheless offers a striking and refreshing allure. This is, in the most common sense, the quintessential embodiment of Eastern beauty. No objections. Do the two young ladies fancy some sausages? Has Oscar truly exhausted all his stratagems? On Douluo Continent, he relied on his sausages to charm the ladies. Transposed into the world of Swallowed Star, he resorts to the same tactic once again. Yet, the two maidens before him regard the spectacle of this man seemingly conjuring two sausages out of thin air with a markedly different demeanor. Zhao accepted them with a cheerful smile, but refrained from eating, merely expressing her gratitude. Nearby, Janet, before taking the pen, sniffed the sausages and, in full view of both, licked one lightly, then set them aside with a playful smile. What does this mean? In any case, Oscar seems perplexed. Perhaps this is the essence of allure. Or perhaps it is the charm that the young lady perceives. Here are my credentials for your perusal. At this moment, Oscar wears his signature smile, appearing harmless at first glance. Yet, his eyes clearly linger on Janet beside him. Zhao Ruo seems to harbor a strong aversion to this. Mr. Oscar, I hope you can genuinely cultivate your endeavors. Our global elite training camp is splendid. Is this considered a show of strength? However, Oscar remains indifferent, even compared to Janet. There is still a significant gap when matched against Fowl or Venina. It is an indescribable sensation, one that encompasses the entirety. Moreover, his primary purpose for coming this time is to keep a close watch on Luo Feng. These two young ladies are certainly not to his taste. Attention, everyone. An emergency situation has arisen. Just as Miss Zhao was about to continue her attentive care, a broadcast echoed throughout the base. Could something have gone awry? It appears there is an urgent matter. Jeanette was the first to react, swiftly dashing outside. Following her, Zhao Ruo returned the business license to Oscar before hastily joining her. This left Oscar feeling somewhat awkward. What is going on? He had intended to become better acquainted with these two young women. Yet now there seems to be a commotion at the base. Is there a drill taking place? Although he was slightly perplexed, Oscar quickly located a television. What he beheld was a scene all too familiar to him, a horde unleashed by a king-tier monster, the Hydra. How did this fellow come to be? Thus, it can be inferred that the plot has now progressed to the moment when Luo Feng showcases his remarkable talents. Quite intriguing. On the very first day that Oscar became the global supplier for the elite training camp, the Hydra Dragon made its appearance. On that same day, he also witnessed the fearless Luo Feng, who charged towards the HR Alliance's transport aircraft despite the peril it posed to himself. That little woman, Wenina, astonishingly commanded the transport aircraft to withdraw all supplies. This is truly a strategic maneuver. Alas, the transport aircraft has been intercepted by Luo Feng, which adds a layer of intrigue. Upon seeing a familiar face standing on the wing, braving the wind, Oscar smiled. He then promptly dialed Venina's number. This is Oscar. I am Venina. I have some peculiar matters to attend to. I will call you back later. The long-legged ant on the other end was evidently oblivious to the unfolding events, still preoccupied with business. I will say this only once. An opportunity has arisen. Luo Feng is on your transport aircraft. You handle it as you see fit. Good heavens. After uttering these words, Oscar concluded the call. On the other side, the long-legged ant was momentarily dazed, before a look of ecstatic realization illuminated her eyes. Liao, our chance for vengeance has arrived. Chapter 94. Leo seeks to eliminate Luo Feng, with Oscar in the shadows. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Upon learning that Luo Feng was heading to confront the Hydra Dragon, Li Yao and his wife followed closely behind. However, Venina did not personally intervene. Instead, she feigned goodwill by delivering numerous supplies to Hanxia, even escorting them herself, while urging her husband to lead an advanced spacecraft for support, creating an appearance of eagerness. Furthermore, with Li Yao being a high-ranking warrior and an Eastern individual, the base here harbored no suspicions and allowed him to proceed without hesitation, expressing profound gratitude. Yet, had they known his true intention was to slay Luo Feng, would their reaction have been the same? Unbeknownst to Li Yao and Venina, Oscar was no longer at the global elite training camp. This young man has stealthily infiltrated the city that has come under attack. This fellow intends to play the role of the cunning predator, seeking to eliminate both Li Yao and Luo Feng in one fell swoop. Thus, he could now traverse the vast expanse of the devouring cosmos with a sense of serenity. With the loss of Li Yao, Venina would undoubtedly forfeit her entire family legacy. At that juncture, the only stronghold she could rely upon would be the next formidable contender. However, even in the more liberal West, individuals possessing the strategic acumen of Chaomingda are scarce. It is certain that the long-legged matron will undoubtedly seek to gain favor with Oscar. Moreover, the fiery warrior, Fal, has been frantically searching for Oscar in recent days. Yet, this man seems to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Could it be that Vanina has concealed him? Contemplating this, Fal inexplicably dialed a number. As members of the Western faction, their paths frequently cross, making communication quite commonplace. Their leader is Ister, and acquiring Vanina's contact details through him was rather straightforward. Remarkably, he did not pose any inquiries. He simply provided the number. Without a moment's hesitation, Fal contacted the woman. Vanina, is it? I am Fal. You must have heard of my name. You are the illustrious fire goddess, Fal? Despite her own anxiety, Vanina could not afford to disregard the inquiry of the fiery warrior. Indeed, listen closely to my question. I wish to know the whereabouts of your chef, Oscar. I have matters to discuss with him. Upon hearing that the fire goddess was searching for Oscar, a wave of foreboding washed over Vanina. Could it be that this young man's prowess has been uncovered? Indeed, where there is gold, it will shine forth. Yet, the mere mention of Oscar indicated a desire to lure him away. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of reluctance filled Vanina's heart. As if a piece of her very soul was being snatched away. Esteemed Lady Fal, Oscar has now ascended to become a partner in our household. I care not for your affiliations. I demand to see him immediately. This may be rather inconvenient, as Oscar is currently engaged in a global elite training camp. Slap. Before the long-legged matron could provide further clarification, the connection was severed. On the other end, the fiery warrior was in a frenzy, commanding her subordinates. Prepare the aircraft. I am heading to the global elite training camp. Do not question my motives. Fal herself was at a loss, pondering if she had lost her senses. Whenever any information relating to Oscar arose, this woman exhibited an intense anxiety, as if fearing someone might usurp her claim. Meanwhile, the performers on-site took their positions. The Hydra Dragon proved to be formidable, truly a top-tier entity among royal beings. And Luo Feng, a young and audacious lad, dared to confront the Hydra Dragon with his mental prowess, successfully capturing its attention. Yet, this naive youth remained oblivious to an even more terrifying creature lurking nearby, the high-level warrior, Li Yao. At this moment, he resembled a coiled tiger, concealed along Luo Feng's path, intent on avenging the death of his son. Alas, the multitude of onlookers and several instructors from the global elite training camp complicated matters considerably. Little did Li Yao realize that he too had become prey in the eyes of an even more fearsome beast, the Golden Horn Giant, who also bore the name Oscar. How would the ensuing events unfold? It seemed as though the narrative was gradually straying from the original tale. Young man, cast your gaze this way. This was a subsonic wave, imperceptible to human senses, yet capable of facilitating communication among monsters. Just as the Hydra Dragon prepared to descend upon the city, a commanding thought suddenly resonated in its mind. Consequently, the creature's 9 heads began to sway chaotically, abandoning the pursuit of Luo Feng. Instead focusing all attention on the dilapidated building where Oscar was concealed. Turn your repugnant head away. Your presence disgusts me. Here's your task. Eliminate the hidden Li Yao. Although it was their first encounter, the intent of the Golden Horn Giant, a peak stellar entity of the 3rd tier, was not something this small creature could withstand. It was an instinctual reaction. The 9-headed serpent dragon unexpectedly abandoned its pursuit of that detestable human boy, instead directing all its attention towards Li Yao. This left the high-level warrior, concealed within the abandoned factory, utterly perplexed. He pondered, how was I discovered? According to the attack logic of these formidable monsters, they invariably target the strongest presence on site as their primary objective to eliminate. All that appeared illogical soon transformed into a semblance of reason. Even Luo Feng found himself perplexed when the Hydra Dragon suddenly launched a ferocious assault. Its target was a colossal abandoned factory, approximately 2 kilometers behind Luo Feng. The thunderous roar echoed ominously. It seemed devoid of allies. Yet, what could account for such a tremendous cacophony? It was evident that some were engaged in battle against the fearsome beast. Could it be the war gods arriving for reinforcements? At that moment, Luo Feng lacked the capacity to scrutinize the battlefield. Meanwhile, Liu had no intention of revealing his whereabouts. Should outsiders discover that he, a formidable war god, was plotting to assassinate Luo Feng, a distinguished member of the global elite training camp, the ramifications would be dire. The implications were extensive. Thus, to avert unnecessary information leakage, he remained shrouded in secrecy. The vulture Liu even shattered all communication devices between himself and Vienna, displaying unwavering confidence in his own power. Although he may not have been able to obliterate the 9-headed serpent dragon, retreating unscathed was well within his capabilities. Moreover, he saw an opportunity to eliminate Luo Feng as well. Even if witnesses were present, silencing them would be a trivial matter. Today, Luo Feng's demise was inevitable. It was time for Li Wei to settle the score. Chapter 95. The 9-headed serpent dragon destroys Li Yao. Haha, Li Yao, is it? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Oscar emerged with a cheerful smile, acting as if he was familiar with the situation. However, Li Yao on the opposite side was tense, his nerves stretched taut. This is an instinct from a supreme warrior. He instinctively senses that the human before him is extraordinary. The powerful king-level beast, the Hydra, gazes at this individual with an unusual expression. How can one describe it? It resembles a kitten beholding its master. Previously, it had wreaked havoc throughout the city and exhibited merciless slaughter of humans, seemingly entirely unrelated to this formidable creature. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that this Hydra is the pet of the man before me? Who are you? Are we acquainted? How could we not be? I once worked as a chef in your household for a day. Your wife is quite lovely, and I must admit, I find her appealing. Good heavens. Is there anyone as brazen as you? Praising Vianina's beauty in front of Liao. She seems to be your type. What are you planning? Indeed, upon hearing Oscar's words, it became evident. The vulture-like Liao's expression changed abruptly, as if a realization struck him. I see now. The one who provided information about the murderer of my son is you, isn't it? Clap, clap, clap. You are correct. However, my intentions are not driven by monetary gain, but rather by a pursuit of vengeance against Vianina. The Oscars truly seem unwilling to grant even the slightest courtesy. Before us stands the original husband of the long-legged ant herself. What on earth do they intend to do? Silence. I care not who you are, nor what your motives may be. Today, you shall perish. The man was utterly enraged, resembling a frenzied lion. How could Liao remain sane when his wife was coveted by another? Just as he revealed his fierce expression, the nine-headed serpent dragon suddenly lunged forward, positioning itself between the two, bearing its terrifying visage. Is this fellow a protector of his master? What a peculiar notion. Yet, how should one elucidate the scene before us? Fear not, my little darling. Seeing how obedient you are, I shall assist you in the hunt. Observing the Hydra's eagerness to impress, Oscar chuckled. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly subdued this beast with a mere thought. This indicates that the intelligence of the Hydra dragon is quite commendable. Even though it failed to recognize that Oscar was merely a manifestation of the golden horn behemoth, the man could sense the formidable aura of the celestial beast emanating from himself. A promising apprentice indeed. It was fortuitous that he also sought a few monstrous subordinates. You shall be one of them. What transpired next was beyond imagination. Before him stood a man named Oscar, who slowly raised his left hand and effortlessly reached into the void. Crack! Both Liao's right leg and arm were shattered. Oh, you are a psychic. Correct again, but regrettably, I cannot allow you to return alive to see Vianina. My apologies. The smile on Oscar's face resembled that of a demon. With a mere flick of his fingers, he toyed with the advanced war god before him, using his psychic powers, shattering the man's limbs. Even though he was clad in the dark god armor, he appeared as a pitiful plaything before the third-tier stellar powerhouse. What do you intend to do? Quite simple. To turn Vianina into a widow, and then this individual truly does not conceal his intentions. At this moment, Liao has sadly come to realize that he is unable to transmit any signal data, for this Hydra dragon possesses the capability to disrupt all radio signals. This is also a significant reason why Oscar desires to recruit this individual as his subordinate, the element of secrecy. Indeed, with proper cultivation, this Hydra dragon should be capable of reaching the Beast Emperor realm. Now, it's time to bid farewell. I shall take good care of Vianina. He waved goodbye to the figure across from him. Subsequently, Oscar utilized his telekinesis to transform the unfortunate Liao into a spherical form. He tossed him into the air. Then, the second head of the nine-headed divine dragon charged forward, as if it were devouring a meatball. However, the black god suit seemed somewhat indigestible. You might want to return and absorb it properly. Refrain from summoning such futile beast tides when you have nothing else to do. He nodded towards the Hydra dragon. Oscar pointed towards the distant sea, allowing this creature to absorb its strength adequately. Although a high-level battle god may not necessarily propel this individual to the Beast Emperor status, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to the Hydra dragon. Next, it was time to seek trouble with Luo Feng. Once this lingering concern was resolved, Oscar could indulge in the pleasures of the human realm. How wonderfully enchanting this world is. Poor Liao, with that fearful gaze in his final moments. Alas, humanity is so weak. I wonder if Vianina will faint upon receiving this news. It would be preferable if she collapsed into my arms. A vivid scene of his fantasies appeared in Oscar's mind, and he cheerfully whistled. Today truly is a miraculous day. Two of the most troublesome matters can be resolved. However, when he sought out Luo Feng, he was obstructed by a familiar figure. Zhao Rua? How has this young girl arrived? She walks side by side with Luo Feng. Moreover, it seems that beside Zhao Rua, there is an ultimate female warrior. If I recall correctly, she should be one of the mentors from the global elite training camp. Perhaps Jiang Feng? She is indeed a stunning beauty with long legs. However, she appears to possess a rather serious demeanor, exuding an icy disposition. Nonetheless, her popularity in the realm of anime is quite substantial. Initially, this individual had considered seizing an opportunity to eliminate the solitary Luo Feng, but now finds himself in a quandary. Should he also extinguish the lives of these two lovely maidens? There is a twinge of reluctance. Furthermore, it seems Zhao Rua has spotted Oscar, and to his surprise, she greets him with a look of astonishment. Mr. Oscar, are you not at the base? What brings you here? Oh, Miss Zhao Rua, what a coincidence. I am accompanying the HR Alliance to deliver supplies. Previously, Liao had made quite a spectacle of his arrival, claiming to provide support. Thus, the presence of the HR alliance in this location seems quite reasonable. While Oscar's words may have been somewhat fabricated, the excuse he provided was rather convincing. Following this exchange, the typically stoic beauty, Wang Xuan, appeared to regard Oscar with newfound appreciation. I am Wang Xuan. I sincerely thank you for extending your assistance during this time. And where is the valiant Li Yao? It seems he is occupied with that monstrous creature with many heads. I just witnessed them near the seaside. She pointed towards the direction in which the Hydra had fled. At this moment, it seems that this fellow is leaping into the sea. According to the logic of a normal human being, a colossal beast that is on the offensive would encounter such a situation, suggesting it has run into a formidable obstacle, wouldn't it? What a splendid excuse. Once again, Oscar has been deceived. Chapter 96. The Fall of Li Yao. Auntie will be plundered. What? A Yao has fallen? The long-legged Aunt Venina was eagerly awaiting good news from her husband. This woman meticulously cleanses herself, adorning the most alluring and provocative lingerie, prepared to reward her victorious husband. As a formidable warrior, she dons a sleek black divine armor. Slaying Luo Feng seems effortless, akin to crushing a mere ant. Moreover, there lurks a 9-headed serpent dragon in that vicinity, capable of sacrificing the entire city for its demise. Yet, a single phone call from that direction causes Vinny to tremble uncontrollably, her mood plummeting to freezing depths. Madam Vinny, I must deliver unfortunate news. Your husband was engaged in combat against the 9-headed serpent dragon, and after thorough verification, it has been confirmed that the beast indeed devoured the bald eagle Li Yao, the esteemed female Minter Jiang Feng, who traveled from the global elite training camp, has verified this and even captured footage. The images clearly depict that golden horned behemoth thrashing across the ocean surface multiple times, possibly suffering indigestion, culminating in the expulsion of a complete black divine armor. After careful examination, it is presumed to be Li Yao's remains. It is truly shocking that humanity has lost another high-level warrior. Alas, what could have caused such an easy kill by a king-class monster? What transpired? Due to the extensive destruction of the city streets, no witnesses could see what occurred. The situation is terrifying. Despite the collective effort to halt the beast tide, humanity has suffered yet another loss of a high-tier warrior, and the city has been devastated almost beyond recognition. The tragedy is profound. The entire world sinks into a mournful despair. Although humans now possess the capacity for self-preservation, these monsters continue to evolve relentlessly. Li Yao, an elder who has endured since the Great Nirvana era, despite his somewhat tarnished reputation, still commands considerable popularity. His fall is as devastating as an earthquake in some regions, with the most significant impact on the Polina's family. Has the footage been verified? Yes, esteemed elders, it is indeed Li Yao the bald eagle. He was exceedingly careless. This is a group of individuals, all fair-haired and blue-eyed. They have long harbored a disdain for Li Yao, with his dark hair and eyes. Were it not for his status as a formidable warrior, they would never have considered including him in their circle. However, these fierce wolves and tigers gathered together were not there to lament Li Yao. Let us dispense with the trivialities. The purpose of our assembly today is to discuss Vina. What is there to discuss about that widow? She has lost her son, and her husband was devoured by a beast, utterly worthless in the eyes of true elites. Vina's stunning figure and angelic visage are of no significance whatsoever, easily overlooked. After all, in such dire circumstances, there are countless beautiful and youthful women, many of whom are far more obedient than that long-legged ant. Thus, on this very night, while the long-legged ant lay awake in sorrow, an unimaginable turn of events transpired. First, all assets under her and her husband's names were frozen, followed by the transfer of their real estate and business interests. It wasn't until someone arrived to seize her property that Vina realized what was happening. What do you intend to do? I am sorry, Miss Vina, but the HR Alliance has rescinded your authority. Please vacate the premises. Personal belongings are not to be touched. Good heavens, how ruthless. Her husband is now cold and alone, and they dare to evict her. Vina immediately objected. After all, this long-legged ant is a junior warrior known as the Scorpion. Was she so easily trifled with? Initially, Vina contemplated kicking these debt collectors out. Yet, a single phone call rendered her speechless. I am Esther from the HR Alliance. You are aware of me, I presume. Be compliant, child. My goodness, this matter has even attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the HR Alliance. Upon receiving this news, Vina's hands fell helplessly at her sides, her gaze gradually losing its luster. A surge of bitter tears threatened to well up in the corners of the beautiful woman's eyes. However, at that moment, a sudden wave of searing heat filled the sky outside. Clear the way. I have business with this woman. What? It is the Flame Warrior, Foul. How could this esteemed individual manage to achieve such feats? The temper of this female warrior is quite formidable. The few individuals who approached to seize her property immediately fled upon witnessing her demeanor. They were acutely aware that a moment's delay could result in their utter annihilation. In the presence of such a planetary-level powerhouse, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Are you looking for me? Gazing upon the extraordinary figure descending before her, Vianina felt a sense of bewilderment. Today, this statuesque lady was engulfed in sorrow. Her son lay in a grave, and her husband had fallen victim to a monstrous creature. Most infuriating was the betrayal from her own kin, who sought to devour everything she held dear. Such cruelty is beyond comprehension. Well, to be precise, I am in search of a young man named Oscar. What is the nature of your relationship with him? To her surprise, the inquiry was indeed concerning Oscar. After some investigation, this warrior of fire and battle had uncovered the connection between Oscar and Vianina. However, this was hardly a complex matter. Other men would pursue a married woman discreetly, yet Oscar was brazenly open about his intentions. Liao may not have found concrete evidence, yet he harbored suspicions of his wife's infidelity. The whispers circulating among the former servants who once worked for Vianina were incessant. They claimed that Oscar's ascendance was largely due to Vianina's influence. Of course, these individuals were oblivious to Oscar's true capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have dismissed him as someone who merely benefited from others. Upon digesting this information, the warrior hesitated before ultimately approaching Vianina. If he intended to draw Oscar into his fold, he could not afford to overlook the presence of this statuesque lady. It was evident to all that Oscar harbored deep affection for her. Thus, to win the young man's heart, preserving Vianina was a strategic necessity. Moreover, in this crucial moment, Fall's intervention was akin to a timely rescue. I will do my utmost to safeguard what you hold dear. But there is a condition. Both you and Oscar must align yourselves with our cause. Is that agreeable? And no, it is not a problem. However, my relationship with that young man is not as the rumors suggest. At this moment, the tall lady grasped the reality of her situation. Now utterly alone, she clung to her last lifeline, Oscar. The mere thought of that insufferable boy brought to mind their initial encounter. Could it truly come to relying on him? Chapter 97. At Li Yao's funeral, Oscar confesses his feelings. Oscar, this is Vianina. I hope you can attend my husband's funeral. Is this considered an invitation? Yet why a funeral? When Oscar received this message from Vianina, he was being interrogated by the cherubic beauty Zhao Rua, although his presence here seemed quite reasonable. This young lady appeared to possess an uncanny intuition, sensing that something was amiss, though she could not articulate it. Nevertheless, this was merely standard procedure. Anyone who intruded uninvited would undergo several rounds of questioning after the battle concluded. Miss Zhao Rua, I kindly offered you sausages, which you declined. Now, I am risking myself to assist you, and this is how you repay me? It is disheartening. He lamented, though his eyes were darting around. Observing the young lady's blushing countenance. Where are you looking? Turn your face away. What do you have in your hand? Show me. One must concede that Zhao Rua's suspicions were indeed justified. However, little did this young lady realize that the man before her was none other than the most terrifying of beasts, the golden horned giant. The very monster that had obliterated the entire Armenian base. Furthermore, the previous Hydra dragon was but a mere worm in comparison, obedient to his command. Even if Oscar were to utter such words himself, it is likely that others would dismiss them as mere jest. At this moment, a message from Vianina arrived. Perhaps I should show it to this young lady. What is this? Initially, the girl harbored some doubts. However, upon seeing the invitation from the long-legged ant, her apprehensions were swiftly alleviated. To think that you are indeed a person of great significance to their family. Naturally, my sausages are the most delectable in the world. Would you care to join us? After all, General Li Yao is also of Eastern descent. This is of no concern to you. We shall arrange our own matters. Your evaluation has concluded. Let us depart. I returned the phone to the other party. The routine inspection was nearing its conclusion. In truth, the HR Alliance's camouflage efforts were commendable this time. Their aircraft was laden with provisions and pharmaceuticals. Yet, aside from Oscar and a select few who had arrived from the mainland, the others had been thoroughly cleared away by the monsters. What a joke. Oscar did not arrive on their plane. Of course, they needed to erase any traces. Had it not been for the assistance of the fiery goddess of war on this occasion, it seems that Li Yao might not even have a proper funeral. Perhaps due to the presence of the flame goddess, Elder East of the HR Alliance unexpectedly made an appearance. When Oscar arrived, he found the long-legged ant staring icily at several relatives, her body trembling slightly, as if on the brink of collapse. The previously composed flame goddess seemed to lose her poise upon seeing Oscar, her feet seemingly cemented to the ground, too embarrassed to step forward and greet him. Vianina, our family's decision is irrevocable. Despite not knowing how you became acquainted with Elder Fowl, the belongings must be returned to the family. The individual in question was a striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed gentleman, a rare psychic called Illusionary Katran, a star figure within the HR Alliance, possessing peak warrior prowess and mid-level psychic abilities. Even Elder East held him in high regard. Before this man, Vianina, regardless of her grievances, dared not shed a tear. Katran, do you truly disregard our familial bonds? Bonds? You, the harbinger of misfortune, were once meant to bear us a son. What of that now? Indeed. In the eyes of these nobles, was a woman's value solely defined by her ability to bear children? Vianina was, after all, one of the few female warriors, possessing a figure and beauty that could rival even those of 20-year-old maidens. Such prowess is considered exemplary even in times of peace. Just as Vianina's eyes brimmed once more with tears of anguish, an unexpectedly bold hand suddenly encircled the slender waist of the long-legged ant. It was Oscar. This fellow seemed to have materialized out of thin air. In an instant, he teleported from the doorway to Vianina's side. My dear, I am late. but fret not, for you still have me. This sentence was whispered into Vina's ear. It could be a reaction to stress, or perhaps a loss of composure. The enchanting ant with long legs unexpectedly turned and nestled her head against Oscar's chest. This spectacle, for those around, is nothing short of an earth-shattering revelation. An astonishing tableau that leaves all in awe. Who is this white-haired lad? From where did he emerge? Yet, he appears to possess remarkable skills. Meanwhile, the flame were God. Foul observed this scene with an expression of envy. You insufferable brat, choosing such a moment to confess your feelings. With an icy demeanor, he approached, seemingly intending to remind the two of them to recognize the gravity of their surroundings. On Li Yao's side, the remnants of a lifeless body lay strewn about, leaving behind but a tattered black divine armor. The electronic screen incessantly recounted the unfortunate tale of this individual. How can you two embrace each other? Upon Fao's admonition, Venina was jolted back to reality, springing from someone's embrace like a startled rabbit. However, before the long-legged lady could regain her composure, a powerful force gripped her arm, pulling her back once more. This Oscar truly dares to act. The onlookers nearby exhibited an air of peculiar intrigue at this scene. Eventually, an elderly gentleman, unable to contain himself, approached with a trembling gait. Venina, the little vulture hasn't yet passed. How can you proceed? This is Master Yanhai, a formidable figure of planetary caliber. Many believe he is the backing of the vulture Li Yao. Yet, before this old man could finish his words, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Old fool, do you court death? Oscar growled lowly, exuding an aura of murderous intent that only those of planetary strength could perceive. The sudden intensity caused Yanhai to stagger back several steps, his already pallid face turning even more ashen. You are, the old man had only exhibited such a loss of composure in the presence of the planet's strongest, Hong or the Thunder God. Yet, he did not expect the seemingly youthful Oscar to possess such an imposing presence. Could it be that this obscure young man is also a being of planetary might, endowed with an equally terrifying domain? However, Yanhai's embarrassment did not attract the attention of those around. After all, he still held a significant status. Meanwhile, the affronted illusionist Caterlan, aggrieved at having lost face, recklessly charged forward. I care not who you are. This is a family matter of the Bolenas, Outsiders, Chapter 98. Venina is my woman from this day forth. Oh? You are the illusionist Caterlan? Observing the arrogant youth before him, Oscar's face broke into a disdainful smirk. Indeed, it is I, and you shall pay for your previous transgressions. Perhaps in an attempt to appear gallant, or perhaps to affirm his power and status within the family. The golden-haired, blue-eyed young man effortlessly manipulated a gleaming dagger to hover before Oscar. It appeared to be crafted from a unique alloy, instantly awakening a gluttonous desire within someone. In contrast to this oblivious human before him, Oscar seemed far more intrigued by the metallic blade. This material surely cannot originate from the blue planet, can it? This exquisite blade of yours, was it crafted from the materials found within ancient relics? Oscar licked his lips, yearning for the sword. Were it not for the multitude of familiar faces surrounding him, he would be tempted to devour this rare weapon whole, regardless of its form. Even if it were not in the state of the golden horned behemoth, Oscar found it difficult to suppress the joy swelling within him at the sight of such precious metal. Although this azure sphere may appear unremarkable, there is an inexplicable allure to it. On this planet, there exist numerous remnants of extraterrestrial spacecraft. It appears that in the distant past, a cosmic conflict transpired here. Alternatively, there may be extraordinary secrets that attract these formidable beings from beyond the stars. Young one, your discernment is commendable. However, if you wish to preserve your life, kneel and pay your respects. Witnessing Oscar in this manner, Carter Lawn mistakenly believed that the other party had been intimidated by the knife. Meanwhile, Venina stood by, her face ashen with fright. The woman was acutely aware of the preciousness of the blade before her, which could be described as a treasured heirloom of her family. It was said to be forged from an unknown extraterrestrial alloy, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay, and even penetrating the formidable black armor. However, in the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The golden horned behemoth, no, Oscar, actually bit down upon the edge of the blade. Witnessing this, even the fiery battle goddess, Foul, was taken aback. Had it lost its mind? Yet before the woman could utter a word, an even more surreal event transpired. Crack! Snap! What did we just witness? The man known as Oscar astonishingly bit through the blade of a knife. Then, as if savoring a sweet treat, he placed the blade in his mouth and chewed it. In the presence of several stunning women, he forcefully swallowed it. How outrageous! The blade forged from extraterrestrial metal could effortlessly shred one's intestines and organs. Yet, why does this young man display a visage of sheer delight? Who are you truly? Catalan was utterly astounded. Initially, he had produced his family's heirloom to showcase his mental prowess, but to outsiders, it appeared as though he was offering candy-coated beans to the man before him. Delicious. Oscar, without wasting words, simply extended 2 fingers and beckoned. To their astonishment, the broken alien sword, with its shattered blade, soared directly toward Oscar's mouth. Crack! Crack! In just a few swift moments, even the hilt was devoured by this young individual. Is this a display of boasting? showcasing your fine set of teeth? This substance is indeed extraterrestrial metal. How is it possible? Even those king-tier monsters might struggle to gnaw upon it, yet this man before us. Furthermore, those discerning individuals present have also discerned something truly astonishing. The young man named Oscar is likely a formidable mentalist, his prowess undoubtedly surpassing that of the illusionist Catalan. Although the atmosphere was permeated solely by the weighty sound of breaths, it seemed as though everyone could hear, in unspoken resonance, the sound of slaps to the face. It was not just the charming young man from the Brainer's family who appeared utterly stunned. Even Yin Hai, not far away, gasped in astonishment and uttered a word that elucidated Oscar's capabilities. Domain. He possesses a domain. This is a piece of information that circulates only among those of transcendent strength, akin to that of the legendary warrior, Hong, the mightiest on this planet, who possesses an astonishing domain. Within this unique realm, he is invincible. Could it be that this obscure figure, Oscar, also wields such formidable power? Indeed, it resembles a domain akin to molten metal, remarkable. Perhaps having overheard Yin Hai's assessment, the flame goddess, Fal, inadvertently nodded in agreement, her face betraying an expression of unrestrained ecstasy. The woman seemed to proclaim, the person I have chosen is undoubtedly a treasure. I must bring him into our ranks, even if it requires sacrificing myself. One cannot deny the truth in her words. The presence of such a rare and formidable individual is simply maddening. It is not only the flame warrior goddess who harbors intentions of allegiance at this moment. Even the long-legged ant, cradled in this young man's embrace, feels her once dormant heart stirring back to life. To become this man's woman would grant her an immensely powerful ally. Even if he cannot contend with the likes of Thor and Hong, his strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 in the world. At that juncture, neither the illusionary demon Caterlan nor the leader of the HR Alliance, East, could afford to treat this long-legged ant with anything but utmost respect. You are a planet-level powerhouse. With so many experts around to remind him, how could Caterlan remain oblivious to the unfolding events? Yet, this scene was too difficult to accept. The dossier on Oscar clearly indicated he was merely a chef. He even lacked the certification for martial artist assessment. How could this be? Young man, relay a message to you, and those behind you. Vanina shall henceforth be my woman. Upon uttering these words, Oscar embraced the still-dazed long-legged ant, claiming her with a kiss before the assembled crowd. This time, Vina surprisingly did not push him away. Instead, her face radiated a blissful blush. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like those of a youthful maiden in spring, as if she were immersed in a dream. Hey, did you hear that? You can leave now. In the next moment, this illusion was sent flying by a swift strike from the nearby flame goddess. Her spinning form crashed through the door and tumbled down the stairs. Just then, the elite training camp representatives arrived to bid farewell to Li Yao, led by none other than the beautiful teacher Zhang Feng, followed closely by Jeanette and Zhao Rua. What a remarkable coincidence. The 3 goddesses simultaneously beheld a scene that was undeniably blush-inducing. The long-legged matron, Vanina, shockingly engaged in a passionate kiss with a man named Oscar at her husband's funeral. My goodness! Jiang Feng, embodying the virtues of traditional Eastern femininity, promptly turned her head away. It was simply too scandalous to behold. These Westerners truly lack decorum. Li Yao, the vulture, is destined for such a dismal end? How intriguing. I admire the strong. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Rua appeared somewhat hesitant to approach. Conversely, the school belle, Janet, sauntered towards the two with a sultry gait. In terms of age, it seems that Janet is considerably more mature than the long-legged ant. Yet, she lacks the enigmatic allure that only a cunning figure from the 3 kingdoms could possess. Almost there. Chapter 99, transformed into a golden horn beast. Summoning a royal beast horde, Mr. Oscar, I must admit I misjudged you. You are indeed a hidden master. With a self-assured toss of her hair, Janet gracefully showcased her enviable figure before Oscar. However, the man appeared unfazed, his gaze still lingering on the long-legged ant beside him. This left Janet feeling utterly embarrassed. However, the young girl articulated the sentiments of most individuals present. It was truly unexpected that the seemingly unremarkable silver-haired youth before them possessed such formidable power. The vast majority of those gathered had never witnessed the realm firsthand, yet they had all heard tales of Hong's terrifying prowess. Many privately referred to the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall as a deity. Oscar evidently possessed the strength to challenge such a god. The HR League had struck gold, ensnaring such a powerful expert with merely the allure of a widow. At that moment, the once haughty flame goddess appeared to have transformed into a devoted admirer, circling around the 2 individuals and showering them with flattery, all in hopes that Oscar would join their alliance. Oscar, do you remember my promise? I will arrange an assessment for you immediately, ensuring your entrance into the Hall of Warriors within 6 months. The flame goddess of war is likely unaware that in her fervent attempts to win over this man, she is courting a terrifying cosmic behemoth capable of annihilating the entire globe. Oh, humanity, forever unable to see beyond the facade to grasp the underlying essence. What a tragic fate. Oscar is currently preoccupied with the game of life. By the time he has had his fill, it is likely that your planet will no longer exist. However, the family heirloom from the Bolinas family has captured Oscar's attention profoundly. What does this signify? This indicates that there must be abundant remnants of extraterrestrial supermetals on this planet. The potential for the Golden Horn Behemoth to evolve into a cosmic entity may very well hinge on this opportunity. According to the information provided by Vina, the raw materials should have been retrieved from some underwater ruins. However, as an outsider, the Golden Horn Behemoth lacks the means to treasure hunt. It is unfamiliar with the terrain and lacks the time. Nevertheless, as a celestial creature, certain traditions can still be adhered to. For instance, in the original narrative, the Golden Horn Behemoth effortlessly subdued two great oceanic beast monarchs and continually launched assaults into the depths of human territory. Yet this time, Oscar has no intention of pursuing such tactics, deeming them uninteresting. The metals from the human base offer little assistance to the current Golden Horn Behemoth. Instead, what it urgently needs are the hidden treasures within those ruins, which serve as vital nourishment. You little rascal, today, in front of so many people, you gaze at the man lost in thought. Vina is equally perplexed. Today feels as if she has drunk too much or taken the wrong medication. Unaccountably, she finds herself in Oscar's small abode. What will happen next? Everyone has an inkling. That female warrior has also become somewhat obsessed, inexplicably trailing Oscar to his home. However, at the moment this lad opens the door to inquire, Fal falters. Shall we go together? No, I must return to promptly arrange your martial assessment. I'm not interested in that. Following this, the door slams shut, leaving the fiery female warrior outside. Yet, she lingers, almost wishing to strike herself at the threshold. Such a lack of sincerity, how can one expect to recruit others? Naturally, Oscar had no intention of spending the entire day cooped up with his long-legged aunt. Some matters require moderation. Furthermore, Oscar harbored an ambitious plan. He aspired to explore every trace of civilization that could be discovered on this planet before humanity itself. Or perhaps, to consume everything edible. As Venina succumbed to slumber, Oscar quietly departed. No one noticed how he slipped away. Not even the satellites above could securely monitor the room. Could your ordinary instruments detect the stellar-grade Golden Horn Behemoth? Approximately 15 minutes later, a terrifying leviathan emerged in a certain western maritime expanse. It was observed roaring into the depths of the ocean. Within 10 minutes, all royal and high-ranking lord monsters gathered around, circling the Golden Horn Behemoth as if to pay homage to their king. In the next moment, the Hydra Dragon appeared. Have you located the two beast monarchs? It turned out that the Golden Horn Behemoth had previously assigned a task to the Hydra Dragon, urging it to contact the two sovereigns of the deep sea and compel their allegiance. However, it seemed that this would not be an easy feat. Roar, howl. Witnessing the Hydra Dragon's pitiful demeanor as it whimpered like a small dog was infuriating. How dare such an ungrateful creature lead the way? The Hydra Dragon's lament echoed in the air. Professor Jean was instantly filled with fury. With a mere swipe of his claw, the entire surface of the sea erupted into colossal waves. Even the nine-headed divine dragon and other king-level monsters were tossed about like mere shrimp, caught in the tumultuous currents. Some were even hurled high into the air by the crashing surf, only to land awkwardly hundreds of meters away. This vividly illustrates the immense power contained within the claw of the Golden Horn Beast. This is his plan. Rather than venturing forth alone to explore the ancient ruins, it is far more prudent to seize control of all the monstrous beings lurking within the depths of the ocean. He intends to utilize these creatures as mere cannon fodder, extracting the resources that the colossal Golden Horn beasts require. For this scheme to succeed, he must inevitably confront the two sovereign-grade monsters that dwell in the abyss. Even if the Golden Horn beasts manage to exert control over these regal creatures, should those two ancient beings refuse to yield, his available power would scarcely amount to a fraction of the ocean's might. Initially, he dispatched the Golden Horn beasts to convey his presence and intentions, believing that these highly intelligent rulers of the sea would recognize the tides of circumstance. However, to his dismay, these two ancient entities, secure in their deep-sea refuge, have proven impervious to even the formidable Hongdu. Thus, they mistakenly believed they could evade the summons of the Golden Horn beasts, unaware that this very decision would lead to their own demise. The Golden Horn beasts are not to be trifled with, despite their seemingly gentle demeanor towards human women. This fade merely serves to satisfy a few lingering fantasies and physiological desires from before their transformation. This individual's true identity is that of the most formidable celestial beast. Initially, many harbored a misconception, believing that such celestial giants existed solely to obliterate the civilizations upon the planets. In reality, this notion is profoundly mistaken. This individual harbors no interest in the annihilation of humanity. Rather, his singular desire is to incessantly consume high-grade metals, propelling his power to its zenith. This objective prevails in the Douluo Continent and remains unchanged upon his return to the realm of devouring starry sky. Yet, should anyone dare to obstruct his path, destruction shall ensue. Chapter 100, The Battle of the Furious Sea. Submit, Thunder Dragon King. Roar. Perhaps sensing a threat, a low growl emanates from beneath the water, approximately 500 nautical miles away. In an instant, the tranquil azure surface of the sea becomes tumultuous. Super beasts from all directions converge upon this location. Here, One cannot even glimpse the likes of beast soldiers or beast generals. The least among them are formidable high-ranking lords, with many being advanced king-level beasts. Their numbers reach into the tens of thousands. Apart from the legendary Thunder Dragon King, no other being on this planet possesses such summoning capabilities. This is a magnificent golden dragon, entirely enveloped in thunder. With a length exceeding 1,000 meters, its power is roughly equivalent to that of a human planetary level 6th tier. However, in the depths of the ocean, the Thunder Dragon King can effortlessly vanquish humans of the same caliber. This is the Super Beast Emperor, who has remained at the pinnacle of the food chain on this planet since the onset of the Blue Star mutation. This individual possesses intelligence that far surpasses that of humans and is even capable of communicating with several formidable monsters in a manner akin to human interaction. Who dares to offend my Dragon Majesty? Much like the legendary Dragon King of the East Sea. When this individual emerged upon the surface of the sea, his presence and grandeur were nothing short of otherworldly. Esteemed Dragon King, not long ago, a nine-headed hydra sought to negotiate surrender but was swiftly repelled by our forces. This formidable creature is a colossal tortoise, said to drift upon the waters when at rest. Its immense size has, at times, led humanity to perceive it as the mythical Isle of Palai. In reality, it serves as the foremost general beside the Dragon King, entrusted with safeguarding the boundary between humanity and the oceanic realms. At that time, the mightiest human, Hong, intended to confront the Dragon King. Yet, upon encountering this gigantic tortoise, the crimson-haired figure abruptly withdrew, perhaps sensing the vast disparity in power and the trepidation of the deep sea. On land, Hong possessed absolute confidence in his strength and dominion. However, beneath the waves, it is undeniably the domain of such superlative sovereigns. Sometimes, one must concede. Nevertheless, it is precisely because the Dragon King is aware of the formidable entities that dwell on land that he has refrained from orchestrating any large-scale incursions over the years. A prolonged tranquility has prevailed between the two realms. What? That wretched creature resembling a mere earthworm? Does he dare to aspire to royalty? It seems the Dragon King has entirely misconstrued the situation. The will of the Golden Horn Behemoth has not been conveyed in the slightest, as it was directly intercepted by his subordinate, the colossal tortoise. This seems somewhat reminiscent of the ancient dynasties. The Emperor remains unhurried while the eunuchs are in a frenzy. Very well, let Mr. Goldenhorn Beast personally address you. Sensing the formidable aura from afar, a cruel smile crept across the lips of the golden-horned beast. At last, a worthy adversary has emerged. At your level, you could obliterate any divine ruler in the Douluo Continent. Indeed, it is no trivial matter to underestimate the Douluo Continent. Even the collective might of several divine rulers from their realm would likely falter against this Thunder Dragon Emperor. Only opponents of such caliber can pique the interest of the Golden-Horned Beast. Furthermore, the lair of the Thunder Dragon Emperor is situated atop an abandoned prehistoric relic, resembling a dilapidated interstellar battleship. From a distance, the Golden-Horned Beast could already detect the delectable aroma of rare metals. However, for a being like the Thunder Dragon Emperor, such a place is merely a fade for ostentation. Are you the newly ascended Beast Emperor? Your aura is commendable, yet we are, after all, two entities that do not intrude upon one another. The Golden-Horned Beast made no effort to conceal his energy, appearing to the distant Thunder Dragon Emperor like an artificial sun. It would be impossible not to notice him. Although he bore a fierce demeanor, the Thunder Dragon Emperor's heart was already tinged with trepidation. This formidable creature possesses the keen ability to discern the strengths and weaknesses of both foes and allies. Upon encountering the Golden-Horned Beast, the Thunder Dragon King's initial impression was one of insurmountable odds, even contemplating a hasty retreat. Yet, surrounded by countless minions, the sovereign of the ocean was compelled to maintain its dignity. Meanwhile, another regal beast from this planet timidly emerged from the depths. The distance to this fellow is considerable, nearly 20,000 nautical miles. Yet, feeling the scorching aura of that distant entity, akin to a miniature sun, the octopus beast king trembles in trepidation. What is that old mudfish doing? How did it encounter such a formidable adversary? Similarly, the minions surrounding this grand octopus quiver in fear. A few mutated sea elephants even raise their heads high, bowing in reverence towards that direction. This is the true essence of a formidable beast. Witnessing the golden-horned colossus prompts a display of utmost reverence. Bow in awe, for admiration is imperative. It is akin to entering a temple and beholding the exalted deities above. One cannot help but be overwhelmed by an urge to prostrate oneself in reverence. It is an intangible force. Yet, the Thunder Dragon Emperor is foolish, having recklessly surged forward over 1,000 nautical miles. What is the intention here? To offer oneself as a sacrifice. The golden-horned behemoth wasted no words. With a gentle flap of its wings, its form streaked through the air like a bolt of ebony lightning. Wham! Crack! Boom! What transpired? Even the mighty Thunder Dragon Emperor and other high-ranking beasts were too stunned to comprehend the scene. When they finally regained their senses, they beheld the colossal hawksbill turtle, mistaken by fishermen for the mythical Palai Island, being effortlessly impaled through the chest by the golden horn of the behemoth. Then, it exploded midair into fragments. The sky was filled with shards of flesh interspersed with green and black viscous fluids, drifting down upon the sea in all directions. Through the haze, one could discern the turtle's massive head, its round eyes glaring. Lastly, it glanced once at the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Lifeless. It must be understood that although this creature had not attained the Emperor rank, it was indisputably one of the most ancient beings on this planet. Long before the Great Nirvana commenced, it had already existed for nearly a millennium. A 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old turtle, that is the essence of such an entity. One might even say this gargantuan creature bore witness to half the history of the planet's primates. Yet, what of it? In the presence of the golden horned behemoth, all else is but ephemeral. It is not that the behemoth lacked the desire to slay the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Rather, this individual was far more valuable than the great turtle beside it. He was indispensable for commanding the legion of beasts. I surrender. Spare my life. From now on, I shall follow your lead without question, my lord. The shift in the atmosphere is astonishingly abrupt, is it not? The golden horned behemoth has only just resurfaced and yet has yet to utter a word. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Dragon Emperor has shown signs of retreat. Perhaps it is a prudent decision on his part. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the one facing annihilation. The tumultuous battle raging across the ocean certainly does not escape the vigilant gaze of human satellites. At this moment, the denizens of the War God Palace are holding their breath, their eyes fixated on the grand screen displaying the unfolding spectacle. The golden horned behemoth is indeed unpredictable. How did it find itself pitted against the Thunder Dragon Emperor? Ha ha ha, splendid. If this creature can become embroiled in conflict with the aquatic monstrosities, it would alleviate our concerns significantly. Yet, one might be overly optimistic. Just look at the Thunder Dragon Emperor's current demeanor. This is submission. It is unclear who uttered this observation. But the entire hall of the War God Palace fell into an immediate hush. Chapter 101. The Octopus Beast Emperor cries out, proclaiming me as his elder brother, urging the surrounding fishermen to refrain from venturing out to sea, and advising all aircraft to steer clear of that maritime expanse. This is a reminder from Thor, directly presenting an undeniable truth to the members of the War God Palace. From this day forth, the configuration of the entire world has undergone a transformation. The golden horned monster has effortlessly subdued the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Following this trend, it is likely that the Octopus Beast Emperor will not last much longer. Should this creature unify all the monsters of the ocean, it would undoubtedly pose a grave existential challenge for humanity. What shall we do? Form a suicide squad to eliminate it? Do we possess the capability to prevail? At present, it seems prudent to observe the unfolding events. Yet, everyone understands that the time may come for the final inheritance. Not only the War God Palace, but also the leaders of the 5 great nations are beginning to convene in urgent meetings. This may represent the most significant survival crisis humanity has faced to date. Particularly noteworthy is a classified document declassified by the Hanshan Nation, which meticulously details the circumstances surrounding the golden horned behemoth. This is a biological record from the remnants of a cosmic civilization. It is undoubtedly accurate. If this golden horned behemoth truly intends to annihilate this planet, it would likely accomplish its objective within a month. What can be done? What else can be done? Perhaps pen a farewell letter? Humanity. However, in contrast to these pessimistic human champions, the golden horned behemoth has no such intentions. There is still a beloved woman on the shore, and it yearns to traverse the world. Unless these humans are intent on self-destruction, forming a punitive expedition as in a previous lifetime, it is likely to survive at least this year. Yet, the human world operates in this manner, preparing for the worst. Just as the Thunder Dragon King on the screen bowed and scraped before the golden horned behemoth, Hong, who had been silently observing the display, suddenly turned to the enchanting figure beside him. Do you remember the matter you reported to me earlier? The individual at the funeral of the war god, Liao. This world's foremost champion indeed possesses remarkable leaps of thought. Yet, in just a single night, the illustrious name of Oscar has already graced the intelligence networks of numerous formidable contenders. The sudden emergence of this formidable powerhouse immediately captivated everyone's intense interest. He is suspected to be a planet-level expert with domain capabilities, potentially rivaling the likes of Hong. Even the mightiest Ice Emperor of Emerniga was taken aback, as he had never anticipated that a mere chef under his very nose could possess such extraordinary combat prowess. My memory eludes me, yet I vaguely recall that our people have a penchant for hot dogs. Indeed, Oscar's sausages, nestled between 2 slices of bread, are what they refer to as hot dogs. Casting a disdainful glance at the Ice Emperor, I gracefully approached. Master of the establishment, our team has documented the entire course of the battle. There is no need for further details, simply inform me of his whereabouts. We must now consolidate every possible alliance. Indeed, the human realm stands on the brink of annihilation. The 5 great nations have even discreetly initiated their succession plans, indicative of their pessimistic outlook regarding the impending conflict, following the obliteration of the Emernigan base. This initiative has been set into motion. The unexpected arrival of Oscar appears insufficient to serve as a harbinger of salvation. However, whoever manages to capture this individual can ensure that their allies survive a moment longer. He has been taken away by the widow of the Palena's family and has not left her abode since. As this matter was discussed, A blush involuntarily crept across my face. It felt rather embarrassing for an inexperienced young woman to speak on such topics. Meanwhile, the older gentlemen present exchanged knowing smiles. Ah, the youth are so full of vigor. That Venina is at least a warrior of divine caliber. She should suffice, no? Cough, 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 brother. It seems this lad has particular tastes. Shall we consider a sacrifice from your ladies? Upon hearing this, the bald Thor chuckled mischievously, though his grin carried an ambiguous undertone. Silence. Hong fell deep into contemplation. This is not his principle of conduct. Yet does the notion of principle hold any significance now? After a considerable pause, the world's foremost powerhouse slowly began to speak. Is there anyone among us familiar with Mr. Oscar? In our academy, 3 individuals have had interactions with him. Professor Jiang Fong, Zhao Rua, and Janet. As the enchanting figure spoke, a hint of unease flickered within her. As Hong's personal guard, this beauty seemed to sense something amiss. I understand. I shall contemplate this. Just as the formidable beings in these wars were determining the future trajectory of the world. The sea where the golden horned beast resided erupted into towering waves. To be precise, a colossal wave surged toward us. However, when it was approximately 15 nautical miles away, it abruptly halted. Suddenly, a smooth head emerged from the water's surface, accompanied by an adorably massive figure, resembling an enlarged takoyaki. This is the Octopus Emperor, a colossal cephalopod that has gradually transformed into a super sovereign. What brings you here, seeking your demise? The golden horned beast cast a sidelong glance at the bald figure emerging from the sea, its tone laced with a hint of menace. In the distance, the great octopus hastily raised 2 immense tentacles, adopting a posture of surrender. I am wronged. Dear brother, I have come to pay my respects to you. Who does he refer to as brother? The golden horned beast regarded the nearby Thunder Dragon Emperor with suspicion. It had just heard this fellow mention a mortal enemy. Could it not be this very octopus? Master, he is, the Thunder Dragon Emperor attempted to introduce, but to his surprise, the octopus leaped directly to his side, extending 2 tentacles in an attempt to drape them over him in camaraderie. Brother, you truly possess a sense of humor. I have been a long-time friend of Old Thunder, sharing a bond akin to exchanging lives. Goodness gracious. If there were to be a deceitful scoundrel among the monsters, it would undoubtedly be this one. The Octopus Beast King is remarkably astute. Not long ago, this creature was embroiled in a territorial dispute with the Thunder Dragon King. Yet now, it displays such affection. Is the Golden Horned Behemoth truly naive? So, you refer to me as elder brother? No. Rather, you are my father. Wait, my grandfather. Indeed. You are my esteemed uncle. I never anticipated that the Octopus Beast King would possess such a pronounced northern accent. It is truly amusing. Leaving the Thunder Dragon King both bewildered and amused. How did I fail to recognize the inherent audacity of this creature? Just moments ago, the Thunder Dragon King at least feigned decorum. However, the adaptability of this great octopus is simply astounding. Call me whatever you wish. What I seek now is an ancient relic abundant in metals. Do you happen to know its whereabouts? The Golden Horned Behemoth is utterly disinclined to engage in further discourse with these 2 beings. Initially, it had hoped for a grand confrontation, akin to imparting lessons to those deities on the Douluo Continent. Yet, unexpectedly, these 2 beast kings from Blue Star have relegated themselves to the status of subordinates. How utterly uninspiring. Chapter 102. The Global Search for the Thief Oscar Venina. Where is the man beside you? On the other side. Within the modest abode where the Golden Horned Behemoth slumbered the previous night, a drowsy Venina was abruptly roused by the fire goddess, who pulled her up rather rudely. Bewildered, she glanced around her surroundings, only to find them completely devoid of presence. Where is Oscar? This little rascal caused quite a stir last night. After lulling Venina into a deep slumber, where did that mischievous boy vanish to? Is he truly so irresponsible? Indeed, the words of a man are often deceptive. I am at a loss. Lord Fowl, how is it that you find yourself in my chamber? Venina gradually regained her senses, only to behold the wall at the entrance marred by a gaping hole, charred and blackened. This woman is truly rude. No wonder the Oscars have no interest in her. Struggling to organize my thoughts, I caught sight of that Venus stretching languidly, revealing her impressive figure in all its glory. Unfortunately, the room was occupied by 2 women, both of whom were stunningly beautiful. It seems unlikely to captivate anyone. Fear not, dear adults, that troublesome boy probably wishes to evade your scrutiny. I am confident that once will not suffice for him. Reflecting on the events of last night, I seem to recall hearing phrases reminiscent of love tiger oil from the lips of that Oscar fellow. Look at the alluring visage of Venina at this moment. The flame goddess, Fowl, harbored a sense of resentment within her heart, unsure of how to articulate it. She has finally grasped the disparity between herself and the woman before her. Despite possessing an equally stunning physique and countenance, along with a formidable backing, that boy appears solely enamored with this widow. He even professes to be an admirer of Cao Cao. Consequently, the flame goddess devoted considerable time studying Eastern history, only to discover the eccentricities of that era during the late Eastern Han dynasty in their homeland. What a remarkable figure he could have been, wielding the emperor's authority to command the lords. What kind of exquisite beauty could he not have attained? Yet, it seems that Cao Cao is only drawn to women who have already been touched by others, preferably those like Venina who have borne children. What are the merits of this, precisely? Why are these Eastern men so enamored with such things? No wonder history has referred to that old scoundrel as Chow the Thief. My dear Lord Fowl, if I were to bring that young lad into your esteemed family, would that not secure my affairs? Observing the fiery warrior before me rendered speechless. Vanina gradually donned her attire. She then whispered softly in the ear of her companion. Hush, I have already restored your family's standing. In the future, the Paulina's family shall undoubtedly be yours. Thank you kindly. May I address you as dear sister? As you wish. But do inform me the next time that insufferable young man wishes to engage in such antics. After uttering these words, the fiery female warrior, her cheeks flushed, stormed out, leaving behind her long-legged aunt, who erupted in peals of laughter. Indeed, women who have traversed life's tribulations possess a profound understanding. Upon exiting the room, the woman, enveloped in flames, activated her communicator. That scoundrel seems to have vanished. Keep a vigilant eye on those clubs frequented by older women. As she uttered these words, the man deliberately paused for a moment before adding, why all the unnecessary chatter? If I tell you to search, then search. It seems that Oscar's particular preferences are gradually becoming known to everyone. Meanwhile, within the confines of the extreme martial arts school, an internal meeting was underway. Such high-level gatherings were typically beyond the qualifications of teacher Jiang Feng. However, this time, not only was she invited, but even the two beautiful students from the academy had also been summoned. Teacher, did Lord Hong ask us to come together? Zhao Ruo gazed incredulously around her. How had this young lady, who had yet to be recognized by the god of war, come to receive such attention? Beside her, Jeanette appeared contemplative. Is it intended for us sisters to take action and manage that Oscar? What a clever girl. Were it not for her mixed Eastern and Western heritage, she would not have been deemed worthy to enter here. You three, follow me. I trust one need not elaborate on the specifics. This mission has but one objective, Oscar. The enchanting figure welcoming the three women had indeed crossed paths with the enigmatic individual. The entire world was in search of this mysterious master, after all. Whichever faction possesses a stronger power would retain a greater share of strength in the ultimate inheritance. The five great nations expressed a pessimistic outlook regarding the future of warfare. They would complete the inheritance within a month, preserving only the genes of those with status and influence. At some point in the future, when the colossal creature departs from this planet, it may present them with an opportunity for resurrection. As for Hong and the Thunder God, they were engaged in similar endeavors, hoping to drive away the cosmic behemoth with humanity's superhuman might, despite the fact that the probability of success in such an undertaking is less than 0.1. It seems that Oscar may not be inclined toward our type at all. In recent days, I am uncertain as to why, but teacher Jiang Feng has frequently been beset by dreams. In these dreams, she envisions the scene of that fellow, Oscar, passionately kissing Vina. How could this be? After all, it is the funeral of Li Yao. Were it not for the commands emanating from the highest echelons of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Feng would never have given this man a second thought. He was entirely not her type. However, after analyzing the discussions at the current meeting of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, it became evident that if Oscar had any predilections, his foremost preference would likely be mature and alluring women, followed closely by rare metals. Should this young man's prowess rival that of Hong or Thor? He would undoubtedly represent an extraordinary treasure. If utilized wisely, he might even aid humanity in enduring for several additional months. The Academy merely requires your utmost efforts. As a reward, you shall all be granted the opportunity to partake in the forthcoming journey to Mist Island. This is a reward bestowed by the enchanting. The human realm has now reached a moment of utmost peril. Many future plans can no longer be postponed. However, one wonders what expressions of astonishment would grace the faces of those influential figures if they were to discover that Oscar is, in fact, the Golden Horn Behemoth. Of course, Oscar is not idly standing by. After asserting control over these two beast monarchs, he once again transformed into his human form before his subordinates. Perched upon the back of the Thunder Dragon Monarch, he resembled the legendary Dragon Rider. How much longer, you wretched loach? Is there truly an alien spacecraft in your lair? Is it delectable? It appears this fellow intends to journey to the Thunder Dragon Monarch's lair, which is said to be the remnants of a shattered extraterrestrial civilization, crafted from a memory metal capable of transforming at will. Within the legacy of the Golden Horn Behemoth, such delicacies exist, offering a taste reminiscent of cotton candy, light, fluffy, and irresistibly bouncy. From the moment the Golden Horn Behemoth first emerged into existence until now, I have yet to encounter a flavor quite so exquisite and delightful. This time, one must not miss it. Rest assured, my brother, it will arrive shortly. Chapter 103. The alien civilization ruins of Blue Star are truly delicious. Is it that? It seems this object carries your foul odor. Be brother. Slap. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged stay here. That enormous spaceship is now saturated with the essence of the Thunder Dragon King. Upon detecting this scent, the Golden Horn Behemoth struck the large mudfish away with a single blow. Then, one could see this colossal creature incessantly flapping its wings upon the surface of the sea, stirring up all the surrounding waters. It felt akin to a cleansing tool, repeatedly crashing against the massive spaceship before finally dissipating those odors. How infuriating. Such a splendid object has been repurposed by this thunderous dragon as its lair. As I caress this soft, yielding metal before me, the colossal creature exerts its strength, scraping with its forepaw. It then tears away a substantial fragment of debris. Akin to a young boy who has just discovered a piece of candy. First, it brings the remnant to its nostrils, inhaling to ensure there are no unpleasant odors. Satisfied, it slowly places the morsel into its mouth. Smack, smack. It is chewy and bouncy, reminiscent of the soft metal embedded in the annals of my memory. One wonders from which planet this cotton candy-like metal originates. If only the location of that celestial body were known, the majestic beast might embark on a distant journey, indulging in a feast before returning. The inhabitants of this blue planet are, in fact, more anxious than one might presume. Do you truly believe that the golden horn beast has come to annihilate your world? Its intentions are twofold. 1, to seek sustenance, and 2, to eliminate Luo Feng. However, the golden horned beast finds itself in a quandary at this moment. After all, Luo Feng is the protagonist of this realm. Should that impudent brat be vanquished, what then becomes of the subsequent recognition of magical artifacts? Leaving aside other matters, consider the Star Tower. Such a colossal metallic construct would take the golden horned beast years to consume, even should it attempt to gnaw on it. Moreover, wielding that object would undoubtedly yield greater benefits than mere consumption. Perhaps it could seize Luo Feng's essence? That notion feels rather distasteful, given that the golden horned beast harbors a vendetta against him from a previous life. If all else fails, it might render him a mere vegetable. After all, the golden horned beast currently possesses the ability to easily manipulate humanity. Another concern is to prevent the meeting of Luo Feng and Babada, particularly to keep this lad unaware of the fallen ink star. Otherwise, numerous complications may ensue. Yet, as of now, the golden horned beast's thoughts are wholly concentrated on the lair of the Thunder Dragon Emperor. This is a transport vessel that has long since succumbed to the ravages of time. Spanning over 15,000 meters in length and approximately 2,800 meters in width, its colossal structure is a testament to the formidable density of cosmic metals, which far surpasses the alloys found on Blue Planet. Consequently, this spacecraft's mass is at least equivalent to that of 100 human bases of similar scale, if not greater. However, the tumultuous disturbances caused during the erosion of this vessel have instilled sheer terror in the neighboring nations of the surrounding seas. Notably, the enormous Thunder Dragon King was sent sprawling like a mere plaything by this entity. This scene has been entirely captured by satellites. It is utterly terrifying. What an extraordinary level of power this is. Reports indicate that the golden horn behemoth is stirring up chaos in the depths of the ocean, while the Thunder Dragon Sovereign is nearby. Based on our current understanding, it appears that the golden horn behemoth is engaged in combat with the Thunder Dragon Sovereign. The images transmitted via satellite show the human commanders present, each one pale as death. They are acutely aware that if they were to confront the golden horn behemoth head-on, even if all human warriors were to join forces, the outcome would likely be one of bitter defeat. However, there exists a subtle detail that few seem to have noticed. The mysterious expert Oscar vanished at precisely the same time as the golden horn behemoth made its appearance. Is this truly a coincidence? Yet, even Oscar's confidant, the leggy Aunt Vina, failed to notice. She merely suspected that she might have encountered a heartless scoundrel. However, if Oscar were indeed the type to don his trousers and disregard others, why would he go to such lengths previously? Why risk offending so many? It is evident that his affection for the leggy ant is far from negligible. This is something that everyone can perceive. However, this fellow has inexplicably vanished from this world. No one has seen him, nor is there any trace left behind. An irresponsible man. This is the assessment of the long-legged ant regarding that gentleman. However, at this moment, Fayer finds himself in great distress. It could even be said that this fiery female warrior is filled with profound regret. Had she followed them into the room that day, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The alien spacecraft was so immense that the golden horned beast required a full 3 days and nights to fully consume it. This meal was, without a doubt, the most satisfying one he has ever experienced. Can you imagine? It was solely this alien vessel that bestowed upon the golden horned beast a genuine sense of satiety. This sensation had never before manifested in the realm of Douluo Continent. Even when devouring that human base, such fondness had eluded me. How does that saying go? The mind wanders after one has satisfied their hunger. After indulging, the form of the lithe ant with long legs inexplicably resurfaced in the thoughts of the golden horned beast. It dawned on me that we hadn't been in contact for 3 days. The communicator I had given her had long since succumbed to the corrosive embrace of seawater. I pondered the temperament of Venina. After all, women tend to be quite sensitive about such matters. With a mindset of cautious optimism, I ventured to a desolate island. The golden horned beast transformed back into the human form of Oscar and sought out an abandoned telephone booth to establish a connection. Presently, I possessed a myriad of peculiar creatures at my disposal, including one that could mimic human radio signals. Remarkably, not all beasts on this planet are malevolent. It is merely that humanity has failed to discern this truth over the ages. Hello, my dear, have you had breakfast? This is the voice of Oscar. Yet it comes from an unfamiliar number. Initially, Venina was cursing and complaining. However, the woman quickly realized the significance of the call. The man she had longed for had finally reached out to her. You rascal, I thought you had forgotten about me. How could that be? I conducted an investigation regarding the routes of those high-level monsters to ascertain whether they pose any threat to our home. This is rather a feeble excuse, isn't it? Yet, unexpectedly, the long-legged ant on the other end of the line began to weep softly over the phone. Why haven't you returned my calls? I was terrified, you wicked scoundrel. Hurry back. Return for what? Do you miss me? I noticed you sleeping so peacefully that I hesitated to disturb you. You rascal. Chapter 104. Are you out of your mind? The golden horned behemoth infiltrates the war god palace. Love you. Perhaps something akin to love has truly blossomed. It might also be a fervent passion. Even after the call was ended, the long-legged ant, Venina, found it hard to relinquish the connection. Once she confirmed there was no response from the other side, the woman stood frozen for a few moments, lost in thought. Then, in a flurry of activity, she rushed to the vanity, retrieving an array of cosmetics. She began to apply them liberally to her face and body. With her angelic visage and devilish figure, complemented by the essence of a warrior goddess, she transformed into a vision that made her long legs appear as if they belonged to a youthful maiden. The exquisite makeup rendered her a formidable weapon of allure against men. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, reminiscent of high heels. What? Venina turned sharply, only to behold the fiery warrior goddess approaching slowly. When did she return? Are you eavesdropping on me? She exclaimed. Let us not forget our collaboration. In truth. Upon hearing that phone call, the fiery warrior, Val, felt a surge of excitement within her, maintaining an outward calm while her heart raced like a startled fawn. This time, we must surely capture that young man. Upon hearing the words of her companion, the long-legged ant smiled gently. She approached and took the hand of the fiery female warrior, softly whispering in her ear, Do you intend to meet your boyfriend clad in that armor? Indeed, Val's prowess, along with her attributes of beauty and figure, places her among the finest of young women. However, this woman remains oblivious to the art of utilizing her own assets, exuding not a hint of femininity. It is certain that Oscar would not be drawn to such a demeanor. The ant's remarks seemed to strike a chord with Val, causing the seemingly composed woman to momentarily lose her poise. Do you have any suggestions? She stammered. I believe our figures are quite similar. Why not try on my clothes? The adage holds true. A person relies on their adornments as a horse depends on its saddle. Undeniably, the long-legged ant possesses a remarkable talent for transforming appearances. Moreover, this fiery warrior genuinely wishes to win over Oscar, thus she enthusiastically embraced the ant's exuberance. Before long, a woman radiating modern allure emerged, with just a touch of makeup. The figure of this fiery warrior was such that even the ant felt envious. After all, she is a planetary-level powerhouse, untouched by any man's hand. Yet, during the transformation, the long-legged ant casually remarked, From now on, I am the boss in our household. You have no objections, do you? All right. What are these women thinking? After approximately half an hour, Oscar finally returned, dragging along a colossal tentacle of an octopus, nearly 100 meters in length. The fiery war goddess, Fall, recognized it at a glance as the claw of the kraken. Could it be that during Oscar's 3-day disappearance, he encountered the legendary beast? Two lovely ladies. Would you care for some grilled octopus? As Oscar landed with the tentacle, Elder East, the foremost combatant of the HR Alliance, mysteriously appeared near his residence. Esteemed Mr. Oscar, might this tentacle be sold to us at a premium? This is indeed a fragment of a being of imperial strength, a subject worthy of profound study. Even as humanity's civilization teeters on the brink, this object holds significant value. Very well, I shall leave it to you. I wish to engage in delightful conversation with my two esteemed ladies. Gazing upon the two enchanting maidens before me, especially the meticulously adorned Fowl, Oscar's heart swelled with joy. An ancient Eastern adage aptly states that a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Today, the fiery goddess of war, clad in a flowing crimson gown, presents a striking visual spectacle. Her alabaster arms and calves, exposed to the radiant morning sun, glimmer with an ethereal brilliance. In recent days, the golden horned behemoth has indulged in both food and drink, leading to contemplations of primal human instincts. Although initially hesitant upon encountering a man she adores, Fowl's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Then, with a playful glint, she uttered, Venina, let us wait and see, may the best prevail. And let us discover whom he favors more. Who could have imagined that once the flames of the warrior goddess were unleashed, she would embody an entirely different essence? Free from all reservations? The woman clung to Oscar like an octopus, and even the stamina of a planet-level powerhouse was not the sole factor in this comparison. Even Oscar found it nearly overwhelming. After a tumultuous encounter, he gazed at the two women sleeping beside him. Gently, he leaned in closer to Fowl's ear and whispered, Do you possess detailed information regarding the various relics of Blue Star? Specifically, I require precise coordinates and information about that extraterrestrial civilization. This is indeed the most pressing matter for Oscar at present. Previously, he had consumed remnants from a derelict spacecraft that emerged from the ruins of an ancient extraterrestrial civilization. The golden horned behemoth could hardly forget the exquisite taste it had experienced. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that there should be another spacecraft from the meteorite star on this planet, along with the so-called Relic 9 and Relic 12. The quantity of cosmic metals contained within them is beyond the wildest imagination of the golden horned behemoth. After consuming such treasures, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of stellar-level power, with the potential to even reach the cosmic level. The previous dilapidated ship had already propelled the Golden Horn Behemoth to the peak of the third tier of stellar classification, in comparison to the allure of beautiful women. The relentless pursuit of enhancing one's strength is the true path to survival within the cosmos. Moreover, only by attaining cosmic level and potentially becoming a future realm master can one secure their existence. The Golden Horn Behemoth possesses the capability to traverse interstellar distances. It has long harbored a desire to return to the Douluo Continent, yearning to embrace Bibidong and the angelic princess. The tenderness of that woman surpasses that of the two before him. Though the Douluo Continent may be considered the underbelly of the fantasy realm, one cannot deny the exceptional beauty of the women there. Even when Oscar held Venina in his arms, his mind occasionally wandered back to Bibidong. Those despicable deities, willing to exhaust their own lives, sought to banish the Golden Horn Behemoth. Just wait. Once I attain sufficient strength, I shall return to devour your divine realm and transform the Douluo Continent into my own little world, carrying it with me wherever I go. To his dismay, he found himself utterly drained by this man's antics. Yet, Fowl, resembling an adorable koala, turned around and produced an instrument from his possession. He then pressed Oscar's left hand directly onto it. This was specially approved by our HR Alliance. You need not undergo martial artist certification, for you may directly enter the War God Palace. One must admit, Fowl and his companions were indeed willing to invest resources, securing a position for Oscar within the War God Palace. Even without the status of elder, he would enjoy full access to all privileges. Chapter 105. I want the locations of all extraterrestrial relics. Is this truly the War God Palace? Upon witnessing the virtual scene before him, Oscar's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The extraterrestrial technology is indeed remarkably advanced. With merely donning a helmet, one can immerse oneself in a virtual battlefield from the comfort of home. Furthermore, there are provisions for sustenance, rendering the experience astonishingly lifelike. It even intertwines the realms of the virtual and the tangible. Perhaps inspired by the sight of Oscar entering this realm, the fiery warrior goddess, Fowl, promptly entered the Hall of Warriors. As for Venina, she arrived about 15 minutes later, her gait unsteady and her form swaying. However, her relationship with Oscar had now become public. Venina boldly collapsed into Oscar's embrace, resembling a newlywed couple. Yet, Fowl found herself unable to take such liberties, as she held a notable position in this realm. Ahem, you too, mind your image. Everyone is watching. Fowl? Who among us can truly claim to be the leader now? Venina's dismissive tone once again flushed Fowl's face with embarrassment. Very well. Tell me where I might locate the remnants of those ancient extraterrestrial vessels. Oscar was not interested in the bickering between the two women. His sole purpose for joining the Hall of Warriors was to seek information regarding all the relics humanity had discovered thus far. Initially, he had hoped to enlist the help of the oceanic beasts in his quest. However, upon interaction, he realized that those creatures lacked any comprehension of such matters. Although the high-ranking beast kings and beast emperors possessed considerable intelligence, it paled in comparison to the centuries, even millennia, of knowledge held by humanity. These individuals are merely child's play. They possess knowledge solely of where hard rocks and so-called metals reside. However, they lack the capacity to categorize with the specificity of humankind. Furthermore, they are incapable of conducting the diverse experiments and explorations that humans undertake. Consequently, the Golden Horn Behemoth realizes that this path is futile. To comprehend the remnants of advanced civilizations that linger on this earth, it is indeed humanity that holds the key. Although this creature has attained the third tier of stellar rank, the ancient history of civilizations on this planet far exceeds its expectations. For instance, within the 12th historical civilization lies the legendary most potent laser cannon. It is no exaggeration to say that even a being of this caliber, let alone those of stellar tiers 7 or 8, would be effortlessly vanquished. This blue planet is far from simple. It would be wise to proceed with caution. My access is limited to only a portion of the information, yet it should suffice to satiate your curiosity, wouldn't it? I remain uncertain about Oscar's intentions regarding these relics. However, as his partner, this fiery goddess of war prefers to refrain from probing further. I shall offer my assistance. I possess the highest level of access within the War God's Palace. Just as the trio encounters obstacles in their research, the jovial bald man suddenly appears before them. Oscar had never seen him before, yet he felt a strange familiarity. His casual demeanor led him to speak without restraint. He has no desire to form casual acquaintances. Among the inhabitants of this planet, Oscar's interest is solely captured by the most strikingly beautiful women. Where did this bald fellow come from? Who are you? Step aside. However, at that very moment, as the three raised their heads, the two women nearby adopted a serious demeanor, bowing their heads to greet each other. I have encountered the Lord of Thunder. The Lord of Thunder? Is this the God of Thunder? Why does he appear to resemble a monk? Despite Oscar's unreasonable demeanor, the God of Thunder continues to beam with delight. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, the other party has presented a card, granting access to all privileges within the War God's Palace. So it turns out you are indeed the God of Thunder. What a pleasure to meet you. Pray tell. Dear brother Oscar, what rank do you hold? I seem to find it rather challenging to discern your true level. It appears that the god of thunder, with his narrowed gaze, is attempting to gauge Oscar's rank. However, what astonishes him is that this individual seems even more unfathomable than Hong. Or perhaps this fellow possesses a means to obscure his true rank. In truth, the god of thunder is overthinking the matter. How could a mere planetary-level being possibly fathom the capabilities of a stellar-level master? It is crucial to understand that ascending to the stellar tier represents a tremendous leap in power, far surpassing that of a mere planetary level. Despite appearing as a mere step in the literal sense, there exists a fundamental distinction between the two. Perhaps I am slightly superior to you. Thank you for your permission. Oscar's statement is indeed not modest. However, it seems he is not merely addressing the bald individual before him, but rather directing his words towards the esteemed elder at the back. These two brothers have always been inseparable. Out of concern for appearances, Hong refrained from entering personally. However, he silently observed from a distance. The reason Oscar was inclined to take a longer glance was primarily due to the enchanting figure beside him. This woman, whether adorned in casual attire or clad in battle gear, exudes a captivating allure. Enchanting indeed. Now, the stage is yours. As for Oscar's rebellious gaze, Hong is undoubtedly perceptive to its nuances. Yet, this man finds himself at a loss. He can only rely on the most beautiful maiden by his side to take action. A beauty trap? Who would have imagined that such tactics would still be employed in this era? Nevertheless, it is evident that she enjoys it. Just look at those individuals from the West. They have even embraced the fiery goddess of war, unwilling to sacrifice the child in order to ensnare the wolf. Of course, regarding the trivial machinations of humanity, the golden horned behemoth harbors no superfluous thoughts. This individual has now assumed the guise of an Oscar, solely to facilitate the uncovering of humanity's concealed secrets. Soon, his gaze is firmly fixed upon the ninth ruin, as indicated by the records of mankind. This is a relatively safer relic, with an approximate injury rate of around 50. However, for contemporary humanity, this is deemed quite tranquil. Furthermore, there is an advantage to this relic. It is the source from which everyone acquires their dark divine attire, adding an intriguing element to the experience. It appears that there is a legacy of the fallen ink star within, is there not? Furthermore, abundant cosmic rare metals abound. Should one manage to consume this entire relic, ascending to the 5th or even 6th tier of stellar power might indeed be conceivable. However, given the current size and energy of the golden horned beast, it would be unable to devour that vessel from the fallen ink star, along with the super-intelligent life form known as Babata contained within. That poses a significant threat to the golden horned beast. It seems prudent to arrange a meeting sooner rather than later. What say you? Are the Oscar brothers intrigued by the ninth relic? Thor, this fellow truly is as tenacious as chewing gum, more clingy than a woman. I see that Oscar's focus remains steadfastly upon the ninth relic. The bald man suddenly had an idea. He thought. Perhaps he could venture in to acquire a set of the Black God armor. Would anyone care to join him? To taste it? Upon hearing Oscar's words, a peculiar smile crept onto Thor's face, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Is this fellow so casual? Does he really think that entering such ruins is mere child's play? Chapter 106. The Enchantress invites me to the Southern Australia continent. The ninth relic has yet to reach the time of activation, Mr. Oscar. Why not join us in Southern Australia? Just as Thor was at a loss for words, a sultry voice resonated from behind the crowd. They turned to see a captivating figure swaying gracefully toward them. It was the Enchantress, undeniably alluring. Even the character Milady from Honor of Kings would pale in comparison to her beguiling movements. Sensing the threat posed by this woman, the statuesque Aunt Vina and the fiery warrior goddess, Fal, instinctively puffed out their chests, deliberately positioning themselves in front of the Enchantress. This represents a latent instinct inherent in human females. Observing the god of thunder shaking his head beside him, he remarked, "You all carry on with your conversation." The bald man then quietly approached his elder brother, who gently inquired, "What do you think? It appears elusive, yet seemingly more formidable than the two of us." In terms of rank, the god of thunder is slightly superior to Hong. However, the bald man lacks domain mastery, rendering his overall combat prowess inferior to Hawk's. Understood. I shall ensure that those at the martial arts school make every effort to secure his allegiance. Your side must cooperate. No way, brother. The individuals practicing yoga on our end don't seem to possess any fair-haired, blue-eyed individuals with an A4 waist. This truly leaves the two formidable individuals feeling exceedingly vexed. The skilled adversaries they encountered in the past were either avaricious or relentlessly striving to enhance their prowess. A few were enamored with beautiful women. Yet they could generally discern between what was trivial and what was of utmost importance. In matters of great significance, one could be assured that chaos would not ensue. However, Oscar is entirely an anomaly. His peculiar tastes evoke an uncanny resemblance to Cao Cao of the late Eastern Han dynasty. Cao Mingde, too, possessed terrifying strength. Yet his preferences were exceedingly eccentric. He would dismiss pure and virtuous maidens in favor of those who had experienced marriage and motherhood. A trend that indeed became prevalent in those times. Could it be that this young man was overly influenced by tales of the Three Kingdoms in his youth? Despite Cao Cao's numerous admirable attributes, he chose to emulate the infamous rogue. What a conundrum. Although the alluring woman before them possesses considerable charm, she lacks the allure characteristic of a leggy goddess. Alas, one must resign to fate. With a mere wave of this red-haired fellow's hand, several enchanting maidens sashayed forward. In any case, it is they who remain unembarrassed, while it is others who must endure the awkwardness. The second faction is undoubtedly led by teacher Jiang Fang, accompanied by the lovely Zhao Ruo and Jeanette. Notably, these two young ladies chose to don form-fitting attire for today's appearance. Their figures are certainly on par with those of the two beside Oscar. Is it true? Are we finally able to venture to the South Australia mainland for the trials? Zhao Ruo, brimming with youthful exuberance, leaps high with joy. Such a lively atmosphere is undoubtedly captivating to someone's attention. However, Janet's audacity is even more pronounced. Relying on her mixed heritage beauty, she provocatively teases the statuesque Aunt Vina and even blows a kiss to Oscar. Observing the embarrassment on teacher Jiang Fang's face, one could sense her desire to vanish into thin air. Yet, there is no alternative. This is a directive from the upper echelons of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. These women are compelled, regardless of the cost, to approach Oscar, with the aim of obtaining his coveted genetic material. How to achieve this? Well, one understands the unspoken intricacies between men and women. According to the words of those esteemed leaders, this is also a part of the Human Legacy Project. After all, it is imperative to preserve the finest genes of humanity, for they hold the seeds for the next renaissance of civilization. Very well, that is how it stands. All right. The land of South Australia seems appealing. I shall accompany you on this journey. Oscar has a recollection of that terrain. The Misty Isles lie just beyond that point. If one delves deeper, they may encounter the enigmatic with spirit crystal. With a stroke of fortune, one might even discover the legendary Babata and the fabled meteorite star spacecraft. However, it remains uncertain whether that advanced intelligent life form could unveil Oscar's true identity. This must be addressed once we arrive. He now intends to masquerade as a sophisticated human mentalist, perhaps leaving a favorable impression on others. Of course, this is contingent upon his ability to unveil any hidden presence. The Golden Horn Beast also cautions against forcibly devouring that vessel, for it is the chariot of the immortal powerhouse, Huyan Bo. The mere presence of the mechanical race's immortal's corpse aboard that ship is worth a fortune. In the past, Luo Feng lacked the capacity to rise swiftly, necessitating a gradual ascent. However, should these treasures fall into the hands of the Golden Horned Beast, they would unleash their full potential. Furthermore, the legacy left behind by that old fellow would suffice for the Golden Horned Beast to indulge in extravagant feasting across the cosmos for millennia. Yet, it is unlikely that the old fellow would permit the Golden Horned Beast to inherit such riches. A scheme for forceful acquisition must be devised. In essence, this is the true reason for Oscar's ascent. It is time to confront the most deeply concealed power on this planet. As for the enchanting beauties nearby and the missions they bear, Oscar is well aware. The long-legged aunt, Vanina, seems inclined to accompany him, perhaps due to her sense of vulnerability. Yet, should she discover that her husband was, in fact, slain by the Golden Horn Beast, would her ardor remain unchanged? Then there is the fiery female warrior, initially motivated by her family's interests, who now appears genuinely enamored with Oscar. A man's intuition can often be remarkably accurate. As for the alluring presence beside him and teacher Jiang Fang, they too possess their own merits. Nonetheless, Oscar's foremost desire remains to meet Barbata at the earliest opportunity. However, his approach may differ significantly from Luo Feng's. After all, one is proactive while the other is passively chosen. This is the fundamental distinction. Excellent. We warmly welcome you to join our inspection team. Here's the roster of personnel on duty. Oscar nodded in agreement. A charming smile also appeared on the enchanting face. The woman extended her hand with apparent friendliness, revealing truly exquisite and delicate fingers. Oscar, disregarding the jealousy burning in the eyes of the two women beside him, cheerful and playful, gently grasped the enchanting woman's tender hand. It was so soft, so smooth. Despite undergoing countless trials and tribulations after enhancing her strength, her physical condition had also improved markedly. Unlike ordinary martial artists whose hands are calloused, one could not feel such roughness on her hand. Naturally, Vianina and Fail shared the same refined grace. This delineates the distinction between a demigod and an ordinary individual. The notion of extremity appears to resonate with the palpable disparity within. Thus, those selected to accompany Oscar are solely instructors of the demigod caliber and students of an equivalent level. However, one name piqued Oscar's interest. It turns out that they are not the only ones. There exists a cohort of elite trainees from global training camps. Luo Feng's name is prominently featured among them. Quite intriguing. Amidst the hustle of foraging for sustenance, I nearly overlooked this lad. He has grown remarkably quickly. Chapter 107. The arrival of the Golden Horn Behemoth, all beast retreat. South Australia, is it? I shall venture there as well. Oscar readily acquiesced to the enchanting request. The long-legged ant was suddenly consumed by jealousy, unexpectedly requesting to join their ranks. Pray, this is an expedition, not a honeymoon. Yet at this moment, Vanina realized she could not bear to be apart from this man. With so many competitors surrounding her, even the slightest lapse could lead to dire consequences. I shall accompany you, and I demand to share a spacecraft with him. To her astonishment, this fiery warrior resembled a schoolgirl, lacking even the slightest sense of the bigger picture, as though they had all conspired together. The two alluring women clung to one of Oscar's arms, refusing to relent. The situation became decidedly awkward. This was not a leisurely trip. I had a purpose. In truth, Oscar was reluctant to accompany these two ladies, as their presence would complicate his transformation into the golden-horned beast. However, his attempts to excuse himself were misconstrued by them. Well, with so many little enchantresses around you, have you grown tired so quickly? Although the words of the long-legged lady were rather cutting, her tone bore a palpable sense of grievance, as if she were lamenting the affections of a faithless suitor, leaving Oscar somewhat embarrassed. The other enchanting woman, however, remained unconcerned. If you two ladies wish, you are more than welcome to join us. We have ample space. In truth, this woman understood all too well that Oscar was akin to a coveted delicacy, desired by every faction. The golden horned beast had been notably active of late. If humanity did not hasten to mobilize, calamity could strike at any moment. Very well. You two must behave. You are not to follow me when I embark on my perilous quest. The continent of South Australia is fraught with danger. This is a well-known fact among all. Before the great rebirth of that continent arrives, the number of wildlife surpassed that of humans. Consequently, this locale has now transformed into the densest region of monsters across the entire continent. This journey to that distant land serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to explore ancient relics. Secondly, to nurture the young talents among Luo Feng and his companions, preparing them for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the Extreme Martial Arts Institute harbors another imperative, to approach Oscar by all means necessary, ideally to obtain his genetic material. Consequently, several young women have received clandestine meetings with Hong, though the specifics of their discussions remain shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, the suspicions of the long-legged ant and the flame goddess of war prove to be well-founded. In truth, aboard the aircraft where Oscar resides, he is surrounded exclusively by women, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a realm ruled by daughters. Beside him are several striking Western beauties, while across from him sit the enchanting Eastern warrior goddesses. One might wonder what events could possibly unfold next. However, as the spacecraft penetrates the territory of South Australia, peculiar occurrences arise. Conventionally, one would expect a plethora of aerial beasts to launch indiscriminate assaults. Indeed, the preceding vessels have all faced attacks. Yet, a single blast from a laser cannon resolves those threats effortlessly. Strangely, Oscar's vessel remains unscathed throughout the entire journey. Even the flying monsters, upon catching sight of this ship, flee in terror as if startled by a predator. The seasoned pilots aboard sense an anomaly. What could possibly be the cause? Why do these creatures react as if we were their arch-nemesis? In truth, these humans remain oblivious to the underlying reality. Their perception pales in comparison to that of the beasts. Even without knowledge of the individuals aboard, the mere whiff of the golden-horned giant's presence instills sheer terror, sending them into a panic. Whether they're lord-level or king-level monsters, they all retreat to a safe distance, overwhelmed by an aura unique to those in power, instilling fear deep within their very beings. Thanks to Oscar, when their flight crew descends, the surrounding area of 50 square kilometers is devoid of any monstrous presence. This location appears remarkably secure. It would serve as an excellent base of operations. The mentors of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute are utterly exhilarated by the current state of affairs. It has been many years since such an occurrence was last encountered. In the past, when they descended, they were invariably assailed by monstrous creatures. However, it seems that these beings have now grown wise, keeping their distance. Remarkably, even satellites have detected a migration of local monsters, exhibiting a frantic flight response. Is humanity truly so fearsome? How peculiar. Darling, what do you think of this swimsuit? I have heard that the waters of South Australia are crystal clear. Should we consider it? Just as Oscar pondered how to extricate himself from the company of two women, the scene unfolded. The long-legged ant, Venina, was truly determined, while others donned armor with expressions of vigilance. This woman boldly chose to wear a swimsuit and insisted on dragging someone to the seaside. Is this truly a vacation? With no other choice, Oscar reluctantly followed along. Yet, seizing this opportunity, he discovered a means of escape. In the distance, the horizon was graced by the sight of a colossal scaly tail thrashing against the surface of the sea. A dragon-like beast. It was the Azure Dragon King of the East Sea, and there was also the Hydra. These two lads were forcibly summoned by Oscar. These two individuals are not native monsters of the South Australian continent, yet they possess the ability to create chaos. Regardless, let us proceed with a flourish. Without causing harm to these women, grant Oscar an opportunity for a heroic rescue. Thereafter, he may seamlessly attend to his own affairs. Ah, what is that? Oh, it feels somewhat unreal. However, when the colossal form of the Hydra dragon materializes before the long-legged ant, the woman was instantly struck with terror, her complexion paling. For Venina was acutely aware that her former husband had fallen victim to this very individual. Fortunately, at that moment, a robust figure shielded her tall ant from view. Venina, retreat to the base. I shall confront this fellow. Last time he eluded me, but not today. For reasons unknown, Oscar now bore the semblance of a solitary ranger, which instilled in Venina an overwhelming sense of security. Take care, and I shall await your return. Boom. Shortly after Venina's departure, the perimeter of the base was also besieged. The East Sea Dragon King indeed displays a remarkable sense of creativity, adorning himself entirely in mud, transforming into a figure reminiscent of a dark dragon. How impressive. Such remarkable acting deserves an Academy Award. After his escape, Oscar did not look back but plunged directly into the waters of South Australia. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal golden horn beast that emerged on the ocean floor. The sole reason for his agreement to come to South Australia was singular: Fog Island. The concealed lair of the demon Babata. Chapter 108, Journey to Fog Island, as Luo Feng daringly follows. Master, we have previously visited that island, where two oblivious monsters dwell. The Hydra truly exhibits the characteristics of an ardent admirer. However, it demonstrates remarkable attention to detail in its endeavors. It seems necessary to elevate its status. The information it conveys appears to be quite ordinary, for the sites upon that island are artificially constructed. Everything is the handiwork of the malevolent demon, Babata. Whether it be the spirits of the flora and fauna on the island, or the tentacled guardians of the lake, all are the result of his machinations. The golden horn behemoth, as a traveler from another realm, has no time to indulge in their antics. Its presence here serves two primary purposes. The first is to ascertain the precise location of the spaceship from the fallen ink star, and the second is to locate the Muya crystal. Given Babata's presence, the first objective is likely to prove quite challenging. However, the second goal should be more attainable. In a bid to lure powerful humans to the area, Babata scattered numerous Muya crystals around the mist beneath the island. Consuming such a substance can elevate a lord-level monster to king-level status, if the body can withstand it. There is even a possibility of reaching the realm of the Beast Emperor. The tentacled creature in that lake was birthed in this manner. Furthermore, the golden horn giant beast has an irreplaceable reason for seeking this treasure: the promise it made to Bai Xiuxiu on the Douluo Continent. It vowed that if this young lady accompanied it for a time, she would be rewarded with a wood spirit crystal, although the timeline for returning remains uncertain. This promise endures. I understand now. You shall return with these humans, but do not touch the women who are closely associated with me. As commanded, Master. Upon hearing the golden horn giant beast's orders, the nine-headed serpent dragon hurriedly swam back. Soon, it arrived at the shore, flaunting its power and summoning its subordinates. Having disguised itself as the East Sea Azure Dragon, instantly, the human camp erupted into chaos and cries of battle. However, amidst the confusion, a shadow, swift and elusive, managed to break through the encirclement. It inadvertently made its way towards Mist Island. It was Luo Feng. This young man is a mentalist, and it appears he has acquired a remarkable artifact. The Celestial Shuttle? I never imagined that the Extreme Martial Arts School would be so generous. They are certainly not stingy in nurturing the youth. Perhaps they sense that the end is near and are striving to optimize the younger generation as much as possible. This is far more optimistic than the original work. For upon arrival, Oscar appeared to have noticed that teacher Jiang Fang was also adorned in a set of the Black God ensemble. This must be a benefit bestowed upon them by the martial arts school. After all, the true objective of these women is to secure the allegiance of the latent supreme expert. Without offering some enticement, why would anyone dedicate their loyalty to you? Yet, Luo Feng is truly a novice who fears no tiger. Relying on his abilities as a psychic, he can track opponents from a distance. Moreover, armed with the extraordinary Sky Escape Shuttle, this young man presumes his speed to be unrivaled. The golden horn behemoth has no desire to concern itself with him, regarding this robust little ant with utter disregard. At this moment, the golden horn behemoth too is somewhat conflicted. It could easily crush this insolent youth with a mere slap. Yet the thought of the numerous treasures that lie beyond gives it pause. What if it cannot be unlocked without him? After much contemplation, it resolves to disable Luo Feng, perhaps rendering him a cripple or a vegetable. It must, however, exercise caution in its assault, for the human body is exceedingly fragile. Yet, Luo Feng remains oblivious to the golden horn behemoth's scheming. The young man followed from a distance, his face alight with excitement, continuously transmitting messages to the base. This is Luo Feng. I am tailing a colossal beast. I suspect it to be the golden horn behemoth, though it was merely a brief communication. The news swiftly reverberated across the globe. Previously, there had been much speculation regarding the lair of this golden horn behemoth. After all, celestial beasts do not appear or vanish without reason. Many pondered whether this creature resided in an area abundant with metals. It now seemed plausible that the southern Australian continent might serve as a temporary stronghold for the golden horn behemoth. Through the footage transmitted by Luo Feng, particularly the immense golden horns, it was clear to all that this was indeed the terrifying creature. However, at this moment, the golden horn behemoth swam through the sea at a rather leisurely pace, exhibiting a somewhat languid demeanor. According to the principles of animal behavior, such conduct is typically observed when these creatures are near their own nests. Luo Feng, this is Hong. Please ensure your safety and retreat if necessary. Rest assured, Master, I am fully aware of my limits. At this moment, the young man must be feeling an immense sense of pride. Perhaps he is indeed the first to observe the behavior of the golden horn behemoth up close. However, he remains blissfully unaware that this spectacle is deliberately presented for his viewing. In the next instant, the terrifying creature vanishes from Luo Feng's line of sight, seemingly accelerating into the unknown. A roar erupts. The sound of crashing follows. Before Luo Feng can fully comprehend the situation, he catches sight of what appears to be countless enormous tentacles emerging from the distant lake. accompanied by the beast's ferocious roar. It is as if a cataclysmic battle is unfolding over there. Yes, this is the target of the golden-horned behemoth, the tentacled monster nurtured by Babata. In a certain sense, this individual can be regarded as one of the guardians of Mist Island. He is the third royal-grade monster in existence. By all accounts, this is a remarkably prestigious status. In the past, it was only through the formidable power of the Moe Vine that Hong was able to vanquish this creature. Yet, in the eyes of the golden-horned behemoth, this creature is none other than the octopus takoyaki. There is no need to concern oneself with its tentacles. The golden-horned behemoth merely descends. Then, with its mouth directed towards the lake, it inhales deeply, drawing the head of the tentacled monster towards it, before delivering a decisive bite that shatters it. The black and crimson ichor immediately stains the lake's surface. Countless massive tentacles quiver in the air, but this trembling is merely the death throes of the creature. After approximately 3 seconds, these tentacles fall limply to the ground, rendered powerless. Pathetic, utterly feeble. Once the tentacled beast is vanquished, the golden-horned behemoth's form gradually diminishes, reverting to that of Oscar. Alas, Vanina's call interrupts once more. This woman can indeed be quite troublesome at times. However, since she had already made a promise the last time, she must now embody the ideal image of a virtuous woman to the fullest extent. As for Luo Feng, there are still several hours remaining before he arrives. This brief interval is ample for Oscar to exploit a temporal advantage. For there are indeed numerous spirits of grass and wood upon Misty Island. Such an item may not suffice to fill the gaps for a formidable beast. Yet it holds significant value for the ordinary human warrior. Oscar is not one to be frugal. He has yet to present gifts to those few ladies. Is this not the perfect opportunity? Do you understand the concept of offering flowers to the Buddha? These items were originally intended as gifts from Babata for the outside world. However, today they all belong to Oscar. Chapter 109. Discovering the spirit of the flora and attracting experts. This is Oscar. I have just vanquished a royal-grade monster. How are you all faring? After establishing the connection, Oscar deliberately feigned a breathless demeanor, as if he had indeed just emerged from a fierce battle. On the other end, the voice that responded was that of Fal. It's me. Are you injured? No. Why are you the one calling? Where is she? You'd better return and see. Vianina has gotten into an argument with the instructor named Jiang Fong. Fal's tone carried a sense of exasperation, as if he were lamenting a failure to meet expectations. The monsters had not inflicted significant damage upon their base, with only a few students sustaining injuries. Fortunately, the core members remained unharmed. Yet, for reasons unknown, Vianina had engaged in a verbal dispute with the instructor Jiang Fong. The atmosphere is charged with an unmistakable intensity. I am unable to return for the time being. It appears that this royal-grade beast is guarding something of significance, and ahead, a multitude of woodland spirits abound. This is a monumental revelation unveiled by Oscar. In this world, monsters are not solely limited to those capable of movement. There exists a plethora of botanical entities as well. The essence of the plants, often referred to as the spirits of flora, possesses effects that surpass even that of dragon's blood. It has the potential to significantly enhance the combat capabilities of ordinary practitioners, and can even facilitate the mass production of war deities. For humanity in the current predicament, this revelation is nothing short of monumental. Upon hearing this, the fiery female warrior immediately grasped the immense value of the information. Wait a moment, this line may be under surveillance. Provide me with a coordinate, and I shall bring that foolish woman along. The fiery goddess of war is indeed astute, fully aware of the principle of not monopolizing the spoils. It is evident that the arrangement is designed for the two women to seize an opportunity. Now, hurry along. I shall deal with some troublesome individuals on the island. Call for me when you're ready. Very well, my dear. You are truly kind. This fiery warrior goddess herself seemed unaware of the gentle facet she still possessed. Yet, at this moment, a surge of ecstatic joy welled up within her heart. Seizing her long-legged and in one swift motion, she simultaneously dialed the contact number of her own family. The Flame War Goddess, after all, belongs to a family, regardless of what others might say. The 3 elders behind her are certain to be informed. However, Fal remains unaware. The upper echelons of the War God Palace are likely already aware of the news. The world has reached a critical point, teetering on the brink of collapse. Any piece of good news would surely be shared among these high-ranking officials, regardless of past grievances. It is time to set them aside. Thus, as Oscar severed the last of the golden willows on the island, he sensed a surge of powerful presences approaching. That foolish girl Fal, having just arrived, was soon to be followed by the elders of her family. Yet, Aunt Longlegs was different. She had not informed anyone and simply arrived unannounced. You two, take these spirits of the golden willows and hide them well. With a glance at the distressed Fal, Oscar grasped 2 massive spirits of the plants and placed them into the hands of the 2 women. The efficacy of these 2 is unparalleled, and they must not be taken lightly by outsiders. Originally, Oscar had hoped to invite these 2 women over, intending to embark on a quest for the elusive Muya crystal. However, it appears that plans must now be revised. Contrary to Oscar's expectations, those skilled individuals do not seem eager to hastily seize the spirit of flora and fauna. After all, they ought to show some regard for Oscar's reputation. Instead, the majority of their attention is captivated by the corpse of a monstrous creature atop a nearby mountain. What an astonishingly colossal creature it is indeed. Having recently ascended to the imperial rank, nevertheless the length of this tentacled monstrosity surpasses all expectations by a wide margin. This must be a colossal squid. Its tentacles and head combined stretching over 200 meters in length. It resembles an aircraft carrier in sheer magnitude. Yet at this moment, the creature's forehead has been shattered, and its tentacles bear unmistakable marks of metallic slicing. Perhaps this being is immensely formidable, with only a handful of planetary-level humans capable of challenging it. However, now it lies silently atop the mountain peak, evidently grievously wounded before death. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astonished. Had they not been curious about Oscar's strength before? Today, they have witnessed it firsthand. This enigmatic individual possesses the extraordinary ability to single-handedly vanquish sovereign-grade monsters. Meanwhile, not far away, the tardy Hong has made his entrance, diverging from the original narrative. This time, the god of thunder from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall has also arrived. Upon witnessing the colossal corpse of the monstrous creature, the two gentlemen's interest seemed to be piqued significantly. Brother Hong, one remarked, I initially intended to challenge that beast myself, but it appears that young one has beaten me to it. What do you say we seek him out for a friendly spar? He seems to possess sufficient stamina. Unexpectedly, the world's top-ranked contenders, Hong and Thor, both set their sights on Oscar. Their intentions were not fueled by envy of the youth's strength, but rather a desire to ascertain the true extent of his abilities. This is of great significance. Although the formidable golden horn beast, the dragon, remains elusive and has yet to launch a full-scale assault on humanity, it is prudent to prepare in advance. However, to directly confront it seems rather discourteous. Thus, Hong shifted his gaze towards the women beside him. At this moment, Yao Rao was casting a frosty glare in that direction, while teacher Jing Fong wore an expression of anger, not directed at Oscar, but rather fixated on the long-legged ant. The beauty of this Vina may serve as a formidable weapon against men. However, in the eyes of equally skilled female warriors, she is merely a seductress. What transpired between you just now? Oh, nothing, dear host, merely a trivial dispute among women. The enchanting figure was well aware of the intentions of the red-haired woman before her. Taking a deep breath, she approached and gently patted teacher Jiang Fong's shoulder. Even though this woman was exceedingly reluctant, she gritted her teeth and replied, As you command, I shall contact them. I will accompany you. Thus, teacher Jiang Fong and the captivating enchantress prepared to confront the situation together. Surely, the Oscars ought to extend some courtesy. However, at the moment these two enchanting ladies touched down, that vigilant long-legged ant became alert once more. What are you up to now? Are you attempting to usurp the fruits of my husband's labor? That beastly sovereign was not vanquished by you. Venina remains fiercely protective, fully aware that despite the multitude of woodland spirits, they cannot be taken away. Yet, she resolutely refuses to allow the Extreme Martial Arts Academy to benefit. Do not indulge in lofty notions of a human community. Even blood relatives must settle accounts clearly. The elderly gentlemen Venina brought along have already claimed a substantial share. This rival must not be allowed any advantage. Infuriating. Venina, I can no longer tolerate your provocations. I hereby challenge you. Perhaps unable to bear Venina's taunts any longer, teacher Jiang Fong elegantly unsheathed a curved blade and charged towards this long-legged ant. Has she lost her mind? This does not seem to be the command of the red-haired man. If you want to come, just come. I am not afraid of you. At this moment, Venina was also quite intoxicated, even though her level was one rank below teacher Jiang Fong. Yet, having her man by her side emboldened this woman even further. Meanwhile, Oscar appeared somewhat overwhelmed. 3 women were performing a drama, and it seemed as if there was a fourth present. Chapter 110, The Ultimate Challenge, Oscar versus Thor. Enough. Just as the weapons of the 2 women were about to clash, a low growl suddenly echoed in their ears. Then, Oscar moved like a master of the forest, shifting swiftly and effortlessly. In an instant, he positioned himself between the 2 women. With merely a single utterance, he released an aura so formidable that both women's limbs weakened simultaneously. Unconsciously, they both collapsed into the embrace of this man. Venina did so quite naturally. The long-legged ant had long since acclimated to Oscar's embrace. However, at this moment, teacher Jiang Fong resembled a startled little rabbit. Upon merely brushing against his chest, she sprang back as if jolted by electricity, her delicate face flushed as she shyly retreated to the side. The enchanting figure beside her hurriedly stepped forward to lend support. It was truly a pity. Having already made contact, why withdraw? This, perhaps, epitomizes the differences between Eastern and Western women. One might also interpret it as a manifestation of feminine modesty. However, the 2 celestial beings floating above were far from satisfied with such an outcome, especially the thunder god, whose bald head glimmered as he raised his left hand to touch it. Casting a glance at his companion, he remarked, Brother Hong, it appears these 2 young ladies are at odds with each other. I shall take my leave. In the next instant, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The thunder god, enveloped in silver sparks, leaped directly before Oscar. Shall we engage in battle? He proclaimed with succinct bravado, a hint of intrigue in his tone. Very well. Let us proceed over there. Oscar gestured towards a rock formation distant from Mist Island. Engaging in battle here would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the surrounding spirits of nature. While Oscar was indifferent, it would be a tragic loss for the humans present. Capturing all the spirits in this vicinity could undoubtedly augment the ranks of the war god by more than 10. After you. The thunder god, unhesitant, extended his hand towards Oscar. Let us go. Almost in perfect synchrony, the two surged forward, akin to deities of the land, arriving at their destination in an instant. In the next moment, before anyone could react, the location was engulfed in flashes of lightning, accompanied by resounding crashes. The thunder god wielded what appeared to be a curved blade, a weapon he had acquired from an extraterrestrial relic. Yet, Oscar stood there unarmed. Did this fellow prefer to engage monsters with his bare hands? Quite the display of masculinity. Was he not intending to employ his true prowess? Let us see this technique. The ninefold thunderblade. Noticing Oscar seemed somewhat distracted, the thunder god began to feel urgency. Although he had held back somewhat, it was merely to maintain cordiality. Originally, he suspected Oscar to be a master of planetary tier 3 or 4. However, through their previous encounters, he was astonished to find his opponent was capable of meeting his blade with bare fists. The thunder god had no choice but to recalibrate his approach. The ninefold thunder blade was a superlative technique he had devised, capable of amplifying one's strength severalfold in an instant, infused with the might of thunder. It was through rigorous training of this very technique that Luo Feng had ascended to the rank of war god. Today, he faced none other than the quintessential master of swordplay. Suddenly, a crimson bolt of heavenly lightning descended, converging upon the thunder god's curved blade, forming an arc of electricity under the gaze of onlookers. Crackling audibly, that formidable power, propelled with astonishing speed, surged towards his opponent. Should it strike? Even if one could withstand the ferocity of the blade, the thunderous force would surely leave them charred within. In that moment, Oscar's expression sharpened. A golden aura materialized in his hand, and to the astonishment of the crowd, a golden sword coalesced in an instant. Perfectly aligned, it intercepted the thunder god's blade. Remarkable. Is this the essence of the metal of Gong? Upon witnessing this scene, Hong's pupils outside the arena constricted sharply. It seemed he had sensed something, as if he had come to understand the nature of Oscar's domain ability. This is a rare example of metallization. Remarkable indeed. In other words, this domain has the potential to clad the Oscars in armor at any moment. It can also wield a vaporized sword like a master of martial arts. This appears to be something recorded in the ancient martial arts of the East, a manifestation of the power of terrestrial immortals. I never anticipated its existence. And at this moment, the thunder god is a first-hand witness. This individual's pupils contracted even further, as if he had just witnessed the most astonishing phenomenon in existence. Are you a celestial being? After a fierce clash with his opponent, this god of thunder was surprisingly sent flying, the sword in his adversary's grasp. The material of which remains a mystery appeared impervious even to the touch of lightning. Could it be an insulator? What manner of technique is this? On the surface, Oscar undeniably appears to be a Westerner, yet he exudes an enigmatic aura reminiscent of the East. Alas, I concede. This fellow, the thunder god, is indeed capricious. In the presence of so many formidable opponents, he has succumbed after merely exchanging a few blows. In truth, the depth of this situation is comprehensible only to those who stand at the pinnacle. Before us, Oscar remains languid and unhurried, perhaps yet to unleash even half of his true power. Were it not for the need to guard against the ninefold thunderblade, this individual might not even have opened his domain. How terrifying. Is the title of the world's foremost to be relinquished so readily? Hong had also contemplated making a move. Yet after taking a single step, he gently shook his head. Their intention in challenging Oscar was merely to gauge his strength, not to foster enmity. Presently, it appears that this mysterious white-haired man may possess power that surpasses even Hong's. If they could entice him to join their ranks, uniting the strength of several world-class experts, they might stand a chance against that golden-horned beast. Thus, it would be prudent to cultivate a cordial relationship at this juncture. Observing the curator's demeanor, Yao Lao instantly grasped the unspoken message. With a forced smile, she approached the thunder god. You are truly humble, my lord. Do you hold your reputation in such disregard? Not at all. I genuinely cannot match this young brother. His prowess is extraordinary. The thunder god relentlessly extols Oscar's virtues. This is a form of flattery that borders on destruction. Upon witnessing this scene, the long-legged ant and the flame goddess of war beside her war smiles as radiant as blooming flowers. This time, I am certain that I have hit the jackpot. At last, their HR alliance has a formidable talent who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Hong and Thor. However, at that moment, a faint and elusive voice whispered in Oscar's ear. This appears to be a form of high-frequency infrasound. Only a supreme cosmic entity, such as himself, can comprehend it. Are you the golden horn beast? I did not anticipate that you would resort to such a method to deceive humans. Humph, what is going on? It sounds reminiscent of a young girl's voice, imbued with a hint of arrogance and perhaps a greater sense of vigilance. Others might find themselves unnerved by such an eerie circumstance, hearing this voice in the absence of any visible presence or detectable signs of life. Naturally, one would be inclined to ponder the bizarre nature of the situation. However, Oscar was not easily daunted, for he understood that every movement he made was being scrutinized by a pair of watchful eyes. The owner of those eyes was none other than the demon Babata. To his surprise, this intelligent machine had turned its attention to the battle above Mist Island. Intriguing. Allow me to speculate on your whereabouts. Chapter 111. Babata's Unconventional Tactics. Contacting Luo Feng in advance. What do you desire? It was, similarly, a response in ultrasonic waves. Oscar's lips remained unmoved, yet his voice resonated in all directions. Unless humanity could similarly reach stellar levels or possess superlative receiving devices, no one would be able to perceive what had transpired. Babata was indeed an enigma. According to the original narrative, he should not have appeared when the group first landed on Mist Island. Moreover, he ought to have been exceedingly fearful of the golden horned behemoth, even suggesting that Luo Feng abandon the rescue of their homeland. Yet today, he seemed imbued with an overwhelming sense of justice. How peculiar. I must devise a way to thwart your schemes and prevent you from acting with impunity. Following this declaration, Babata's voice faded away. Nevertheless, Oscar was certain of one thing. The sound signal emanates from the depths of the earth, from a place profoundly deep. Yet, without the guidance of the other party, even the current Oscar is unable to locate that position. The adversary is truly well concealed. Cursed rascal, should I find you, I shall devour your entire fleet. Subsequently, regardless of Oscar's threats, the other party remains utterly unresponsive. Perhaps they fear being pinpointed. At this moment, however, Luo Feng seems to exhibit some unusual behavior. Being on the periphery and possessing rather mediocre strength, he goes unnoticed by most. Yet, the golden horn beast is different. This individual appeared outwardly unperturbed, yet in truth, he had been covertly observing Luo Feng. He noticed that the young man seemed to have experienced some form of stimulus, causing him to tremble suddenly. He opened his mouth as if to speak, only to swiftly swallow his words. Could it be? Could it be that Babata was attempting to communicate with him? After all, among all the humans present, this young man possessed the most formidable cerebral capacity. Indeed, Oscar's conjecture held a kernel of truth after ceasing his dialogue with him. Babata had audaciously chosen to inform Luo Feng. This individual lacks a sense of martial virtue. Young one, do not be astonished, had the circumstances not been so abrupt. I would not have reached out to you. Who are you? Why do you reside within my thoughts? How have you accomplished this? According to your human comprehension, I am the intelligent core of an extraterrestrial civilization's relic. I am known as Babata. What brings you to seek my presence? Are you aware that among you exists a terrestrial entity of the golden horned giant beast? The situation with Babata is simply astonishing. However, it remains unclear how he managed to persuade Luo Feng. In any case, the young man occasionally glances towards Oscar and even nods in agreement, seemingly convinced by the latter's deductions. Then, he picks up the communicator, appearing to want something. At this moment, Oscar's eyes reflect a shade of helplessness. These humans are truly courting disaster. Why can't everyone simply coexist as before? Why must they delve into such matters? Would uncovering the true nature of the golden horned behemoth truly benefit you? Such foolishness. Nevertheless, Oscar will not remain passive. Sensing Babata's disregard for decorum, he has already begun summoning his minions. Roar. That is the thunderous roar of the Hydra dragon, accompanied by several brethren resembling it closely. Although this individual's combat prowess is rather unimpressive, he possesses a formidable attribute, the ability to nullify all human signals. Consequently, the communication systems of these beings immediately cease to function. Luo Feng did not even have the chance to activate his internal communication device. At present, he is likely the sole person aware of the true identity of the golden horned behemoth. Eliminating this youngster at an opportune moment would suffice. Hydra Dragon, you insolent creature. Do you dare to court death? Upon witnessing this congregation of top-tier king-class monsters emerging from unknown origins, both Hong and the Thunder God revealed expressions tinged with disbelief. Ordinarily, such high-ranking beasts should be capable of sensing the aura of these two world-class human warriors. Their present actions seemed tantamount to self-destruction. Yet, in the following moment, the two human elites comprehended the cause. For upon the distant sea surface, two colossal figures were slowly rising, the Octopus Beast Emperor and the Thunder Dragon Emperor, accompanied by an innumerable legion of marine monsters. This revelation elucidated the current phenomenon. The sovereigns of the two oceans have united. Though the exact moment of their alliance remains unknown, they are now poised to confront the formidable human experts. Perhaps this presents a fortuitous opportunity. As the foremost human masters have become scattered, only the two elite individuals possess the potential to pose a genuine threat to the dual beast monarchs. These two individuals are likely here for a decisive battle. Furthermore, there have been sightings of the golden horned behemoth in the waters ahead, which could signify a treacherous plot. Everyone, quickly disperse. These two are exceedingly perilous. Upon seeing the two beast emperors emerging in the distance, all the human warriors present were filled with profound dread. Is this the prelude to a grand showdown? It seems that Babata has prematurely engaged with humanity, leading to unforeseen consequences. Given your disregard for martial decorum, I, accompanied by my numerous followers, shall leave no stone unturned in my quest to unearth your whereabouts. In truth, a multitude of monsters, endowed with patented techniques, are currently burrowing into the earth. However, from humanity's perspective, these creatures may be intending to launch an assault from beneath. At the command of Thor and his comrades, all members swiftly scattered in search of cover. This is an extraordinary battle, perhaps the most catastrophic conflict to date. On the surface of the sea, there are currently over 10,000 monsters of the superior lord rank or higher. Among them, approximately 1,500 are beast kings. Under the leadership of the two beast sovereigns, the small island before them was completely encircled. Were they attempting to achieve victory through sheer numbers? Yet, this was merely a superficial impression. If one were to inform them that over 2,000 beast kings were currently burrowing beneath the earth, it would be intriguing to see their reaction of disbelief. In truth, the command of the golden horn giant beast was simply to confine these humans. Its true objective was to locate the detestable creature lurking below. Witnessing this scene, Babata had long been rendered speechless by fear. This extraterrestrial intelligent being recognizes that its recent reckless actions have provoked the golden horn behemoth. Even though the meteorite ship possesses cloaking capabilities, any encounter with a monstrous creature could still reveal its location. This spacecraft has sustained severe damage, rendering it utterly incapable of flight. If the golden horn behemoth were to discover them and gradually devour them, it would signify their demise. The humans on the ground were utterly unreliable. Those two human warriors were merely planetary level. As for Luo Feng, with the addition of his psychic abilities, he barely attained the rank of a junior war god. He was truly among the most insignificant of beings. It was far too reckless to have contacted Luo Feng prematurely. To their surprise, the golden horn behemoth reacted with remarkable swiftness. This was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. What was even more terrifying was that Oscar had already nonchalantly begun to move towards Luo Feng's direction. Could it be? Chapter 112. Do you wish to expose me? Luo Feng, you are courting death. Venina, you all must hurry to the opposite side of the island. I will hold off these monsters. In a state of panic, everyone began to retreat incessantly. Even Hong presented himself with an air of grave concern. For, in the face of the Thunder Dragon King and the eight-legged Beast King, even the world's strongest warrior did not possess absolute certainty of victory. At this moment, Oscar seemed disinclined to fight alongside the two of them, opting instead to safeguard his two women first. Yet, such behavior was only natural. He had not vowed to share their fates. I can confront the royal-level monsters. I can fight alongside you. Thal appeared somewhat impassioned, as if such declarations could showcase his worth. Meanwhile, Oscar embraced the lithe waist of the flame goddess of war and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. My dear wife, you must protect Venina and yourself. Be obedient. For reasons unknown, after Oscar's affectionate gesture, the flame goddess's cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze softened. Very well, just be careful. If you cannot win, do not push yourself. We will wait for your return. That is good. After sending the two women away, Oscar began to search for Luo Feng's whereabouts. He had no intention of dealing with those monsters, as they were merely his summoned minions. At this juncture, his greatest annoyance was the little pest, Luo Feng. He had previously been indecisive about whether to annihilate this fellow or reduce him to a vegetative state. But now, it seemed there was no time left for deliberation. Fortunately, Luo Feng was quite proactive, daring to seek out his old rival, the Hydra Dragon, seemingly intent on concluding their unfinished battle. Yet, he could hardly anticipate the special attention granted to him by the Golden Horn Behemoth. The Hydra Dragon has undergone a remarkable transformation. Although it has yet to fully ascend to the pinnacle of power, it has undeniably become a formidable contender, akin to a quasi-monarch. Moreover, under the guidance of Oscar, its potential is further amplified. The Hydra Dragon advanced and retreated simultaneously, as if endeavoring to guide Luo Feng toward a specific destination. Remarkably, he followed unwittingly. Before him lay an expansive mudflat, far removed from the gaze of any onlookers. With the signal having been severed in this area, no one would be privy to the events unfolding here. As for Oscar, he appeared to be encircled by a dozen king-class monsters. However, he effortlessly dispatched 3 with a single punch. This is no mere performance. This is a reality. However, soon an influx of monstrous creatures surged forth, and none noticed the cunning Oscar executing a burrowing maneuver. Concealed by the immense figures around him, Oscar swiftly arrived at the rendezvous point with the Hydra. With a resounding crack, he witnessed the colossal serpent whip its tail, nearly sending Luo Feng tumbling. In a swift motion, he plunged into the neighboring sea. Master, the mission is accomplished. I shall remain vigilant, ensuring that no one disrupts your game. In the next moment, Luo Feng was momentarily dazzled, and before him materialized the levitating figure of Oscar. The fellow wore a mischievous smile upon his lips. This is clearly malicious intent. Yet, Luo Feng still attempts to feign surprise upon encountering the individual before him. Greetings, Lord Oscar. I am Luo Feng, affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts School. The young man evidently harbors a profound fear of Oscar, especially upon discovering from Babata that this individual is, in fact, the Golden Horn Behemoth. Such dread emanates from the depths of his heart. How long do you intend to maintain this charade? Speak up. What did Babata divulge to you? Oscar has no intention of engaging in futile discourse. Time is of the essence. You are already aware? I never anticipated that a cosmic behemoth like you would resort to masquerading as one of us humans. Upon realizing he had been unmasked, Luo Feng decided to abandon his ruse. Yet, when he spoke, he exuded an air of sanctity, as though he considered himself exceptionally noble. Oh? Do you truly believe that my transformation into the golden horn behemoth would yield significant benefits for your kind? Oscar's meaning was unambiguous. Should I become human, we could coexist peacefully, each traversing our separate paths. However, if it were the golden horn behemoth conversing with you, the situation would indeed become untenable. Surprisingly, Luo Feng remained obstinate. What a joke. Do you think we humans would ever submit to you beasts? Given time, we will surely prevail. It appears Babata must have promised Luo Feng something substantial. Perhaps a powerful technique or the like. Otherwise, how could this fellow be so audacious? Evidently, Luo Feng is oblivious to the formidable nature of the golden horn behemoth, mistakenly believing it to be merely a slightly stronger version of a royal beast. However, one cannot entirely fault Luo Feng. The current incarnation of the golden horn behemoth is considerably more temperate than its historical counterpart. After all, Oscar remains rational and has refrained from inflicting widespread devastation upon human cities or significantly diminishing the human population, which has rendered Luo Feng somewhat overconfident in his assertions. Does this young man still believe that his mere attention can contend with the golden horn beast? So, what do you intend to do? I, Luo Feng, will expose your true nature, even if it costs me my life. I shall not allow you to continue deceiving humanity. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing Luo Feng's declaration brimming with righteousness, Oscar could not help but applaud. Very well, as you wish, Death. With these words, the figure before Luo Feng suddenly expanded. In an instant, a colossal golden horn beast materialized before his eyes. Then, an overwhelming psychic shockwave struck his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Boom. Ah, my head. It feels as though it is about to explode. This was merely a glance from the golden horn behemoth, containing a fragment of psychic force. Yet, even the slightest mental impact caused Luo Feng's head to throb intensely, as if hammered relentlessly by dozens of mallets. Then, perhaps there was more? How could Luo Feng, possessing only the fledgling level of a war god psychic, possibly rival a stellar beast of the third-tier cosmic rank? Fearing that losing this youth might forfeit much, the golden horn behemoth preserved Luo Feng's body, though his mind had utterly shattered. An X-ray would reveal nothing but a mass of pulp inside his skull. Luo Feng had become the quintessential vegetative state, doomed never to awaken, unless a deity-level expert could reconstruct his brain, a feat currently beyond Blue Star's capabilities. After these events, Oscar once again stood before Luo Feng. Yet, the colossal figure of the golden horn behemoth had already instilled dread among the onlookers, especially the two supreme warriors who had been locked in stalemate with the twin beast emperors. At this moment, they exchanged uneasy glances, then unexpectedly fled. Could Hong and the Thunder God exhibit such behavior? No, it would be more fitting to dignify it as a strategic retreat. Mission accomplished, feigned pursuit. Leave a few bodies behind, then withdraw. Oscar had not anticipated that these two top-tier human warriors would not confront them, but instead slink away in defeat. Alas, it seemed those two were ill-prepared for a direct confrontation with the golden horn behemoth. Such a level of human defense, if Oscar truly desired, could revert the human world back to the primitive Stone Age within 3 days. Yet, what significance would such an act hold? This approach is not only exhausting, but also a monumental waste of time. Even if one were to consume all the metals currently possessed by humanity, one could at best ascend to the 4th tier of stellar existence. However, Oscar is a rational being. His aspirations extend towards the vast cosmos, and he even dreams of returning to the Douluo Continent. How dull it would be if this blue planet were to face destruction. No one has comprehended the purpose of the golden horn behemoth, yet perhaps this ignorance is a stroke of fortune. Had Luo Feng disseminated the news moments ago, the situation could have taken a dire turn. Soon, the monstrous entities receded like a receding tide, leaving behind a plethora of carcasses. Humanity, too, suffered its share of casualties, particularly the ordinary trainees who bore the brunt of the losses. Even Zhao Ruan narrowly escaped the clutches of a beast king, saved at a critical juncture by teacher Jiang Fong, who deftly parried with her curved blade, regrettably now rendered useless. Everything transpired with impeccable precision. However, it is perplexing that the golden horn behemoth seemed only to sway momentarily. Hong, did something here catch the attention of the golden horn behemoth? There appeared to be the first to react. Previously, they had utilized ultrasound to probe the southern continent of Australia, sensing something peculiar in this vicinity. Yet, with current human technology, it remains elusive to ascertain the nature of this anomaly. Perhaps it is some form of an ultra-ancient relic that has drawn the golden horn behemoth to this place. I too have sensed it. They seem to be guarding something, unwilling to permit our approach. After a moment of calm reflection, Hong arrived at this conclusion. The circumstances before us seemingly can only be elucidated in this manner. Let us depart swiftly. After all, we have already amassed quite a collection of the spirits of flora. Wait a moment, did you see a crimson plant earlier? It turns out that during the recent battle, an external force emerged. A dark red vine surfaced from the depths of Mist Island. This entity indiscriminately attacks both monsters and humans alike. In the chaos of the scene, Hong had not examined it, but now, with a clearer mind. He seems to have uncovered the true identity of this being. It is the Moyu vine. Perhaps the fierce battle triggered its protective mechanism. This may also be one of the reasons why the beast emperors have faded away. After all, the combat prowess exhibited by this cloud-wrapping vine has surpassed that of the octopus beast emperor. Moreover, Hong immediately recognized this treasure. Perhaps this is what they call fate. For in the timeline of my previous life, this very cloud-wrapping vine was also acquired by this red-haired fellow. Therefore, I shall not contend with my elder brother. Instead, I will assess the casualties. This thunder god truly possesses remarkable restraint, choosing not to vie for such a precious treasure. This is what true brotherhood looks like. Shortly after this individual departed, Oscar appeared before the crowd, bearing the comatose Luo Feng. The return of these two figures instantly captivated the attention of all those present. Luo Feng. Upon seeing the disoriented Luo Feng, teacher Jiang Feng rushed forward without hesitation. This young lad is indeed her most promising disciple. To her astonishment, he advanced with such rapidity that he was overtaken by a horde of beast kings, outpacing me by a mere moment. Oscar concocted a remarkably convincing explanation that aligned perfectly with everyone's observations. Soon after, Zhao Ruo arrived and was utterly stunned by the breathtaking scene unfolding before him. He is indeed their junior disciple, once a remarkably gifted youth, possessing the potential to ascend to the ranks of a high-level war deity. What has transpired? Fortunately, he remains unharmed, yet his mind has endured significant trauma. He must be swiftly returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yao Lao seems to have taken notice of Luo Feng. Although he is merely a young man of modest rank, the academy places substantial emphasis on his development. After all, individuals of Luo Feng's caliber as high-level mentalists are exceedingly rare. As the foremost operative of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Yala promptly rendered her judgment on the situation. This is undeniably a sorrowful moment. This time, they suffered a loss of over 20 personnel, more than half of whom were from the global elite training camp. This also signifies that the world will soon be devoid of nearly 15 warriors of unparalleled prowess. This also includes Luo Feng. The news swiftly spread back to Mingzhu community. Upon learning that Luo Feng had become a vegetative state, his family was engulfed in sorrow. Especially his girlfriend, Su Xian, who was utterly devastated upon hearing the news. Locked herself away in her home, weeping incessantly. For these loved ones, the news felt as if the heavens had struck them with a thunderbolt. Why should such a vibrant life, so young, be reduced to this? My dear, the Extreme Martial Arts School had sought connections to invite you to Hanxia country. Initially, Oscar believed he could finally put to rest the grievances between himself and Luo Feng. In the future, should a great cosmic opportunity arise, he could simply launch this young man into it. However, unexpectedly, the Extreme Martial Arts School presented him with an inescapable reason. They claimed that he had saved many members of their school this time, thus wishing to invite him to a banquet. In truth, it was merely a form of enticement. Curiously, even the HR Alliance did not intervene. It turned out that these individuals had already discussed this matter privately. They recognized Oscar's prowess and sought ways to draw him into their shared faction. Moreover, Su Xian's connections played a role in this, as the Su family had numerous business dealings with the HR Alliance. As the next family representative, Su Xian endeavored to reach out to Oscar, hoping to glean more about Luo Feng's prior condition. Under normal circumstances, Oscar would have dismissed such inquiries. But how could he refuse Su Xian? This is the protagonist of Swallowing the Starry Sky, and a modicum of respect must be afforded. Moreover, Oscar must ascertain the current situation of Luo Feng, ensuring that this young man remains under his vigilant watch. There is no doubt that this event marks a calamity for humanity. I shall go and witness it firsthand. Observing Fao, who conveyed the message to him, Oscar smiled warmly. Meanwhile, the long-legged ant, Vanina, could no longer contain herself. I have business in Hanhua as well, and I intend to accompany you. Do not even think of plotting anything in our absence. These two women have unmistakably assumed the demeanor of Oscar contenders, resolutely forbidding any other woman from encroaching upon their husbands. Yet, is this truly beneficial? If Oscar genuinely desires the companionship of multiple women, can he effectively manage such relationships? Chapter 114. Su Xian pleads for my aid in saving Luo Feng in the city of Hanxia, Jiangnan. Within a critical care unit, Luo Feng lies silently. Regardless of the brilliance or potential of this young man, if he succumbs before realizing his true capabilities, all aspirations become mere illusions. Had it not been for Su Xian's unwavering dedication, the prospect of hope for this young man would have been utterly extinguished. Miss Su. This is the only method we could conceive at present, but Hanxia truly exemplifies a nation steeped in traditional Chinese medicine. Through a painstaking process of accumulation, they have devised a prescription with a mere 30% success rate tailored to Luo Feng's condition. However, the necessary ingredients and conditions are exceedingly rare. They require the core blood of a living royal-grade beast to stimulate his cardiac and pulmonary revival. Additionally, a planetary-level powerhouse is needed to transfer their energy to Luo Feng, preferably of a metallic nature. This can indeed satisfy the 5 elements of mutual generation and mutual restraint as described in Eastern lore. Across the globe, it seems that only 2 candidates come to mind. One is Easter, and the other is Oscar. Moreover, one must devise a method to extract a few drops of true blood from a beast emperor, ensuring its utilization before the blood loses its vitality. It is said that this conclusion arises from the amalgamation of extraterrestrial technology and traditional Chinese medicine. Should this endeavor prove unattainable, then Luo Feng may well resign himself to a lifetime of vegetative existence. Rest assured, Luo Feng, I will find a way to rescue you. Su Xian's family, as a partner of the HR Alliance, is the first to reach out to Easter. However, this individual, while appearing to be a gentleman, is in truth an economic egoist behind the scenes. Do you expect him to expend his resources to assist you in healing? What a jest. Furthermore, Luo Feng is already a thorn in their side. How could they possibly allow a mentalist to flourish unimpeded? Although the current backdrop calls for united opposition against a common foe, the more pressing matter is to refrain from squandering energy recklessly. Even if this ancient method were to succeed, it would significantly diminish the opponent's cultivation. East directly declined the proposal, even going so far as to blacklist all communication methods from this side, preferring to remain oblivious. Next, however, is Oscar. But would this esteemed gentleman consent? The news swiftly reached the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, where teacher Zhang Fang and her colleagues were tirelessly analyzing the feasibility of the situation. Oscar appeared to be more amenable than East. However, he harbored a particular penchant, or perhaps an obsession. To the eyes of others, Oscar seemed to desire nothing. Yet there was an inescapable fascination, extraordinary beauty. The two women by his side serve as a testament to this. It is clear that mere superficial charm from outsiders would not suffice. If they wished to persuade him to take action, Su Xian would likely have to make some sacrifices. Being women themselves, teacher Jiang Fang certainly understood what this implied for Su Xian. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the young lady remained resolute, directly requesting Oscar's contact information. Perhaps due to the representation of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Oscar readily agreed to a meeting. This is indeed the female protagonist of Devouring the Starry Sky. Shouldn't this be afforded some regard? And isn't it he who has transformed Luo Feng into such a person? How intriguing. Let us observe the extent of sacrifices this young lady is willing to make. It was initially arranged to meet at 2:30 in the afternoon. However, Oscar did not appear until 4 o'clock. It was presumed that he had vacated the scene. Yet, unexpectedly, Yao Yao, Jiang Fang, Zhao Rua, and Janet were all in attendance alongside Su Xian. Additionally, Luo Feng's family was present as well. This truly comes as a surprise to someone. Although the enchanting women still wear beautiful smiles, it feels utterly insincere. In the past, it was always the men who waited for them. Today, however, they find themselves left in the lurch for quite some time. Yet, there is no choice but to endure, for they seek something from him. No matter how displeased they might feel internally, they must suppress it. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I did not anticipate that this Thunder Dragon monarch would be so formidable. After all this effort, when Oscar caught sight of the fiery glares from several women, he retrieved a small glass vial, seemingly containing a substance infused with advanced technology. Within it lay approximately 150 milliliters of golden liquid. Even through the glass, one could sense its warmth and overwhelming energy. Is this the blood of the Beast King? From the Thunder Dragon monarch? Upon witnessing this scene, even the bewitching expressions on their faces betrayed astonishment. Where had you gone previously? In fact, according to their intelligence, this young man had set out at 8 in the morning. They had initially presumed he was off to indulge in some frivolity in a charming district, only to discover he was indeed pursuing something else. Indeed, it is surprising how resilient this old mudfish is. Extracting a mere drop of his blood is a formidable task. Earlier, in Mist Island, Lei Dong had already vanquished a new Beast King, so it is quite reasonable for him to possess this vial of dragon blood. Upon learning of this situation, the impression of these beautiful women towards him shifted significantly. At the very least, he seems more reliable than East. Therefore, I would like to inquire about the subsequent matter you mentioned. Although you have acquired an excellent catalyst, without Oscar's formidable power to assist, this matter is equivalent to nothing. Thus, I still must await his words. The presence of so many people here places immense pressure upon me. Was it not agreed that we would meet privately? Perhaps I should have a discreet conversation with Miss Uri. Lei Dong smiled lightly. Although he spoke thus, from the moment he entered, his gaze had not strayed from Su Xian. The intensity of his stare was acutely perceptible to women, akin to a lamb being scrutinized by a ravenous wolf. In a mysterious way, Su Xian seemed to sense what was about to transpire. Yet, for the sake of Luo Feng, at such a moment, one must not succumb to fear. Thank you all. I wish to invite Mr. Oscar for a face-to-face discussion in room Luo Feng. Finally, Su Xian, biting her lip, arrived at her own resolution. The dragon's blood possesses a mere 3 hours of efficacy. And given the delays encountered along the way, there may now be less than 2 hours left, perhaps even less. Should I fail to promptly acquiesce to Oscar's request, the consequences could be dire. Very well. Let us first return to the martial arts school. Any matters can be discussed at leisure thereafter. Seemingly aware of the impending events, the enchanting maiden's expression darkened. Yet, in order to carve out a path for Luo Feng, she found herself compelled to allow this young girl to make her own decision. Approximately 20 minutes later, witnessing Luo Feng's complete lack of emotional expression, Su Xian's tears fell anew. Mr. Oscar, if you can save him, I'm willing to do anything for you, she declared, her pearly teeth clenched as she fought against her emotions. However, the smiling man before her shattered all her illusions. My teeth are not in the best condition lately. I cannot eat the cakes. What? Time is of the essence. You would do well to make a decision at once. For time waits for no one. Wait, are you suggesting to do so right here? Chapter 115, The Golden Horn Behemoth attacks the ninth relic an hour later. Oscar gazed at Luo Feng with a smile, slowly raising his right hand to levitate the young man's body into the air. Is this considered the beginning of saving lives? Luo Feng, it seems you are quite fortunate, but no trace of Su Xian remained in this room, for from this very moment, she had vanished. The eldest daughter of the Su family is now a woman of the Oscars. This is the price, a price paid for Oscar's ongoing treatment of Luo Feng. According to the records in that extraterrestrial literature, the probability of Luo Feng regaining consciousness is indeed 30. However, there is a significant premise that they have overlooked, the disparity between the physiology of the extraterrestrial travelers and that of humans. Those capable of interstellar travel to Blue Star are predominantly of stellar caliber or higher, with some even reaching cosmic status. Meanwhile, Luo Feng has only just attained the level of a war god, and that achievement is rather tenuous. Consequently, his body is ill-equipped to endure such immense power. During his treatment with Oscar, he was interrupted by the attending physician. At this moment, in another examination room, Su Xian appears to have recently wept. Her makeup now in disarray. Like a mechanical automaton, she listens to the elderly gentleman before her as he incessantly apologizes. I have indeed been foolish. I did not anticipate that such a method would be suitable solely for those of stellar prowess. Miss Su, rest assured, as long as Mr. Oscar can provide treatment once a week, there remains a possibility for improvement. These elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners seem to have overlooked one crucial point. The world's top-tier champions are certainly not akin to 3-year-old children. Relying on them for continuous treatment incurs a substantial cost. Thus, Su Xian has but one path to pursue, and that is to become an Oscar-winning woman. The young lady is unaware that Oscar is quite eager to engage in such matters. In his previous life, Luo Feng seized control of the Golden Horn Beast. Today, not only can Oscar effortlessly manipulate the fate of this young man, but he can also claim his woman. This sensation is not merely delightful. The sensation of tormenting the protagonist is akin to the suffering endured by Tang San in the realm of Douluo Continent. This flavor carries an essence of vengeance. Absolutely splendid. Especially before Luo Feng's sickbed, tormenting the female protagonist, the intensity is indeed overwhelming. Only a creature like the Golden Horn Beast could orchestrate such malevolence. However, this being is not entirely devoid of purpose. While engaging in this fleeting farce, the monstrous army he had initially summoned had already commenced its actions. Were they attacking human strongholds? No, to be precise. The true objective of these creatures was the extraterrestrial ruins designated as Site 9. Previously, he was not well acquainted with the